Young and black, trying to be successful, but the hood won't let you. The white man don't respect you. Your boys don't get you. Life's so hard to get through. The devil trying to test you. Your girl just got pregnant. You gotta feed you +2. Now you smoking stress cause you stressed with all that shit that's gonna affect you. Nobody respects you. You gotta get through all the issues at home. And what else is going on? Your boss don't see you good. He only see you wrong. My homie, hold on. This is where you belong. In the face of adversity, it doesn't hurt me. It makes him more hungry and thirsty. Prove them wrong, cause they say you ain't worthy. Fuck everybody's life, that's perky. This bullshit hurts me, so I'm up early. Got bills to pay, no time to play. And I wanna delay, but D can't lay in the ground, cause the road rolls around his mind. In due time, you'll see that I shine. I still got to grind. Nigga, never mind. I'll hit you next time. I'll hit you next time. I might get you next time. And if you looking, I might get you next time. Stay on your shine, homie, and get mine. Cause I'ma get mine, and I'll get you next time.
Yeah, now what the hell I gotta do just to get my name heard? You mean to tell me that I gotta spit the same words? Nigga, that's unheard, man, I swear it's irrelevant. If we freedom, why the fuck can't I burn these presidents? Nigga, it's evident that they lock down residents. They try and make it seem like they so benevolent. You could lock me away, but my soul you never get. Second Amendment gives me right to hollow tips, you see. Now I can go and raise the heat, but do it really matter cause they so sleep? You want a TiVo, press play and repeat. Now y'all can keep running while I catch the beat, you see. They can censor this, hit me with that censorship, but I'm above it all, nosebleeds on that mental shit. Y'all been running far way too long, now take advantage of your rights to correct their wrongs. Yeah, to correct their wrongs. Yeah, correct their wrongs. Yeah, correct their wrongs. Take advantage of your rights to correct their wrongs. Yeah, to correct their wrongs. Yeah, to correct their wrongs. Yeah, to correct their wrongs. To take advantage of your rights to correct their wrongs.
You're here because you know something. What you know you can't explain, but you feel it. You felt it your entire life, that there's something wrong with the world. You don't know what it is, but it's there, like a splinter in your mind, driving you mad.
My manuscript is like divine consciousness. Humanity's mind programmed to this brainwashed nonsense. Religion was made to bind your mind back ever since the conception of time. Dark space matters, it seems. Similar dreams in Constantine's. Magical demons writing on Solomon scrolls. Entwine two pyramids, then decompose the fold. Indoctrinate your soul to the role. Golden minerals from ancient extraterrestrials. Axis tilts, coordinates are gonna flip, scoring the children. Born to radioactive tobacco will make your lungs glow. Cancer cells get inhaled from smoke screen chemtrails. Secret of life, law of attraction is detailed in rapping. Robert Wills to rap, metaphor lines get passed down. The prophecy of Celestine.
Classified activity, processing the doctrine of field. Classified activity, processing the doctrine of field.
Scientists telegraph information space, solar winds, Martian atmospheres. I rip the study of religion in space science. My prior memories, the Van Allen belt, when they trying scientific diagrams, calico spirals, higher energy. I see my rivals, material ambient and telepathic. Sumerian cuneiform scripts when I write on tablets. Henostrictor systems, maglev, circle park accelerators, transits into the magnets, intrudes into the digital angel sound harassment. I can't seek entrapment, stuck up in this rapping. Sucker book, the founder of Facebook. CIA, monitor all your thoughts and your activity.
Classified activity, processing the doctrine of fear. Classified activity, processing the doctrine of fear.
The matrix is everywhere. It is all around us. Even now, in this very room. You can see it when you look out your window or when you turn on your television. You can feel it when you go to work, when you go to church, when you pay your taxes. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth.
Iraq-based Hezbollah brigades shows a U.S. Chinook helicopter dropping 2 boxes full of weapons for ISIL.
Beast 1333. Salafi jihadi extremists fighting off behemoths, forming caliphates of PTSD soldiers fight the meanest, trigger fingers on the shoddy, Israel backing everybody, human rights abuses, war crimes, Abu Bakr Baghdadi, Abu Muhammad al-Julani, power struggle in Syria, the fighters that they sending out to kill them are inferior, beheadings of soldiers, civilians, journalists and workers, women getting raped and killed for not wearing their burqas is atrocious, multinational forces ferocious cross the ocean, smaller Iraqi insurgent groups in motion, United as Department of State to fund terror, engaging of the enemy, wait, there's one error, U.S. backing them. Teenage American soldiers backing them. Cut off from Al-Qaeda to Pakistan backing them. Long distance Islam connection to Malawi. Anbar province of Bumo, Zarqawi. Douse and gas with fire. Car bomb attack while flames are melting tires, melting wires. People running frantically for life expires. Armed suppliers cashing in their weapons to insurgencies. Plus the skulls open up the younger ones. Emergencies are happening on every block and dusty street up into Crete. Calluses and open sores on most of fighters 8 feet. There's no defeat. You're killing off 1-3 more pop up. There's violence as they letting off guns, blow raw, sop up. The black standard variant of legendary battle flag. A default of successes was a prophecy the Arabs had. Things are getting hella bad. Lining of the curving guts. Giant gashes, exits, hatching larvae in the soldiers' guts. As dogs and mutts ensuring that the human beef won't go to waste. A small chihuahua type is chewing on its own face. It's ISIS, nigga. Lower gas and oil dropping prices, nigga. Back by the United States next year they come in prices bigger.
It wanted by ISIS just escaped with this video he shot on his phone. He believes the man he filmed is African.
And he says he was speaking in broken Arabic and clearly wasn't right.
Neurotransmitter raps cross my synapse and trap years in time caps and make them feel as if nanoseconds elapse. My subliminal response with sparks and contradicts its content because I'm conscious of my subconscious thoughts. Verbal wit'll make you short circuit quick. I throw a Merkin fit and squirt some shit worse than a murder hit from David Berkowitz. I throw dirt on your birth certificate. Get deep to see our surfaces, slice you and walk through your personage like a curtain split. My predatory nature so raw that I love Slim. While the vultures flew over him, I flew above them. I'm the derelict with sick terror spit. You don't produce natural paragraphs, you carry someone else's like a surrogate. The onslaught that I'm causing, no author can pause it. I'm the dark secret inside of the skeleton's closet. I raised my pages in the sacred Philippine cage. Grew stalactite braids and shaved them with guillotine blades. A cryptic rhyme shocked and ripped his mind. Cannabis and K-Reno combined is an unwritten apocalyptic sign. I turn them seeds into shark feed, write and read and walk speed. The vampire and ultraviolet crossbreed. The rap gospel I follow is probably most optimal. My ultra opticals can spot fetus hair follicles. The possibility of me not winning is impossible. I'm so mentally hostile, I hear good news and get volatile. I telepathically move objects, my tongue concocted a new strain of saliva. One drop can fuel rockets. I throttle you with violent tailwinds, then extend the another set of limbs and put you in a double full Nelson. So tell me, can you ace this quiz? You're the reverse opposite of what the opposite of true greatness is. Motherfucker, why would you try to nullify a beast with a butterfly? That's like singing an insomniac a lullaby. My eyes can catch rap as far as the skies can stretch. A bloody mic depicted and described in my composite sketch. Hit your place with self-imposed gashes in my face. Transform you from a solid mass to ashes in a face. So soon as you move, I'm dooming you. Then I'll take your widow to a room to school 20 minutes after your funeral. You wanna try to wipe my rhyme out? You'll be better off trying to put a strapped suicide bomber in time out.
Over the horizon, radar rhymes. Patent number 4686605. Sound pours out of the ground across the land. Jethro Tull was mauled by the god called Pan. Creative writing and rhythm, grammar and composition. Don't ignore me, ignore the fools who tell you don't listen. To you it shouldn't sound like I'm quitting, cause I'm not. If I am to continue, it's up to hip-hop. Wary of body and mind. Tired of swimming against the tide. Why swim or walk when I can glide? Zero gravity exercising requires expert timing for skydiving. My call sign is flying wing, an impossible profession. Saint Germain was made to explain the lesson with a 1,000-bar message. Now you may go, you have graduated. Now you may know. Tell the world exactly what you were shown. Shown up, Sesame Street poems brought to you by Sears Roebuck. Countdown 48 months. Does it amaze me? No. Does it faze me? Maybe a little, yo. We gotta find a way to generate dough. The promoter won't pay me what I want for a show. Why do it for free when I'm worth my weight in gold? Mind, body, and soul inseparable. Incredibly, protoplasma recycles the matter perpetually. Hip-hop became boring. Lyrics seem more like a vestigial organ, but they shouldn't be important. The diaphragm, the thymus, activate the latent powers that reside inside us with 13 chakras. Get the Guantanamo Bay, the Alcatraz way. You heard what I say? These pigs gotta pay. I steady my approach. This supposed to be a no-fly zone. Black sheep squadron with strobe light holes. The hurricanes eye open, gale winds blowing. Moses on a rowboat, floating in the ocean. I figured out how to save water in a drought. If we save the right amount, I know we can make it out. The ever-expanding mind commanding the body. Do you copy the quantum biology biopsy? My austere designs are so ahead of the time. Even when you press rewind, you're still left behind. Father Arthur, Paul Barber, breeze to draw prana and a yoga pose, trying to get close to your mama. Your ear cartilage has been targeted. The bombing will commence. Don't be a bitch, nigga, you started it. On the Sabbath, I write pre-planet for the planet. Drawing mechanics suspended in space as holographics. Scientifically quantifiable, megalomaniacal, viable style. It's like trying to ride a bull. The lyrical inimical is miserable because I built a citadel of syllables that make me invincible. Am I a madman or a mason? A patriot or a pagan? West coasting in a 6'4" with Dayton's. The propulsion system matrix poorly calibrated. I'm waiting on the part, special order replacement. Battle rapid, just aimless entertainment. Second round knockout was one of their favorites. Fuck all the haters. My luck was crushed, I felt like it fronted. My heart kept pumping, I had to do something. I turned the page, wrote a turn of phrase. Verbal x-rays, they say I don't burn, I blaze. Don't look at it like winning or losing. In 98 it was amusing. Poet Laureate's my new shit. Time keep on slipping, the ripper keep ripping. But right now my image stands still in a prism. My light reflects like mirrors, I choose to share it.
I'm actually muted. Yeah, welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. I hope I'm coming in clear for you guys. That's right, turn the page. I caught that too. When he said turn the page, I put my book down. It was crazy. But yeah, I love that shit. We're gonna be turning some pages today, looking at the sources for my interview yesterday. And I do have some announcements to make about the interview. I know that I had premiered it on my channel, but the video I posted on my channel is pretty much dog shit, so I'm gonna have to repost that video, unfortunately. So I'm gonna re-premiere the interview tomorrow, and for that I'll just go ahead and just watch it on the Missing Link channel. Let me try to find the interview so I can show you guys what I'm talking about. it was on the 29th. Let's see this shit here. On the 29th, we did this interview. So let me show you guys the interview. And then I posted it to my channel, but it's really just you know, the video is very much damaged. I mean, but yeah, it was a highly watched interview, at least on Rumble. You know, I seen about a couple thousand people watched it on the Rumble shit. So, you know what I mean? So I really like this interview. I'm gonna go ahead and repost it tomorrow, you know, because I brought a lot of the architectonic elements that are in my book. And I even explain what architectonic is, you know, in that interview. So so I'm gonna bring that, and I'm gonna bring another double header with an interview I did with Drew from Cockboy Hotline channel. You know what I mean? I have an old interview with him too. So we'll post 2 interviews tomorrow up, you know what I mean? That I did. But you know, mainly in the interview, I was talking about my book here, Christ Protagonist or Logos Dethroned. So you know, I was presenting a major case for the merger of the you know, of the occult, the philosophical, you know, the views on history, you know what I mean, the views of you know, man's political nature, you know what I mean, also the theories on how theology and philosophy and all these things can be interlinked, you know what I mean? And one of the key figures I talk about is Paul the Apostle, right? Paul the Apostle, you know what I mean? So over there, I start opening it up about Saint Paul and his importance and how he's an Alexandrian Jew, and I'm really focusing on 3 areas. Okay, I'm focusing on a spatial dualism. Okay, that he presents there between flesh and spirit. Okay, you could see this if you open up Romans. Romans is the first letter of Paul that you see in the New Testament, right? And you see right in the beginning, he talks about Christ being born, 1 of the spirit, and 2 through the lineage of King David. So he's talking about Christ being born 2 ways, 1 way in the flesh and another way in the spirit. So that's interesting. He maintains these 2 elements, okay, between Jew and Gentile, flesh and spirit, right? He's talking about the circumcision of the heart and the circumcision of the flesh, right? So he's saying that one could be a Jew but not follow the law of Moses by having a circumcision of the heart, right? So he's talking about the universal law, right? Okay, he invents this concept of a universal law of salvation, right? Okay, so this salvation that's gonna be fitting everyone, right? Right. So he's got a kind of a base notion of equality there, you know, within this notion of salvation itself, right? Now, it's a spatial duality between flesh and spirit. There's also a temporal duality, okay, between the world as it is now and the world as it is to come. Now, the world in its present state is ruled by evil, right? It's ruled by evil, satanic forces, right? Paul affirms this in Ephesians. He affirms this in many different places, right? He says the rule of the world, he distinguishes between the rules within the church and outside of the church, right? So he's talking about a world to come. You know what I mean? And you really see this in Corinthians 4, right? You know what I mean? Let me look up Corinthians, 1 Corinthians 4:20, just to show you guys a little piece of what I'm talking about. I could look up many different Bible passages, but I'll just show you guys this one just to show you guys a little bit of what I'm talking about, right? Okay. Let me expand this out a little bit. See what's going on here.
I don't know why it's doing this to me. This Bible website, complete dog shit. Let's go to a different Bible website. Bible Hub. Okay, let's go to this website here. Let me see. $4.20. That's right. I don't know if you guys can see this on the side here. It says, "But I will come to you shortly if the Lord is willing, and then I will find out not only what these arrogant people are saying, for what power they have. For the kingdom of God is not a matter of talk, but power. Which do you prefer? Shall I come to you with a rod or in love with a gentle spirit?" Right? Right? Those who come with a gentle spirit now will be given the rod, the power, and the world to come. Okay? All right? Those who are, right? Because in the world today, those who rule today in the rule of the wicked, right? The satanic rule, the rules will be reversed in the kingdom of God, right? Or as they say, the meek shall inherit the earth, right? All right? The meek shall inherit the earth, right? In the kingdom of God, right? It's going to be all roles reversed, right? Anyways, so we have there's a world as it is now, and there's a world to come, which is the coming of the kingdom of God, right? It idolizes this faith in the future, right? So there's a spatial dualism between flesh and spirit. There's B, a temporal dualism between the world as it is now and the world to come, which is the world that's going to be ruled by the church. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm going to be opening up the panel in a hour and a half here. You know, when that reaches the 2-hour mark, I'll stop talking and I'll open up a panel for you guys. So thank you guys for being here. Please be patient. You know, there's many people in the chat I'd love to talk to. You know what I mean? Already asking for the link. You know what I'm saying? I love you guys, man. But yeah, I promise these guys that I tell them something because people get bored of me talking to people. So they want to hear me talk. But yeah, so I just hit them with those 2 hours in the beginning of the show. So then they stop asking me. I say, go to the beginning of the show if you want to hear me and give my spiel. Okay. But anyways, yeah, thank you, Grant. Bless you, brother. Yeah, and yeah, what we have is a temporal dualism between the world as it is now and the world to come, a spatial dualism, right? Between the flesh and the spirit. And then you have a third thing, which is a sort of division between the esoteric and the exoteric, right? And you see this all throughout Hebrews, right? Where he's talking about the order of Melchisedec versus the order of the law of the prophets, right? He's definitely saying the spiritual law consists in the order of Melchizedek, right? Not in the prophetic or the Mosaic law. Okay, in 2 Corinthians, he's also putting down the Mosaic law, right? Okay, he's talking about a higher sense of law, circumcision of the heart, right? This universal sense of law, right? That he keeps referring to. Okay. Now, this is as I said, it's a division between the esoteric and the exoteric, as Paul says, you know, we give milk to the newborns and solid food to those who are basically initiates. You know what I mean? Basically, they're of a higher sense of learning, right? And this is the baptism by fire. You know what I mean? But yeah, bless you guys. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So there's these three things, right? There's the division between flesh and spirit, the division between the world as it is now and the world to come, which is the world that consists of the coming of the kingdom of God, right, on earth, right? And then there's lastly, right, a division between spirit and flesh, right? And we have here the apocalyptic paradox. Let me read some of this. Right? Okay. This leads us to the apocalyptic paradox, where religion, as well as the basic science of entropy or empiricism, suggest a constant devolution and unification of the contents of the world, while the scientific and the occultic or the esoteric, right, view suggests a utopian yet collectivized ethos of man as microcosm of the macrocosm that is reified through chaos and change, while the religious impulse finds unity through the one at the beginning of time and sees all creative process as determined by chaos without change. The futurist seeks change in the future, emerging through chaos and transcendence from nature. Hence, the religious ideal seeks the return of the unity of the past in the future that is not man-made. And science and the occult seek to achieve transformation in the future through the man-made. This is partly why the New Age spiritualist seeks a merger of all religious sects. In the future, while the religious ideal seeks a return to the direct and primordial connection with God existing at the beginning of time, apart from human contrivance. Although science cannot predict the future according to its own epistemological framework, it contemplates future as the ideal, while religion prophesied about the future, but contemplates nature as the ideal, which existed at the beginning. What's the conclusion? The conclusion is that a false dialectic exists between science and religion. Let's check it out. A false dialectic exists in the modern age between religion and science, as the modern is itself a dialectic between science and art. The dialectic can be summed up in 7 points, support for which can be found throughout this work. The 7 main points where science and religion form a false dialectic are as follows. 1, science does not free inquiry, but is ordered and structured with rules and experts and a hierarchical organization similar to the religious outlook. 2, science arbitrarily chooses where to direct its focus and does not exist in a vacuum of objective of objective analysis, but is really driven by human concerns. 3, science and magic are similar. A, in their manipulation of nature, and B, in the posing of a similar dialectic to the one form between science and religion. Okay? 4, science ascribes a pseudo-eschatology to the progress of human knowledge. Okay? All right? 5, science is not antithetical to the practice of religion. A, religious people have made scientific discoveries that are important in scale and are wholly divorced from their religious motivations. B, certain types of religion have an affinity for the scientific method. Six, innovation can be used by anyone and does not necessarily lead to improvement, as the belief in progress suggests, and moral and ethical considerations must be made in interpreting the relevant methodology that is necessary to proceed, given a scientific or religious endeavor or any endeavor at that rate. 7, one has to rely on instinct to a certain extent. A, decisions made on the basis of science never yield complete results. B, waiting for results to come in often takes too long. And C, a world ruled by science is highly ordered but highly selfish. Okay? Let's move to somebody who tried to combine the religious and the scientific impulse, right? Okay? Okay, we're going to move here to our friend here, right? To our friend okay, Eusebius, Saint Eusebius, right? Let's move to Saint Eusebius. Let's see what he has to say about it, right? He's got an interesting quote, right? If I could just find it. If I could just find it, folks. Okay, here it goes. God had become human so that humankind may become divine. Okay? God had become human so that humankind can become divine. All right? That's interesting, right? That's interesting. Now we have the merger, right, of the physical and the spiritual, right? All right? Brought forward in that synthesis, right? That is centered around the entrance of God into the world, right? Next, we have the proclamation and declaration by Ben Gurion, right? Who's a socialist and an atheist, right? But he's the president. I mean, not president, sorry. The prime minister, the first prime minister of the state of Israel, right? Okay. Let's take a look at this guy, right? I think he was also a member of the World Zionist Congress, right? David Ben Gurion. Are you guys familiar with David Ben Gurion? David Ben Gurion. Let me introduce you guys who are not familiar, right? To our friend David Ben Gurion, right? A key figure on the world stage, right? Okay. Here's a Polish Jewish person, right? National founder of the state of Israel. Bet you guys didn't know that, right? Or maybe you did. There's some smart people in the chat. Executive head of the World Zionist Organization, right? The World Zionist Organization was started by Herzl in Basel, Switzerland, the first Zionist Congress, 1987, the same year that Theodor Herzl published the Jewish State, the document Der Judenstaat, right? And yeah, he founded these military encampments, right? Called kibbutz. See, a kibbutz is an intentional community in Israel that was traditionally based on agriculture. Agriculture, huh? Industrial plants and high-tech enterprises, right? It was utopian, it says, okay? Okay, it says it's utopian. Okay? Utopian communities, a combination of socialism and Zionism, right? And there's a picture of Herzl right there, right? So yeah, the kibbutz, right? The kibbutz. Here's what Ben Gurion has to say in Look magazine in 1962, right? He says, quote, Western and Eastern Europe will become a federation of autonomous states having a socialist and democratic regime. With the exception of USSR as a federated Eurasian state, all other continents will become united in a world alliance at whose disposal will be an international police force. All armies will be abolished, and there will be no more wars in Jerusalem. In the United Nations, a truly United Nations will build a shrine to the prophets to serve the federated union of all continents. This will be the seat of the Supreme Court of mankind to settle all controversies among the federated continents, as prophesied by Isaiah. Right. Why would an atheist believe in a prophecy of Isaiah? At the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, right? Higher education will be the right of every person in the world. Okay. Universal education, as founded by Jan Comenius, right? Who founded the Moravian Brethren, right? A Masonic organization, right? Right. This is Nietzsche. What Nietzsche says 100 years before that, right? Here's a Nietzsche quote in Daybreak 205 by Friedrich Nietzsche. We read the following conclusion of the people of Israel: among the spectacles to which the coming century invites us is the decision as to the destiny of the Jews of Europe. Section 205. Section 205 of Daybreak. Among the spectacles to which the coming century invites us is the decision as to the destiny of the Jews of Europe. That their die is cast, that they have crossed their Rubicon, is now palpably obvious. All that is left for them is either to become the masters of Europe or to lose Europe, as they did once a long time ago, had lost in Egypt, right? In Egypt, where they had placed themselves before a similar either or. In Europe, however, they have gone through an 18th century schooling such as no other nation of this continent can boast of. And what they have experienced in this terrible time of schooling has benefited the individual to a greater degree than it has the community as a whole. As a consequence of this, the psychological and spiritual resources of the Jews today are extraordinary. Of all those who live in Europe, they are least liable to resort to drink or suicide in order to escape from some profound dilemma. Something the less gifted are often apt to do. Every Jew possesses in history of his fathers and grandfathers a great fund of examples of the coldest self-possession and endurance in fearful situations, of the subtlest outwitting and exploitation of chance and misfortune. Their courage beneath the cloak of miserable submission, their heroism, and the scorn of scorning oneself surpasses the virtues of all the saints. For 2 millennia, an attempt was made to render them contemptible by treating them with contempt and by barring them the way to all honors, all that was honorable, and in exchange thrusting them all the deeper into the dirtier trades. And it is true that they did not grow cleaner in the process. Did not grow cleaner in the process. But contemptible, they themselves have never ceased to believe themselves, called to the highest things. And the virtues which pertain to all who suffer have likewise never ceased to adorn them. The way in which they honor their fathers and their children, the rationality of their marriages and marriage customs distinguish them among all Europeans. In addition to this, to all this, they have known how to create for themselves a feeling of power, of eternal revenge, out of which every occupation left to them, or which they were left, one has to say in extenuation, even of their usury, that without this occasional pleasant and useful torturing of those who despise them, they would have been it would have been difficult for them to have preserved their own self-respect for so long. For our respect for ourselves is tied to our being able to practice requital in good things and bad. At the same time, however, their revenge does not easily go too far, for they all possess the liberality, including liberality of soul, to which frequent changes of residence, of climate, of customs of one's neighbors and oppressors educates men. They possess by far the greatest experience of human society, and even in their passions they practice the caution taught by this experience. They are so sure in their intellectual suppleness and shrewdness that they never, even in the worst straits, need to earn their bread by physical labor as common workmen, porters, agricultural slaves. Their demeanor still reveals that their soul have never been chivalrous, noble sentiments, nor their bodies handsome armor. A certain impunity a certain importunity mingles with an often charming but almost painful submissiveness. But now, since they are unavoidably going to ally themselves with the best aristocracy of Europe, more and more, with every year that passes, they will soon have created for themselves a good inheritance of spiritual and bodily demeanor, so that a century hence they will appear sufficiently noble as to make those they dominate ashamed to have them as masters. And that is what matters, he says. That is what matters. What a fascinating quote by Nietzsche. We're going to get more into Nietzsche in a minute here, you know what I mean? But that is just one of his bangers right there, you know what I mean? In the Daybreak, right? That's one of his major statements on the Jews, and it's kind of the opposite of what he says in the Antichrist, to be honest, right? Okay. Okay, we're going to move on to Platonic philosophy, right? The book is really about two people, right? Okay. The book is really about two people, and that's Plato and Paul, right? Plato has a dualism, right? Right? Between the world of the forms, right? The world of ideas and the world of matter, right? Right. Of course, he has a mediator between ideas and matter, which is mind, right? So he kind of has three things going on. It's kind of a three-level existence, right? Man in the middle, an archetypal man, right? Now, this was transformed in the supernatural system, supernatural cosmology of Paul into the flesh and spirit dialectic, right? And of course, he extends this to the temporal, right? And now there's two figures in Athens that do this, right? Okay? They divide so-called heaven and earth, right? And the now from the future, right? This concept in Aristotle called teleology. Okay? There's a concept in Plato called ontology. Okay, Plato he forms a world of the forms of ideas, right? A world that is ontologically transcendent, ontologically as a different state of beingness, right? That's what it means to be ontologically transcendent, right? It means that you have a higher state of beingness, a higher stage of existence. Get it? Beingness and existence with a capital B, existence with a capital E, right? Okay? That's Plato, right? Now, in Aristotle, right, you have potentiality and actuality, right? Okay? Potentiality is almost the future sense. Potentiality is linked with perfectibility, right? The perfectibility of matter lies in its being formed through time, right? Through the temperance of mind, cultivated by mind, by the essence of spirit through time. Because Aristotle rejected the world of the forms, right? He totally rejected it, right? Okay? He totally rejected the world of the forms, right? Okay, I'm going to read some of this now, right? The marvel of Platonic philosophy, and this is 381 paragraph from Christ Protagonist or Logos Dethroned. The marvel of Platonic philosophy and all its triumphs and all of its failure is a causal meddling of two staunch opponents. This was the meddling of being and becoming. Although some might say he affirmed both and adhered to neither. In Plato's Parmenides, a young Socrates presents a theory of an atomistic and dualistic view of the world, including the forms which are in turn slapped down by impenetrable logic of Parmenides. Right? Parmenides just believed in the one. Right? Believe nothing changes. Right? There's just one essence to things. Right? It's changeless. Right? Right, there can be no movement, right? Movement only happens in relation to, and since there's only one, there's no relation to the one, right? So you argue there's no movement, there's no change, right? You look at Parmenides, you look at Zeno's paradoxes, right? What did Heraclitus argue? He argued that everything is change, right? Nothing is stable. All is strife, right? He said the thunderbolt steers all things. There's a thunderbolt, there's a steering, and there's all things, right? There's something affecting everything from outside. This is ontological transcendence, right? Right? Okay. Let me move on. Okay, Parmenides was seen as dropping out of the debates of the philosophers. How do the forms trickle down into the minute instances of everyday experience? What makes these forms coalesce and condensate through time? For Parmenides, thinking and being are the same. Okay. Plato was from the school of Heraclitus and had a Heraclitean teacher named Cratylus. So not only did Plato put arguments against Parmenides in the mouth of a young and unseasoned approach of a confused Socrates, but he also then ascribes to a Heraclitean philosophy in Cratylus. Plato was born in Athens in 429 BCE and was the son of Ariston, who traced his ancestry to a former king of Athens. His mother, Perictione, was related to Solon, who was the architect of the Greek constitution. When his father died, his mother married Perilampes, who was a friend of the statesman Pericles. Contrary to popular opinion, Plato was not a social rebel that his teacher was, and had much status within the higher rungs of Athenian society. Plato was also influenced by the teachings of Pythagoras, okay, who said all was number, okay? This is what Plato says in the Meno, right, that I was talking about, right? Right? He says basically that that his interlocutor, Socrates, well, Plato puts this in the mouth of Socrates, is what I was explaining, right? Plato's Socrates is not necessarily the same Socrates, right? Right? Okay. Yeah, this is from my book, yeah, because I did that interview on the missing link yesterday. So there's many sources for that interview I never presented. So if anybody wants, these are the sources for some of that, what I presented there on that interview, right? But he says in the Meno, right? Okay, Socrates, he puts in the mouth of Socrates, says to Meno, M-E-N-O, right? The dialogue, right? It's on virtue, right? And knowledge, right? He says that this virtue, right, or knowledge that he's talking about is going to come from a higher stage of existence, right? And this guy, Meno, M-E-N-O, would know what he's talking about if he only attended the Eleusinian mysteries. Okay, he's saying you'd understand the higher meaning, the higher sense of what I'm talking about if you attended this ritual in this cult that I'm a part of. Isn't that a weird thing for him to say, right? That, oh, you aren't initiated into the mysteries, so you don't know what I'm talking about. It's a weird thing to read in a Platonic dialogue, right? Oh, you don't, oh, you're not an initiate? Thank you. Yeah, thank you for that, Gary. Yeah, bless you guys. Yeah. Yeah, Reddington. Yeah, Reddington already read this, you know? But I'm putting it all in context, you know what I mean? But yeah. Yeah, be in my club. You know what I mean? But there is no club, really. You know what I mean? It's just really the machine lies, which is really an organization, which is really just me. So it's a lot of shells. A lot of shells. But yeah, let's go here. The Platonic system came down on the side of necessity and change instead of oneness and being. This dualistic notion of being and becoming, taken alongside the separation of thinking and being, is a real hallmark of Platonic and Western philosophy. Plato devised a system where being and becoming were themselves mediated by a transpersonal reality on an already existing fractal web. This was the soul of the cosmos. This tripartite soul had a quote-unquote being and quote-unquote existence on the very bottom rung, while placing becoming and change as the mediator of reality through forms and divine archetypes, which were seemingly promulgated by a quote-unquote demiurge or quote-unquote cosmic mind on top of it all. This demiurge was the mirror image of God. The mirror image of God. And overarching world mind that placed order in the world. This demiurge represented goodness and necessity and was a perfect reflection of the cosmos. Time and thought could not be separated from natural law and reason. Hence, everything was bound by necessity. Man was made a mediation between knowledge and belief, being and becoming. Pluralists like Anaxagoras, Empedocles, Leucippus, and Democritus tried to force a criticism of Parmenides, as told by Pliny the Elder in the 1st century. Quote, in the East, doubtless, magic was invented in Persia by Zoroaster. Okay. Magic was invented in Persia by Zoroaster. All the authorities agree with this. I have noticed that in ancient times, and indeed almost always, one finds men seeking in this science the climax of literary glory. At least Pythagoras, Empedocles, Democritus, and Plato crossed the seas, exiles in truth, rather than travelers to instruct themselves in this. Returning to native land, they vaunted the claims of magic and maintained its secret doctrine. Okay. So he's saying that Plato was part of cults, something that Plato affirms himself in the book, right? The Meno, right? Let's take a look at some of this interview here while I gather my resources, okay? But I'm talking about this interview. I'm going to gather my resources here and take a little smoke break here. So thank you guys for joining us. But yeah, let's take a look at some of this interview. Okay, I'm just going to let this play for a second. In the Old Testament as a great king that kind of exists as an immortal, so his rule kind of exists within a hidden realm on earth since the time of Abraham. So his order is older than Moses, is what essentially the writer of Hebrews is trying to say, is that Melchizedek is a real OG, not Moses, right? And you see this theme cropping up in Paul's writings, that he even says we don't cover our face as Moses did. We say our case with boldness, in 2 Corinthians. So he's talking about this line, and then he's accusing others of setting up 2 sets of books, one for Jews and one for Gentiles. Right? He accuses Peter. He says, if you, who though a Jew, force Gentiles to live as Jews, then you're holding, people to an unfair standard, right? So he's accusing Saint Peter of setting up 2 sets of books, 2 different sets of books, right? One for Jews and Gentiles, right? And the question is to discover if this is the case, and then it explains the philo-Semitism of sort of Western civilization. You hear that Judeo-Christian values are basically an essential cornerstone of Western civilization, right? You also hear from Alfred North Whitehead that all of Western philosophy is a footnote to Plato, right? And then you also hear out of his mouth that, basically, that Aristotle was the greatest European metaphysician, out of his mouth, right? But Aristotle, made up the word metaphysics, first of all, right? All we have is his lecture notes, right? He titled his lecture notes after the notes he wrote for physics, metaphysics, meaning going beyond physics. But it wasn't a separate category of thought. You know what I mean? It wasn't meant to be a new order of study, a higher order of study as it's now being presented, right? So Aristotle made up the word metaphysics, right? He made up many words, right? He was a neologian. He made up the word energy, for example.
What does theologian mean? Does that mean word magician?
It means somebody who invents new words.
Word magician.
Yeah, yeah, essentially, yeah, a spellcaster of sorts, a conjurer, because man is a symbol making animal, so these symbols, they relate to, kind of, they're kind of these, the goggles you wear when you look at history. And actually, when you look at the history of Jesus, you learn more about history than you do about Jesus. So that's one of the main issues, is that what you're actually learning about is different historical methods 9 out of 10 times. You're not learning anything about Jesus. That part actually gets more confusing. So
Why did the order of Melchizedek separate from the Jewish teachings? Was it because they didn't accept Jesus? Was that the big disconnect of the two, between the Gentiles and the Jews?
Well, not according to Paul, and I think I'll read some of the writing I have here, from my book, that I basically explain some of the key facts of what Paul presents to us, in terms of his major ideas that he presents. And I because it is a very succinct kind of rendering of these ideas. Let me go ahead and try to open this up. Give me 1 second here.
And Chad says, as you're looking for that, the order of Melchizedek is very interesting. Would like to know more of this order. Seems to be somewhat hidden and not much knowledge available on it.
Yeah, order of Melchizedek. I mean, it is confusing. He just throws it out there. All of a sudden in the book of Hebrews, you haven't seen this guy since he talked to Abraham. And all of a sudden, here's the order of Melchizedek again. And he's given all of these distinctions between the esoteric and the exoteric. He says we give solid food to grown-ups, but we give milk to the babes, to the newborn babies. So he's saying, like, we were given two different orders of knowledge here. There's the order of Melchizedek, and then there's the what we present on the surface. It's kind of this
Beginning of the secret societies, maybe.
maybe maybe this was actually one of, because who wrote the book of Hebrews? Nobody actually knows who wrote the book of Hebrews. It's not attributed to Paul. It shows up after the epistles. So only 7 out of the 13 epistles can actually be traced back to Paul. Well, look at Romans. Look at what he says in Romans. Let me try to open this up for you guys and show you guys. This is part of Paul's major thesis. He says, 1, only those who are considered Jews are saved, and a Christian is now part of Israel. 2, Christians are in a separate class apart from Jews, and Jews need to understand that all those who claim they are of Israel are not of Israel and become Christian. 3, Jewish salvation also has now been made available to all those who are outside of Israel, and both Jews and Gentiles are able to be saved in a world salvation. 4, only a remnant of Israel will be saved, but not all of the Jews, and it is up to Christians to bring those who are left outside of the message of salvation into the new covenant. So so it's interesting because Paul considers himself a Jew. He says he's circumcised on the 8th day, part of the tribe of Benjamin, a Pharisee, and also he is considers himself a kinsman of Herod, of King Herod. And he knows Caiaphas, so he knows the Sadducees. A Sadducee named Caiaphas, which is the leader of the temple, apparently employed Paul to go and hunt down Christians during the fledgling Christian movement. And Paul then converted himself to Christianity, and that is the long and short of the story, but what Paul says in Romans, right? He says that one could be a Jew in the flesh and a Jew in the spirit. So what does it mean to be a Jew, a quote unquote spiritual Jew? Okay, I call
Maybe
it
one that
spiritual
doesn't
Jew.
chop, maybe one that doesn't chop off the foreskin.
You got to keep the tip. It's the forward. But yeah, I think he got that on the wrong track with that. But yeah, it was just focused because he's not actually talking about a physical circumcision. He's talking about the circumcision of the heart. So he's putting it in this spiritual sense. Anyways, I'm going to play this song here and take a little break here, and then I'm going to continue reading for you guys. Several sources here. Red. But yeah, bless you guys, man. You know, for being here. Let me see if this is going to work here. Because I am talking. Sometimes there's an audio malfunction here, I've been noticing. So you guys can hear it too, you know what I mean? Let's see. All right, we got this. Anyways, thank you for joining us here. We're going to talk for another hour, and then we're going to open my panel up here. All right, for you guys. And have some conversations with you guys finally about the different presentations I've given so far. But maybe you guys just want to talk about anything you want. Right? But yeah, bless you guys for being here. All right.
Crown sound, pound your nugget, fucking dangerous. Slang is just felonious, harmonious, murderous, coincidence, incidents, fluctuate the evidence. Synthesis with drug princes, injure any citizens, potential witnesses. Pressured by the Smith & Wesson, learn your lesson. Keep attacking, guessing on the crime. On the sidewalk, smoking lot while you high talk. My base supplies, bought the store like a skyhawk. Allies of the exalted while I set it on competitors who try as my rivals. Versatile, wild style, avoid incarceration with concentration. The Cuba, Colombian, Jamaican cavalry, robbery, lottery, coke, avalanche, street, hand in hand, blast like Atari, Costa Rosa, Testarossa, Ferrari, Safari, Saratoga, swing, Nazi, narcotic slave, raising the ring of madness. We beat defeat for the status. Life ain't the same in this world today. Things done got so bad, I wanna scream. Niggas, bitches, and all of these snakes trying to get through the world when you just try to hate. Drugs, sex, glamour, the hammer of God dissolves in your evil abyss. Kiss of the czar, the odd bizarre, far beyond still appeals with the quickness. Bitches witness, open dawn and stitches, niches, smoking cones and bitches, plotting attacks of fat stacks. My back contract, got a mat finish to diminish various scrimmages or images. Entering my poisonous jungle where mad fake niggas fumble. I'm simmering flesh to the bone. Next up, blown off the body. Shoddy style and hotties got me highly bound. I wonder wow, lifestyle, child's the foul. Bow from piss down, plastic cow turns all my scripts foul. No matter how much I clutch my holy Bible, my rivals see my survival was vital when try to throw me vitals. They show me idols, my cycles in the blood of my enemy. Battle within my symmetries of 1 to infinity. Projects, I house the mind of it gone like Barnabas. Dark shadows are hot, ill lost by the dominance. Momentum worry, armies the marbre, dimes the parlay until your life turns to law. Life ain't the same in the world today. Things done got so bad, I wanna spray. Niggas, bitches, and all of these snakes trying to get third world when you just try to stay. Life ain't the same in the world today. Things done got so bad, I wanna spray. Niggas, bitches, and all of these snakes trying to get third world when you just try to stay.
The trial barrels coming through, done it crews like you. The spiritual comfort, the lyrical gun who blast, ionize rhymes. Energize, polarize, you're mentally magnetized from the solar high and the controller flies. On emerald wings, kings sing new songs, true strong sling, jewels and things like polar caps and pinky rings. My solar rap is worth carats, dollars, millions of dollars, millions of scholars couldn't hold my mathematics and science. So lock No lab rats, I gab facts and call static. My defiant shock the mainstream, the pain beat. Death race, Dr. Bombay couldn't take judge the data. Way the jig is set up, enemies get wet up, big time. I dig your pitch, hit list, stand in line. The grand imperial divine, so bright your mind is blind. Find the next job, before I rock, like the Costa Nostra, mob thiefing. In the moonlight, taking the corn off the car, making what I write, ignite the God, in the original man, master plan, scarred in the digital land, subliminal, criminal, ran with the cosmic energy, dodge trick when I'm on, using logic, using demonics with sonics, chosen phonics to astonish when I demolish split shine your forehead, then use my sword to polish that dome in half, wig splitting head, 8, bloodbath, aftermath subtracted, protracting your degrees, freezing, MCs 180 below, my dude, 720, double edge, physical, spiritual writer, killing vipers, like a sniper, specialized in disguise, camouflage fatigue, yo, you better get wise, check it out, check it out, no doubt.
Life ain't the same in the world today, things done got so bad, I wanna spray, niggas, bitches, and all of these things, trying to hit third world when you just try to stay, life ain't the same in the world today, things done got so bad, I wanna spray, niggas, bitches, and all of these things, trying to hit third world when you just try to stay, life ain't the same in the world today, things done got so bad, I wanna spray, niggas, bitches, and all of these things, trying to hit third world when you just try to stay.
A lot of projection going on in the chatterbox arena. The peanut gallery got no originals. Stay steaming and blowing that verbal queefer. Verbally queef. Anyways, now we move on to Aristotle. There's lots of problems with Aristotle. Okay, there's no original minds, original thoughts in the mind of the toilet birth fella here. Okay, the cooperative causes that form the universe as devolution of the forms were rejected by Aristotle, right? He rejected the world of the forms, as I was mentioning at the beginning of my presentation, right? Who envisioned an inward potential, quote unquote, and an outward telos to the cause of nature, all right? Plato also expressed a belief that women and animals were fashioned from man. Aristotle would maintain a hierarchy of being in terms of humans, animals, and then plants, but also had a cosmology based on a prime mover. This was a godlike force which guided matter to its particular end by fashioning an already existing nature through the void of space. According to Plato, quote, all things which have lesser parts retain the greater, quote unquote, all right? And he says in Timaeus, but for Aristotle, each aspect of reality functioned in its own domain of understanding and potency. Aristotle compartmentalized knowledge and experience. Okay. Knowledge and experience. He turned the quest for knowledge into different subjects and began the rule by experts. He coined the term technology and was known as the father of quote unquote logic. In his quote unquote rhetoric, he calls for the rhetoric to be reintroduced as a counterpart to the dialectic. Aristotle argued that truth that can be proven true by necessity is different from truth that has to be subjected to the quote unquote rules of art, which is also technologization, right? Right. He calls it technicizing, essentially, right? Right. Okay, let me go ahead and we got a bunch of griping, complaining little children here. So we're going to go ahead and just, you had your chance to try and make a little sense. Little sense out here, man. Make a little sense, you stupid little bitch. I mean, but yeah, man, you want to pry into like try to start your little personal little drama and your little queefdom. Personal. You can't defend your views. You don't know the 10 commandments. You didn't read Acts, but you want to talk to Rocky about Acts. He's going to talk to you in your face, tell you that he'd rather talk to me. And you're a broken little bitch in my chat at the end of the fucking day. Have a good night, sir. Good day to you, sir. I'm reading original material that I wrote with my own 2 fucking hands. Try it someday, cocksucker. He formed a notion of double truth that was reverberated through Western learning. He found that truth had to correspond to the facts, which could only be derived through a method of art used to bring forth what is real in an idea through rigorous tests and analysis. Thus, experience needed a methodology supplied through reason. And a statement about what is real is not necessarily a statement about what is true. What is true, right? Hence, the truth of method is an objective truth that, so being detached from experience, can provide a true measure of phenomenon. He thus formed the correspondence theory of truth that was important for the development of logic. See, people would learn something if they stopped griping, okay, with their emotions, with their emotional hell about their psychiatry that they need, okay, and they attend to, all right? Go talk to your psychiatrist about your emotional needs, right? I'm defining correspondence theory here. He thus formed a correspondence theory of truth that was important for the development of logic, which argued the notions of truth be reduced to the scientific method, or quote unquote epistemologos, the crafting of symbols, or quote unquote technologos, was related to the art or method of speech. Hence, the blacksmith god that would bring about the true potential form within the crafting symbols that resonate through time, which he added to the Platonic notion. Plato's god was instead only concerned with the divine realm, and all the symbols that existed here were imitations of the divine nature, right? Was thus an imitation of an imitation. Everything in reality was mere imitation, but not for Aristotle, right? Who rejected the ascended realm, the transcendent realm, right? He insisted the divine existed in the potential of each thing, which was to complete itself through time and effort and contemplation on the divine aspect within. These views are important for Paul, who by all accounts most probably received a regular Hellenistic education, but even for Paul was not influenced. If Paul was not influenced by these views, they certainly had an influence on his key audience, which was composed of Gentiles and Greeks. Certainly, these views factor in heavily in those who were considered founders of the early church, such as Tertullian, Origen, Eusebius, and others. By compartmentalizing knowledge, Aristotle divorced knowledge from sacred truth. He separated physical truths from metaphysical truths and created the syllogism. The syllogism separated the existential from the predicative. This was the beginning of the subject and object distinction. Okay? That's the beginning of correspondence theory, right? Okay? Let's move on to the claims of Alfred North Whitehead, okay? Alfred North Whitehead, all right? Let's move on to the claims of Alfred North Whitehead. Yeah, Virgo Moon, you still here? I wonder if you fell asleep or what's going on. I got 14 minutes left on this laptop. Let's see. TBE wants attention. He thinks I'm his Muslim daddy. I don't got time to take care of you tonight, sir. And you're, you know? Britt, thank you for being here. Browns boy, thank you for being here. You tell me. Going hard in the chat. Thank you. Salty Siren. Thank you, my friend. Reddington. You got to keep the tip. You know what I'm saying? TB. Oh my God. This guy trying to talk to people in my chat. Dude, I love his glasses. Yes. Me and Tommy got these glasses. That's funny. All right. Toilet bowl squirt. You about to sleep? All right. Let me know when you go to sleep. I'll talk to you tomorrow because I'm gonna be doing this for a while, I guess. That's what I thought too. I was like, yeah, because yeah, I mean, yeah, I thought he was gonna be out of here in the chat, you know what I mean? So I thought he was gonna just watch the show. 10 more hours. Okay, good night. See you later. All right, let's see what happens. Gnostic Chef, what's going on, brother? All right, let's go to Whitehead. Alfred North Whitehead made the claim that all of Western philosophy was a footnote to Plato. We cannot help find this statement rather presumptuous, and we find it to be expressed with grave ineptitude of knowledge before Plato. The thoughts of Plato, right, have been bolstered because of their use in justifying church doctrine, while comparable views in Chinese, Indian, Persian, Arabian, and African heritage have been pushed aside. They seem foundational in defining the views that led to Plato. Also, great debt paid to pre-Socratic thinkers, right? The Milesian monists, like Thales and Anaximander. The Eleatic monists, right? Parmenides and Zeno. Give me a second. Let me go plug my laptop in here. Okay. Give me 1 second here. All right. Perhaps a question can be posed why such views of Plato and Aristotle led to a period of decadence through Hellenization and eventual decline. Okay. Okay, let's go to this. All right. There's also a fact that these views do not reflect Western learning in the least bit. What can perhaps be said is that the rejection of transcendental knowledge for the experience of purposeful observation and the shift from cosmology and metaphysics to the brute facts of scientific inquiry were most importantly reflected in the teachings of Aristotle. In his quote, Science and the Modern World, Whitehead extolled the virtues of Aristotle and dubbed him, quote unquote, the greatest metaphysician. Martha Nussbaum has pointed out that Aristotle never meant to classify metaphysics as a subject apart from physics, but only invented the term to connote his writing that came after the book called, quote unquote, Physics, as we pointed out. Whitehead makes the determined claim about the so-called, quote-unquote, dispassionate stance of Aristotle, though one cannot be readily assumed. Aristotle openly attacked his predecessors in order to advance his own opinions. One cannot seriously make a claim about Aristotle's psychological disposition. Finally, Whitehead calls Aristotle a, quote-unquote, European metaphysician. This illuminates the fact that in the early 1900s, even the most educated of British scholars wrongfully equated ancient Athens with modern Europe, possibly due to the view that Mediterraneans and Europeans share a similar cultural heritage. But nothing can be farther from the truth, as found in the words of Aristotle himself, who readily dismissed Europeans as stupid barbarians, fit for slavery in Greece in his book 7 of his Politics. And we mentioned earlier, Aristotle was clearly not a European, quote unquote. Whitehead made such a claim for the shallow fact that Aristotle may have been perceived as white by the British, right? Aristotle was not exactly a patron of Greece either. While Plato ventured far to bring foreign concepts to the aid of the Greek people, Aristotle betrayed the Greeks and went to work for its conquerors. Moneylenders from the Middle East funded Macedonia under Philip II and Greece as well, mainly in order to destroy Persia. Aristotle was always allied with the victors. Like Plato, Aristotle believed in eugenics. He recommended the promotion of pederasty. Politics 2, 1272a, 22 through 24 lines. As a measure to reduce the population, this practice was seen as immoral by Plato in his quote-unquote laws. Both had a pretense that human reason could encompass the knowledge of all things. In a way, they reflected the sentiment that of Protagonist, that quote-unquote man is the measure of all things. While rejecting personal truth, what followed the schools of Plato and Aristotle were various factions and divisions that were collectively referred to as Hellenization. This included various thought schisms like the Cynics, Ascetics, Epicurean hedonists, Stoic fatalists, and the return of the Sophists. Neoplatonism grew out of this web of chaos and Hellenization following the period of Aristotle. A few centuries later, the main center of Hellenization were places like Alexandria, right? That's one of the first places where Christianity was first formed, right? Okay, now we move to the thoughts of Nietzsche, right? Nietzsche was a student of Greek and Roman culture, right? Okay. A student of Greek and Roman culture, right? A student of Greek and Roman culture, but to him, nothing was more stultifying and stupefyingly monumental as the collapse of Rome itself. The collapse of Rome itself. Okay. He studied the Roman Republic and was a philologist that is known by some to be the pinnacle of Western ideas. He described the takeover of Rome by Christians to be a rise of anarchism and hatred for the world, which replaced the Epicurean and the aristocratic, life-affirming virtues of Roman civilization, whose cultural achievements were transformed into a debased and slave morality. He blamed Paul, the quote-unquote Chandala of Rome, as the hidden influencer with a sectarian movement that quote-unquote stood apart from Judaism. Okay, these are quotes from Antichrist 58, 59, and 60, right? Sections, right? The work Antichrist by Friedrich Nietzsche, right? He describes the subterranean quote-unquote unio mystica of drinking blood to be a vampirism, which drew on the pansyncretist fervor of cults of the Great Mother in Mary, the dying and rising god of Osiris, and the Persian Mithra, to have been melded into Jewish concepts. Christianity, after all, taught that, quote-unquote, salvation is of the Jews. The Christians were most extreme in their denial of the world, he claims. Quote, everything wretched and intrinsically ailing and invaded by bad feelings. The whole ghetto of the world was at once on top. One needs only but to read any of the oh shit. Hold on, guys. Sorry about that. Lost my place there. Fucking dropped my book there. But yeah, one needs only to read any of the Christian agitators, for example, St. Augustine, in order to smell what filthy fellows came to the top, unquote. He writes, Nietzsche apparently could not come to appreciate the attacks of St. Augustine against Rome or his promulgation of man as a sinful being. Nietzsche felt that false humility was itself a sort of pridefulness, but it was only built on a kind of spiteful resentment. He felt that man's conscience was forever plagued by the quote-unquote impartial spectator that cleverly undermined his own potential by bringing down others. He complained that man is the beast with red cheeks. He put these things in the mouth of the prophet of the Zoroastrian religion in his poem, quote-unquote, Thus Spoke Zarathustra. He was apparently convinced that Christianity had deranged the simple virtues found in older religions, which promised the mentality of the warrior saint. He thought that before the subtle and revolutionary and metaphysical deranged views of Paul, Christ must have been a figure comparable to the warrior saints of old, or at least the warlike prophets of the Old Testament. He felt that the Old Testament God was much more accurate representation of an all-powerful being. Nietzsche was not a fan of Plato either. He said that Christianity was Platonism for the people. Certainly, okay, I'm going to skip here. Certainly, some of the early church fathers even made comparable statements in saying that pagan philosophy was so-called preparation for the world for Christian teaching. Nietzsche even despised the so-called German culture, which he said was used as a quote-unquote Swiss guard of the church. He felt that Rome was not wiped out by Teutons, but enveloped and emaciated slowly by the doctrine of the church devised by Paul. He preferred Roman and Greek culture to modern European culture, and the culture of Islamic civilization as even more palatable, than the rule of the Greeks and Romans. He wrote, quote, if Islam despises Christianity, it has a thousandfold right to do so. Islam at least assumes men, unquote. Antichrist 59. In a following passage, he states, quote, Christianity destroyed for us the whole harvest of ancient civilization, and later it also destroyed for us the whole harvest of Mohammedan civilization. The wonderful culture of the Moors, which was fundamentally nearer to us and appealed more to our senses and taste than that of Rome and Greece, unquote. Many may be shocked by these statements. This was a well-known and erudite master of Western learning who had seen through the scamming of Europeans and Jews and wanted to return to his Polish and Slavic heritage. He saw the slave morality that grew out of Paul's teaching, and the subversive dredging up of the herd mentality and moral psychology, which was more detrimental to man of high stature and stood apart from the commoner. He felt that the subterranean lust for the power had crystallized in the thirst for a new order or new world of collective salvation, which idealized faith in the future through the myth of progress. Nietzsche saw the hollow and grandiloquent dreams of progress to be refuted by the fact that the cultural achievements of Greece and Rome were hardly matched in his own lifetime, especially in terms of social organization or the level of expertise and talent. He saw men of that time to be superior to the modern European. The warrior's mentality had sunken down the ghost ship of history, and only a pale schematic of the quote-unquote everyman of 19th century Europe was left to propagate the world. He felt the West had opposed the spread of Islam to his detriment. He writes, quote, because it had to thank noble and manly instincts for its origin, because it said yes to life, even to the refined and luxuriousness of Moorish life. The Crusaders later made war on something before which it would have been more fitting for them to have groveled in the dust, a civilization to which even that of our 19th century seems very poor and senile, unquote. He added that the Crusaders must be seen without the eyes of prejudice as a band of looters that despise the wealth of the Arabs. He admonishes his own German people, praises the Romans, and even above Rome, praises the culture of the Moors. He noticed that, quote, Christianity and alcohol, the two great means of corruption, unquote, had laid scourge to the great men of Europe. He states, quote, intrinsically, there should be no more choice between Islam and Christianity than there is between an Arab and a Jew. The decision is already reached. Nobody remains at liberty to choose here. Either a man is a Chandala or he is not. War to the knife with Rome, peace and friendship with Islam, unquote. This scathing retort is at least a honest reflection. Okay, neoconservatives that define Nietzsche's views, right, should maybe read these few passages here from the Antichrist, right? Sections 58 through 60, which I just read, right? Anyways, okay, he blames Christianity for the fall of the Roman Empire, all right? Okay. Okay, and then there's sources from Aquinas. You know, I have lots of sources in my book from Aquinas and Maimonides. Okay, their views of God, because they were doing battles against Aristotelianism. They incorporated views of Islamic science into their analysis, right? And this battle against Aristotelianism in the 11th through 14th century is kind of what invented the rise of the modern debate, right? In the 15th through 16th century, right? Okay, with the rise of the Protestant Reformation and all of the religious cults, right? And then you have the rise of both the Kabbalah, the Lurianic Kabbalah, okay, the rise of the Messianic Jews, right, like Shabbatai Zevi, right, in the 16th and 17th century, Jacob Frank and Shabbatai Zevi, and all these Messianic Jewish sects, right? Okay, but they have a connection to the cults of Europe, right? And the readmission of Jews back into the European society in the 16th century with Cromwell, right? This caused a new formulation of knowledge. Why? Because they were bringing in all sorts of multicultural influences. They were exiled in Europe for centuries, right? So they had to maintain their own books and theories and knowledge and, you know what I mean? Culture apart from European society, right? Okay? So the thoughts of Maimonides and Aquinas, you know what I mean? Now, what happens in the 16th century? Let me read some of this, all right? Okay. Much is written about the subject of Cartesian philosophy. For our inquiry, it is important to note that Descartes, Rene Descartes, right, gave a thought experiment where he pretended that reality could be programmed deception of an evil demon. This was the characteristic view of the Gnostics. His view of radical skepticism and divine inwardness was based on Avicennian dualism. He posited the phrase, quote, I think, therefore I am, unquote, paralleling Avicenna's hanging man. He put thought and matter into two separate categories. He forced the laws of reason and nature from that of ordinary experience. Descartes believed that animals had no intelligence and performed crude experiments on live specimens. And Henry Gaston Gouhier, that's Gouhier. I have no idea how to pronounce that. Quote unquote, the first thoughts of Descartes, unquote. It talks about the Descartes' connections with the members of the Rosicrucian Brotherhood. Dr. Nicolas Wassenaar, in his historic Virhal, claims that Descartes was a Rosicrucian. His son, Jacob Wassenaar, that's Wassenaar, was known as a member of the underground sect which was said to guard alchemical secrets. French historian Charles Adams seemed to believe that Descartes was a Rosicrucian for his association with the names like Cornelius van Hugenland, who published works on alchemy, Isaac Beekman, and Johann Faulhaber, who had similar connections. He was also made contact with the famous Rosicrucian John Baptista van Helmont. Helmont's connected to all these guys. You know, you look up John Baptista van Helmont, right? He tried to reconcile mystical and naturalistic views, right? The philosopher Leibniz was a friend of Rosicrucian Franciscus Mercurius van Helmont, the son of John Baptista. John Amos Comenius, a Czech theologian and mystic, was a well-known friend of Descartes and a member of the Hartlib Circle that later formed the British Royal Society. Descartes' Rosicrucian Association is also mentioned in a book by Haldane entitled, quote-unquote, Life and Times of Descartes, and a book by Baillet, Baillet, which is an early biography. Queen Christina of Sweden, who was Descartes' benefactor, was a supporter of the false Jewish Messiah, Sabbatai Zevi, and danced in the streets of Amsterdam in support. The memoirs of Pierre Daniel Hewitt suggest similar connections. There's also a strange claim found there about Descartes faking his own death to continue the study of religious mysteries. One of the greatest philosophers to ever live, by several accounts, was Benedict Spinoza, born in 1632, right? 1632, born to Portuguese Jewish parents, he took on a pantheistic framework which rejected Cartesian philosophy. He made the claim that mind and body were not separate, but were coextensive with different modes of expression. He employed a modal ontology similar to Avicenna. Spinoza's philosophy was based on Euclidean geometry. Spinoza viewed nature as the clearest expression of God. The concept of the universal mind or Godhead was already contained within Jewish mysticism. The phrase, quote unquote, Espinoza, meaning, quote unquote, a rose with sharp thorns, is used to explain away his use of a Rosicrucian seal, which was similar to the one used by Martin Luther. It was also noted that in the Ethics of Spinoza, there's lines similar to Hermetic teaching. Spinoza aligned the scientific and rational with the mystical and pantheistic, the belief in God as an impersonal essence, whose quote unquote essence involves existence, was a term used by Descartes and Leibniz and Spinoza. The concept of universal mind and God as a necessary being whose quote-unquote essence involves existence was the language of Islamic apostates like Avicenna. Descartes writes in his third meditation, quote, if it had got its existence from itself, it is evident from that which has been said that it is itself God, because having the power of existing in and of itself, it unquestionably also has the power of actually possessing all of the perfections of which it has in itself an idea, unquote. In Proposition 11 of his Ethics, Spinoza makes the claim that God's essence involves existence. Essence involves existence. Leibniz repeats the notion in section 44 of his Monadology. These were not new concepts, but were clearly derived from the views of Jewish and Islamic apostasy, which had found home in the Western occult and pagan philosophy and neo-pagan philosophy. These were not the champions of secularism smashing the idols of religion, but were manufacturers of idols themselves, using the religious subversion as a standard, right? Okay. Okay, John D is, okay, his symbol, okay, is mentioned in Spinoza's Theological and Political Treatise, right? Okay, his work placed him at odds in the Jewish community in Amsterdam, right? He got exiled from the Jewish community in Amsterdam, right? Okay, they got lots of connections. They got connections to Isaac Beekman, Van Helmont, other occultists, right? Anyways, let's move on to some other sources here. And I'll be opening up the panel soon, right? Okay. I'll skip over Rousseau. I cover Rousseau, his critique of Christianity, okay, and his critique of the separation of church and state, and his notion of collective will and his social contract, right, that got him thrown out of the exiled from Geneva, the Republic of Geneva, right? So I talk about his views, okay, and he opts for a theopolitical state, right? Not a separation of church and state. I talk a lot about the separation of church and state, okay? And the theories of that, of techno-liberalism, that founded techno-liberalism, right? Let me read this here, and I'll show you guys this, okay? After Aristotle, the Hellenized world accepted an Epicurean ethos instead of a Stoic one, and this can be seen directly caused by the lack of authority in Christian traditions in securing a serious project for ethics, right? And I'll be opening up the panel soon, right? However, the views of St. Francis were pushed aside for the harsh analytics of St. Thomas Aquinas that are an outright rejection of a more life-affirming teaching as shared by Jesus himself. Of course, the views of justice and goodness that were exchanged for one of reason and faith could not be institutionalized in his work, quote unquote, the participatory mind. Skolomowski more or less agrees with Kierkegaard that, quote, we are told that whatever our subjective makeup, truth is a different category. Truth is supposed to be sacrosanct and immune from our existential individual, quote unquote. Instead, Skolomowski sought to establish personal truths. He blames the popularly espoused correspondence theory of truth, which completed the siphoning out of the individual from the range of truth. Truth was reduced to the correspondence between reality and its descriptions. Okay, he says, quote, both descriptions and reality are doomed to be transsubjective, unquote. Hence, the universal mind is assumed. Skolimowski asks whether this instantiation of the universal mind, which is supposedly embodied in each of us to the same degree, allows us to operate as so-called quote-unquote universal beings. If truth cannot be individuated, how can reality out there be knowable or accessible or adequately described for that matter? Does furthermore our mind not change historically or individually? Skolimowski writes, quote, it cannot be legitimately claimed that we all live in the same universal mind, unquote. He goes on to say, quote, it is naive to assume now, after the revelations of quantum mechanics, that reality is independent of the nature of mind. Further still, it is a gross oversimplification to assume that the mind has not changed evolutionarily, historically, culturally. In consequence, as the knowing mind has changed, so our descriptions of reality have changed. So has our truth changed, unquote. This replaces the tautological, circular, and unchanging universal truth for a personal truth, which has not only continuity, but also ebbs and flows. Truth naturally arises in us as personal revelation. This has little to do with the universal stimulus. I'm sorry, with external stimuli, sorry, and detached reflection. Truth fills the bearer of truth with a joy and confidence. He certainly identifies the viewpoints that tend to hold us back. He points out the legacy of Platonic metaphysics, reinforced and legitimized by the metaphysics of Thomas Aquinas. As the background of Western thought, the world is now read to us by Plato, Aristotle, Aquinas, Descartes, and Newton. Out of these thinkers, the views of Plato are perhaps the most benign, but also the furthest removed from us. While Plato separated form from matter, Aristotle created the view of perfectibility and teleology. Aquinas separated faith from reason. Descartes separated mind from matter. And Newton and Galileo made nature, with a capital N, into a secondary category based on observable mechanisms. The belief that man was separate from the world still has consequences from the way we view the world. Newton's portrayal of mechanized universe of dead matter full of fixed and unchanging laws stultified our view of a living and changing world. Skolimowski writes, quote, from Aristotle on, we have inherited the correspondence theory of truth from the classical theory of truth, which claims that truth is in correspondence between reality and its faithful descriptions, unquote. But this view, quote, presupposes the existence of an objective, unchanging reality out there, unquote. We should question these assumptions. Only the truth can sober us. The truth will set us free. Yet the truth is nuanced, and the universe has a way of course correcting. Truth has to be adopted tentatively because we can no longer wait for all the information to come in. We must act on what we know. Okay, truth must be a living truth and a quote unquote happening. We can no longer believe with Wittgenstein that the limits of our language are the limits of our world. This view also presupposes that language we have can accurately judge our circumstances. We must remember that the word is not the thing. However, each one possesses a unique understanding, and what we experience is simply beyond description. Reality is not transparent. If there is no consciousness, there is no truth, as Skolimowski said, quote, for our truths are only the distilled fragments of our own unfolding knowledge, unquote. Our truth cannot simply dwell up above, inert, but it must come down to earth and participate. The church saw a fixed and unchanging universal law of God, and this has continued in the scientific laws of nature's laws, right? Universal laws, this view of mechanistic understanding of the world, devoid of spirit. Anyways, let me go on a little bit, and I'm going to open up the panel here, right? Okay. Okay. Okay, let me go on here. And actually, I kind of covered what I kind of wanted to about the philosophical, map. I kind of skipped over Rousseau, some of the modern philosophers, right? But I covered some of that in some of my other lectures too, So yeah, thank you guys. Bless you guys, you know what I mean? For being out here. Yeah, truth is these mofos trying to smoke us all. That's right. Yep. Yeah, he actually created those subjects. That's a problem. I mean, the compartmentalization of knowledge, as I was talking about, right? Over specialization, right? Right. Real knowledge is interdisciplinary. It has to be, right? Truth cannot be separated from truth, as they say. Techno Vikings. Yeah, that's right. Techno Vikings, exactly, are better than techno liberals. That's right. What up, techno liberals? Funny. Yeah, techno liberals, techno Buddhists. There's also the techno Buddhists. You open it up with the techno Buddhism. You know what I mean? Greetings, friend. Jimbo Khan. What's up? Jason Skull. Uh-oh. Funny. Yeah, boo. Yeah, who are you booing, Tarek? Aristotle? Illumitami. Time streamed is easy. We cranking out backgrounds. Yeah. GNG. Haters gonna hate. That's right. Yeah, we already had our little hate parade in here. We doing good out here. Anyways, let's get up in this song here. I'm gonna play a song here. Actually, I'll just play my interview now. More of that. Show you guys what's going on. And then I'll open up this panel too. See who wants to come and talk to the boy. I opened up a panel this morning. I'll show you guys some of what we talked about this morning, That's why TBE was a little shook, because he saw us. He saw me recording this morning, watching his little show. Right? Oh well. The long and short of it, it's kind of what Paul says in a key line in Romans. He says, "Those who follow the Torah without knowing of the Torah are a law unto themselves." So this he calls circumcision of the heart. So it's not exact. So see, he wouldn't brag about being circumcised if it didn't matter, right? Because Paul continually says that salvation is of the Jews, right? He says the salvation is made for first the Jew and then the Gentile, right? He says this continually throughout Romans, and finally in Romans 11:25. If you look it up, he says that, the fullness of Gentiles has to be brought into the fold. Into the fold of what? The already pre-existing fold of Jewish salvation. So that's what he's talking about, right? Right. So he's saying now there's two roads to salvation, one for Jews and one for Gentiles, meaning that salvation, the message of salvation, has now been made universal. and this idea of universal law that supersedes, you know, um, the Jewish law, which is the order of Melchizedek superseding the order of the Levites, which is the Levitical law, right? Which Paul says in Romans that the law was given on behalf of transgressions, right? Jews have to follow the law. Why? Because they fucked up, right? But Christians or Gentiles, they don't really have to follow the law, right? But they still hold to the commandments through righteousness. That means that they don't have to know the law. So it's almost like a trick. He's saying like, you do, but you don't. Or the other way is that there's two roads of salvation. All of those options I just mentioned, you know, um, you know, could be viable. In terms of you know, um, Gentiles attaining to Jewish salvation. You know, which I think he says.
Here is SH's question, says, what is the purpose of a physical sign of faith, a covenant with God, if it's in a hidden area like circumcision? And why would that be so prevalent to meaning that you are a Jew or connected to God to cut off the end of your penis? Like, it just seems to be quite sadistic and not anything that would be in a requirement of a moral, just, and loving God. Especially if you were
Well,
created in God's image. If you're created in God's image, wouldn't you just not have a foreskin if you weren't supposed to have one? Like, did God fuck up and just, or it just seems to me bizarre, because I think that's quite barbaric, and I think that that's something that shouldn't be done to anyone, let alone children.
well, I think the Apostle Paul had a similar idea, not in terms of that it shouldn't be done to children, but that he didn't go so far as to say that, but he did say that you know that Gentiles who convert, meaning old, men who are already in their adult age, obviously it's going to be a bloody and butchery scene if they're all lining up to be circumcised at this point. Hundreds of converts. I mean, could you imagine? You know, you know, just the horror of that. Especially without the modern medical instruments and the modern painkillers and the stuff that they would have today. I mean, it would be kind of unsuitable for them to do it. But back in the day, to distinguish themselves from the slaves or the barbarians, it was just a custom. It was not only a custom among Jews, it was a custom among many ancient societies, because they wanted to distinguish themselves from those slave populations, and those foreign populations. So, many ancient societies undertook this practice. It was by no means I guess specific to Jewish people or anything like that. But yeah, many ancient tribes. Well, they also had many different sexual rights. I mean, if you look at ancient cultures, they had interesting sexual rights, and customs. Including sacrificing of virgins. They had many different sort of arcane, and backwards ideals, that are still being practiced today. I mean, if you look at China and India, there's a high rate of female infanticide, and
What's that?
these are from ancient. It's where you terminate female births.
Oh,
It's
so like a forced abortion? I know that
yeah.
China had that whole thing that you're only allowed to have 1.5 kids, and if, like, they were trying to do population control, so is this if a female was born that they would terminate it before it came to fruition? Is that what this, infanticide is?
Yeah, you know, so this is kind of a custom, you know, that's seen in ancient societies, you know, along with this, you know, many other strange customs. So, you know, I think they're just adopting the cultural mainframe of the times, but I think it was a practice of warrior kind of groups, you know, that would go and conquer other people, you know, to distinguish themselves from the foreigners. But you know, I mean, I don't see anything specifically, you know, Jewish about it, other than, you know, you know, obviously it's still practiced today. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, the idea of Paul is a little different because he's talking about the circumcision of the heart, as he calls it. So he is talking about, you know, as you said, you know, you said that we're made in God's image. Well, it's very interesting that you said that because Paul does not think that God is, you know, you know, especially, you know, God the Father is material. You know, he said that people who pray to God the Father are praying to the invisible image of God. You know, whereas Jesus is the image of the Creator God, right? So he also mentions certain concepts in Colossians, such as the fullness of God. He mentions also in 1 Corinthians 15, you know, God being all in all, being surrendered up to, you know, Jesus returning to the essence, I guess, and becoming all in all with God and becoming part of the fullness of God. So he has this concept of a Godhead, you know, in which there's a immaterial essence of God and also a material image, you know, mm, you know, of God. So, you know, Jesus, you know, for example, is basically the physical representation of God. You know, God is unseen and immaterial, both things. For Paul, it seems like. So, you know, it wouldn't be that God had a, you know, a PP, you know what I mean, essentially, or you know what I mean, or that God would have to circumcise himself, you know, essentially, um, you know, you know, that's not a, because God isn't just human, and that is part of Saint Eusebius's main idea that I talk about in my book. You know, I think it's such a interesting concept. He said, quote, God had become human so that humankind may become divine. You know, that's a quote by Saint Eusebius. You know, in order for man to become like God, God had to first become like man, right? And that thesis lines up one in one with the with secular idealism, right? Why? Because in secular idealism, man is the measure of all things, right? And in transhumanism, there's a spiritual hierarchy of man, right? This is what evolution relies on, right? It relies on a spiritual hierarchy, right? A hierarchy of being, right? An alpha and omega, right? This teleological web of experience, you know, that leads to these progressive cycles. And that is basically where, you know, you get these two ideas, you know. One is Plato's idea of being, you know, which is the sort of you know, existence itself, you know, which is you know, the essence of the divine. And then you have the other side, which is God coming into history, which is the temporal aspect of reality, which is brought through the teleological, or you know, telos in nature. You know, that there comes the idea of the alpha and the omega, and the ideal of the great attractor, you know, bringing back the eschaton, you know, being I mean, pulling man, you know, into the few I'm into the future through the past. You know, the light of the future casts the shadows of tomorrow. It's this temporal dualism, you know, between the age of today and the age that is to come. You know, the coming of the age of the kingdom of God. You know, so that is essentially the, you know, the other side of the equation. But anyways, you know,
Here is a question here. Well, it's Steve from our Rumble channel says in Jeremiah 4:4, remove the foreskins of your heart. Did they say,
they're stuck on the floor.
did this, like, I'm still trying to wonder how
Yeah,
this barbaric sacrifice, did they
if nobody
somehow
hops on the panel, we'll just go hopping on different people's panels and see what it do to get it popping out here. You know what I mean? So yeah, you guys are welcome to hop on the panel, but if nobody comes up here, I'm just gonna go hop on the other panels here that are on the available on the interwebs, you know. Let's see what we got here. Let's see who's out here. Simon Hectic, we might go talk to him. You know, talk to some Christians. We could talk to some Christians. Let's see if we could call into one of these shows. Okay. I'll figure something out for you guys. All right. Oh, we'll watch a debate. You know what I mean? I'm actually not that high. You know what I mean? But yeah, you know what I mean? I wish I was a little more high. But yeah, you know what I mean? The interview yesterday, I provided some of the key sources for my interview. Right. So I'm happy that you guys came out here. You know what I mean? Okay, here's our friend. He's read the book before. Right? What's going on, Red?
What's up?
What's up, dude? Yeah, so you read, you know, Christ Protagonist. Yeah, what'd you think? You know what I mean? I mean, you know, a lot of it's, I mean, some of it's confusing, but I tried to keep a consistent theme throughout the book. You know what I mean? But yeah, you know, I think I'll have to write a second version. You know what I mean?
Oh, you can always do a second edition, yeah.
Yeah, second edition is what it's gonna have to be. Yeah.
As far as it goes, it's pretty wide in scope. I mean, like you said at the beginning, you could just read it in different sections, so that way it's not too overwhelming for people, I guess.
Yeah, I think my goal next time is to just write a shorter thing, like something that could be explained in shorter steps. You know what I mean, right? Or I might write like a mini companion to the book that's like maybe like more succinct and like the main points. You know? But yeah, I think Dr. Scribina did a really good job in his book. It was just like 100 pages, and he explained a lot of shit just in 100 pages. It was pretty impressive. But yeah, his ability to boil shit down is far greater than what I could imagine. Like, you know what I mean? I just open shit up to more weird shit. I just keep adding shit. Like every time I do one of these presentations here, I want to do 2 more presentations about what I just talked about. All right. It's some weird shit. What's up, Cecil?
Yo. So all kinds of ancient people did the circumcisions, but the little small hat guys are the most famous for it because, well, I don't even want to talk about it because it's so fucking gross. You know what I mean, right?
Yeah, we kind of covered. Yeah, we covered some of the Talmud stuff, and
Anyway,
yeah, it was pretty shocking. I think you were there that day when I watched the video with everyone. But yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It's one of those things. When I read it out and read about it, I was like, "Who the fuck thinks like that?" And go and reads it and is like, "Yeah, that's what I'm supposed to do."
Yeah.
Yo, dude.
But yet these same group of people, not all of them, but there are members of the same group of people, they'll be like, I don't understand why people don't like us. You know, I mean, it's like, okay, you know, other people used to do messed up things too. But I mean, they're definitely up there on the messed upness, in my opinion, as far as for that practice right there. Like, damn, dude.
Dude, I can't even imagine that happening today. Like someone's like, yep, Saturday going down to, you know, where we gather, and Pastor Cold Hands is doing a session, and
So I guess there's actually like, if you search YouTube, you'll find videos on this topic, right? And so at one point there was this one video because this one baby actually died because the guy.
Oh, yeah. I think I know what you're talking about. The herpes baby. Yeah, man.
Yeah. I didn't want to get that specific, but
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, it is what it is. I mean, this is just I mean, it's disgusting type of shit. But yeah, man, I mean, what are you doing being a person of piety? I mean, it's just crazy. I mean, how can you let somebody like that in your community? You got to vet people in your community. I mean,
Right.
it's just like, you know, it is what it is. You know, so it's like, you know, it's like you have a community like that where you have a leader like that. I mean, it's just it's fucking deranged. So the thing is like, you know, there has to be vetting for the community. I mean, the community leaders got to be a representative of the whole fucking community. You know, so I mean, you know, you got to pick some exemplary people to fill that role. I mean, it just is what.
That's kind of the thing, is like there was this rabbi that was
Look
there.
at look at the characters in the Bible. I mean, some of them did some crazy noble things. I mean, it's just, and you can tell that some of them are rewritten as kind of in a weird role to try to save the legacy of like the Jews. So like,
Right.
oh yeah. So and so was a fucked up person, so we could be fucked up too. It's like they wrote all these mistakes in there for these motherfuckers to save them from the shit that they're doing. You know what I mean? They'll put it in the mouth of so and so. So I mean, it's obvious. I mean, you just look at the different manuscripts of the Bible. Motherfuckers wrote into that book with their own hands. Let's not play games here. They wrote into the Bible with their own hands. Okay, either that or, you know, they took shit out of the Bible. You know, there's either two options. There's either
or
two
like,
fucking
what about if the Talmud was written and like that was a book that initially was titled "What Not to Do"?
Like the Bible came with another book where it was just like, oh yeah,
like, hey, we're categorizing everything, the thing to do and not to do, and that this is the restricted section of the Harry Potter Hogwarts and shit.
And they just read it wrong. They're like, this one's Slytherin. Okay, we got Gryffindor right here, and motherfuckers just went full Slytherin. Yeah,
What was
yeah,
that
makes sense.
debate between
Invisibility cloak?
EMJ and that dude Bjorkness that Adam Green was moderating. Remember that? And one of Bjorkness's rebuttals was he was like, no. I think the Torah and the Talmud and this other book, they were all originally in the same. That was all the same shit originally. They just separate the Torah now and say, no. This is what we've all followed.
I gotta check them on that because like it just seemed like, to me personally, like there's no real proof that the law of the Pharisees is the same shit as the Talmud. Why? Because the first time we actually get the Talmud shit is in the 5th and to 7th centuries. So it's like, you know, you can't prove that like the same shit that they're calling the Talmud was the law of the Pharisees, because it's clear that Jesus says, like, for example, like that the Pharisees made up laws, that they're all like fucking demonic and shit. Like he also talked about the Sadducees. So what group of Jews was Jesus really a part of? You know, it's really fucking confusing. You know, in the Gospels, you know, it's not really clear, but then all of a sudden, you know, when you read Paul, you know, you could be a Jew and be saved or be a Gentile and be saved. And he's talking about Gentiles being grafted in to the Jewish salvation. So there's a pre-exist. So he's not denying that the Jewish covenant that they had with God is still valid. He's just saying there's also a new covenant on top of it. So it's really fucking confusing, you know, what they're actually saying. Right? Right?
Yeah.
But if you get to the nitty gritty of like who's gonna be saved and all that type of shit, like it gets real heavy. Like I'm telling you, like they go to each other's throats. Like you look at two Protestant sects like having a debate on the same issue of the same verse, and like in Romans 9 or some shit like that. Like
Yep.
Like it'll never come to an end. Like it'll just be like
because it's one of the most abused passages in scriptures. Most
I just thought it was
misunderstood.
funny. Bjorkness was pulling no punches on EMJ. He was like, "Yeah, Talmud, Torah, whatever, dude. It's all the same shit."
Yeah, he was kind of heated.
You know. Yeah.
Yeah, the crazy part is when he called him an idiot. I think that was the wild part, where he's just like, he's like, I refuse to sit here and just talk to this idiot, and he just fucking. I thought that was hilarious.
With Bjorkness clearly is not. I mean, dude, cognitive dissonance is a common trait amongst hardcore Christians.
It's like a hell of a drug too.
Dude, because, and I think it's because so many Christians are indoctrinated young, like by their parents, and told like, no, this is what you are, or you can get the fuck out of my house. So that when later in life, when they meet people who want to challenge their viewpoints, they get really aggressive with them and like take it personally. Whereas most other people who are like philosophers of or scholars of philosophy or have read a lot of different Bibles, they don't react the same way for obvious reasons, you know.
They kind of do though. The scholars kind of do react in like a strong way. I'm not saying like in a babyish, it's my way or the high, but kind of sometimes, man. Like I see some of these like people what they talk about, and it's like they literally just ask each other like demeaning questions.
Well,
like they don't even like say like they don't get to like a consent, like any sort of an end, seemingly, from what I've seen.
Okay, sure, but that's more of like on a scholastic level. That's more like, hey, my education, my teacher is better than your education teacher or whatever type of thing. But specifically with a lot of hardcore Christians, I noticed that it's really bad. Like you cannot challenge their worldview or they're ready to freaking fight you.
Have you tried a Scientologist yet? I'm just thinking it might be harder.
Okay, so I know, the short answer is no, I haven't. I mean, I know about Scientology quite a bit, but
dude, they will, if you ask them, like, if you question them too much, they will get up and move out of the state.
I mean, what's it call it? What the hell was it? I can't remember. There was a large anonymous movement against Scientology for a long time. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Ah, man, like I heard about Anonymous. I think it's a thing that isn't. Yeah.
Project
Scientology. A lot of it sounds like firecrackers to me.
Project Chanology, I believe, is what it was called. Where Scientology got exposed as basically like a pyramid scheme cult, right? And that's why a lot of times you will see anonymous protests outside of whatever Scientologists call their building or whatever, their temple or whatever the fuck it is. And nah, I have a tendency to stay away from people with heavy cult-like behaviors, which isn't specific to any religion, by the way. That you have a fucking example in just about every religion the world over of somebody who wants to act like that.
We should make a checklist, like a box list. Like, you may be in a cult if, and then we just do like the top like 5 or 7. And if you select any of them, you're in a cult.
Hey,
Yeah, I'm gonna play.
Go ahead, Timo. Sorry.
Oh no, I'm just saying that I'm gonna play this banger from earlier today with Lanza on Talcott. Shit got wild.
Nothing happened at all, man. Nothing happened.
But you know
That
something
was
did
nothing,
happen, though.
dude.
Something did happen though.
If
No, it
Lane's is
didn't,
saying
man.
nothing happened, then something happened.
Nothing,
Yeah, exactly.
dude. I think I've done more than this. That's all I'm gonna say.
I mean, I just don't know what the big like. I just don't know why he was uncomfortable. But it just is. Maybe I
Okay.
could maybe I could coax him to come up here if I just play it. But yeah.
Yeah, let me know what you guys think too, because I'm open to being wrong for sure.
I think it was. I mean, I think you. I mean, I don't know what you did wrong. I mean, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
So you triggered Talcott?
Yeah, I guess.
No, all you
Like,
gotta do is just
I don't know
not.
how,
All you
but-
gotta do is you just gotta
I
not
don't
jump
know
at his
how he
gaslights.
did it.
Watch. Don't let him gaslight you, and he has no clue what to do. Sorry.
Same thing everyone else is looking at. You know, we
And
all
what
have
do
our
you
own.
think it is?
No, I just mean like we all have our own perspectives, but we're all looking at, you know, like if there's a pen in the center of the table, and there's 12 different seats, man, we all see that pen in a different angle.
Okay.
So
So, do you have a point?
Yeah, like I thought I just.
That's rich.
Yeah,
You have a fucking point.
Mr. Word Salad himself asking if you have a point.
We got Earl out here. Yo, what's up?
Hey, what's up?
I'm not sure how things go usually. You know, sometimes it's go wild. So I'm not like, man, I probably went overboard. I said it's Tom one time, and he goes, "Oh, he's like, I usually think people are on my side," and then I watch it back, and I'm like, "Damn, I was fucking up." You know, Tommy.
Yeah, this guy was tiptoeing. Yeah, you roboted out there a little bit, but I think it fixed itself. But yeah.
No, Talcott is. I don't know what's up with that dude, but he's doing some kind of like weird thespian shit or something. I don't know.
I think I know what he's doing. I'm not going to go into detail now.
Well, obviously, I like Talcott's style, but you know the thing is that you know somehow Lanza was able to really get under something here. But yeah, I don't know what it was, but he made him really uncomfortable with the seat example, and now and it just goes downhill.
Well, I'd rather hear, honestly, dude, what you have to say, because, like, I don't hate you. I actually, like, want to see everybody, no matter who they are, not you in general, anybody who they are, I want to see them prosper and grow, and not, like, fake prosper and grow, and to receive, you know, because, like, it's like, what do you think?
I think you're being honest. I have suspicions, though. I think you're here because you're curious. You are trying to learn, but I think you've got a fear of growing yourself. That's why you've been part of this group that likes to mock me and kind of minimize what I've been.
I don't know. I guess the first part was pretty fair. Like everyone requires growth to some extent, and then what's this group that likes to mock people? Is that me?
It sounds like his group of people who are like, like Paul, who he's like, sucking his cock all the time. So that's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, I
Dude,
don't
I'm
really mock
nobody.
anyone.
And later on, he lumps me in with, he says, like, Brown's boy, Paul. He says all these people, like, he lumps me in. Yeah, see,
So
whatever. Take it for what it
about
is.
Paul, but then he's like literally like probably on his knees for Paul. It's like, what the hell is wrong with you?
I think it's cause you were on OTW News that one day. That's why. But I like the name Replant Nature. That's probably one of the good names.
That's not. No, I've been given Talcott shit for a minute. I've contemplated stopping many times, and then I just see it, and I'm like, fuck, I gotta say something, dude.
I remember that. Yeah, I remember that whole thing when you were giving him shit that one time because in the chat you were going hard at him in the chat mainly. I seen, like it was like little things like you would go like ask him something about what he said and or like how. I think how was your main.
Been saying maybe I missed.
It was always a how-to question.
Well, that's the thing. That's what I realized today when I was in Jim Bob's chat. It's like if you ask these people why they believe something or how they intend to carry it out, like they freak out on you like you've like talked about their dead mom or something. It's really bizarre to me. It's like you can't even
More
ask
hypotheticals. Yeah, you got to go into the hypothetical range because that's the logical range. So everything is pure imagination, right? But yeah, Talcott really hooked me up the other day when he promoted my interview. You know what I mean? So but yeah, he does get uncomfortable by what Lanza says to him. Pretty quickly.
Misunderstanding some of your comments, but am I wrong?
I'm not part of a group, but like I could see how you could think that because like if you're getting backlash, it's easy to be like, oh, this person's giving backlash, like they're part of the backlash group. But yeah, I am honestly trying to learn because I think learning. Go ahead.
Sorry, what about your? I
think-
suspect you have a fear of changing.
Well, I think learning, fear of changing. Like, I guess it would depend in what way. What way you're speaking on fear of changing, because I think fear, yeah, is natural. Like your whole thing is like live without fear. And because it's so prevalent, it's like a reminder, which I believe everybody needs reminders 100%. Nobody's perfect. Everybody needs reminders. And fear, being reminded that fear isn't what we think it is, has been one of the major keys in my life. So I can't deny that. So I am here to learn. I don't know. I guess I'm here to learn and like also critique, here and there. I know you're not a big fan of the critiques, man, but like, that's how we learn sometimes. Not saying I have the answer, but like,
Well, see, here's the thing. I appreciate what you said. I appreciate the comment from here too, because this is what I viewed it as. Is it sounds like you want to listen so that you can tear it apart negatively, and you just said your purpose here is to offer some criticism. Now, why? Why do you think I deserve or I benefit from your criticism more than your understanding? Because you clearly have not taken the time to understand me yet.
I've spent hours talking to you.
Really? Talking to me, talking with me?
Yes. I one time it was you and me on your show for like an hour straight, just you and me.
Yeah.
And like there's another time kind of similar to that, and there's been like a bunch of other interactions that have lasted hours, but like in terms of speaking directly to you, I have definitely spoken to you for more than 3 hours directly.
Okay, well, here, maybe I'm misunderstanding and I should ask more questions. These comments earlier, victiming, blaming, I mean, because honestly wondering who is he talking to? Victiming, blaming, judging, overcomplicating. What were you saying?
What I was saying is, in that moment, it's hard for me to remember exactly, but it likely had something to do with the overcomplication of issues that everybody sees in their life, regardless of who they are, in the method of practical application for daily, hourly, and momentary. I know you say those things, but like the growth does not happen on the internet. But
What
like,
does this mean? See, here's what I think. I think you were sitting there playing the critic in the chat. I think you showed up again while you see, even if you sat here an hour, you clearly don't understand me. Okay. And so I don't remember
I
you
could say the same
me,
thing.
Huh?
I could say the same thing.
Well, I'm not here. Number one, I'm not going to your stream to criticize you.
Right.
I'm not going around talking, enabling others, participating
like
in
trying to
backbiting, disparaging conversations about you, like I've witnessed
Talcott
you
won't.
do as
Talcott,
well. So
Talcott,
I'm really.
I haven't done backbiting.
Talcott will say that about Lanza, but he won't talk about how he enables other people to do the same thing to you or anybody else. That's the funny part.
Yeah, there's been a lot of that on this thing recently. A lot of people have been like, why are all these other cats allowed to come on? But the thing is that I think he just wants to be like, have an open platform. Like, I allow a lot of people on. Like, I wish some of the people who don't come on here would come on here, honestly, and have some of the conversations that we used to have. But for whatever reason or another, they took one thing or another personally, and that's not possible anymore. For some reason.
But that's the thing, though. Like, if you try to go on and actually have a conversation with these people, almost anybody that we can look at on all this stuff, they only want to keep you in like a little like between the little like gutter lanes, right? Like, they have like the little bumpers in the bowling alley, and you can't go beyond that. You can't switch lanes. You can't take off your bowling shoes. You got to stay right here in this little narrow thing. And if you try to like take one step over the line, oh well, it doesn't matter how good faith you are, they're bad faith. And that's kind of like the thing that I notice is like a lot of these people are pretending to be like, no censorship and all this, but the whole time is they're fucking gatekeeping, dude. And it's really at the point where it's like, the reason why people don't come on these panels and stuff is because, or even try to engage in these conversations anymore, is because it goes nowhere. And then when you start getting somewhere, people will come after you. I mean,
yeah, or there's certain topics that you got to talk in like hobo code or all this other. And it's just like it kind of gets to me. It's like I want to be able to talk about whatever I want, and have an honest conversation with people.
Well, but that's the thing is like, even the people that are supposedly on the same side as you, or they see the same things as you, they're like, it's not even that they're censoring you. It's like they only want you to contextualize things in their way. And if you try to like push back a little bit, all these people are going to come at you personally and try to like dig through, dig
Right.
into you. Like, the fuck, it's like you can't ever step out of line. It's like, so, and then it's, I mean, I can't even go into all the shit. Just today I saw, it's like, it's really sickening because you realize like these people are not like ignorant. It's not out of ignorance. It's purposeful, right? And look, whatever Talcott's up to, maybe he's a good guy, but I mean, everything I've seen about him and a lot of these other people is like they really
get tunnel vision.
They don't give a fuck about really anybody, in my opinion. I mean, that's just the truth, dude. I mean, I don't know why people want to play games with these people because they have nothing to offer that's good, really, at the end of the day. It's like like everything they do just goes nowhere. And I'm starting to think like that's the fucking point of it all, Like they don't want it to go anywhere. They want it to be in a fucking gutter somewhere is really what they want.
Listen, man, they could even be so slave-minded that they're not even getting paid. They're just that stupid and willing.
Well, on the lowest level, I hate to use what you call quantum conscious terminology, but the lowest level minions are not. They're either convinced that what they're doing is right and they're doing it for free, or they're getting like freaking gift certificates, or there's somebody who's gotten in trouble somehow and they're doing it to work off their time or whatever, get it easier. The lowest level minions are never actually getting paid for what they're doing.
Yeah, they usually like have a piece of like a debt of sorts.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
Or they're so pathetic they'll do it for damn near nothing.
Yeah. Like, yeah.
But that's the thing is they want you. That's the thing is like when you try to go and like actually fight for something that's true or try to dig into the truth, they want you to feel that it's a waste of time. And unfortunately, for the most part, they're correct because the thing is like people, for whatever reason, probably many different reasons, people are kind of just dug into whatever position that they're in. And a lot of it does kind of go back to like economics to some degree too, because, I was thinking about today, it's like, if you talk to somebody who knows how to make money, right? They think in percentages. So that, you go get that loan at a certain rate, and then you take whatever, dividends that you get from your investments, and then you take, put a percent into this or percent into that. And then your whole money is tied up into the whole system. And then you're going to defend the system because your money's tied up into it, right? And then your status is tied into that. See what I'm saying? So there's no way to really break out of that unless you're willing to sacrifice, right? And that's the thing is people aren't willing to sacrifice now when it just comes down to comfort. You know what I'm saying? And then when it gets too late and you have to make real sacrifice, that costs, something more than comfort, well, people are going to complain that they got to do that. Well, the reason why they're going to have to do that is because they're not willing to do it now when it's easy, right? And I think that's really what it comes down to. And if you start really talking about those things, people are not going to admit to it, because it makes them look bad, and it's like, it doesn't matter if you're trying to help them or not, they're not going to take the L, and that's the fucked up part about it.
Yeah, I don't think, but all of the rest, like I don't turn on people that I think are doing, being authentic.
So you
but
don't.
I haven't turned on you. I'm here, dude.
What is this? Then what is this? So you created some creative narrative about me overcomplicating. What were you talking about here with victiming?
At the time, it sounded
shit.
No,
you were talking shit.
No,
not understanding.
No, I was gonna. Let me say, at the time when I said victiming, if I said something like that, blaming and all,
making things overcomplicated, but specifically victiming. At that time, man, you were talking in a manner that was like, oh, these are the problems of the world, and like we got to have these other problems too. And it's like, I understand where you're coming from. If you understand that I'm not doing this in hate, then you will understand me.
Hey, I do. I understand you're quite confused.
Yeah, but I understand that you're quite confused too, but I say that with love.
Hey, you think I'm saying this out of what?
Because you're confused that I don't have your best interest in mind when I'm speaking to you.
No, here's what you don't understand, Brown's boy. You've been very disrespectful and you've been playing a false supporter. Okay, you're very duplicitous. You're trying to please me and please my opponents, and you're
Listen, man, you're taking it too far.
Nope. Where I am is
I think you're taking it too far. Can I explain myself?
How about you listen first?
Sure.
Because what I'm saying is that you are confused. You don't actually understand me or yourself as well as you think you do.
Okay.
And your behavior has been unhelpful. I'm not welcoming what I have received from you. I don't appreciate it. I'm asking you to change, and I'm inviting you to change. So, what do you want me to know from you?
I appreciate that you took the time to talk to me, and I appreciate that you took the time to define boundaries that are not out of the, they're not irregular. I'm sorry that you took what I was saying as like a personal attack. Like it's more like,
I'm sorry you don't accept accountability for what you're doing. You're just deflecting and no responsibility. You've done nothing wrong, right? You do nothing wrong. You're just full of insults and fucking criticism, and you don't even appreciate what has been. You know what? I'm sorry I interrupted. Let's see. How much more do you want to? Let's see where this goes. Go ahead, please.
The first time I met you was about 4 months ago, and I thought, here's a nice guy. He's a nice guy. He is mostly quiet. At first I thought his ideas were like a little, we'll call it not even like eccentric. I would call them eccentric, but like I have no problem speaking to somebody who has eccentric ideas. At least I think, which we may, whatever. You're saying that there is a problem with how I discuss them, and I understand why you would think that. But that realize that what we're talking about now, from the time I met you, how I've seen you interact with everybody has been, you're a nice guy, dude. You're definitely a nice guy. I'm glad that you're.
Why do you think I need your insults and criticism as I'm trying to offer a live stream? Why do you think that fucking helps? What is your see? This is what I'm talking about. People are so ignorant, so close-minded on how they are actually showing themselves.
That's rich.
And I don't actually always turn on the trigger act. That's not accurate. Have I been triggered on here? I have been. And I'm really working to reduce it. Part of the way I'm working to reduce it is by calling out people and what I see. And if they want to continue their ways, they can leave my experience. But I don't want to just discard people because of misunderstandings.
I don't know. It just seemed like the last 3 times that you talked, you tried to be overly humble yourself and try to be really, really nice. So I don't know what's going on at this point.
Well, if you look at it and you want to see it, you can see it.
It's just very, it's just very, very like
Shadow Talcott.
Yeah,
right. It's getting
I could see how, like, dude, I've had people in my life that, you know, at first glance, maybe what they said was a little harsh or something. And then, you know, sometimes even like, dude, sometimes unfortunately, even like years go by and you're like, oh my gosh, that person was right. You know, so that could still happen with you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not putting you down, dude. What am I offering by saying negative things while you're trying to offer people good things is kind of your question. I wish to help people as well. And I know that because you are helping people on your own channel, me saying the things that I'm saying isn't necessarily like helping those people the same way. And I'm not saying it's, you know, I'm not trying to like say it's helping people, but like, I think that there's a very, like, the less complicated things are, man, the easier things are done, and they're acted out. Yeah.
What's real simple is actually accepting people's words, understanding what they're talking about.
Yeah, but like words can lie, dude.
Hey, if you're not paying attention to what's being said, you don't know. And this is what I'm pointing out. You're not actually paying attention. You're blaming me for the confusion. And yes, here, tell you what.
I'm not blaming you for the confusion. I'm saying confusion exists inherently.
Do you do your own show?
I do not.
Okay.
I kind of maybe
you just come to other people's show to criticize them.
Well,
that's
man,
your
like,
way of helping,
dude. I feel like everybody's connected to everybody in at least some way. Maybe not, you know, maybe not so inherently, but I don't know, man. Like,
we
you
are
want to see
all
people
one experience. Here, tell you what. I know what I'm talking about, and while I may have said things confusing at times, what I am offering is incredibly simple. And it's so simple that the insecure and arrogant ego, the patterns of the mind that have been conditioned, they don't want to accept or understand. They want to complicate it. And so since I receive so,
yeah, I mean, I mean, why don't you want to accept? Why do you want to complicate?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Just look around, you know. We know who they are. We know who they're not. I read the book The Secret too. You know, I never was officially a 2009 New Age guru satirist, but shout outs to anybody who is.
Yeah. It's
so many confused, so much doubt and disbelief. Yes, I can explain what I'm saying in many different ways. Okay, so which part would you like me to, which part do you think I should improve upon first? Which parts can we explain more simply? Because you're here to help, right? That's what your criticism was about.
Yes.
What's the solution?
For me, what I see is that if anyone could deny this, that's fine. I'd be interested in hearing the opposition for sure. But the most effective communication seems to me to be the most direct and respectful communication.
Great.
Great
thought. Is there any relevance? Specifics?
Yeah, I think it's. What do you mean relevance and specifics of?
Well, specifically, you showed up here to offer criticisms to me, saying that the way I was expressing was apparently too confusing for you, and maybe other things. So, where
It's not
do you?
confusing. It's just like it's not confusing. It's more like you have a positive way of giving people a way to feel safe. That is a fact. I don't care what anybody says. Jack makes people.
This was the time where you finally you were like, look, dude, this is why I will continue to love you. I will continue to be in your corner. I offer you my heart in your hand. This was the final moment where you were like, all right, dude, like I'm here for you and nobody else at this point. Like, accept me as your child of God. You know what I mean? This was really the moment. This was the final trial. It was like you went to the top of the mountain. You were like, it was like the snow and shit. Like you were still there. Like you were like, dude, like let's do this.
Didn't you see the snowstorms?
Yeah, like and you just kept moving
Talcott's
ahead.
face is like you chose poorly.
You may.
When he's listening, he makes people feel very safe. But when he's not listening, that like other roles take on. Like there's a lot of this, man. I'm not the first person to tell you. Like people squabble over the most fringe topics that have nothing to do with any sort of like practical goals here. Like I think that maybe my biggest like qualm, but like I'm here, I'm willing to whatever, but like people don't take this information the next day, dude. They forget it. And they come back and they go like, oh, not much has changed. And like, it's like normalizing like idleness in a way.
That's what you did. That's exactly what you did. Exactly what you did. And here you're just talking. You're not answering.
Can you explain exactly what I did? Because I mean, you may have a point.
You showed up here. Let's see. I'm here. Anything different yet? Right?
So
and I'm not sure what that means. Still poking.
You were poking your forehead when I said that.
Okay.
You were like something about the thoughts, and you were like poking your head.
Okay.
I'm a little bit of a jokester, man. Yeah.
Yes, but this is what I mean. What you just said. You showed up believing you'd already formed an opinion of what you were going to have here because you haven't actually taken the time to find the true value in what I'm saying.
Okay. I'm listening.
Well, I appreciate that, and I hope
because I do care. I do care. Like I do want fucking everybody, no matter who they are, even you. Not even you, but even anybody. To have a good day. The fact that I say the things that I say, I don't know, man. You may have a point.
Thank you.
But I may have a point too.
Well,
if I don't have a point, then you don't have a point, right?
Tell you what. I think the point is, the point I'm trying to offer is you can do a better job of understanding me, and The other point I want you to try and accept from me is I do not appreciate the people with the patterns you offered to me today jumping in here and immediately offering criticisms and insults. I don't appreciate it. Kind of throws, takes me out of the joy of doing what I'm doing.
I hear what you're saying, man, but like you also offered me criticisms too. You know, and I'm taking them. I'm like, you know what? The guy might be right.
Look who just left. It's crazy. You know, Tarek, I don't know what's going on. I mean, I've been on this show like hundreds of times. You know, I've literally been on this show for hours. You know, even I've done one whole episode of this show. You know, actually, I've done more than one episode of this show. It's been many episodes where it's been me and Jack Talcott together. So, you know, obviously, you know, we're going to continue to be friends with Jack Talcott, but we're just really watching this just because of Brown's Boy, because he's on the show right now. So, I mean, I'm just only playing this because of Brown's Boy. I'm not really playing this to watch the Brother Talcott show. It's just funny that because Brown's Boy really doesn't have a channel. That's the problem. You know what I mean? So we just watch him on other people's channels since he's always on the show. But yeah, you know, it's just that he's leaving the show just for that. It's like, what? I mean, I'm gonna talk about other things. Like, what? You know what I mean? Like, all right. Like, I mean, it's an 8-hour show. What do you want me to do? You know, so.
Well, the thing I find most interesting about any of these interactions with these people, they're mostly what I find is people usually, at least mostly in this realm, want to enframe you into something less than what they are. And it's like people who don't look to do that just want to talk to you, but you want to try to do that to them. Hey, if we recognize it, then that's cool. We could try to help you through that, but you don't want to listen for 911 days in a row. You know, I'm trying to learn how to talk to these people because what he is saying is not realistic other than in a word fantasy way. Nothing's practical.
That's what I saw. Like, I saw, like, from my first interview on the missing link to this interview on the missing link, I noticed a drastic change in, like, my improvement in the way I communicate. So, and I noticed that with you too. Like, it's like we've been doing this show, like you've been on here for, yeah, like a few months. And I just noticed, like, yeah, like your communication has improved. So, I mean, I don't know if, like, this is improving our communication, if this is the factor that's improving our communication. I'm sure it has a lot to do with just us realizing our own faults and communicating with others. But then again, it's just like, you know, I don't know. Like, I mean, it's just interesting because this interaction just didn't really go the way it was supposed to. But yeah, I noticed like you've had a drastic improvement in the way you communicate, because like this morning, when we had the panel this morning, when we were talking to people, it was like we were really getting along with Rock E and stuff. Like, you know, like, it's like we didn't used to, you know, we didn't used to have that smoothness in the way we talk to other people, like real talk. But yeah,
Yeah, I
don't know.
noticed that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was a rocky road.
But I've noticed it other places now too. Like they had to clean it up a little bit, I swear.
Did I hear a pun there?
No, I'm serious though. Like places, like they realize, like, yo, people are out here. Like they will swoop us on some dumb shit. If we act dumb, they will kind of slap us, and we will look stupid. And there's only so many times we can get away with that. Like there's a mathematic game to that, and I think they know that, at least the mathematic game. I'm just saying what I see.
Machinations. Yo, what's going on, Ragamuffin? How you doing?
What's up, my dude?
What's up?
Happy Saturday, man. Doing good. Hope all y'all doing good, man. Yeah, I wanted to come through and say what up. And I'll drop you that track, bro. Please use it anytime you want. You're gonna love it. I hope you play it tonight for everybody because y'all gonna be cracking up laughing. It's a little truther rhyme that I did, 90s hip hop feel, bro. Got the auto-tune vocals on it, like it's silly. It's like
For
a little over a
sure.
minute, bro. It's dope. Super
For
dope.
sure. I got you. Yeah, I got you on that. I
Yeah.
got your back. As always. Yeah, for sure, dude. I'm glad you joined, dude. I'm glad you joined up. Yeah, dude.
Oh man, I had to
Yeah, I
stop
was
through
gonna
and just spread the love around, man.
Yeah, I was gonna talk to you last night on the missing link, but I just, I don't know. I got so tired. I just started staring at my motherfucking computer for so
Man,
long.
and then that shit got buck wild, didn't it? Between Sovereign and Soul. Man, that shit was fucking fire, bro.
I was on the screen, but I was asleep. And then I woke up and I heard the voice of Ben Thorpe, and I was like, I'm not even gonna go up. I was just like, I'm just gonna sleep, But I told him like I was gonna be there. So I was there for the first 2 hours. I had my camera on, and then as soon as I turned my camera off, I told him I had to step out. So I was just on the screen, but I wasn't really there, So
It
if
was
anybody,
interesting, bro. It was a back and forth ping pong of levels of consciousness, basically, is what it was. And it was very interesting because
yeah, I want to watch that one too. I want to watch that one too, just because I'm on the screen, So I mean,
oh,
I'm not gonna watch.
you're in for a treat just because it just gets very interesting and interesting points are made. And it's just really, really, yeah.
Yeah, I have an old video of me going I just basically just buried. I'm talking about I buried the fucking natural law or whatever philosophy of the of Catholicism or whatever that this cat was espousing right in front of my face on the toilet bowl earth, stream. I totally buried this motherfucker. And then he kicked me off his show. That was the first Yeah, that was the first time me and Toilet Bowl Earth were like going. Like I was like, all right, you're gonna have this fucking Thorpe dude on in front, like instead of me. Like this dude's a trained actor. You know what I mean? Like that, like there's no way this dude actually believes in the things he espouses. You know what I mean? So I was just like, yo, this is some foul shit. Just having this dude on instead of me because I had contributed hundreds of times. It was like Jack Talcott's show where I'd contributed hundreds of times. So that's when, they had other people come on the show, upstage me, even insult me. And I was like, yo, is this really how we're going to do? I'm eating my motherfucking dinner and motherfuckers are just going to insult me.
Just wait till you hear this, bro. That homie, that Paul dude, bro, he comes on there, bro. He's so full of hot air and farts, bro. He was playing the part looking like Paul Blart. You feel me up?
Which guy?
The dude, not the Sov dude, the other dude. You'll see.
Who, Thorpe?
Yeah. Ben. No, his name's not Paul. His name's Ben. There you go. My bad.
Ben Thorpe.
Oh,
That gentleman, yes. Paul Blart looking.
Yeah, that dude. Yeah, that dude.
Gentleman.
Yeah, that dude is pretty wild. Pretty vile.
He was all. It's really interesting because he goes through his spiel about how these laws are here for our good, and then he gets to the part where he doesn't like one of them that doesn't suit him, right? And then that's when he wants to throw a tantrum, right? Well, my kids, they wanted to go out to the park, but when they had COVID, they couldn't, and it's like that's injustice, and it's like, but these other ones are justice, though, right? Until it doesn't suit your narrative, motherfucker. Like I see how that is, that disingenuousness. We all like to do that from time to time, don't we? But I'll tell you what, man, the Most High breaking me of it.
Yeah, and they came back and they're like, well, you have Neurojack and Cecil Drake on your panel. I'm like, what?
And let me tell you what, bro. Ben Thorpe looks like is like a Super Mario looking motherfucker.
They tried to attack they tried to attack like the homies of the show, dude. They tried to attack
Yeah, that's all I got to say.
Like the homies of the show, and I was like, nah, this ain't gonna happen right now. They're like and they also attacked Illuma Tommy, which was suspected because, but like I don't know what Illuma Tommy's just on his own. You know, even I attack Illumitami.
Well,
Illumitami attacks me.
look, here's what I want to say about that cat. That cat has got mad talent, but he uses his forces for like nefarious purposes, and he gets them into, you know, like, man, he's a talented dude. Man, you know, if he'd spend more time just like getting off of other people's nuts, you know what I'm saying?
He was here in the chat earlier, but yeah, Denise came out. She said that Illumitami is a Satanist. It was pretty funny. It was pretty funny that day.
That's a hoot.
She came out with a video. She's like, Illumitami is a Satanist. I was like, this is fucking great because it makes sense. You know what I mean? But I don't know. Illumitami, if he was a Satanist pretending to be Christian, could you guys imagine? That'd be on some real fucking crazy shit. But yeah.
If more people was just working on themselves and then staying in their own lane, finding out shit that they are good at doing, and then just come to the table every now and then, man, they would be trying to fix everybody, fuck with everybody, like talk shit about everybody. They'd be doing their own damn thing. Like, what the hell? This world, man.
Yeah, I'm definitely a fan of his. But yeah, what are you gonna say, Cecil?
There's too many people trying to like virtue signal and like overshadow their own shortcomings by, you know, being these like, oh, I'm saving people, I'm helping people, and all that. Just work on yourself.
Yeah, and just be like, sometimes just helping people is just by being you, just be you in the given day, like without any type of agenda or narrative. Just be. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Well said. Well said.
Exactly.
Stay in your own lane. Don't worry about what other people are doing. You know, because most people will, if they really do need the help, will humble themselves and ask for it.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's why a lot of people are calling this high school optics lately. Like, I'm not stuck in the same small town and the same small high school anymore. Like, there's a big world out there. Thank you. Appreciate your help.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, come back, JG. You know, there's a big world, but there's only one JG, and there's only one Jack Talcott, and I don't know what happened, you know, to these cats, but yeah, I love these.
I second that motion for
Yeah,
JG.
yeah, JG. I don't, you know, you get into one argument with the guy, and you know they just disappear. So yeah, that's really the quality of some of the, because you know, I don't know, there is this quality of forced, you know, socialization. You know, it's like we're being guided to interact with small communities, you know, where they talk about it in terms of limited hangouts, you know, and I guess there is a certain amount of cultivation, if you'll notice. Like I don't know if I was meant to be on certain programs, you know what I mean? Right? Like for example, you know what always freaked me out, you know? Look at this, watch this. I'll show you guys something weird. You know, on the channel Get Chalked Up, you know what I mean? Or whatever. We were on a show. Me and Cecil were on this show outlining our enslavement. Remember that show, Cecil?
Yep.
Yeah, let me show you guys something strange. Now I'm not saying like there's anything creepy actually going on, but I just think these comments are kind of strange. If I could find them, I'll show you guys what it is. But yeah, let me fucking see if I can find this video. And then I'll show you guys the comments under the video. And it's like the comments are about me coming on the show, but it was the first time I was on on this show. So I was wondering how they knew about me, or like why they were trying to, or like why the comments reflect that they were trying to get me on this particular show. But yeah, I'm gonna show you guys in a minute here. Let me see. But yeah, this is where I met Cecil Drake 10 months ago. So this was okay. So this is 10 months ago. This is my first time I came. And this on the internet. Okay, here is our friend. Raccoon City. What's going on, Holmes?
What's up, bro?
Yeah, let me figure this out here.
So,
Which, by the way, I was told about Chalk Body Outline and Transform into Darkness, both by Quantum of Conscience. And
He told you about the show.
He all he did was shout out Drew's channel. Okay. And then I went over there and I looked at it, and there's just something about Drew, and he kind of struck me as like a gangbanger type or whatever. And I was like, okay, I'm not gonna watch that. And then I came back like 6 months later, and there was all these cats like EBT, TB, and all these other guys around there.
Yeah, look at look at this.
His psyche overlay. Like he bitches about that people still are asking him for that, but that's what sucked me in, because his Egyptian Skynet goddess with the an equalizer overlay is actually quite good. And then he did some like 9/11 like setup, but like honestly, it was all quantum conscious. I used to go and shout out to these guys. They probably don't even know, because I actually work with Shem Jacobs and Bernai, and I actually go back. That's a whole long thing we don't need to get into. So I know them a little bit from that, but when I used to be in fucking
they're part of the history. They're part of the history of this channel too. We used to have Bernai
for
come
sure.
on.
I know.
Yeah, I used to have Bernai come on all the
happen.
time.
Mind you, like again, we don't need to get into the details of all that. I could talk about that. But my nickname Ezra that I got before I even got into the YouTube.
Did you say Ezra?
No, well, like it's best to say it that way in a way, because like but
I say Ezra, but I had a cat named Ezra. Yeah, someone in my family did.
I actually do love that name a lot, and it actually kind of connects with my grandma's name. But my name is actually Sarah, and it's a nickname, Ezra, that was given to me by a friend like when I moved to Oregon. And anyway, I was in his chat, and he used to fucking just like razz me and dismiss me because of my name and be like, what are you, fucking satanic ritual abuse? And I didn't even know. I had no idea about that connection.
Oh dear.
Who did that?
Yeah.
Who did that to you? Tell us who
it's
did
all
that.
good. It's all
yeah,
good.
dude,
Like,
listen, his chat was like a year and a half ago or some shit, was like the most violent shit I'd ever seen in my life.
and
like, I
this
swear.
was actually this was like
And they didn't care. They didn't care who you are. They're like, oh, we're just testing you. Like, that's what they would say and shit. Yeah.
Yeah. It just made me want to dip out, because they wouldn't even like acknowledge anything I said after. They were just quick to, and I'm not trying to get into that, but I'm also like, I love the subject that we're getting into right now.
That is what happened, though.
If you guys don't know my history, I've worked and interviewed some of these, bigwigs on the truther community. And a lot of times you're going to see me do hashtag pedestal pushing, because I'm fucking sick of the bullshit of us just sitting here like talking. It's like talk therapy. It's like, to some extent, guys, it's not working anymore. Can we do something else now? And I'm also not trying to like, promote myself too much, but I am trying to actually build intentional communities and get into the legality of it, down to the T's of the PMA, getting land patents and breaking that all down so that we can like do this tax-free and legitimately, regeneratively, and sustainably. And I would love to break down societal structures for this exact reason. Like, what works, what doesn't, how are we actually going to deal with each other? Like, and when you look back at quote unquote tribalism, we're forgetting the fact that we actually learned how to express our emotions at a totally different level. We have no idea how to do that now. So we're doing it right here, right now with each other, which is why some people have to sing on here, because we have to get it out. Look at how the Hawaiian natives do that very specific dance. Look at their facial expressions while they're doing it. Do you have any idea like what they're emoting, like what they're giving out? This is so important. And I'll shut up. Sorry. Thank you.
No, I got a lot of friends that are into that sort of concept. We got Trad Culture Preservation Society. I don't know if you've heard any of his whole thing. His interest is in anthropology.
Yeah.
We also got Chad Haig, who is living in India right now, who's a friend
Nice.
of the show, who's basically a philosopher, similar to my line of thinking, but he studies a lot of modern philosophy too, and he writes in a number of subjects. And then we got a bunch of people
And
going into that. So,
do they
so
get
I think
into? Sorry, do they get into like the ancient? A lot of them, a lot of it connects to breath work. So like instrumentally too, with circular breathing, this is something we used to do. And so from my background, you know, I used to do sleep studies. I prescribed apnea machines. So it's adamant for me now to advocate towards the other side of it. And I've come to realize is actually expressing our throat muscles in that sense is what it's allowing us to actually breathe better, utilize the prefrontal cortex better, our emotion, da 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 da. So sorry, I have not heard of these people, but I would love to have that, you know, in-depth conversation.
that's what we should do, because I know a lot of people who are on that same tip, like you said, like with the community aspect of it and the tribal aspect of it and the whole thing. And I guess the major push in that is getting more into, you know, as you know, what I said the other day, you know, is like, you know, ultimate goal is a you know, an anti-technological lifestyle, replanting wild nature, you know,
Companion planting. Sorry.
yeah, some shit like
Yes,
that.
I've been
Yes,
talking about
I'm
this
thinking
constantly. Okay, so why do you think in ancient culture we had like terraced pyramids or terraced hillsides? It had a lot to do with water cultivation, and that's connected to like pond building, but then generally there's like a system to sort of like terrace that down to the pond, and then that preserves the water, you know, yada, and then that way you're actually able to, you could grow, you know, a numerous amount of things. But then this gets into like food forests, and this is one of my favorite subjects these days.
yeah, yeah, and I think we should get up in this type of you know, subject in terms of do like DIY explanations, you know, or like use like online videos to do like DIY video. Like I see like DIY videos, but it's all like how to use things from the store and shit, but none of it's like,
Oh,
you
I can
know,
show you stuff that's like straight from how to build right out of the like real basic stuff too. We are very disconnected from our ability to forage as well as to build from our like create filter systems, create like I mean this is basic survival tactics to some extent as well. And mind you, I've actually been into this way before things went down, but yeah, you know, it's it's definitely amped up. Plus I love to be out. I think you guys know this, like I'm a big hiker, big camper, big, you know, just being outside anyway. And so like learning this is opened up a whole new world for me. This is way easier than we realize. And
yeah, and
it's
then I
not
have a
living in mud huts, guys. It's way better than that.
yeah, and then I have another friend named Mikey who knows a lot about this type of shit, where he's always telling me about going off, like living on the land, like going off grid and all that type of shit, and making like your own clothes, making your own like supplies and shit. So I'm really talking to him about a lot of this shit too. So I
And
think
so with
yeah,
these intentional
like it
communities,
like
that would be the idea that everything becomes regenerative and sustainable. And some people here in this community have heard, and something actually I need to pass along to you if you haven't already listened to it, but the Anastasia, the Ringing Cedar books, and how this is actually like a Siberian culture that, you know, so they're living in quite interesting climate situations, but she gave birth with a wolf and a bear because of her symbiotic relationship with nature. And they talk about how they've built these communities and where they've created these natural fences, which is like a brim style, but then actually like you bury your dead of all, obviously animal and humankind. And then energetically, also because of the way you are excreting and living in that like recycle regenerative aspect, that there's a whole, like, again, getting down to that frequency aspect of things, there's a total ecosystem happening just because you are literally. And so this is something I love to talk about, understanding that and understanding what happened to the natives when supposedly we came in and they contracted these diseases from us. And we talk now about dis-ease, and mentally when they're literally tearing up their land, they're killing people, they're raping people, and then also like just wiping out their resources is, a lot of what they were either told or saw. And so energetically, what did that do to them mentally? This is something that if we understand this and our power with that alone, I'm still willing to humor breatharianism. Is this not an actual possibility that we are not fully enveloping?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Like, I think I've seen like a lot of benefits or like a lot of strange properties in like the microbial shit and the like the mushrooms and shit. If you look at like how the bees use mushrooms, like I heard like that the bees actually need mushrooms, or like there's every insect in the world is parasitized by a fungus, the same way the cordyceps mushrooms like basically controls the ants. Like
This is
there's
topic.
yeah,
So this is what I want to get into, because people are a little hyper obsessed with parasitic cleanses right now. And I'm not really sure if they fully understand the symbiotic relationship. Like every bad bacteria or fungus you take out the good. And there is some sort of symbiosis with it. And this is very important to our health. Why is the gut the second brain? Why is all the nerve endings connected? This for me is heavily important because of what I experienced with my past partner, who I was with for 8 years, who while we were rock hounding, cut his leg open. So I had to go through like a whole process with him. Actually, quite a few. It ended up being at least 2 to 3 years that we dealt with this. And he ended up I think maybe I talked about this last time, and I apologize if I'm repeating myself, but to try to quickly sum it up, he contracted C. diff, which is one of the most dangerous bacterias.
Oh no.
He was thrown this is 2 years he had it, thrown every single antibiotic they were
So
literally
what's
talking
the
about.
so what does this bacteria do to your body?
It like depletes
If you
your
don't mind,
nutrients. It
saying.
drains like everything. So it like anything that you consume just immediately goes to like a waste like state. So like diarrhea. So you suffer from, shakes and shivers, and then it can obviously mess with you mentally as well. And then, if it's not controlled, it can deplete you, to the point of, he actually did lose quite a bit of weight. That had a lot to do though with us just like changing so much about like the environment too. Regardless, like it just like inevitably, like let's just say if you had C. diff and you didn't have any sort of like care or like nutrients that you could bring in on a regular basis, you would eventually die from that. Like sort of similar to what happened to the guy in Into the Wild books. He have died because he consumed something that like poisoned him to the point that he couldn't really like process what he was consuming. So it just like came out in a liquid format. But if you want to get into his story and mentally where he was and potentially why he didn't survive, I could go there. So for my partner, 2 years C. diff, talking about at that point, because of how much he had at that point. This was, by the way, like I think 2015, it would have been 2016 was when I think his injury might have happened 15 because it was right before we moved to Central Oregon. Anyway, I ended up going at it with probiotics and prebiotics for his stomach. So we're talking about nurturing some of these things that people are a little bit overly hyper-obsessed about eliminating. And there is a delicate balance, I think, at play. This gets into a little controversy, though, because this gets into like veganism and the need for like bone ash in the soil, the nutrients need for the soil. And that's, again, where I talk about Anastasia and her like her philosophy and what she developed for her culture. So I am actually, you know what? I'll put that link in the back chat. It's her books that audio books that you guys can read. And no joke, this is my homework currently. So for this intentional community thing I'm doing private meetings. Because I don't feel like we need to be super public about what we're trying to do. But the idea is that we're going to build blueprints for everybody to be able to take for themselves and create this themselves.
Is this about the gut and the mushrooms?
Sorry, say that again.
Is this about the gut and the mushrooms and the cleanses?
I did just like mix up and go into some other subjects, but this that's all a part of it because of there's like a whole aspect to health and wellness with it. However, with what you're saying is like, so yes, like so part of it's fermentation, which is partly what fungi brings to the table as well. Like it's antimicrobial aspects. There's other foods and other things that actually aid in that. And that's what I did and I didn't finish that. That's what I did to eliminate the C. diff. So he had it for 2 years. You know, they wanted to put him in the hospital to get on like the most serious antibiotic you could. And I was able to actually in a month do it at home just by his diet, just by introducing fermentation and pre and probiotic elements to his gut. That's what I was getting at. Because I do feel like that's all connected. Also, I'm very much into fungi and rewiring the brain. So we could get into that and think about the gut being the second brain.
Yeah, I just think that it's kind of like an externalized nervous system. I mean, because the thing is that it has an externalized digestive system. First of all, it produces like nucleotides and enzymes and shit through the root system of the trees, and then it stores the genetic information of the trees so that it kills the forest and then stores the genetic information and makes new trees in its place. So the trees have a sort of a what do they call mycorrhizal relationship with the fungi. And so the fungi, so they send information through the fungi. Like they're like nervous, like it's like the
Yeah,
nervous
they just
system
found this
of the
out too,
forest.
right? Like officially inside. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, shit's
I know.
trippy. It's like how's this shit like the nerve? It's
think of that
literally
like
the nervous
neurons.
system.
Like
Yeah, it's
neurons
like
sending
neurons.
signals. So
Yeah,
this
it's
comes
like what
down to 0 point. This comes down to 0 point energy. So every single molecule and atom has a energetic electromagnetic field around it that expands about 6 to 8 inches. This is what they're now admitting in science as well.
I
So
got
think
pictures.
about
I've
that
been
with-
drawing it. I've been drawing my own vision of it, and it kind of like relates similarly to that. But there is this one point that you can never fucking define, basically.
Yeah.
And you can define it by redefining it in larger terms, but you can never define the motherfucking dot.
Hey, shout
You
out
mean the
to
origin? Sorry, go ahead.
shout out to Reagan and her archetype. Somebody in the chat was like, "I'm not flexible to drink my own pee." Yeah, the joke.
I also don't think that you need to do that. With like all the shit I'm even talking about, like you don't.
You never tried it?
I'm willing to, not opposed, but also the Philosopher's Stone. You guys know what the Philosopher's Stone is, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Petrified urine, pretty much.
I'm aware of a philosophical definition of the Philosopher's Stone, not like a physical one, but
the alchemy version.
No.
I'm not even joking you. Look it up. I'm not joking.
I'm cool on that.
I
But
mean, good
think
point,
about
right?
trees.
Like things I don't need to know.
There's all these like mesas and everywhere where people are saying that it's like an old volcano and all this stuff. And there's like these hexagonal rock formations. An example is Devil's Tower in Wyoming.
Yeah, for sure.
And those are actually like ancient petrified trees.
Trees.
That's my I follow a whole other branch or a whole other
Or a
chapter.
fungi or something off a tree.
I actually
Something.
have a limb cast, they call it. So it's the inside of a tree that
Yeah,
was
that motherfucker looks like a tree,
from, like,
dude. And they build up all. Sorry. They build up all this. It's on that one in particular is on like what's that red? It's like a red cedar or something. And like the base of around that area, like the circumference is like, I don't know, 5 times bigger than the actual like where that stump is, and it's like all this red, barky, breakdowny soil.
Well, if you look at the way, if you do a cross section of one of our trees that's like normal size around here, you can see the phloem and the xylem. It's a bunch of hexagonal shaped cells. Okay.
That
and
too,
then
yeah.
you go over to one of these big mesas or whatever, like you could actually see them from the outside when the Devil's Tower went in Wyoming. And they're trying to tell people, oh, no, this is an ancient volcano, these geological
one thing, can we
formations.
talk about, can we address something really quick? Because I've looked heavily into this and I am totally
Yes,
open to it.
fairies are real.
Totally open. But the soil samples in comparison to petrified forest areas versus the Devil's Tower are different. And you have to acknowledge balsamic or basalt formation, whatever form it comes in. I do agree. There's some absurdity to that particular shape. To me, there's, I personally feel there's something actually more like ancient structural statue. Because that's something that's not talked about that I personally have experienced in Utah. And there's some
What's that?
crazy stories
What did you
about
experience?
perfectly carved bears, people walking out in the middle of the Uinta Mountains and finding, like, getting scared, thinking they ran into a real bear, like preparing their guns and hiding until they were able to like really focus and realize it wasn't moving, only to walk up on it and talk about the
Dude, don't pull any
curvature of
pranks
the
on
hair
anybody there.
carve. Like something perfect, like creepy shit. Yeah, there's other stories though out of the Uintas that a lot of people don't talk about the Spanish gold and armor and weaponry that's hidden in caves, and then there's a connection to the Aztecs that they talk about. So, and we're not, that's like a whole other history that we don't fully understand.
Right. The giant petrified trees are tied to alternate explanations of history. That's kind of
So it's like I can't totally discredit it, but I just need, personally, I need a little more evidence on that aspect
Dude,
of it.
there's
Or
this,
like giant animals dying and forming into mountains. Not saying it's not possible, but I feel like
Yeah,
maybe
right.
statues, like it was carved into that.
Yeah,
Or
well,
some
I just know whatever they tell us it is, more than likely it's not. Or it is only to a very small degree. Is
You
that
sound like
correct?
a conspiracy theorist.
I'm a conspiracy theory analyst. It's completely different.
Well, I'm a pattern recognitionist, so how about now? Those things could be, could have been hit with some type of petrification weapon. That's another explanation that I commonly hear. But anyway, I digress.
Could have been, yeah.
Yeah, like also when we talk about the quote unquote reset and what actually happens, I do think that there are some areas that could. So I agree. Because it's sort of like the same idea of how we're mammoths, like perfectly frozen in ice. Something happened in a flash type value.
Like there's pyramids all over the planet at this point, and there's like something that Bernai likes to touch on is the fact that the Grand Canyon's off limits for a reason.
Well,
It's definitely off limits, man. My buddy went there and he was like, yeah, they really kept like people off. He's like, but then I met some people that knew some shit, and like he told me, he was like, there's definitely like Egyptian shit there.
Yep.
Some type of structure complex, right?
Supposedly, you guys, they pulled out a copper, not a gold, a copper statue of Anubis out of the Kincaid Caves. is supposedly what's at the Smithsonian. And I went to the Moon Lake Gathering this past summer, which is connected to Terry Carter. So these are the guys that do the deep research with Utah, and these guys have some of those connections with those people. And one of the guys who's done a lot of who's been ridiculed and previously worked for the government, had a really good presentation on the Kincaid Caves to like try to solidify the validity of it. And then you have the Burroughs Cave, if you guys have heard of this, in Indiana. And that's also has Egyptian artifacts. So yeah, there's
I'm swear to God, I am not putting ancient artifacts out of reach under anybody's property or care right now. That's what I'm saying. Keep it open. We don't know. We can't see under the ground.
Definitely get a LiDAR. Well, that's actually, they just found another structure in the Amazon forest with LiDAR.
Hey, my battery's gonna die. Thanks for having me. I really didn't think anything happened really at Talcott's. I mean, if you guys saw something, then that's cool. But like, hopefully you did. But it was just reconfirmation for me. Everybody have a good night.
Thank you. It's good talking with you.
Yeah.
See ya, Adam. But yeah, I was talking to Bernai about some of that shit before he took his leave of the show. And I think the thing is that sort of the intense type of information that they had of these ancient civilizations, or the encoded knowledge that they had inside of these buildings in terms of math and astronomy, especially. So it just seems like that knowledge that it took our civilization almost 1,000 years or so, more than that, to even get a grasp of firmly, these people had already known at a time where we thought, maybe 100,000 years ago or 200,000 years ago, people were supposed to be cavemen, yet they knew shit like the precession of the equinox, which you'd have to sit there and look at the sky for thousands of years just to come up with something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Ugh.
And then in terms of how they had knowledge of how to grow, like they had knowledge of things that we know now, like permaculture and seasonal farming techniques.
Exactly.
And yeah, and they had like
They
200
had
varieties of
surgery.
potatoes and shit. You know,
And
yeah,
they did perform like surgery to some extent. That is
yeah.
documented. They had the tools.
Yeah, not only tools for medical instruments, but also tools apparently for building extremely intricate carvings and shit, like in stone, that you couldn't necessarily build with like a hammer and a chisel, in terms of the accuracy of how they were forged. If you're trying to think that this type of shit was made with people who had Clovis spears, I think you're not really understanding what was going on. And I talk about this a little bit in terms of Plato and Confucius' view, because people were asking me about Confucius last night, and I was talking about how Plato and Confucius thought that they came from a much more advanced civilization. And you're talking about the Chinese to the Greek, they almost have no cultural similarity at the time of 400 BC. But it's like they both talked about this ancient civilization that was far more advanced than anything that, they had at their time. Confucius talked about the sage kings and Plato talked about Atlantis. So you know, and of course me and the alchemist had reviewed some of the same sources, like the Klaus Dana Hidden History of the Human Race, and some of those other like documentaries and shit that present some of that information, where they had like these different artifacts, and also the skulls, the elongated skulls. You know what I mean? That type of stuff.
I have
Yeah.
video footage of an elongated skull statue that I'd be
Yeah.
happy to put up in the background if you want me to. We don't have to do the audio. I'm just saying that I think I found in Utah. It's pretty clear.
That one dude, there was a Rockefeller, or maybe it was a Rothschild. I think it was a Rothschild, where they were like had a picture of his head right next to like one of these elongated skulls.
Yeah, I think I
And
saw that one. Yeah.
you seen
Yeah.
that? How it kind of looks
Yeah, the dude.
similar?
Yeah, the dude who just died, Jacob Rothschild, or
That's the
whatever.
one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they
Yep.
had his
He
head.
died?
I think he just died recently. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Allegedly.
Supposedly, yeah. You know,
Right.
but yeah. In
Rest in-
Rothschild news.
Rest in
you know.
pieces.
Yeah.
Well, he's reached the maximum limit where he could like, because he's probably actually gonna go somewhere and get a bunch of organ transplants and live until like 160, but they're not allowed to allow that to be like public knowledge. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
yeah,
they're related to the British royal family. You know, that's what's known through the Saxe-Coburg Gotha bloodline there. So yeah, it's you know, I think it's Charles of Hesse-Kassel. You know, the Bohemians and the British have been linked. The bloodlines have been linked for hundreds of years. Yeah, it's a well-known fact. But yeah, it's kind of like swept under the rug. But yeah, ever since King James, the time of King James, really, you know, King James bloodline still here today. You know, it's pretty shocking stuff. I mean, how could you, why would they preserve such a thing? But yeah, let's see what Sarah's showing us here.
This is a roughly unedited and unlisted video currently on my channel, so it's not like meant to be like I was gonna do a little bit of a better job of utilizing this footage, but you'll see multiple times I come up on it, and if you can see my cursor, and I'm gonna get like zooming in on it like quite a bit closer, you'll see. So what's interesting is there's actual like line structures in this head that are like equally distant from here, the eye. And of course, it's hard to see this, and I did try to like adjust it. I actually went back to it because like the first time I saw it, the sky wasn't that great, so it was like harder to capture the eyes. But there's actual a decent amount of rocks right at the bottom, and as soon as you start to go over to the other side of it, you really lose it very quickly. But you'll see I zoom in on it pretty close, so you do get a better visual, in my opinion. So the eyes right there, there's one eye, here's the other eye, and this part fell off a little bit, but here's the mouth. The nose is like right there. There's line structures in it, like, oh, sorry, it's not going to make it look even with the way I'm doing my cursor, but right there. So there's the elongated statue head right there. And then I do end up showing sort of the mountainside, so you can kind of get an idea of like how it's built. But when I talked to some other people where I was at with the Moonlight Gathering, they were like, I know exactly what you're talking about. We've seen it too and speculated the same thing. So I'm kind of trying to show. And there was turtle like heads and other face shapes that were on the other side of it. And somebody, we also talked about when I go back, we're going to do an expedition on the back side of this and on the other side, because supposedly there's caves and there's other artifacts up in there too. And so hopefully I'm going back to school, so that's super fun. But in that process, I am actually still hoping to get out to Utah and start this whole project that I'm going to be doing with Shem, or Tertarian Truth, which is or we're calling it Pareidolia Dreams. And part of it is actually doing more expeditions out in this area to try to see if we can document some of this stuff, the statue stuff.
Shout out to Shem.
Right? He is honestly, like, to who he is at the core, he's a really good guy. And if you listen to him talk about why he's calling out these people, like, it's legit stuff. It's stuff that he's just like, he's tried to ask them themselves and then he gets blocked. And I think we all kind of can relate to this. So, which is why I feel like it's relevant to the conversation that was had today. Like, we have to be willing to hear what other people are saying and transmute it properly, which is a little bit of an emotions game, or an emotion intelligence situation.
Yeah,
So,
that's one of the things I was kind of wondering about, because I had thought that his channel or his content was more about the concept of Tartaria, and I don't actually know because I didn't see a lot of his videos, but I did see that some of his videos were about attacking like fake guys, like online, like Archaics, because it's pretty clear that the Archaics guy is pretty fake, right? You know? So I thought,
and actually for him, a lot of it's just like, we can't even challenge anything they're saying at all. We can't ask them questions without them taking it. And this is what I mean across the community right now. Like, people are taking it in odd manners. People are taking things way too personally. They think
right,
people are talking about each other way too much, when, like, often they're not even talking about them at all. This is like
yeah, people
breaking down
are
human
very,
dynamics, right? Yeah.
yeah, they're very defensive about certain ideas when it's pretty clear that nobody who's peddling you know, types of, like, you know, these rarely discovered dogmas and these arcane philosophies that they basically discovered through watching other YouTube videos, you know, they which they've never really looked at any primary source documents at all. So I just think, like, it's actually funny that people kind of, you know, come on here and take things personally about their particular, you know, dogmatizing, you know, or whatever. Like,
This is why I'm often saying, leave your expectations and your assumptions at the door. Again, like, we are taking things like we're like in some sort of like solidified cult, like we're stuck in a small town in a high school and we have no way to get out when we have very ample ways to get out. It's like these people act like they hold some sort of hierarchy over I don't know what.
right.
Yeah. I have
Yeah, that's
other
why.
footage that we don't need to play too, but of Utah, like some of the really cool petroglyphs and
Oh yeah.
some other cool rock structures, and I
Yeah,
haven't
feel
even
free.
begun to put this shit together. But yeah, I'll play. I can pull some stuff up. I also, and I always say this, you're more than welcome to just play my hiking footage and stuff in your backgrounds. Like, I won't, you know, for free. I'm not even monetizing my channel. We've talked about that ever, but just want to share my content. I have other stuff too that I need to send out. Actually, I have animations of like a 0 point kind of feature that I created, and like EEG scrolling in the background. So, like, if you ever want to use that stuff too. All right, so nobody said anything. Can you guys even see the face? Or is it just like, what the fuck are you trying to show us?
I
Quote
can see
unquote.
I can
I
see it.
can see it
Yeah,
like right there.
and I think, yeah, I mean, I'd like to, yeah, I mean, there's definitely like undiscovered shit like that. Like, there's no way that we found, because the way the land map even looks now, like there's lakes that were there before, like there's forests that were there before, like that aren't there. So
Yeah.
like there's shit that was covered over. Like there's like shit that's now a cave that wasn't a cave before. And it's just shit that was buried underground because of an earthquake. You
Yeah.
know, so like yeah, so there's definitely lots of lost artifacts, civilizations, probably shit that, you know, there's probably so many that we may never find some of them. You know, there's probably lost cities underground we may never find. I would like to probably believe, but yeah, like, you know, yeah, there's got to be tons of different shit that, you know, they're just now discovering, or stuff that, you know, doesn't really, or like, you know, it's not due to erosion. Like what you're looking at is like none of the other rocks that like were shaped like that way. So like that's what it is. It's like if things were eroded a certain way, then, you know, rain's not gonna fall on the face of this side of this fucking mountainside differently here, you know, than every other piece of the fucking mountain. You know, it's just like yeah, it's like shit doesn't work that way. It's like you could like measure like water erosion and shit.
Yeah.
What's
Definitely.
going on, Hank?
We got Hank.
Hello.
What's up, man?
Hello.
You got the America hat.
Yep.
America.
Fuck yeah.
Russian America. Did you guys know about this? 1812, this fort was built in California, but in association with the Russian American Company.
Yeah, you were having some content about Russians' involvement in America.
Yep,
You
this is
know,
Hawaii. Yep, or again, early 1800s. Like what the fuck? Star Fort, mind you. I think I showed that picture here in a second. Yep,
yeah,
there you go.
what were they doing there in the
And
1800s?
it
That
was
is very
curated by a German. Like he was specifically a German agent of the Russian American Company. And there's a lot of interesting stuff about when the Holy Roman Empire fell and when the German Confederation started. And it kind of interestingly coincides, in my opinion, with when this Russian American Company started and when it started to push into more into. Well, actually, we believe that they were there way before, and this kind of coincides with like Tartaria. And, yeah.
yeah, it used to be called Prussia back in the day. They had a Prussian Empire and it had a different sort of a mass. And one of the things that Hitler got popped for it is his defense of Yugoslavia. They had a Yugoslavian empire at the time. And yeah, it's crazy how different the landmass looked from 1800s to 1900s to today. You know, because they had the balkanization of the Russian, you know, states and all those countries and stuff. They also had the crazy shit with the migration of the Jews, you know, out of Russia and out of Poland and Lithuania. And that was one of the things when they had the Cold War and they built the Berlin Wall. And also it's related to that region between Russia and Germany that I was talking about earlier, which is Bohemia, you know, and that region has a lot of interesting notable themes in history, you know, especially for the creation of the occult, you know, like they call it the Bavarian Illuminati, you know what I mean? And they call it like how they have Czech and Prague and the Bohemian kings related to the bloodlines of the British and all that shit. So it's very, very interesting. That area is a very interesting place. And also Geneva, Switzerland, you know, that was where Calvinism was born, you know, and also that's where, you know, the philosopher Rousseau lived and taught until he was banished from there. So it's got so many interesting historical things there, historical themes there.
Yeah, I know the gnome from Zork from Switzerland too, which is considered another Illuminati. The gnomes of Zurich. They're banksters, Swiss banksters with their Swiss bank accounts that are hidden from other countries.
Secrecy jurisdictions.
Yeah, Russia attempted to
I think
colonize
something happened on the West Coast because there's like they call them haystack rocks, rocks. But there's more than one of them that have facial features to them. One that's like named after a chief, and you look at it from a side profile, like distinct face, like even that rock feature. There's several of those where if you right angle, so something. There's also talked about pyramids, and like I feel pretty heavy about that. Also, there's this place Heart Mountain that has I should actually show you guys. I have some there, if you look at it, I was hit, like somebody did hint at it, but I was able to find like a ton more evidence of aerial, like, it's not Inca lines, but there's aerial circles that most likely are indicating that there was a major water source in that area. But it's obviously that it was for aerial perspective in this area in Oregon, which is actually known also as like one of the oldest human settlements. And they just redefined a new area here and reclaimed that Oregon still has the oldest known human settlement on the West Coast, but again, or not West Coast, in the Americas. But again, our history is skewed, so there's more to that. It could be also to deflect. Yeah, there's something really interesting about Russia and Russia's connection to the Holy Roman Empire, how that all separated, like the Ottoman Emperor and the like how a lot of people do feel that it went into Mongolia. And then we talk about Genghis Khan and what we're told that he actually has like the majority of the DNA, and how that migration happened. And that's something Shem has done a really good job of, that we did a whole episode on, where he breaks that down. He really gets into that migration aspect of it and where they ended up going. Excuse me.
All this
Yeah, I mean,
information is fantastic in these slides and everything. I appreciate this. Thank you so much for everything you've been sharing so far. Hey, I'm gonna jump just for a little bit, man. I'm gonna be back up. But yeah,
for sure, Ragamuffin, man. Thanks for being here, man.
for sure. I've been enjoying this show, man. Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
It's been really awesome. And thank
Yeah,
you.
always.
You've been, ma'am, you've been fantastic. You have been wonderful. Thank you so much for all the information you're sharing. You have a wealth of knowledge. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your
Appreciate that
knowledge.
so much.
Yes.
Thank you.
Wisdom to wisdom, knowledge to knowledge, my sister. Thank you.
Nice. Thank you, my brother.
All right, I'll leave y'all. I'll be back.
Peace, dude.
Yeah.
And yeah, I was gonna say the Russian American alliance. You know what I mean? During the 1800s, that might have had something to do with it.
I think it might have been before that, is what I'm getting at. I think this all started, it was like sort of like made to look like all these alliances and breakdowns were happening, when really it was like they were just continually forming behind the scenes. They kind of knew this ancient knowledge. And this breaks down to, like, I got into the whole double-headed eagle symbology, double-headed gods, how far back that goes into Egyptian depictions, that they actually had a double-headed eagle at the gates of Tilth, I think is what it's called. I do have some evidence of that. I was going to pull that up, that could just play it in the background. I got it taken down when I first played it because I played Zeitgeist at the end, and I actually, like, listening to you the other day, already had heard about that it had been debunked. So I've been doing and trying to do more research into that. And I think I'm going to get into some pretty thick evidence of, like, actual, like, structure setups of from
Yeah,
China
comes
to
from
India South America, there's some serious similarities, obviously, with like the two snakes. So
Yeah,
we
like
need
have
to,
you
I
ever
want to do this with you. Let's break this down. Like
yeah,
I'm
like that lady is pretty easy to debunk because the beginning of the Zeitgeist movie is based on the same lady who wrote the book Christ Conspiracy.
okay.
I think I think her name is Acharya. Acharya S. So it's this blonde lady. She's a mythicist. So all you have to look at is other competing theories in
For
mythicism.
sure.
You know,
Which I
so
started to
yeah.
do and
Yeah.
have already done some. I think what was interesting for me personally in this was that I don't think the full explanations are there. I think they're trying to make it almost too easy, to make it
Right.
I'm well, and I agree on both sides. On both sides is kind of what I'm getting at, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
Oh,
because
it makes total sense.
here's
Sorry, I was
the
always
first thing.
confused.
Here's the first thing. Are you gonna trust a Jewish lady who basically is a Buddhist, who's a fake Buddhist with some fake titties and just like talking about how she's a guru, a Buddhist guru? Like that's the first red flag for me. Is just like this seems
Oh,
like
don't get me wrong, for sure. But now, like, if you do actually get in, so what I started to realize, like, I watched several. There was multiple videos for debunking, and I did end up doing a little bit of the research myself. As far as like, some of them were like, this isn't true, and some of them were like, well, if you want to make it like, down to the specifics, but I think some of it is, and this is what I'm getting at. Like, there's more to it than not. I'm not saying you can connect it
oh yeah.
all, but like, let's talk about the story of creation, the story of chaos throughout all the religions. And like, you want to even talk about the 7 days of creation versus like the 7 births of the first quote unquote children and what they represented. So there's a lot more similarities than we're fully taking a step back, and that goes beyond what the Zeitgeist brought up. But that's for
Yeah.
me because I'm very heavy on like, what the fuck are the planets really? I think there's more to it. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Just the,
Yeah. Go ahead, Hank.
um,
Yeah, you got it.
yeah, I don't flag someone for their religion. Who am I to say that she's not some kind of Buddhist master? I'm not a Buddhist, so I really don't have any position to say, well, you're not one. Until they give me more details. So if it is conflict with doctrines, I can just simply look up. I would need an explanation for the differences before I flag.
Let me put it this way. I don't think a true Buddhist, in my opinion, and how I understand the Buddhist tradition in terms of Zen Buddhism, they don't think of enlightenment as a goal. If you think of enlightenment as a goal and then you give yourself some type of title, like one of the quotes by one of the Zen masters was, the Buddha is a shit stick, because they literally wipe their ass with a shit stick that they have, like a stick that they use once they take a shit, and then they use it to clean their asshole, and then they wash it with water, and then they just put
Wow.
it up to dry.
Yeah,
So
I did
one of the
not
Zen
know
masters,
that.
yeah,
Zen's
so one
not
of
the
the
only branch,
masters,
though.
he literally said the Buddha is a shit stick. Like, it's not like a goal to be like the Buddha. Like, he's literally
Yeah.
defaming the Buddha as an attempt to say, like, if you think enlightenment is the goal, like, you're fucking lost. So imagine somebody
Yep.
who's a Buddhist who becomes enlightened and then gives themselves a title that they're enlightened, like Acharya.
Yep.
Like, I
Yep.
think a real Buddhist would be like, fuck that. Like, that's not a real Buddhist. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Yeah, like if
Zen's
you're
not the only
kissing
path
your
of
feet,
Buddhism,
there's
and
a
I reject
problem.
enlightenment in general.
Right, yeah.
So I reject enlightenment as a concept. It makes no sense. But Zen's not the only path of Buddhism. So that's really not enough information for me to flag it. So
Yeah. Like, and I would agree with that because I definitely take aspects of that into my own philosophy.
Corn
And part
cob
of that is the balance. Sorry, go ahead.
Right.
corn cob is way more effective anyway.
That's true.
Just said you want to eat the corn off of it first, but yeah, use a corn cob.
Yeah, Cecil's right.
I can play this, but I realized I'm on Firefox, so my volume's not going to work. And I could send you the link in the time. But right here, I'm showing that first shot. Let me go back super quick. Shows the
Oh yeah, these birds on the Slavic flags, right? Yeah, it's interesting, right?
yeah, and I'm showing them across the world right now. So really quick, the first one though was the one that I talked about in Egypt. So it comes up. Sorry, it's running a little slow, I see. Ah, get to it. God damn it. Sorry. I'm just trying to see if I thought I passed. Oh, there it is. Sorry. I thought I passed it. We're good. There we go. So right here. That's the one in the gates of, it's the gates of Tilth or something like that. And you can't see it now in this photo, I'm realizing. I thought I had pulled it up. Okay. Anyway, and then like another one I show later on is from India in the double-headed god depiction. So I really, this is one of my favorite subjects, I'm not going to lie. And I am actually quite spiritual. I'm not going to say it's like defined. I feel like there's a lot of symbolism in my life that leads me to believe that there's more. So I just want to make that clear. Like none of this is for me to disprove anything. I'm not even sure. I've actually realized in my own personal journey right now that I wanted to refocus on my alternative health information. And like getting into like what current science actually does acknowledge to be truthful about things that have been ancient knowledge. But after that, and when like when I go to Utah and stuff, this stuff just fascinates me. I love history. And the fact that this whole community has like found this way to sort of break down it is really been part of that.
Yeah, it says here, it says April 2011 marks the 150th anniversary of the U.S. Civil War, which began with the Confederate forces opening fire upon Fort Sumter in Charleston, South Carolina. The following essay by Webster Tarpley tells us about the largely untold alliance between President Abraham Lincoln and the Russian Tsar Alexander II. And it's because of this alliance that this dude actually built this transcontinental railroad modeled on the plan by Bismarck. I think it was Bismarck who built the Trans-Siberian Railroad. And that was one of the things that created the foundations for like what would later become socialism, because they could move products from a large area. They had the same, that's why you got the same products in New York that you have in California. It's because they built this motherfucker. So they were able to monopolize all these industries, and ship products all across the fucking country. So it became this huge fucking boom in industry in the 1800s, and that's why you have the Industrial Revolution.
Yeah, and if you look at the Russian American company map, they actually were down in Beijing, like they were all the way down into China. So there was a huge influence already taking over. And I think this was set up beforehand. This was set up in the early 1700s, and this was part of the, like I said, the breakup of some. But one of the things that throws a wrench in the monkey. Whatever. I probably said that backwards. That there's a monkey in the wrench. I don't remember. Regardless, is like, is time officially linear? And I don't know how you feel about that, but are we sure that everything we've experienced, like, did some of this happen in the future? Did some of it happen in the past? You know, there's like, I think there is something to that. And I feel like this is partly shown to us in the messages from some of this ancient technology. It's also part of what the reset is.
Yeah, I could break it down like this, because I guess in the most easiest to comprehend way, there's 4 different ways of looking at time. And I guess they could overlap, or they could be concurrent with each other, but there's one is like, basically there's a cyclical view of time. So, there's and you look at this when you observe seasons and shit. And obviously there's seasons within a day. A day has many different changes in it. And so does a person's lifetime. You can apply seasons to a person's lifetime, and then you can apply the regenerative cycles to nature and the flowing of time in terms of like cycles. And they came to
Yeah.
believe in reincarnation. People ultimately said, well, it's actually on a cosmological level. Time is going to reset. On a cosmological level, it's going to be reincarnation, meaning that reality is just a dream of Vishnu, and then Vishnu is going to wake up, and then reality is going to be destroyed. He's just going to consume reality, as a destroyer, and then he's going to go to sleep again and form the world again through his dreams. So there's this cycle of reincarnation between Vishnu, waking up and going to sleep, essentially, and then they had, in another sense, and this was actually borrowed by the Orphic Pythagoreans. They believed in reincarnation as well. And then you have the linear flow of time, which it can't be possible that time is just going, because you can't really measure linear time, because that's infinity, because infinity can't really be traversed. So you could never get to where we are now. So linear time has to have a beginning. You have to begin from a point to have linear time. You can't just go.
And I feel like we have a hard time, for sure, like laying down when that point was, right? Like, that is part of the question to the universe.
Right. Well, that's the problem, is like, nobody really knows where there's a fixed beginning, unless you go with the freak here, which,
Okay, so you want to know something crazy? So, how the movie Let There Be Light. One of my favorite sayings is from, I'm a big LOTR nerd. That's Lord of the Rings. And in the movie, in the books, obviously, they say, like, I give you a light when all other lights go out. It's one of my favorite lines. But what I was going to get at is the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. They say the answer to the universe is 42. If you break that down in numerologically, it's it stands for dB, which is decibels, which to me is resonance, frequency, hertz, right? So to me, it's some sort of vibrational aspect, which is how I think that there is any possibility to multi-dimensions as well. Which I also talk about because of my Sasquatch experience. It led me down this like rabbit hole of listening to other people's experiences. And so I ended up like, there was a lot of multi-dimensional aspects to their stories, which is partly why they actually say, people say that Sasquatch smells, but what they're not fully realizing that it's actually potentially often only associated for blips at time, not always like it's overpowering. Sometimes it is, but it's not always like it stays there for excessive periods of time. And so it's been associated with possibly when they flip dimensions. and it's a sulfur-based like smell, like so it's a chemical reaction to them shifting dimensions potentially.
And they have some type of weird ass language that sounds like
That was my experience. This is
it's like
gibberish, dude. Yeah, it sounds
like gibberish. Yeah.
Yes. So what happened for me is, okay, this experience happened in like I think it was 2015. I've been trying to like go back to, because I need to solidify like exactly when. But like my partner at the time, he thought it was a human because of the gibberish talk, because it almost sounds human, but the way it like shook it started with this sort of roar, sort of like yelly like roar, and it was really loud, and you could almost like tell how tall it was, and it was like within 10 yards. It was very close, and it started with that, and then it turned into this gibberish talk. And so at first, like I did say Sasquatch and I joked about it, but the whole thing was very weird, and I could get into the details. But regardless, I listened to these podcasts, and they were really good stories from hunters, like Fish and Game and Wildlife guys, like police officers, state, people that are forest rangers that spend time in the woods that are like legit not trying to ruin their career, are finally coming out and saying shit too. So there's like a lot of old stories. People will talk about how they'll never have hunted again because of it. So, there's a lot of legitimacy to it, and the stories and the details. But the minute I heard what they call the Sierra Nevada sounds, which is gibberish talk, I was like, holy shit, that's exactly what I heard. It's weird. It sounds like some other language, almost like a Slavic language. It's very interesting. Yeah, that was and now I found out also that because I never thought, I also dismissed my experience because of where we were, and it was in an area where they weren't very or you would think because of the forestry they wouldn't be very prevalent, or that they'd have a hard time hiding. Now understanding what they might more be like is like, it makes sense. But now I found out that like the History Channel's done an expose on that exact area that we were at. It's a hot spot, and I didn't even know it. And it is sort of middle of nowhere. Like nobody's fucking, and that was what happened to us. Nobody was out there the day we were rock hounding also. So that's another interesting aspect to it. And there was a herd of coyotes involved in my experience. So yeah.
That's interesting. So they somehow like are capable of, from what I understand, they're capable of using like ley lines or they know where some type of interdimensional portals are. And
that's what yeah. Or like that would make sense. Like it could be a portal thing, like the right resonance. And they talk about like certain parts of the world being chakra points. So they have like certain, and they talk about Mount Shasta being one of the major. So you can imagine like the ley line, I know where we were, would clearly go like right through that area.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like when you're there, and I don't know if you guys have had this experience, but because I do spend a lot of time outside and in random like very desolate areas, and sometimes by myself, but like there was a whole energetic value to it. And I've had that experience in another spot that I had a really like, where I was, that picture I was showing of the sheep, of the bighorn sheep, that place I've been a few times, and I had that specific experience. Was like I felt like I was in another dimension during that trip. It was surreal.
Have you ever taken acid?
Actually, I have, and this might sound interesting. So I'm an avid smoker. I also have taken mushrooms, but I've never taken I've taken LSD and never like had an effect from it. I'm not a big like psychedelic drug experimenter. And even when I've done mushrooms, I found out I've always only been microdosing. I have to have some level of control, but I love.
Who is this that's speaking right now?
It's Asra. It's Astra
Astra?
she's from
Astra?
Wisconsin. Yeah, she's going to take you up north and we're going to shoot some deer and drink some beer. And then she's going
Astra
to take
from
you out to
Wisconsin?
Oregon and show you how it's done. All right?
All they do in Wisconsin is make cheese. They don't shoot no fucking deer.
Oh, we love our deer. We love that venison. Everybody's a hunter in Wisconsin. Come on now. Big,
All
big,
they hunt
the
is
white-tailed, the 12-pointers. Do you even know, sir? Come
They're
on.
out there hunting cheese.
Damn it. Well, we do we do
They're
spend a
hunting
lot of
cheese
time in the
balls,
cheese. Yes, when
Bro,
we're
they
not
shoot
shooting,
bow and
we're
arrows
eating.
right into the cheese.
We're eating and drinking, Everything's
believe they
fucking,
use drink.
everything, my accent's going bad. Everything's fried. Absolutely everything. Even the beer if you go to the Wisconsin State
Even
Fair.
the people are fried in Wisconsin.
100%. That's why I had to move. I was like, I need some fresh air.
Where do you live now?
Oregon. I've been here for like 17 years.
Oregon.
I've actually ended up like all over. I lived on the coast. I worked in Astoria when I first became a sleep tech. And then I've lived in Central Oregon. I've lived in the Valley. Yeah.
A sleep tech? What's that?
That's where you hook up those electrodes. It's EEG studies. So I did and respiration at the same time. In my first job, I worked for one of the oldest neurologists, doctors in Oregon. So that was the first part of my job was, I'd have to hook you up, measure your brain.
Do pseudoscience.
And then, I'd have to be like, yo, doc, this is when the patient fell asleep. This is like when they went into 1, 2, 3 in REM. And this is when they had what we called an arousal, which was like a chit-chat chuckle. Like our little other chuckle was like, we're sleep techs. We score all night because we score your sleep studies. All right. Anyway, I'm getting nerdy about it, but I actually really, and then I used ventilatory equipment. So like I'm designed to more or less like detect sleep disorder breathing and then treat it with equipment. So like as a tech, we're technically like, I don't know what to compare us to in the medical field because
how you treat it?
We're kind of like a nurse, but we're
being
like
obese,
different.
and then you won't have sleep breathing disorders.
Sometimes, by the way, sometimes that's the case. Sometimes actually, like some of our sickest patients were marathon runners. So
And
you
then
can't
what
just say that's it. It's deeper than that. You want to know what it's connected to? Your throat muscles.
Drink a shot of olive oil.
Guess
before
what we
you go to
don't do
sleep.
anymore? Like you need to sing. You need to sing it out. You need to speak it out. You need to use circular breathing, the throat muscles right in that area. It has a lot to do with it. So
Just
it's
drink
not.
Just drink a shot of olive oil before you
I
go
feel
to
like
sleep.
if you're healthy and you exercise and you eat well and you maintain a decent, weight, you're not going to have any problems sleeping and breathing.
So did you hear what I just said? A marathon runner. Like skinny as fuck. So it's something else. It was
So
the
you
way
had
he was
one
structured.
marathon runner? Is that like the
No, I
standard?
had more than one thin patient and more than one very active athlete patient who had the problem, who did not need to lose weight, and that was not the issue.
I mean, I
so
don't even
let's talk
believe
about
in
really
the
quick. Hold on, Rant.
uh,
Let's talk
sleep
because hear me
studies.
out. Hear me out. My whole life right
I think
now,
it's
my
all
whole
fake and gay.
goal is to get patients off machines because I don't believe in this as being the ultimate answer. So what I want to get into is like how we're structured, how actually even through massage and fascial release that we can actually manipulate and realign the facial muscles and structure to allow for better breathing, and that's where the issue lays. Because like for that guy, and some
Yo,
people,
I
it's
bet you could
stupid shit.
manipulate
It's
the
like
fuck out of
posture.
some goobers and get them for all their insurance money. I bet you could definitely do that.
So
Yeah,
that's what I
some
thought.
rich prick
That's what I saw
fucking wealthy
happening.
that sat there in a white coat, doesn't know his ass from his elbow about the human body. Only knows what
The
they
first
taught him in a
doctor I did,
textbook that
the
was
first
designed
doctor-
by the Rothschild pharmaceutical industry to
No,
keep
but
people in
hey,
constant states of
100%.
management. You know what
Bunny,
I'm saying?
listen,
These
Bunny,
things were
it goes
for.
deeper than that. It goes. They can just wake you up all the time and then claim you got sleep apnea, so you can't fucking get certain jobs and shit.
Yo, it's all bullshit. The whole industry's bullshit. It's a fucking
Is he
con.
frozen?
Right?
Cecil, you're frozen for some reason.
I know.
The whole shit comes from
my nipple and
Asclepius,
shit.
bro. All right?
Well, the whole thing isn't completely, because I would love to talk about like the history and science behind surgery that goes like
Fucking
way back
sham.
further than we know. But that's
Whole
connected
sham.
to, again, that we don't talk about enough is like body and facial realignment, manipulation. Like my friend, her first child she had, and people like don't even know that this is possible. He literally was so big. Okay, mind you, she married a 6'8" man. She's 5'5". Her first son flipped her uterus. She went through massage therapy to reflip her uterus back into place. So these are things that we don't talk about, right? Like this is so important.
Made that uterus do a backflip and shit. Yo, I'll massage the fuck out of some uteruses, dog. I'll fucking knock that uterus back into place, dog. You don't even know. Ask my wife about how I be knocking uteruses back into orbit,
That
all
might
right?
be the man's job. I'm not gonna lie. It might be.
I'll show you a whole new massage technique for fixing
I'm
uteruses,
sure
all
that
right?
you still have to do some hand manipulation, but this is actually part of my new goal.
I got a specialized tool that was designed by the Almighty God, designed for flipping uteruses inside out, right side up. You don't even know.
They got techniques to show you how to manipulate your facial structures. Again,
I
like
got a special technique for manipulating
septum.
facial structures. You don't even know.
No, and I don't mean like weird. Like okay, yeah, okay. Okay, I'm done. I love it. Oh, yeah, that's good. That's
Tell you what, bro.
Let's go to
Put
the
all new
mountains.
meaning to a
That's-
sleep
that's
study, all
my
right?
answer right now. Like, go to the woods, go to the mountains. Just find your inner peace.
Smoke fat doinks and
Yeah,
rearrange
and get it out.
structures,
No, I mean, maybe take some breaks. That might be good. And also make sure you run uphill on a consistent basis so you get that shit out of your lungs.
I live on a
Also,
hill, bro.
Mulligan is a good. I smoke on the regular. Mulligan
I live
herb
on a
is
hill.
wonderful for clearing out.
Okay.
And I can show you techniques. Open up your lymph. All those things. There's
Oh,
a
you a
lot
lymph?
of.
Oh shit.
Oh, I'm all about. Oh yes, we can get into the details of that.
Yo, I heard Jack Talcott's a lymph
You just
too,
let
bro.
me know what you want to know, and I got the knowledge. All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jack.
Look at him, bro.
Hey,
He's a specimen.
You guys were having something happening.
Coming in hot with the Lord
Why
Farquaad.
don't you shut the fuck up, DJ Spin? Whoever you are. I mean, honestly, just come up on the panel or like why are you giving directives from the chat? Like what is this? Thank you for shutting up. Like what come on, DJ Spin. You're not directing this show here. All right.
DJ Spin, why don't you spin my balls in your mouth, all right? Jack Talcott, good afternoon. Hey, don't be hating on my jokes, all right? You're just jealous because I asked DJ Spin to spin my balls in the mouth, not you, all right?
Maybe a little bit. No, I'm just kidding. Not at all. Not at all. Hashtag none credit.
Hey, yeah, you guys were having good conversations. I don't know how to contribute to that.
Welcome, Jack. Do you know about having a specialized tool for making uteruses flip inside out?
I have not. I mean, I have heard of uteruses. I've heard of the body doing some very interesting things. And I think that's what she was getting at.
You ever make a uterus quack, Jack?
Have you also guys heard of in Ecuador? They have specifically, but they have like a special birthing center, and it's all set up with like relatively exercise style equipment, so that the entire body is like allowed for that nurturing and ability to have it like situate itself differently and to nurture labor.
My wife
been
stretches
very
herself out on a ball when she does the pregnancy, right? When she's in labor, she puts
Hashtag
she sits on a
Asian
ball,
squat. Nice.
right?
Yeah, yeah.
It's a pregnancy. It's like a ball, an exercise ball, and it helps her fucking stretch her
And that's
hips
one of
open or
yep.
some shit.
You guys should look it up. Like look up Ecuador Birthing Center. They have the
Yo, she
balls,
has
but they have
6
a bunch
minute.
of other items as well.
What
It's
was your
beautiful.
longest birth time, Ems? Her longest birth was like 6 minutes, but they're usually like instantly.
Right? That's what I'm talking about.
She goes into the
Yep.
contractions and bada bing, bada boom with the exercise
bing,
ball
bada
comes
boom.
right out.
Bada bing, bada
Yeah,
boom.
no lie, bro. Yo, the baby usually pops out before the doctor could even get there.
Yeah. That actually, I have I know somebody who's very fit, like runs on the regular, and that her birth was very similar. To the point where they were not prepared because it was like immediate retraction of her placenta, and there's like a whole thing like that you need to make sure that comes out in the process. So that was a whole, and I don't want to get into the details of what they did to get
But
it
don't
out.
let them keep the placenta because they'll eat it.
No, her body sucked it back in, and you're not obviously supposed to do that.
It was
because of the
hungry.
way that she responded to the birthing.
Maybe it was hungry.
I mean, TMI friends, welcome.
It was like, no, I'm keeping that.
That's that Venus flytrap of the placenta eaters.
Do you know if she had a natural birth or if she was using epidurals?
No, it was natural. It
Good for
was,
her.
yeah.
She was on
I
acid.
know.
Her vagina ate the placenta back. It was like,
And I'm pretty sure it was one of those. It was like so fast, like we don't got time for that.
I was told people there's some vagina out there that have teeth. Jack knows about them. You know what I'm saying?
Chaos, right? The center of chaos.
Jack's high off them gummies, bro.
I have a theory that if you can't find the man in the canoe, the teeth come out.
That's right.
That could be true. Maybe that's why I've never found the teeth.
You got to find the man in the canoe, bro. He's in there. He's in the back of the boat. He's chilling.
I know.
Sometimes he be hiding under a fucking tarp. You know what I mean? You gotta break him out.
Oh, that was good. I needed that.
He's back there, bro. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Doc?
Nothing.
You been in and out of rabbit holes?
Hey.
All up and down and in and out of the earth?
No, I actually, I don't know if it was said or if it was in the chat about I look high. I had a good cry. I feel fucking amazing.
Oh, I know that. That's good. That's good. You just like released and probably healed
That's some
a lot.
afterglow there.
It wasn't a cry of sadness. It was true fucking joy. It was just
Nice.
great.
I have
Great.
that a lot.
Yeah, see?
I'm an easy crier. Actually, when I went to
Good.
acupuncture, they specifically would try to help with that release. There's a spot on your finger, and it's kind of weird, and it helps release that. But I cry at happy things all the time, so I get it.
Why'd you cry, Jack?
Here, man.
Because of a comment.
What was the comment?
Nice. Nothing wrong with that.
No, someone.
What was the comment that brought Jack Talcott to tears?
If I stood correctly, it was a young lady who shared her testimony that she had been estranged from her father and received inspiration through some of the things I've been sharing. So her and her father have reunited. And so the thought came to me that is my prayer. If God will use me as a vessel for love to win, love to grow, love to prevail, fuck yeah, dude.
I'm happy for you, Jack. I'm happy you finally got a victory. You've been out here for a long time. You know what I mean? And you know what I mean? I think, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't cry about it, but hey. I'm not Jack Talcott. I don't understand your world, right?
Hey, amen. It's inspiring is what it is. And it gives me hope.
Definitely.
If you did something good, what can I say about you, Jack? 10
I don't
points for
think
Gryffindor.
I think it's
Thank you.
actually highly underrated, and we need to sort of take a step back, that often like the person that might even reflect what something you've given to them will never realize it came from you. And that's why forever life will be a like a thankless job, but to always be grateful no matter what. I see it all the time, and I don't need it. I don't want it. I'm ready for something else anyway, so let's build something bigger.
You sound like you bounce around a lot.
ADHD.
Have you embodied that into your life where you just kind of bouncing around?
No, I have, and it does come down to some organizational structure and scheduling. I do have to sort of have a little bit of that because right now I'm actually in between jobs, and I don't want to go back to working for an employer. But if you look at my resume, I've had a very successful career in life. I'd never want to go back to the corporate style though. So
I mean, that doesn't really impress me. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, do you
I
find
know
yourself
that
often
I'm
unhappy and
just
try
don't.
to change that situation by changing your life?
I'm trying to explain that I've had the ability to be very structured. If you look at and I don't need to show it to you, right? I'm just saying. And you already know what I did at some point.
Well, yeah, perfect
But where
structure
I
and order
actually
is
went with
actually
it and
hell
where
for
I'm
me.
like, yeah, what like that showed for myself, it made me realize I'm capable. And so I am. And I don't need to get into the detail of it on TML's show, but I am
Capable of
trying to
what?
actually do something bigger than whatever the
Like
fuck
what?
this is. Like, no
What are you
offense to
trying
any
to
of
do?
you guys, but it's PMA and intentional communities. I've done a lot of research on creating an LLC with a trust to, eventually if you actually procure your title, that you would be able to get your land patent from there. With a PMA, you're looking at a tax-free, and if you set it up in this sort of regenerative, sustainable design, companion
Hey,
planting,
yo,
I mean, I could go on and on and on. Sustainable
I'm trying to
building.
do big things too, but like, what exactly does that entail? Because you said a lot of things like
Oh,
LLCs and
yeah, it
trusts
entails
and
a
blah, blah, blah.
lot. It entails creating a core group that wants to make it happen in the first place.
What is it?
And
I think that's important. What
and
is it
having
in the first place?
investors. What?
Hello? What is it exactly?
What do you mean? What is it? Like, call it an intentional community, I think would be the best way to put it at this point.
An IC, okay. And so
Yeah.
what do you want to do
Yes,
with it? Are you trying to do like
IC.org?
Are you
What's
trying to
that?
do like an egalitarian fucking community or some crazy shit
No,
like that?
I was going to post this in the back chat, and I didn't earlier. If you guys have never read the Anastasia Ringing Cedars series, you should do it.
I'm very familiar with intentional communities, but what is your plan for it exactly?
I have a lot, and this has to do with like current, societal structure right now, with the idea that like I still have to live in the capitalism. Not to say like that I am not going to run out this community outside of that at all. I'm just saying that there's a huge structure to me wanting to create it where the food cultivation is, and even down to the clothing, is all regenerative. But to begin with the start of it, there's going to need to be a healing and wellness foundation to help with the cost of some things. And also obviously initial investors. And then also something that in some of my connections here, I'm sorry, I like all of a sudden I feel on the spot, and we've talked a lot about how we need to have a very well written out, couple of paragraphs that like lays out exactly what we're trying to do here, right? So I could go into like long detail of this, but because there's a lot of plans. So there's plans with free energy design, mind you, because I do have some good connections with that who are willing and already a part of this project. Mind you, I was actually supposed to be in Ecuador right now because I was starting in an NGO, a non-governmental organization there, to actually buy out or take on a foundation that already existed and add on to it with a lot of the things I'm talking about right now. And a lot of this for me has been the alternative health path. So as in my profession and all the different departments and hospital aspects I started working with, and like, dispatching patients out of ICU with this equipment and stuff, and hearing their stories of, something that we never talk about often is like, can you explain what the placebo effect is? So that had a lot to do with why I wanted to do this organizational aspect in the first place. That is a lot of the core of it, but there's educational value. There's it takes a village. I personally, in my life, just the way it went down, I didn't have children. It doesn't mean I didn't want to have children. It also doesn't mean that I'm completely out of that box yet. But regardless, I take on a very motherly role with others. So I would like to have the ability to help others so that they can cultivate their own life. And that's something that we're missing. This is why I was talking earlier about like celebration and ceremony and expressing ourselves. You can call it
There's a
tribalism.
lot.
Not
Like,
talking
there's
about
so
mud
much
hut.
to unpack here. I don't.
I know,
like,
and that's
I'm
why I'm
just-
saying
I'm
like
just
I can go
asking, like,
on and on.
all right. So I guess what I'm trying to say is like you're trying to make a community, right? And you're gonna
Yep,
try to
and-
invite
yep.
people there, right? Do you have land?
Yes, actually.
How
Though
many
we're-
acres
we're-
do you have?
Well, there's like more than one patch of land, and
How many?
the minimum
many
right now
acres
is
do you
like
have in
70
total?
acres. The minimum right now is 70 acres that we're looking at.
So
And
you have
there's
you
a
have it
spring on the
already?
land, and yes, and actually right now there's like we've already looked in all this, like we've talked to the real estate agent. This isn't just shit. Like this is
No, I'm saying,
something
do
I'm
you
doing
own
though,
the
like
land?
very recent, by the way. So this is very new.
Hello?
But there's mining rights on the land we're looking at. Like they're already drilling oil out of there. There's a potential for us to make a little money with that when we first invest into it, as we're
Well,
building. But
listen,
then
I don't
eventually
know
we
if
would
you know
obviously
anything
shut
about.
that down.
Hello?
Hello? There's a lot of
I'm
steps.
trying to help you
Okay,
out,
go
but
ahead.
you can't just if you just ramble about 100 things, I can't address anything or even begin to like
We don't,
help
but
you
hold on,
out
Rant.
in
Rant,
understanding this.
do we need to do that right now though on TML show? Do we need to like hash out my whole
Well, I
like
mean,
because we're
we
doing
don't
meetings about
have
that.
to. I'm just what are we even doing though if we're trying to make the world better? I'm sure TML's
I'm
down
just
to make the world
laying
better.
out that this is one thing and it's not that difficult actually, because all of you right now, if you get an LLC with a trust and you buy land and you pay off the land and you get your title, you can go to the county and you can get your patent. With this, you can create a PMA if you want. It can be like 5 people and you can go tax free. You can also do this with an NGO. There's other ways to do
Well,
it.
I
I'm
don't
telling
I
you
don't know
that
what you're
these are
trying to tell
solutions
people.
right now.
This is
I
all
don't need you
fuckery.
to be a
All
part
right.
of my project. I'm telling you
Look,
that you
I
can
don't
do this
need you
right
to be
now.
a part of my project. I have land. I live on the land. I'm already doing my damn thing.
Rant, I'm not telling you I don't want you to be.
I don't need
I'm
anybody.
sorry.
I'm
That
my own
wasn't meant to-
fucking village.
Rant,
But
rant,
but
rant,
at the
rant.
end of the day,
Hold on.
I'm trying to
I
help
wasn't
you
trying to
out.
be
You don't want
rude.
help? That's fine. Let's go to the next
No.
topic. Jack Talcott, how you doing?
Rant.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Hey,
I'm
listen, this
sorry.
is the TML show. We're
Hold
not
on,
supposed to
hold
do
on,
any
dude.
of this.
Can I give you my email? Can we talk further? Because there's a couple other people who also have land, like right now, who want to be a part of this project that sound like your situation. I just didn't want to make it his topic, and I got defensive in a weird way with you, and I don't know why. So I'm
Well, I
highly
want.
apologizing. Thank you
No,
for your
Rant
input.
has that kind of effect on people.
No, it's good. Like I want all of us to collaborate on this topic further because I
And
would
yeah,
like to know
TML
more about it.
knows. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry
You
for
know
getting
about
all the
my
juices
meeting, so
flowing.
we're good. I'm putting my email in the back chat. If you wouldn't mind, I would actually like. I would love. I've had other conversations with you. I think. Again, I apologize because I'm realizing that right now. I did come off kind of weird and like defensive with you.
I'm just saying,
and
this
I
is
think
what I do.
You have
know what I mean?
energy. No, yeah, that is, and I think I do too. Like we're both passionate, and then I'm trying to be like defending myself about what I'm doing here, and I'm rambling,
Okay.
and you're just being helpful. So I'm going to shut up.
Okay,
But
hold
thank
on.
you.
1 second. Mr. Lonnie, can you wave in the camera there so I could see if you're a
I
real
know
person?
Lonnie. If that's the Lonnie, I
Suspiciously
think.
familiar to other people
Oh, you
here.
know. Okay.
No.
So he's been
I think
verified
if
by
it's the
Sarah.
Lonnie, I think it is. Is that the Lonnie? I think it is. Give me a thumbs up, Lonnie.
Yeah, I think me and you talked on cages. What's happening?
If you guys don't mind,
So,
if you
I
guys
got a
don't
couple
mind,
questions for you.
if you don't mind, I'm just gonna touch my nipple right now and get stuck on camera.
Are you still sexy? So
I don't know.
Oh,
Check it out, bro.
He's still stuck.
Stick your finger in your ass and all that good shit. I've been freaking out.
It
I'm
looks
a
like
serial
you
nipple
are
toucher.
touching your nipple in the stuff picture too.
Hey, you got fucking 3 or 4 freak flags flying.
I'm a serial nipple toucher.
Yeah, what's up, Lonnie?
So, not much, man. Just coming in from my girlfriend's. I took her out for dinner for her birthday and went and got her some birthday presents. Come back home, man. It seems to work better that way when you live together. But about the LLC thing, not to take up too much time on the stream about that, but I've been following, well, not following, but educating myself through what Chris Hauser is, sharing with everybody. Are you familiar with him?
Yeah, your mic is a little
Sovereign
fucked up.
Yeah, it's a little
for-
glitchy. Say that again.
and the
Though.
allodial title and all that.
Yes, so the allodial title is very heavily connected to the land patent.
Let me
and it is
try
different
talking, then maybe that'd be better.
Okay. Oh, did we lose him? Anyway, the allodial title is the same thing as the land patent. And it is also a little different between like Canada and America. FYI, also same thing with like Britain. Like while you're looking into this, like with what I'm talking about, but the main thing, like with going tax free, is not something you necessarily have to get your land. That's something I should be very specific about. Is like to go tax free, you don't need to get a land patent to do that. That's to try to potentially protect you more for like from imminent domain, which is like potentially taking over your land. So this is just something though for me I've been looking into because eventually with all the properties that we end up setting up, that would be the idea.
Well, that imminent fuck if you're on certain things, but here's the thing is, well, now we know we gotta buy it in gold or silver.
Your mic is totally. Excuse me, sir. Your mic is totally fucked up. If you could try to fix whatever the glitches that you're having on your.
It's your internet connection, Lonnie. Your internet's fucked.
Yeah, maybe you might have to turn your
Shut
camera
off
off.
your camera. Yeah, the audio will be better.
Let me get on my laptop, man. I'll come back.
Okay, for sure. Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
Shut it down, man. Shut it all down. I'm gonna sign out and then I'll come back on my laptop.
Yeah, it's so garbled. It gets
Come through again. We can't.
but it's no disrespect
because
to
we
you.
can't make out what you're saying at all, brother. But yeah, we'd like to hear you out. So
Yeah.
So try to come back on. Yep.
Yeah, it's again no disrespect to you, but it is like I tolerate a lot. Sometimes I realize, and other people are like they're and I have some neurodivergency, so it's like I get it, but like because for me, other things will make like nails on a chalkboard. That's really what it is, right?
But yo, the reality of the situation is you could do all this crazy shit, right? But what I mean, you could have all these great plans, right? But you don't have the time that you think you have. That's the crazy reality.
I would actually disagree a little bit, but I do understand what you're saying. And also like I don't live in the future. I can't. I feel like that has a lot to do with like disappropriated energy and potentially manifesting things.
I'm just telling you from firsthand experience, okay?
Serial nipple touching and shit. You know what I'm saying?
That this fucking system is going to collapse before you're able to successfully pull off the operation.
Just touch your nipple out in the woods, shit in a hole and stuff, and be a
Okay,
hippie.
so hear me out. Like, I do agree with you to some extent, and I think it's like at this point, of course, if we were able to like secure, some land that already existed and like just jump on, and that's what we're trying to work on right now, just so we can just start from like point A, and then if we can do more. But that is,
You're already working on
that's
the
why
wrong.
my meetings are free. They're just private because I don't feel like doing them live.
You're already
'cause
on
that's
the
all why
wrong
I'm here.
spectrum, though. Like you're trying to get investors and you're trying to get massive scale land, right? When you really need to realize that you only need about an acre or two per person, right? Which you can pick up for $2,000 to $3,000 an acre, and then you could slap a building on there for a few thousand, right? As long as you have water, now you own everything outright the way I do, and I owe nobody anything. No one's ever going to be able to pull my land out from under my feet. It's all paid for. It's all done. As far as taxes, right? Instead of trying to avoid taxes, go through all this rigmarole, right? Find a place where you pay very low taxes. I pay like $200
Well,
a
and
year in taxes.
that's already part of the plan too, for sure.
That's
Like,
not a problem.
and
You know what I mean?
also like permits. So that's a huge part of it. And the land we're looking at that has 70K,
Yeah,
there's no
I live in a
permit, so we
place
can
where
build
there is no
however we
permit.
want, which is
You know what I
huge,
mean?
right?
Live
Right.
rural where there is no building
Yeah,
code or
and
permits.
it is rural. It is up in the Appalachian Mountains, and I'm actually, obviously far away from this, but there's land, even where in Oregon that I can procure that I've already looked into. Obviously there's like fanciful land that's like close to the
I'm just
coast.
saying, like, you gotta
But
realize
I mean,
dealing with raw
hear me
land.
out. Like, I'm just like, I'm going at
I'm
this at
trying
all
to give you
angles,
like
and you can tell
I'm trying to
that.
give you a realistic perspective, right? Even
I
dealing
know,
with
and
raw
it is
land.
important.
Let's say you got the land, you secured it today, right? You had all the people right now on the land, the raw land, right? It's going to take you at least a minimum of 10 years of super struggling before you have any kind of infrastructure actually set up to where it's livable, to like even bare minimum standards. And I hope you
How
realize
long did you say? How long did you say?
10 years.
I'd say less, but
I
I
know you
understand
would,
what you're saying.
but you
Not
haven't done it. I have. You know what I mean?
okay. Yeah, no, well appointed. Yes, I have
I've
not.
cleared the land. I've put the house
I've done a
there.
lot
I've
of
done the
research on
water,
it.
the
That does not make
electrical.
me an expert. Yep.
You know, we
Yep.
think everything's going to be like bing, bang, boom. But what's crazy is you always run into these crazy obstacles, and it's
Can I
just about
just
jumping through obstacle after obstacle, and the
I
matrix and the
just know
devil
this
trying
is
to
where I'm
stop
supposed
you.
to be, so I'd really like to talk to you about your current situation. Is this
Yep.
not something that we could potentially connect on? That I'm a
Yeah.
hard fucking worker, and I have other people who are the same, and I'm bringing people who are engineers, and I am looking for a financer. FYI, that's the one role that we haven't
I
quite
mean, we've
fulfilled.
got
I
infrastructure in the
have
Ozarks
administrative
already.
assistant experience. I have, yeah, like, I mean, health care experience. That's the other thing we've gotten into, like hard details, like making sure there's first responder details. So like basic, really simple surgery, to be honest.
Yeah, well, I mean,
And shout out to
we got a
Aaron.
helicopter. Like
Yeah.
my town got a helicopter, so we're fine. It's really not a
And
problem.
I did live on that, by the way. It was like beautiful. It was like $2 a month. And so when I lived in very rural parts of Oregon, and we had helicopter service for $2 a month.
No, I
Wipe
mean,
your
I wanted to
as
teach
a
you guys.
helicopter
It's
for
actually very
emergencies.
basic. There's very basic first responder stuff. I'm talking about like first aid kit, like easy suture, just basic, quick
Oh,
to
listen,
go shit.
we're hillbillies. We super glue shit together, all right? We got duct tape. You know what I mean? We'll put people back together. I got 4 kids. You know what I mean? I'm
I
basically
told
a
you I was
fucking
from
combat
Wisconsin,
medic at this
so.
point. I'm practically a combat medic. I'm just saying. You know what I mean? I've done tourniquets. I've had all kinds of shit. We used a slap strap as a tournament. My son busted his knee. He was leaking hard body. I tourniqueted his leg with a slap
I
strap.
told you about my oh no, maybe you weren't here for that part. My past partner, we were rock hounding in a river, and he was just like strolling upriver, and there was like a large fence post that he ended up running into. It just sliced his leg wide open. So, it was me, like emergency kit style. We had a t-shirt. I had to tourniquet him. And then we were out in a very remote area, no service. So we had to get, like, first of all, where we were even on the river compared to where our camp was, where any vehicles were, to get him back. So there, I'm highly prepared. I have,
I
and
mean,
I
if you
actually,
plan on
in my
camping, then
job,
you'll be
you
good.
wouldn't think, hear me out. You wouldn't think that I would have seen as like I'm fucking sleep studies in rural locations. You wouldn't think I've had serious incidents. I've been completely by myself with a patient having a heart attack that should have never came out of. They had ventricular tachycardia. They were 24 beats into it at 200, plus beats per minute, and you don't come out of that. You continue in it. I went in and I touched her with my hands, and she shocked herself up out of it and woke up. So I'm highly prepared, motherfucker. I'm saying that
look,
with
at
love
the
and
end of the day,
respect.
that's all great, but that doesn't really matter. Like honestly, what is the point of all of this conversation?
Well, I've been in the wild too. Like I've had bear encounters. Like I'm highly prepared for survival tactics.
Just
It's
fucking,
been part of
shoot
my
'em and
life.
run. I mean, I don't know.
So I have no problems with. You should see my face right now in the fuckery of it.
But what is this like? My point is that you want to set all this shit up, and it's gonna take you like 10 years to set it up.
I don't agree.
Okay, well, good luck. You know what I mean?
I appreciate it. If you would like to be a part of the conversation and continue to challenge it, I'm open to that discussion. If you want to just say that I'm gonna fail,
trying to help you not waste your
take me down
time.
some fucking bullshit hole. You don't know my past, you don't know what I've done, and you don't know what I've already done in this process.
That's what I'm saying.
Don't make me defensive right now. Like, let's either hash it out and have a real conversation and bring your shit to the table. So, because right now it feels like you're just trying to challenge me.
All right, so
are you
the
really
shit
here
is
to have a
gonna-
conversation and to make shit happen, or are you here to call me?
So
and
the
tell
shit
me I'm
is
a
gonna
fucking
start hitting the
piece of
fan,
shit?
right? The
Like,
shit
what's
is
your
gonna
plan,
start hitting the
dude?
fan April 8th of this year. It's gonna begin the shit hitting the fan, right? So
But to what content and what are you even enabling by saying that? What are you manifesting? Do you even
What I'm
understand
saying
the
is-
concept of if the observer isn't observing, is there even a fucking observation? So
listen,
by
I'm
you
not
even
here to
fucking
play
saying that, what are
metaphysical
you doing?
manifestation,
You're
mindfuck,
making it
matrix,
worse.
bananas, bullshit.
What does
all right?
hey,
Look,
rant.
listen.
What does fear do to the body? What does fear do to the body?
Listen, we're
What
not
does it
doing
do
the
to your
fear thing.
gut?
We're not
What
doing
does-
the fear
what- No,
thing.
what does it do to your immunity? Tell me right now. Do
Listen,
you
we're
even
not
know?
doing the fear thing. Do I sound like I'm fearful? I'm
Yes,
trying
you
to
are.
explain
April
to you.
8th. April
Yeah.
8th, everybody. Get
Yeah.
ready. You're all gonna fucking
But what I'm
die.
saying is,
Get
you have
fucking
to
ready.
realize
You've heard
if
this
you would
how
pay
many
attention,
times, dude? Don't go
if you would
there.
pay attention for
Don't
just
go
one
there.
fucking second,
I paid.
right?
I've been here before the pandemic, way before it, and all the
Okay,
rants of
I don't
the
care
world's
how
gonna end
long
on this
you've been
day,
wherever the
world's
fuck
gonna
you
end
think
on
you've
that
been.
day. I've been there for it. Been
None
there.
of that matters
Done
to
it.
me right now. What I'm
Move
trying
on.
to explain to you
Move
is
on.
April
I'm
8th is
already
going to
in
be the
survival
beginning of the
tactics.
shit.
I know where the caves are. I have plenty of food and
Holy
supply for
fucking
multiple
shit.
days.
That's not
I
what
know
I'm
how to
trying to
kill
say.
animals. I know how to fucking forage. Do you? Do you know how to do any of
Yeah.
that shit? So what
Yeah,
are
I
you
know
here
I know
for? What are you
everything.
trying to tell people?
I'm trying to fucking
empower
help
them
you
or
realize that
walk
you need
away?
to do something now.
Empower.
Like you don't have
Empower.
the time you think you have. So would you rather me not
I
tell
don't
you?
need your time zone. I don't
It's
need your
not my time
frame.
zone. It's a motherfucking celestial event.
So that's great, and I'm ready for anything.
I can't control the fucking heavens. Only God could control the
But
heavens.
you know what keeps
And there's a
happening? You
fucking
know what keeps
sign in the
happening? I
sky.
keep hearing this thing
Are
like,
we gonna
this is
ignore
gonna
the sign
happen
in
on
the
this
sky?
date, and this is gonna happen on that date.
Well,
We're
it
all
doesn't
gonna
matter
die
if you
here and
believe in
then, and
it.
this is
These people believe in
have
it.
you read the Adam
right?
and Eve, the declassified story of the Adam and Eve
Yes,
story?
yes. I
Have you
don't
read
believe
how
it's going to
that
be a
connects
pole
to the
shift. Yes,
reset?
I understand mud
Have you
flood
read how
shit.
the
I
caves
understand the
depict
CIA
the stories?
redacted Adam and Eve
All
story.
right,
Yes,
we're
I
just talking
understand.
over you. I'm gonna stop. We're just talking over
Yo,
each other.
welcome back.
Oh yes, Lonnie, to break it up. Oh, please play some guitar, brother.
I got a tourniquet. I'm gonna wipe my ass on a pine cone
You might have to.
instead of a corn cob. The pine
Wait,
cone.
real quick though.
I
You
got
could
my
like
tourniquet
moisten
right
it,
here.
like get it wet. Yeah, tourniquet
Yeah.
that shit. But get your pine cone wet so it's super soft, right?
You got to tourniquet the pine cone and then wipe your ass with it. That's how it's
No,
done.
no. I'm just gonna wipe my ass on a pine cone.
Make sure you eat those pine nuts beforehand.
All right, tourniquet your ass and then pine cone your
All right.
asshole. with
I'm
the-
sorry,
with
by the
tourniquet.
way, for getting all amped up. By the way, just want to make that clear because
I'm gonna fit a pine cone in my. Yeah.
Don't be torturing that water.
America.
right. right?
Is the water
Hashtag
being
power of
tortured now?
intention.
Yo,
We
don't
get thirst
torture
for
the water.
Fuck.
Yeah, y'all don't even understand about water, bro. Bunch of ignorance.
Rant, you want to debate? Let's go head to head.
Bro, you're a
Round
bunch of
3.
ignorance. All right.
Ding, 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 ding. Structural water.
This part is called the
The
windlass.
intentional water.
I mean, yo, quit playing. When the
I ain't
celestial
playing.
event goes
I
down,
ain't
bro, and the
playing.
whole grid goes down, you're gonna be sitting there stuck on stupid.
I'm
like,
ready.
damn.
No,
that
so
motherfucker was
that's
right.
my thing though. Real quick. Like, I keep hearing this. I've heard this like I don't even know how many times now. I wish I could. It's like beyond my fingers on my hand. How many times I've heard celestial event? It's gonna happen on this date. It's gonna happen here. It's gonna happen there. So my whole thing is, I get that. I'm prepared for that. I've been prepared for that.
I mean, yo, it's not
I
just an
want to do
isolated
something
celestial
else,
event,
and that's
all
my
right?
personal goals.
This is
because
a fucking moon. This is a full eclipse, right? A full solar eclipse that's happening 7 years apart from the last one,
it's gonna
creating a
happen.
full X. Hold on, creating a full X on the United
I know,
States. It's called the
I
Great
know.
American Eclipse. It forms an X, which is the top or the mark.
Can I show you the
America
start
is
of
being
it?
marked for
Look at
destruction,
this
and it
picture.
begins April 8th. It's also
picture
hidden
up.
and encrypted
Put my
within the
picture up.
Obama movie. I'm just
Put my
saying.
picture up.
You need
Real
to pay
quick,
attention.
put my picture up. I hear
know what I mean?
you. I hear you. I hear you. I know
Good, hear me.
all about this. That
All right,
picture is from the
fantastic.
2017 eclipse that happened over the west side of the United States, which is the supposed start of
Exactly.
it.
So that's the
I'm
first part of
very,
the X.
very
This is the final
aware.
completion.
Very
All right,
aware.
great. So now you don't have to believe in the events, but the occult fucking leaders of the world do believe in these events,
No,
and they're
I
going to be
do.
trying to do a
Promise
mass
it.
ritual sacrifice
But
around this
what's
time
the
frame.
point, dude?
What's the
Dude,
point? It's going to be
okay,
the
hold on,
fucking
hold on, hold on,
collapse
hold
of
on.
this house of cards
on.
called America, right?
Grant,
And
hold
all
on.
your
Can you-
future plans aren't going to fucking matter anymore. It's going to be about
no,
where you're
actually,
at
they still will.
when it
They'll
goes
still be
down.
relevant.
So what I'm
What do you
trying to
think
tell
happened in
you
the cave?
is that out of
Can
the
I ask
love of
you?
my fucking heart, right? I'm here to tell you that you need to position yourself prior to April 8th in a good place. Because
Just
all them
say
future plans ain't going to
can you
matter.
hear me?
I don't know
Yeah.
why you're singing.
Woo!
You know what I mean?
No,
You
because
just don't
we're
want to
talking
hear
over
it.
each other, and there's not
You know
a
what I mean?
conversation. I have questions.
It's not
Take
about
it back a
fear. You just
second.
don't want to hear it. You know what I
No,
mean?
I'm actually not about fear at all.
So there's
Actually,
obviously
I
something
am over
deeply
it.
rooted
I truly feel that I have
inside of
become
your
over it.
soul that you can't rectify. You know what I mean?
I have a lot to say on that, especially because of some people might even say it's a kind of an odd relationship with death, but because of my whole life of what I've experienced from a young age, lost a lot of people close to me at a young age, all the way through my life, suicides, you name it, like I got it. Like I have a very, very healthy relationship with death. So what I'm trying to do right now is do whatever I can to help people. Let's get together. Like we are,
Hey, yo, those that seek
we've kind
eternal
of done
life
this wax and
are not
wane of
sitting
like,
here
hey, if you
indulging in
help
death,
other
all right?
people,
Those who
right? If
seek
you help,
eternal life are not even going to see death. So I don't know why you're so worried about death or even concerned with death or even
but I'm
observing.
not. That's what I just said. So you're not
Yeah, it
even
doesn't
listening.
seem like she is.
I didn't bring it up.
I
She
think
did.
I get what
This
she's
is something that's relevant to
talked
her.
about death. You didn't even hear what I said, did you? I literally
You know
just
what I
said
mean?
that I have a very,
Should I
like
cook a
people would say it's an
burger or
odd
some
relationship
salmon?
because I'm very comfortable with death. I'm
Holy
I
very
never even
comfortable with the
mentioned
idea of
death.
death.
I just
Let me
said it's
hear
going to
Very
be the
ready
collapse.
for it.
Should I cook a burger or salmon? You guys vote.
Go with
I told
some
you it was gonna
veggies
be a
and fruit,
collapse.
Cecil.
You know what I mean?
Salmon.
Salmon. Oh,
Salmon
baby.
or
This is some
burger?
black screen right here, bro. No, yeah, that shit is racist, bro.
Do you hear that? Do you hear that?
Holy cow, man.
Yo, that shit's racist.
Praise God. Yes. Praise God.
It's that simple.
Breathe in, breathe out. Praise God.
I'm so beyond comfortable with whatever happens. If it happens, I'm ready.
Amen.
Okay,
Yes.
you can be comfortable.
So let's
I'm gonna
so
be
celebrate
smart.
living. Rant.
I want to be smart, and you want to be comfortable. That's where we're at.
No,
Oh my
no, no, no. See, you have no idea what I just said. You are so
That's
disconnected. You don't even like. Did you? I can hunt, dude. Like I hunt, I
Okay.
fish, I live outside. I can build shelters. I'm a very able-bodied person. There's no problems over here, sir.
You
I
should
got
hook
you.
up
If you
with
want my help, I'm here. If you don't want my help, goodbye.
you should hook up with that one dude. What's his name? E-Rock or whatever. You'd be perfect for E-Rock.
I wonder about those breatharians.
That's what I'm talking about, guys. There's
See?
something to it.
Yo, Jack, what happens if you breathe in a fart as a breathe area? And do you eat it?
Why does it smell good when
Sure.
it's your own sometimes? Like, why is there like this, like, oh, I just created a toxic flow that just repelled the shit that I'm dealing with right now that
Yo,
the
you be
internet
sniffing
doesn't
your own
repel.
farts, yo?
But my own fart would repel. It would repel
Yo,
you.
you might
I'm
survive the
teasing you. I
apocalypse,
feel like
bro.
we could get along. I just feel like you just like to be heard, and I
If
understand.
you
that.
sniff your own farts, I think you could survive the apocalypse. All right.
Humans
Take
are
it all back.
Amen, amen, brothers and sisters.
This lady is a savage. I'm sorry, I was wrong.
So what is it? It's gonna be bell peppers and mushrooms.
Oh,
and
it's
salmon
all
and
about
some
the
butter.
mushrooms in my diet. Who's had chicken of the woods? Who has had chicken of the woods?
We have.
Woo! Yum. Sorry.
Mims likes chicken of the woods. She cooks it and shit.
Oh, girl. Sorry, that I got all ghetto for a second. That comes from my Milwaukee side. Oh, that's good. That it's my favorite, absolute favorite.
Yo, Milwaukee is known for like the most blue collar beer ever, bro. What do you mean ghetto?
We have this weird, like, because of our segregation too. You get into the east side of the freeway, and it gets.
I never heard nobody banging for Milwaukee.
I had
Yo,
a lot of
Milwaukee,
friends on
son.
the east side of the freeway.
Yo, I never heard anyone bang Milwaukee. Yo, Milwaukee, son. I'm from Milwaukee, dog.
You know what the south
It don't
side?
even
The south
sound
side
right,
was
bro.
heavy Hispanic.
No rightful gangster would bang from Milwaukee. All right, that shit just sounds white.
It's Pabst Blue Ribbon. That's like, you want to talk about it? I'm just teasing. There's more.
Yeah,
to
bro.
it.
I'm white trash and I'm in trouble. That's Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Oh boy.
It's fucking domestic violence in a can.
No comment. I mean, I plead the fifth. I didn't have that experience.
Come on, everybody knows it's
Not
domestic violence.
abuse
Okay.
anybody while drinking that beverage. I just want to make that very clear. Nor was
It's so funny. South Park made episodes about it. Go watch it.
Did you see the Will Ferrell commercials for Old Milwaukee? And he did it at the old Pabst factory. There's some pretty funny shit where he comes out of the water at one point and they just chuck him like an Old Milwaukee. There's some pretty funny commercials.
I
with
used
that.
to think Will
It
Ferrell
wasn't
was
really well known. Yeah. Anyway,
until I found out he was a satanic pedophile. Not funny anymore.
sorry. I know we don't need to go down. I was trying to be funny. God damn it. Anyway, I know what you mean. Those are times when you realize I just snapped back into my old.
Mic
world.
check. Can you hear me? Check.
Welcome.
It's better.
Hello. Hi. We can hear you.
Will Ferrell sucks.
Word. Sorry.
saying.
Sorry to bring him up. I love that. Okay, so one of my favorite things is with eggs. It's just like mushrooms, pepper, and red onion. The flavor is phenomenal. All right, guys. I need to jump on a phone call, and so I'm gonna have to dip out here shortly. Hold on one second, though.
Yeah, thank you for joining and for presenting information here. And definitely, I'm gonna reach out to you soon. I don't know if you're hearing this or if you're on the phone. But yeah,
No, I'm
thank you
here.
so much. Okay, for sure. Yeah.
No, definitely. Like, I really, really, really appreciate that we've been able to make this connection. And I know that there already, actually, now that we have more than one subject, we should probably try to do together. So, I got the information. And again, any of my stuff, some of it does have copyrighted music, but if you ever want to use my sorry. If you ever want to use my nature like hiking footage or anything like that, there's a good chunk of it that has non-copyrighted music that's from like YouTube. You're more than welcome to use that just for like background footage. And if you want me to like provide that to you without my other crap on it, more than welcome to use that, is what I'm getting at. Like, and I have other animations that I haven't posted that you might want to have for your background. Like, this is all like, you're my friend. You know what you're actually my brother, really, is how I see it at this point. So I'm more than happy to share that stuff with you.
For sure, I got your back. I want to
Thank
let you
you.
know that too. Yeah, for sure.
I know you
Yeah,
do.
thank you so much.
I know. I'm like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like super happy that we've made this connection. So thank you all. You guys all have a really good night. It was really nice chatting with every single one of you. And Rant, I put my email in the back and I was serious about what I said. I appreciate so heavily your opinion. Like, I love that kind of like, bring it, bring it. But are you open to having some like backdoor conversations where we're not doing this
Can you
for
still hear
the
me?
show?
Whoa, you want it in the back door? What?
Yo, your wife, I respect her heavily. It's not about the back door.
Hey.
No, I can't take it.
But yeah, we'll have some backdoor conversations.
I would appreciate that. Please email me.
Right.
Lonnie, I'm really glad you came up. I'll see you guys very soon. I will be back up here with better, like really better. Way now you can tell it's definitely going to happen. Way better articulation on our project at hand so that it's like articulated smoother. I appreciate it. Thank you. Peace.
Peace. Thank you so much. I got Cecil.
Sup?
Sup?
Jack, are you okay? Is there anything you'd like to talk about?
I'm actually very much at peace. And I'm open to talking about anything.
Okay.
I don't have any topics in mind.
Let's talk about your fireplace for a second, okay? Does your fireplace like have a name, or do you ever talk to it?
No. No, I don't. No, it doesn't.
So this is just like your office where you interview clients and stuff like that?
No, dude, this is the living room, actually.
Oh,
I got
damn.
I got a folding table set up here and then my chair. But this is the living room.
It's where he lives, man.
It's my home.
Yeah.
Jack, where's the lights, Jack?
I took them down.
Why'd you do that?
Well, I was getting criticism. It's after Christmas.
Bro, who would do that? Who would do such a thing?
Hey, listen, man, you be festive when you want to be festive. You feel it?
Amen.
That's how I
plan
feel
on-
about it, Jack.
Amen. I do plan on bringing some lights back, but there's a lot of uncertainties in the future. Who knows what'll happen?
I had this uncle back in the day that, like, This was a trip, man. He had the finished basement with the pool table, and he had the whole little setup in the, had a fireplace down there, have the family over, right? Motherfucker would put the Christmas tree up, had it set up, decked out. I'm telling you, this thing had ornaments beyond ornaments. And then when it came time to call it quits, he would put it in the corner and throw a sheet on it. He'd be like, "No, I'm not gonna put it away, man. I'm gonna put it in the corner." He just took a sheet on it, bro, and just like tuck it in the back there, like, bro, that's gangster, bro. Yeah, like I feel it. But this culture, man, everybody's got an opinion about how things need to be. Oh, you can't do this, you can't do that. Man, be you. Be. Express yourself. Represent. Get them vibes out. Get them bars up. You feel me?
I just rolled a fucking double joint. I'm just saying.
Hey.
Are you ready, Jack Talcott? Are you ready for this double fucking joint?
Sounds like an amazing experience.
Oh, man. New levels of pleasure.
Dude, every day brings new opportunity. And every day there's new levels of pleasure to be discovered.
Hey.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I tried, man. About to bust a freestyle, Jack Talcott?
Oh, I was enjoying, and I was actually, it reminded me. That's one of the practices I practice. Questioning every moment. How can I improve this moment? Sometimes it's music in the background. Sometimes it's, get the, what they call the scent, the aromas in the air. There's always something you can do to just enhance and bring a little more to the moment and the experience. TML was a step ahead right there, man. And learning how to relax. Relax into the moment. With faith in the future.
That's my internet.
So we're gonna start off with some bell peppers and mushrooms and minced garlic and some butter. And then I'm gonna add this Walmart Atlantic Sun.
Yeah, slinging in that skillet though. About to prepare a new thing, yo. Man, what's this beat though? This beat's kind of like Betty by. I think we need something a little more vibrant.
We need some fucking underground rap beats. I'm gonna start busting rhymes back Jack Talcott.
Well, hey, Machine, why don't you go grab that track off of Discord if you feel it. But that's where you'll find that at. If you want to put that, man, I don't even know that something that you're rapping, something vital on, bro. I got you.
Ragamuffin got raps, bro.
Saturday night, yo, we feeling it and we keeping it right, yo. My mind set up and my vibes is good. Yeah. I reached and understood, yeah. And I know that plan. Sometimes it don't seem fair to understand, but I keep going and I'm moving on it. Feeling with y'all, man. We straight moving, grooving on it. Yeah, can y'all feel it? If you feeling it, then put it on out. Get them vibes up, get them bars up, yo. Let it a shout. It's about that understanding, love, comprehending, spreading it out across the nations. Man, I'm just trying to make a difference, trying to be me, man. No motherfucking hatred. Yeah.
Don't forget the lemon.
What do you say, brother Talcock?
Which part?
Cecil got them mushrooms.
It's looking good, man.
I like to use a wooden spoon or spatula.
Hey.
Is that on your soundboard, dude?
No, that's my wife, bro.
It sounds exactly the same, like each time. No
Well,
offense.
she's terrible.
I'm just wondering here.
No, she's just terrible, bro.
Shout out to Mimsy.
She's cracking up right now. She can't respond. She's dying. We're also smoking that really fat joint, so you know.
Hey.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they have like, this is the only beat I actually have, but they have actually music that comes with the actual app. And I never heard it. This is the first beat they have. Let's just listen to it. I don't know. Wow. I don't know about that.
There's a better one further down the joint.
What is it called?
Fuck, I can't remember. It's like
The rock and roll.
it's like space or rock and roll, bro.
Oh yeah, space. There's one called Into Space. Let's see.
There you go.
Huh. Wow.
Oh yeah, it's this one too. This one's pretty good. I mean, we're talking as far as default beats, you know what I mean?
Yeah, this is pretty smooth. I love this. Oh shit.
That's when shit's going down.
That's
you know what I
my
mean?
shit, bro. Yeah.
That's when you start fucking just lacing somebody up, bro.
This is like it's like a Ford pickup truck commercial. Like, weird.
With some
From,
deep,
like, the
some deep
90s.
voice on there. If you want that shit tough, it's tough.
That's so funny.
No rebate or whatever the fuck they say. You know what I'm saying?
There ain't no rebate on this one.
This is pretty nice. This is smooth. Oh shit!
Yeah,
one
this is smooth. Yeah, it is. Yeah, this is definitely that chill.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You'd be like, I'd be like, fart inside a sandwich bag, sell it on the block. We don't give a fuck. Hollering, we don't give a fuck. Yeah, we got the Glock tucked in my sock and in my nuts. We don't give a fuck. We selling farts up in our guts. You know what I'm saying? They are conspiring, but let me know I got the farts, so who is buying? You know what I'm saying? We got beans and they've been frying. We got some tacos and that should be loco. You know what I mean? I fought and then it smells like saffron soto. You know what I mean? Them farts be smelling like the famba beans. We got them extra and we got large with cheese. If you want it, we got it on it. Meet me in the back alley. I got a whole crate of farts and you be smiling when you leaving off the island. You know what I'm saying? Because you'll be flying with the farts that I've been selling, you'll be buying. And all these other motherfuckers selling fake farts, they is lying. I'm telling you, I'm selling them original farts. Straight from fucking fire. You know what I'm saying?
Said he got a new fart business he exploring, but I'm wondering, can we be traveling with him in the DeLorean? Can we take a trip back in time? Can we erase all the bullshit and all the crime and prime it up and do a little better? maybe we can change the weather. Yeah, I'm just trying to rhyme out some bullshit and just hit it off the rip.
Yo, we hit it off the rip. We upgraded our fart sales to Ziplocs with the extra zipper. So who's really trying to get up in the business? We got ounces of farts up on deck. You know what I'm saying? So many farts you get wrecked for even thinking about coming up in this turf, selling your dirt farts. They be smelling like Lysol and Sharp. You know what I'm saying? That's just Walmart brand. But we got some strong farts in the jam. You know what I'm saying? Because we've been eating peanut butter and jam so we can make stronger farts with methane business. You know what I'm
They
saying?
say that beans, good for your heart. The more you eat, the more you fart. Yeah. So eat your
Cecil
beans with every
cooking up,
meal.
farts up in the pot on Saturday night on the spot. The machine lies hitting on that dank. We already know Cecil's food, it stinks because he's making farts in the soup kitchen. We don't even care who is listening. We making farts in the quiet of our room. We making farts and we sweep it into the bag with the broom because it's large with the scale. You gotta weigh that shit on the oven pail. You know what I'm saying? It's 5 gallons of dookie. Hit up dookie down in the spot. You know what I'm saying? Bib said it's gross. But I said it's fucking fantastic. Like buttered toast.
Peace to the 10 people who stopped watching the show as we did that last 10 minutes of the show. But yeah, I hope you guys have a good night. Wherever you are.
They got mad at the fart freestyles. You know what I'm saying?
They got mad at something that
you know what? Fuck it. Put on the rock and roll shit and I'll sell Jack Talcott as a premium product.
Actually, I'm gonna head to bed.
Ladies and gentlemen, for an introductory rate of $5.99.95, you can have this legendary Jack Talcott with improved mustache quality. And as you can see, we come with the deluxe black on black Lord Farquaad style on the top deck. Oh my goodness, we got the Tree of Life pendant deluxe edition for only an extra $2.99. Coming at you from the fireplace, we have Jack Talcott live and improved with extra superior fabric styles upon his veteran's piece hooded fabric sandwich. In between the all purple polo collared shirt. And you could have this premium Jack Talcott, ladies and gentlemen, for only 16 payments of $6.66. Ladies and gentlemen, Jack Talcott, call in now. They're going out of style.
Man, leave that man alone. Jack, have a wonderful night, brother.
Jack, you have a wonderful night.
Blessings, bro.
Hey, Jack, wait, I want to ask you a question, buddy.
Yes.
So you remember when you said that Paul was right in TML and everybody's just using you? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
How do you feel about that now?
I believe there's still truth. I still believe there's truth in that. There is some truth in it.
Okay.
Now I'm curious how much truth is in some of the things that have been said about me, even on this stream earlier tonight.
How do you feel about what I said?
I didn't pay attention to who said what in particular, but I know what I heard from others. Well, others are confused, and forgive them, Father, they know not what they do, they know not what they say. So I'm living
So TML is using you, but you were confused, or you were saying the truth?
What are you asking?
I'm just asking if you still stand by your statement, or did you change your mind, or are you
No,
just...
I still stand by the fact that I saw TML and Flow State and several others appearing to be friends with me right? For the purpose of what? What is the purpose? Obviously, you know, when they promote the channel they're on regularly on my stream, well, obviously that's something to do with it, right? I'm not fucking stupid, and Paul's not stupid either. So I'm not sure what you're trying to present here.
So when Paul like is counting down the days till you're homeless, that's just like a friendly thing to do to you, or
are we just picking up? We going to pick up arguments, or are we going to resolve anything? Right? I'm not saying Paul is on my side either. I'm saying in those words he was accurate. I saw agreement in what he said in that time. I don't agree with everything he says. I sure as hell don't agree with everything TML says. I know he doesn't agree with everything I say. He sure as fuck doesn't respect me like I thought he did. What are you asking, Neurojack?
I mean, I'm just asking, you know, for clarity. That's all.
Did I resolve any confusion?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so do you still seek clarity?
I see more clearly every day.
And you'll see as you wish. I trust that. So if you wish to see the truth, you'll know the truth. Truth is always available. And truth has many levels, many layers. I don't mean to disrespect anyone. I certainly don't believe I've earned the disrespect that's been continued to be offered to me. So
You can't handle the truth, Jack.
I know that's what you think.
I don't think I know.
I don't think you know either.
No, I don't think I know. I'm making a statement. It's not a question, Jack.
You know what you think, and I'm telling you, you
The wizard
don't
tricks have no
know.
effect on me, Jack.
Well, I know you can keep your confusion and your arrogance. I don't care.
Jack, it's not arrogant to be immune to wizardry.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What is it when you project the wizardry? When you are actually the one attacking?
How am I attacking? I just said you can't handle the truth. That's the reality. It's been
So
well established, documented.
So you say. So where is this documented? I mean, see, you say things without actually being able to prove what you say. Where is this documented and proven, this claim that
I wrote it down, Jack.
you wrote it down? I love it.
It's a document. You want to see it? I'll scan it, send it to you later.
No, I believe it. See, that's fascinating.
You want me to read it to you, Jack?
No, I appreciate that example because that's actually what's been happening in my life.
It says Exhibit A, Jack Talcott cannot handle the truth.
And specifically, where might that example be found?
I have an eyewitness. It's
Oh,
me.
fair.
It's me. I seen it.
Okay. So here, let's get to a better question. What are you trying to prove by this?
I'm saying that every truth that you're presented, you go, man, it's all right, but I know better because I'm Jack Talcott.
That's not accurate.
All right.
And that claim still doesn't support the conclusion you reached that I can't handle the truth. That's just absurd. Your logic is lacking, my friend.
Why do you avoid it?
There's nothing to avoid. You're just you're playing these little games, and I don't understand your purpose.
It's not a game, Jack. And I already told you my purpose, and I've stated it every time. You know what I'm saying? My purpose is to fuck shit up. Right?
Okay, there you go. Yes.
I've always stated that as being my purpose. Now, what exactly is the shit that I'm fucking up? Right? I'm here to fuck up the lies. What are these lies, you might say? Well, you know what I'm saying? We've spoken about biblical things. We've made memes about them, right? You've been called out on your false standpoints, and you haven't adjusted to that truth. And so that's what I mean by you can't handle the truth. It's pretty simple.
You're gaslighting. See this false narrative you're presenting?
Why would I gaslight you?
This is well, that's between you and God.
What would I have to gain
from
gaslighting you?
Tell you what, Rant. Let me just pause for one moment, please, if we may, because I'd like to address the machine lies. Thank you for the hospitality. I appreciated the invitation. I trust we can move forward and maybe move beyond some of the disrespect that's been exchanged. I know somehow you found plenty of disrespect from me, or at least enough to enable a lot for me. So I hope we can move forward, brother.
Jack, you're a crappy charlatan. You're not even good at being one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying.
God bless. Hey, peace be upon all of you. Have a great night, guys.
Okay.
Take it easy, dude.
Thank you for joining.
And so I rubbed the salmon fillet with some pepper and some Cajun spices. You can usually find some generic Cajun spices at your local spice stores. Stuff's called Badia. You can find it anywhere.
Are you gonna hit that with any lemon?
I do have the lemon right here.
This man knows his shit. Bada bing.
And butter and just a little bit of fresh rosemary. But I'm just letting all that come out to the bottom of the pan. And then, oh yes.
Cecil been watching Food Network.
The garlic is browned, so now we will add the fish.
Are those green peppers in there, bro?
Yes.
It looks like onions.
It's garlic, green bell pepper, and mushrooms.
That sounds pretty fucking dope. Puts the salmon in the center of the juices. That's fantastic.
Yeah, then, the fish takes the least amount of time to cook. I just wanted to make sure that dehydrated vegetables enough, and we're gonna lower our heat a little bit. Just let it cook.
Bro, see, so that looks amazing, bro.
This man is an artist.
Tastyfied things.
And all this can be found for a very low budget at your local Walmart store, or any place in a rural neighborhood that sells fish.
Amazing. Yeah, the brother Talcott, I think he's just going through a stressful period right now or something like that. But yeah, I think he's pretty much I think he enjoyed himself for the most part when he was on the panel. So yeah, I thank him for joining the panel here. But yeah, I didn't know that he was so offended by something. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe he'll tell me what I said that made him offended. But yeah, because I'm pretty respectful usually. You guys know me. I'm pretty respectful, except for when I'm having a thing earlier tonight.
Right. I have never actually ever heard you have harsh words about Jack.
Yeah, like even today when we were watching this stream, I was mainly just pointing out what everybody was saying.
I think he's mad that I fucked him a little bit.
Yeah, maybe Rant offended him.
I think so. And he doesn't like when he can't just kick people off the show. So he has to leave.
Yeah, and actually at that time when I was actually going over the video, I had sent him the link to the stream so that he can come in and comment on whatever he wanted to. So that was also I also actually did that. So that's why he was here in the first place. So I just want to make that be known that I wasn't in some shit where I was like, "Oh yeah, let's watch this shit." And it was mostly because Brown's Boy is on. So I'm happy that. But yeah, I've always had like all this shit. I contributed many times to Talcott, and especially I was trying to tell Sarah about my theories on the time shit. I gave a presentation on time on Talcott show. Actually, we did a few shows together where it was where we were talking the whole show. I got to get one of those shows where it's me and Talcott talking. But yeah, maybe I'll repost it on my channel. It is what it is. As far as I'm concerned, any other videos where I'm in the video, I just put that up as, that's just me. We got Angel's Voice ASMR. That's probably a good sign, Thank you for being here.
Yeah, you should break some of that ASMR on this panel.
Yeah, that would be that would be nice. Yeah, I'm in that kind of mood right now. You know what I mean? I'm in that kind of very calm mood, with that calm music and the, feeding the ducks at the lake type of thing. And Cecil's cooking fish. You know what it is.
Doesn't take that long to cook.
Yeah, I sure did, Arpol. I gave a lot of presentations. I closed the stream, read, books and stuff on these people.
It's like 12 minutes, Cecil.
Around there on a lower heat. Yeah, like 10 to 12 minutes.
Good stuff.
Yeah, but I wanted Sarah and Rant to talk about their what do you call it? I don't know exactly what it's called. Individual community or what is it called? Individuated community or I don't know.
Intentional communities, yeah.
Intentional community, exactly. Intentional community was the word I was looking for. I had not heard that concept before, so I wanted to hear them expand on that. A community, you know what I mean?
Bunny, would you say that is the same as like when a lot of people talk about like off-grid communities? Do you think they're pretty much talking about the same thing?
So I'm not necessarily trying to do an intentional community, right? Because all right, here's the problem. When you do these intentional communities, the idea that I'm pretty sure that this person has that was on here is that they're gonna get all kinds of funding and fucking grants and all kinds of shit, right, to do these things, but then they're gonna get tied up into all kinds of regulations where they're gonna have to allow all kinds of certain fucking people into the intentional communities. Because I've done mad research into intentional communities, and all the ones that exist that go into all these non-for-profits and all kinds of crazy shit, right? They all end up just turning into cesspool fuckery of agenda fuckery, government agenda cesspools of fuckery. You know what I mean? And that's what happens when you start getting funding and setting it up in that way. And so what I propose is to do it a different way as free people that just, you know what I mean, intentionally buy land all next to each other and connect it in a community style, but everybody still operates as individuals. You feel me? So that like there's a stake in it. Otherwise, what happens is you get like really crazy motherfuckers moving in, you know what I mean? And now you got all these people around you and your family. And so you want a certain level of separation from the public. You also want to be able to vet these people and kind of figure out who you're going to have around you. You know what I mean? And when you open it up into these different kinds of like egalitarian societies and shit, right? You got to kind of open the doors to like the public. You know what I mean? And that vetting process isn't really there. And it also becomes like weird communism slavery, the way that it's mostly set up in all the egalitarian
I was
communities.
just gonna say that it sounded a lot like she was trying to talk about like a hippie commune type situation.
And they all end up being communist and fucking all kinds of wicked cesspools. So like the way that I'm gonna be doing what I do is to do it like free people that could operate within the system without being set up to be fucking raped by the system, that aren't going to be in all kinds of crazy debt and shit, and do it the way that it's really done in the country, the old way, you know what I mean? Like the pioneer way, where everybody gets their own fucking piece and does their own thing, but they all operate in a community and help each other to be fucking more prosperous. You know what I mean? Not everyone can specialize in everything. It's just not possible. You know what I mean? So you need a guy that's going to cut wood. You need someone that's going to make fucking bread. You need somebody that's going to do everything. Even when you are off the grid, you know, not everybody has to raise motherfucking chickens. You could have like a few people raise chickens and that, you know what I mean? You trade, you barter, you whatever the fuck, however you do it. You make it equal and even. But you can't have this communism shit. It gets all fucked up. Because, you know what I mean? People, not everybody puts in the same amount of effort, and everybody wants the same amount of everything, and you can't have that. You know what I mean? That's not even the way that it is. So, I mean, I'm just saying there's a better way to do it where you're not like setting yourself up for failure. And it also takes mad time that I don't think this person understands. Like, this takes mad time. You know, like to establish roads and clear cut land and fucking chop up trees and build houses and set up water and electricity and all kinds of shit. This takes mad time. You know what I mean? I've built campgrounds. I haven't only built my own shit. I've built campgrounds to earn my property. So I understand the time it takes to do these certain things, to clear fucking weeds, to fucking deal with the whatever it is that you're dealing with, to build gravel roads. Like, this shit takes time.
You said you guys are down there in the southern tip of the Ozarks, right? Like Arkansas area.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. I've heard about people doing that in that area before. Arkansas has this thing where if you deforest, you got to plant more trees, right?
You know, listen, I'm not deforesting. I just cleared enough from my house and shit, you know, and it's my property. I can do whatever I want.
Okay.
And, you know, at the end of the day, Missouri is one of the most freest states. So I'm in the Ozarks, but in the Missouri branch. Okay. And, you know, it's really one of the best places that I could see in the country. Like, this is one of the craziest states, bro, as far as freedom. They give no fucks. It's one of the only states that told the federal government, like, fuck you if you try to arrest people for having guns. Here, we'll arrest you. You know what I mean? Like, they don't care. They're for the freedom of America and Americans. Like, the real fucking constitutional freedom, they're for it. You know what I mean? They're about God. A lot of people, I mean, they go about it in weird ways. You know, a lot of it is Christians, you know what I mean? But generally, your average person doesn't really even know enough. They just believe in God. And, you know what I mean? They try to do the right thing. It's a different world. You know what I mean? I come from New York City, where most people don't believe in God like that don't really hold Christianity like that. And it's just all kinds of fucking basically spiritually sterile. And it's a wicked place. And out here, it's really not like that. And I think that has something to do with it being the Bible Belt. You know what I mean? But it's a different type of atmosphere. Most people believe in God and are scared of God. So they don't want to do evil. I mean, for the most part. You know what I mean? And It's a different type of environment. I like to be around people like that. I decided to lay down roots here and, you know, fucking raise my family in this specific spot because of that. You know, it is what it is.
So you're just east of like Oklahoma, right?
I am in the southeastern part of Missouri in the Ozarks.
Okay.
Like Mark Twain National Forest, bro.
Okay. So I'm just curious because they're saying that Texas is burning right now.
Yeah.
Do you know anything about that? Do you see any smoke or any of that like that's going on?
No, I don't think that's not near me.
Okay.
Texas is quite a bit away. You know, it's like 7-hour drive or some shit.
Okay.
9 hours maybe drive. It's thousands of miles, bro.
Well, it might be 1,000 miles, maybe, but I don't think you're that far away. I saw something on the news today that there's all this cattle country, all this grazed land down there that's
So
burning.
yeah, where I am, they're not gonna hit where I am with a fucking laser. You know what I mean? They hit Texas because of all the cows. They killed like 17,000 heads of cows. If you look at the fires, they're all in like straight lines, bro. Like they got hit with a laser.
Oh, you don't even have to tell me that. I already know.
So what I'm saying is where I live, they're not going to hit this place because it's so desolate. It's so useless to like society. It's so useless that there's nothing to destroy here. You know what I mean? It's not even a lot of people. Like it's irrelevant. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's why I picked it. The most irrelevant place in the world.
Like we're coming out of freaking winter right now. There's still snow on the ground over here, and all of a sudden Texas is having massive wildfires and shit. Give me a break. Even if you don't go all the way over a left field with it and start talking about lasers, it was like an arsonist or some shit.
Bro, to this day, bro, Maui is still like locked down under military occupation, and they haven't been able to test anything. You know what I mean? Like this shit is no joke. There's a serious fucking coup happening right now. Like it's a global coup.
Yep.
And I've been telling people, and people, you know, you got people on here that are like, bro, it's not like, bro, it's really gonna start going down April 8th, but it's already been happening. Like, wake the fuck up. Like this is why I don't even have look, people might think I'm arrogant or like I don't explain my shit. It's like I just don't care anymore to explain it. If I really have to explain this to you, we're not even, you know what I mean? We can get nowhere with this conversation.
Right.
If you can't quantify the fucking state of your reality by now, we have a problem. I don't want to hear any kind of fucking bullshit about, peace and love. And bro, motherfucker, this whole planet is erupting in war. What do you mean? Wake the fuck up. If you could be peaceful, you're evil. If you could be at peace right now, you're evil. Because this world is fucked. I'm just saying. There's people dying every fucking second, bro. Every second, there's tons of people dying. Like, Google it. Look up how many people died in relation to, like, last year and the year before. Like, the amount of people dying is going up and up and up and up. No one cares. No one sees it. Calculate, even add in abortions, bro. People are sacrificing their fucking children on the fucking altar of Molech daily. You know what I mean? You just don't see it. You don't see it happen. You know what I mean? It's going down. Like, this fucking planet is gonna be fucking judged. I don't care if anyone believes it. On top of that, you got these fucking evil people trying to fuck it up before it happens, thinking they could offset it. Like, if they could fucking sacrifice enough fucking people to Satan, they could fucking, I don't know, take over or fucking prevent themselves from... Bro, I don't even know at this point what the fuck they're trying to do. But it's basically over for these motherfuckers. You know what I mean? But most people need to wake the fuck up and prepare themselves. Because, like, you ain't going to be able to, like, outstand when these motherfuckers get judged. If you're among them, you're gonna get fucking vaporized. It's just the way it is.
Dude, listen. I'm getting off the West Coast as soon as I possibly can. It's nothing but a freaking meat grinder over here. Okay. And like all that shit that chick was talking about, it like, listen, if you want to stay here in Oregon, you go right ahead. I'm not doing that. I'm moving to a safe distance away where I won't get hit in the freaking blast, and then reestablishing myself and all that other kind of stuff. I'm not playing around over here anymore, dude. I live my whole life on the West Coast. I'm done.
I believe that no civilization can be vaporized unless God decides they can be. And I think that if they can be vaporized, God would even use mankind to do the vaporization, to further instill the fucking disbelief in the non-believer, to not even show his true power and presence. You know what I mean? Why do you think God ain't been showing his true power and presence? You know what I mean? God bound evil to do his work. He don't allow no evil to happen that he didn't plan on fucking happening. You know what I mean?
Right.
At the end of the day, we live in a fucking twisted perception of reality where people tell you all this crazy evil happens and no one had it coming. That's not true. When you have it coming because you did fucked up shit. You know what I mean? God ain't gonna let nobody do whatever the fuck they want in this earth, bro. That's a fucking illusion. Even the most evil people, even Satan himself, can't just do whatever the fuck he wants. They're all bound by God. God decides what they can and can't do. Gives them permission. That's the fucking illusion. And the evil people in this earth are the stupidest fucking of the bunch because they don't understand. You know what I mean? That they're worshiping something that only does what it can do by permission and was created and is disposable. You know what I mean? And some of them do know, but they accept a temporary fucking good existence in order to be a disposable tool of evil, to punish wickedness. You know what I'm saying? But yo, we are nearing the time. I mean, like, yo, you could look into basically almost any religion. Anyone that's conscious would tell you that we're kind of like the world is leading up to something right now. Like, there's a whole lot of shit happening, and there's been a whole lot of shit happening, and it's all leading up to something. And I could tell you many different ways that it's leading up to this one thing, but that doesn't even matter at this point, does it?
I mean, dude, I can't wait to be homeless.
It's not about being homeless, yo. It's about, yo, don't you understand these people all operate with these fucking giant sacrifices, right?
Yeah.
All right, they've done them in 9/11, all these fake wars, and I say fake wars because they're all fake, all right? They're all planned, and the people that are participating in the war know what's happening. They're giant ritual sacrifices that happen at specific ritual sites, and it's to shed blood to feed their gods. You know what I mean? Because they want to manifest their evil entity gods into this earth, which are demons and fucking fallen. You know what I'm saying?
And all the wars that are going on right now are all connected. You got
that's real negativity. People think speaking about this shit and informing people is being negative. That's not true. You should understand that this is fucked up and understand that this needs to be stopped, right? In order for it to be stopped. I'm not saying we can stop it, but enough people need to understand this for it to happen. You know what I mean? Now, it can't be stopped, some of it. God is going to vaporize some of it, and people need to also understand that they need to get into key positions to fucking not be vaporized. You can't be among these fucking people in Babylon if you want to survive to fucking see a brighter day. It's not about being stupid. I mean, it's not about being in fear. It's about not being stupid. You know what I'm saying? If you could read the writing on the wall, bro, these fucking civilizations in the United States are in straight wickedness and idolatry and all kinds of fuckery. All the major cities, they're the worst of the bunch. I've been in New York City, bro, and it's been worse since I left a long time ago. It's just gotten worse and worse and worse. The entire culture has been infected with a fucking cancerous disease. You know what I mean? Most people in the United States are involved in Satanism and they don't even know it. Their fucking culture itself is satanic. Their lifestyle is in itself satanic. Even though it has no satanic brand. They believe this is a way of life and it is acceptable and okay. That's the problem. It's not even fucking, it's masquerading as normality. Satanic activity is masquerading as normality. The inversion of normality is being portrayed as normality. And those who resist are being forced to accept this inverted perception of reality as normality, or they face the consequences of being canceled, etc. And this will only continue in its magnitude going into the age of technological enslavement, where they can actually shut down your financial ability to feed yourself and your family for the things that you say and the things that you believe and accept. So they're going to force you to bow to the inversion of their reality, the beast system, and they're going to force you to worship the beast or you're going to die. And the mark of the beast is going to be that digital currency tied to your biological ID implant technology that a lot of people already have in them.
All right. So, I mean, I guess maybe my freaking presentation might be a little weak, but I mean, here we go. That's the best I can do for right now.
It looks mint.
I didn't put any mint in it.
No, I'm saying it looks mint.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Yeah. I was gonna try to stripe it or use some sauce or some shit, but I mean that's about where I'm at right now.
Is that bread?
It's bread, man. Yeah.
He's got
That
fancy spread
salmon
on
looks
it,
good.
Yeah, the Cajun stuff kind of colors it a little bit deeper salmon color, and yeah. Anyway, that's where I'm at.
So I'm just saying they're trying to collapse this shit, and they're gonna start on April 8th, like the full blown collapsing. And if they take down the power grid and the internet, right, for just a few weeks, it's gonna kill the majority of the population. But that's like, imagine that happening. Also, a revolution of all kinds of immigrant infiltrated soldier units. You know what I'm saying? And also at the same time, motherfucking attacks from other countries just straight vaporizing major cities, fucking nuclear tidal waves, all kinds of shit. Basically, you know what I mean? The shutdown of all kinds of transportation lanes and logistic systems, basically bringing America to its fucking knees. Which is kind of, I mean, honestly, it might be necessary. I don't know. You know what I mean? Because America really isn't good anyway. You know what I mean? But the problem is that the evil that is controlling the world is the one collapsing it. It's not actually going to be a real takeover. But now here's the crazy thing. I believe after this fucking bringing it to its knees, they're going to come back with this false messiah, basically. That's going to be the savior of America, to pick it up from the ashes, to rise from the ashes like the phoenix, right? And basically going to bring America back, but under this crazy totalitarian fucking, you know what I mean, 15-minute smart city fuckery, technocracy. You know what I mean?
Oh, shit. Not that 15-minute city shit.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be after the collapse. You know what I mean? Yo, I just ordered like the biggest fucking package of bank seeds ever, and I'm about to plant the whole shit.
Here's the only, I pretty much agree with a lot of what you say, but
I don't care what you don't agree with. How about that?
No, I hear you. No, but I different. But I kind of want to shift gears a bit, just briefly, just because here's what I see that kind of makes me question not exactly what you're saying, but like on the PMA thing that you're talking about, the intentional community. I agree that that's a trap, because in California I saw everybody fall right into that trap, and everybody's trying to like do that paperwork shit, and then they realized real quick that it was a fucking like, I think they were sending feds out to all these different like communities trying to like get them to follow that route. You know what I mean?
What I'm gonna do is gonna be something like a big family. It's not gonna be. It's gonna operate like a big family. It's not gonna be like a communist society. You know what I mean?
No,
They don't
but that's what I'm saying is like they're trying to sell communism, but they're calling it
No.
something. That's exactly what I'm saying.
I believe in like I mean, love thy neighbor, right? Also have good neighbors, so it's easy to love them, right? Protect everybody in your community. They protect you. Help everybody. They help you. It's really simple.
But see, you notice like that little community that we ran in with this morning, you notice like the shit that they do, like they actually don't talk about love your neighbor or anything like that. They're like, they jump straight to like, trust the hierarchy, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I smoked up on them fools real quick, bro.
But you see what I'm saying? It's like, you notice like they're selling this like very weird, like, non-fruit bearing tree to Christians and Muslims and Jews, but especially like we see it in this Christian stuff like on YouTube. It's like crazy, man. Like what they're selling to people is so fucking whack,
The problem is like you can't all be sitting here saying you're Orthodox and don't know what the fuck I'm talking about when I'm talking about the schema and all kinds of other Orthodox shit. You know what I mean? That's just dishonest.
Well, but the thing is, like, they know, but they don't focus on like the core. Like what? Like I go to an Orthodox church sometimes, and the priest talks about. He's talking about like loving people and like doing good for people, regardless if they're Christian or not. Like I was listening to this Orthodox priest the other day, and he's like, Christians, we don't go and like force people to do shit, right? You see what I'm
Look,
saying?
I believe in being good to all kinds of people, but it's like this, right? The Catholic Church, if you just go to the mass and just listen to what the priest has to say, obviously they're not going to say no crazy shit. It's a more along the lines of what they're doing behind the scenes. That's
No, I
fucked
know,
up.
but that's my point. Is like,
and it's the same thing with the Orthodox.
No, but that's my point. Is like people don't even focus on like the primary message of all this. It's like they're like, no, we need to force people into gulags who like disagree with us on like this one little thing or something. You know what I mean? It's like that's bizarre to me.
Yeah, that's not what I'm about. I'm just trying to fucking basically weather the apocalypse out. You know what I mean? In a godly way.
Well, but here's where I'm coming up. Here's what I'm trying to get at about this, because it's like, here's the only reason why I have some doubt about the time frame that you're talking about, because I do generally think that you're right. But here's the only reason I kind of disagree is that why are they putting so much effort into psyoping Christians into like this whole like fascism, communist fucking bullshit thing? If
Because like I just said, bro,
I can answer that, but
after the collapse, Neurojack, they're gonna come back with the Christian right-wing extremists, the Christian Reich, that's gonna basically reestablish the country after the collapse, and it's gonna be, that motion that brings us into basically the totalitarian technocracy.
I'm going to reestablish the stance
It's going to
that
be
you should
coupled with
shun
like
this man.
the Q-tard movement. You're going to have fucking.
I don't know what Q-tard means.
Because you're going to have the fake alien.
Q has
invasion.
triangulated with Elon Musk, the crypto riddlers. It's very much orchestrated. It's not a tard thing at all.
Yeah,
but Neurojack, I have to compliment you before this
Christian Reich that's going to take
New
over.
York accent asshole overwhelms both of us. You are giving me the perfect close to my day, Neurojack, because what's happening here, I noticed a thing with Lauren De Laguna, where if you put Lauren De Laguna against another lawyer, she sounds like a Sav Sit. Whenever you put her against another law person, she starts sounding like me or Paul. And now with you put up against Rants, you get what I'm telling you. You're like being the me to Rants. And it's the perfect close of my day after absolutely nailing the first half of my now 2-part show. Thank you, Neurojack. Thank you.
Well, I mean, I generally take a lawyer approach to all this shit just because, like, I've noticed that so many people are using lawyer talk to, like, make their points. And I'm like...
Oh, to answer your question, though, whenever the reason that Christians are having this done so easy is because I've looped this a couple times on channels. In Revelations, when it says in the end times that men will be proud lovers of selves, they're talking about the church. They're not talking about just the world. That's the church it's referring to.
Yeah, the church is fucked, Illuminati.
And you're fucked because you're a
fucked.
false witness. You're encouraging people to focus on their confusion, as Talcott would say.
In what sense? What the fuck are you even talking about?
That you come with stuff that you cannot be convinced you've been like debunked or replied to, and you're pretty remedial yourself, and your
What are
dad's
you even
annoying.
talking about, Illuminati?
Salty,
You're not even
salty siren. It's
articulating.
that mean truth you were talking
You're not
about.
even articulating properly what you're.
Oh,
even saying.
I'm still living in our last interaction, brother. I'm still.
What are you
focused.
even talking about, bro? Get over it.
Right.
Like, I'm not that important to care about that.
Oh, you took the words right out of my mouth.
So what's the problem?
You're still worthy enough to reckon your.
I'm just a fucking guy, Illuminati.
The hell is this?
And see, this is how you're like a Paul. If we address it, you get all humble and say, "I'm just a guy."
What? I'm not like anybody.
No, he was talking
Oh.
about this person. I don't know who this is.
I know.
Oh,
but it's
that's Lauren de la Laguna.
Well,
De la
apparently,
Gunta.
you guys remember Max Shkreli or something, the guy who like jacked up.
She dated him in college. Yeah, Martin Shkreli.
Is this a famous person or?
Yeah, he's the guy that owns the Sacred Woo album, and he also raised the price on the AIDS vaccine, but it was justified and it was a noble thing to do. I know the story. I've actually talked to Martin one-sidedly, where I get to chat at him and watch his face change, and he occasionally chatted back to the whole room. But because I chatted on like a De Laguna behalf, he knows what the fuck's up.
So
well, but here's the weird thing though, is like all these people like know Tucker Carlson and shit. That's what's strange to me. It's like
I wish I could meet Tucker. Like, did you ever see the guy meet him when he was fishing in New York? He's like
Tucker
fishing.
Carlson had a Kabbalah bracelet on when he was doing
cares?
the interview.
I had a spiral on my forehead for my picture.
No, it was
I
a
don't know why I
Kabbalah
don't hear the end of it.
Just saying.
Elon Musk wore a devil armor costume. Big whoop.
Yeah, he's probably a fruitcake.
You're probably a incel.
I'm
and I know you're married. I know you're married when I say
yeah,
that.
I'm an incel with 4 kids. I'm an incel. You
should get those DNA tests.
You know what?
You should go
must
see
be a
Maury
rocket
about those
scientist.
I'm sorry, you were talking when I was.
Are you a rocket scientist, Illuminati?
No, I got a friend that is. A guy that I used to party at his farm. Yeah. All those pictures you see of me, Jesus or Pimp, that was my friend's farm that he was a rocket scientist. And I used to have a crush on his sister, and she got hit by a semi pulling out to drive to school one day.
I think you're a certifiable rocket scientist.
I don't think I am. I don't think if my degree was in that, you'd hear these guys making fun of me for it.
All right, maybe you're just a certifiable genius.
I think I've got this community figured out, and I don't think
like the Rain Man, bro.
What is?
You're talking about our autistic friends like Hank and allegedly
out because I haven't out. Tell me, what do you think it is?
What's that? Neuro?
No, the Rain Man is a savant, bro. He's not an autistic.
No, autistics are usually a savant in a thing. That's what makes them autistic in a sense.
What are you a savant in?
At whooping your ass. I'm not autistic.
Have you any proof of this savant?
I know that I'm not autistic because Gen X Jeff tries to say I'm autistic. That's how I know.
I'm just saying. Like, are you good at anything? Like,
I'm good at everything I apply myself to.
What do you apply yourself to?
It's just it can be tricky to get myself to apply, but if I apply myself, I'll succeed. And
What
you
do
can be
you
like that
apply
too. Maybe
yourself
not Rants, but anyone else hearing me can do that too.
I'm just saying, what do you apply yourself to in your life?
Well, tonight, like wrecking your ass, whether you realize it or not.
Okay.
Rants. I haven't worked in 3 years. Yeah. What do you think I've applied myself to?
I don't know. I'm asking you, and you're just telling me like random shit.
Yeah, kind of. I don't like when people go from like the combatives to trying to rational too fast. You should win your way back in and
I'm asking a question. You're not answering the question.
Well, what is this community, Tommy? If you figure it out, because I can't figure out what the hell is the community.
I've referred to it as any channel or chatter or participant we can say, and nobody goes, "Who's that?" And I noticed recently, Paul not only acknowledges community contrary to denying it, now he wants community because he's on the outs. I say,
But
I say,
didn't he know? Didn't he know Lauren De Laguna somehow or something?
Before I came to be Paul's rival, she was already being his nemesis, and then we kind of co-nemesis him, but not really. We didn't really group up.
Beside your personal beefs, do you have anything that you want to talk about?
Not to you.
Why not?
Because you just rub me the wrong way, and your accent, and your dad.
I don't rub you at all.
And honestly, I kind of liked your rap. I didn't like the lyrical content, but the way you sounded doing your little part on the rap, I dug it.
Well, I appreciate that.
I don't know why you guys don't play it more. I only heard it once.
We have a couple of good raps.
Oh, they play.
Now you're reaching. Take what I gave you and just.
No, we have a couple of good raps, Tommy. It's not subjective.
Oh, like it's hard to peek and see what the gift is the way you rap it, because I know you don't mean lyrically rhyming like a wordsmith to backbeats.
Tommy, can I ask you a question?
Just saying, there's more than you've heard.
I'd rather you did, Neurojack.
If you found that all these different Christian LARPers or whatever were like actually like pro-communism or something, how would you feel about that?
I think the pro-communist people are very open about it. Like Talcott Clip Collection didn't make that Führer Talcott stuff without some constant tiptoeing into those statements, you know? I mean, he pieces them together, but Jack really has had some communist and socialist statements.
Well, what I'm saying is, like, I think if you listen to people closely, like a way a lawyer would listen to someone, that, like, I do think it is obvious. That's kind of what I'm saying.
Well, I'm pro-socialism the way the military does it. I'm not pro-hostile, you must communism. But if it's like you sign the dotted line, you feel that lifestyle, and it's an efficient military, yeah, that's good socialism. And I like Jesus socialism where it's voluntary.
But see, that's the thing is, like, I think that, you know, if you listen to them, it's like, hey, comrade, get into the killing field or else, you know, that sounds more like what I hear. I don't know.
All I'm saying is, like, if you really understand the way of the world and the Bible and shit, it's like we can't actually fix the world. But you can make your own. Hold on, Tommy. You can make your own microclimate, right? Within that world that is the best for you and your people, you know what I mean, for what's going to transpire. Is that not a reality? Could you not position yourself in a way to do the best in the world that you believe is coming based on evidence and, you know, all different kinds of fucking realities that are all converging at a certain time and place?
Well, I admit I have beat my head off the wall trying to convey this to some of these channels, but I prefer these days to even go with take everything I have and drop me in anything, and I'll just still do what I'll make my best effort regardless of preparation or not.
I feel it, but like,
die. If I fail, I'll just die, and it's okay.
If you're just one man, that's fine. But like, if you have a whole fucking small community already,
a community of one man, yeah, that community.
No, I'm not a community of one man. I got neighbors. I got neighbors who got family. I got family. You know what I mean? We got a lot of shit to actually protect and go forward with.
And that's what I'm saying. Your type of one
I got
man
a town.
Is the type. I think it would be easier to be one man than to work with you.
Maybe.
Because I think you got too much pushback whenever someone would obviously be.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you're just a single man, you're better off as a single man somewhere in a fucking good environment.
I'm a single man that purposefully lives in a bad environment, and I hate to sound Paul Free Stayed, but constantly throughout my Colorado life, I've watched strangers thank me for the thing I did with a bunch of stranger interaction or how I handled a thing. For instance,
like at the end of the day, I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. If you're just a single man that wants to go out there and fucking do whatever he's doing in Colorado, I mean, you're going to do whatever you're going to do. But if you did have plans to go forward,
it's not about me. It's I have grown into someone that does my
You
father's
don't
will
care.
wherever he puts me.
And if as a single man, bro, right? I got to points in life where I didn't give a fuck if I
I
lived
don't
or died,
I
right?
don't not give a fuck. I'm not saying I
You know what I
don't
mean?
give a fuck.
But like when you have other lives that you are responsible for,
That's
you
called
have to give a
everyone
fuck.
around me.
You know what I mean?
That's called my single man is you put me anywhere and all the strangers are that to me because I'm that level of single. The world is my brother until you
Okay.
snafu or until you Paul. You are my
I
brother.
mean, I can't argue with that if you're just gonna
I
accept
know you
all
tried there, don't
humanity.
you?
You know what I mean? If you accept all humanity as your brother until they do some fucking shit that you think is wicked, I can't say nothing against that. I mean, that's a valid fucking standpoint to live your life.
Even times you might have seen me calling TML a stupid muzzy. I'm just expressing that he has made me unhappy with him, and I don't really think he's a stupid muzzy.
Well, I know sometimes you get emotional and you say some shit.
Yeah, I say N-word and F-word, and sometimes I mean it.
You know what I'm saying? I feel like we have to give Tommy a little bit of extra slack sometimes because he does get really emotional, say some off the wall shit.
No, I'm not emotional. I'm very decisive and pragmatic. And you think it's emotional because that's my LARP.
Okay.
I'm not lying for a LARP. A lot of people are out here lying for a
It's a good
LARP. I'm just
spin.
acting for a LARP.
It's a good spin, bro. It's a good spin. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I don't know if that's true, but it seems more true than for other people for sure, Tommy. I mean, I can say that.
Thank you, Neurojack. And I was concerned about Neurojack because in the beginning times, Neurojack was why everyone go at Tommy, and then he died off on that. But he's come back around. We all have to have static out
Well,
here.
you're one of the few people who saw me before everyone else saw me, so you know, like I'm pretty consistent from the beginning till now. Like
But also, I needed static with you to be able to be real with you because you were getting in that like always been cool. It's the same with TML. TML had hit a point where we had just been cool and kept being cool for too long that starts getting me to like hesitant to be real with. And so I was glad when both of you had any kind of static for a minute because now it's like, oh, okay, I can just tell you whenever you're fucking up and not hesitate to tiptoe on.
Well, we're all taking notice that there's something very odd going on. You know,
That's
whatever.
the most season one thing I've heard tonight. Yes, I think these communities have joined and created because we all know. Like I came to this community going, oh, this stuff I see with the crypto and the future and the beast system. Maybe these like flat earthers and conspiracy theorists will hear me out more than the normies I was trying to lay it on.
But that's the fucked up part is like I've turned around where like what's strange to me is like I thought that the truthers would be able to see through more, but now I see like
nope.
The truthers are more psyop than any normie I've ever met in my whole life, and they're just
conspiracy theorist is the new normie.
Yeah, they're
Truthers
switching
is
from
the new
cult
normie.
to cult to cult to cult, and they don't even know it, and that's what's so fucked up and weird about it. It's like it's so
And
strange.
when they tell me that I'm psyop because globe, I'm like, no, when we've known globe since the 600 years, they psyoped you into going back to flat.
Well, all I know is that the Freemasons say that the Earth is flat, and then people use that as evidence that it's actually flat. And I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean,
like psyop. Of course, the Freemasons would say that it's flat, so you'd believe them. Yeah, and they also knew how fast the flatties would recruit. So it's like they put that out there, and then the flatties run with it, and they're doing all the recruiting in this strong delusion.
The flat.
Man, I'm having a fire day. We're just nailing it. We're just rocking. This community is on
Did
fire.
you know that the Jesuits all came up with the heliocentric model?
No, you can see helio for yourself, and I explained that on
No, you can't, bro.
world
It's all
domination.
nonsense.
And
Yo, the reality is,
eyes are skewed. You know, only if
Here's
your
what it
eyes
is.
are skewed, you can see a curve.
If
Oh,
you
we're not
believe,
going to let Voy talk.
It's
if you
like
believe,
it's
hold
like
on, bro,
being
hold on.
colorblind and telling me.
I didn't know Voy was up here.
If you believe in a globe, I can
I
tell
know
you've
globe.
never
No, I
done
don't
your
believe
research into it. Because
I
if you
know
did your
globe.
research, you wouldn't believe in a globe.
No,
Right.
I do my, you can see in the word geometry means the measurement of the earth. It's, you
Bro,
can
it's
know
all
you're on a
wrong,
globe.
bro. It's
And
all
this is
wrong.
why I give you so much
You
shit.
want to
That's why I
believe
give
the
Paul
lie,
shit.
believe the lie.
Because you guys think just because you can't Kid Icarus up away and look back, that's the only way to know.
Bro, I've seen it. There's no curve.
Go watch Space School.
There's no curve.
It's a little laggy till I redo it, but you'll get it. I let you stand in 3 points on the Earth at once. I let you stand at the equator and both poles, and you see it. By both poles, you see that opposite spin you see, and in the middle, you see the straight line spin. And if you don't get it, I don't know what to tell you.
Believe whatever you want.
No, I
right?
know.
Just
You're the one
understand
believing.
that you're wrong. And if you did your
Okay,
research,
can
you'd
I
see.
invite you? Can I invite you to a scheduled show on my channel where I walk you through the most basic ways to see you're on a globe?
Because you probably never did that, right?
I
could
did
show
it
you
for
how
Space
you're not
School.
on a
The only
globe.
reason,
that
the only
is-
reason I have to redo
Because
Space
we've done
School
that
is
so
it's
often,
laggy.
That is the reason why we have become flat earthers. Because
You
we've
all deny what I'm trying to tell you. That's the
No,
thing. It
we've
makes you
been
look
there.
psyop
We've-
when you
we've
can't
talked-
hear out.
talked
Like
to
I'm
people that are
proposing.
very
Hold
convinced of-
on, boy. You call people
you've been
Jew
talking a
faggots,
lot,
boy.
you know,
Will
and
you
I
hold on for a
thought I
second?
just joined the channels. I just joined the panel, so I thought.
No, but
maybe-
you've been here for a while. You know what's up.
No,
I'm
that's not
telling
true.
you guys, I've told Z's channel many channels. There's basic, simple steps and things you can see, and when you put them all
Dude,
together,
we've
you're on a
done
globe.
that.
And nobody wants to know it. Nobody wants to know it. You go la 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 la.
We know that stuff.
No,
We know that
that's
stuff.
what I'm saying.
Usually-
You say I don't
usually-
think you know that
usually
stuff.
know that stuff
What's
even
stopping
better
you?
than
What's
any
stopping you from hearing it out and not over talking me, boy?
Well, because bored, you know, because bored.
Oh, so you're gonna go full on flat,
like,
maybe even
Do you want to go?
sell
Do you
your
want to
soul
go
because
through the combination? Do you want to go through the serial? Do you want to go to the alphabet again? The A becomes
no. This is what I'm saying.
Before the C comes
Z
the
goes
D.
off on.
And after the
Would you
C
shut up,
comes
boy?
the E. Then comes the E, the F, the G. Do you want to do that again, or did you
Yeah,
do
you're
that
taking
when
us
you were
nowhere
4
with it.
years old?
I think
don't like
you
to
need to
listen,
go
do
through
you?
the alphabet
Tell
again.
me you're
That's how
dishonest. You
simple
haven't
it
done
is.
your research.
It's like talking to a
Listen.
colorblind
Listen.
5-year-old
I'll wait.
telling me what the rainbow is.
Recognize the patience, chat. I'll wait. It's
Bye.
that good of a day. It's that good of a day.
Okay, cool.
Now listen, I say
Hey,
these simple
believe
things.
believe is so
Okay,
much
I wasn't done
stronger.
waiting.
Believe is so much stronger than knowledge, isn't
No,
it?
knowing is not believing because you know. Do you believe what's in your pockets right now, or do you know what's in your pocket? Oh, that's funny,
I
isn't
know
it?
the lie.
Listen,
I know the lie.
I've gone
I don't
to these
believe
channels.
the
I've
lie.
gone.
I
Shut
know
up,
the lie.
boy.
I don't believe the truth.
Yeah,
I
you're
know-
looping. You're looping. You're looping the thing. Boy,
Yeah.
I've gone to each flat Earth channel
show
that
you.
I know of, and I've said I can show you these
I
simple
would just
things.
nod. I would just nod. Yes.
Okay,
Tony.
then pretend I'm
Yes,
talking
Tony,
to
you're right.
everybody
I will
but
not-
you.
I will
Pretend
stop
I'm
taking
talking
you
to
seriously
everybody
from
that's
this
listening
point
but
on.
you, and you
I will
just shut up for
say,
a second.
yes, you are right. Yes, you are right, Tommy. Again, you're
Which
right.
fallacy is voy using,
You're
everyone?
right. You're right.
Which fallacy is voy flexing?
This is how I deal with nutcases. I would just say, yeah, you're right.
Ooh. Maybe if
You're
you
right.
were in
Let
America.
me. I got something I want to drop about
Okay,
this.
I'll still wait then. I still didn't get to say the thing I was waiting. Go ahead. Go
Well,
ahead.
Tommy, this might help, man. This is interesting, right? All right, you know about Chicago, right? You know the city of Chicago. Everybody knows the
wouldn't
city
go
of
there for
Chicago,
nothing,
right?
yeah.
We know where it is, right? Lake Michigan. Watch this. So they have.
Oh, I covered this. I covered this in space school.
You covered this? Okay. Well,
Yeah.
they have,
there
they had a
is
dude-
there is an out because there's a photographer that isn't a flatty that knows he can go there at that time to still see across because that what's the thing in the desert? The thing that makes the mirage? The mirage can at a certain time the mirage can lift the vision of the city up, and that's why the photographer goes there, but
Well,
also knows that he's on a globe.
What if with the right optics and off of a camera or off of a telescope, one can still continue to see in the line of sight further distances than what we're told? See, that in and of itself tells us
that's
that
not
we're
true
lied
what
to
you're
about
saying.
wherever
That's not
supposed
true what you're
curve is that NASA tells us
The
exists.
telescopes and the camera lenses are how we watch boats go over the curve.
Man, that and the lasers, bro. That's in and of itself.
The
that,
lasers
Olivia Salt
disprove
Flats,
flat. No, the laser thing you can't find on any platform or TV. It proved not flat because the further that little boat went as the flatty was on the shore with the laser, They marked it higher and higher on the board. I wish I could find
on
that.
the Discovery Channel. Yeah.
There's too many inconsistencies. The Bolivia salt flats.
No,
You
it's
can't have
all
that on a globe.
consistent
Like
globe.
it
It's
would be
all
an
consistent globe.
impossibility.
It's all consistent globe. I don't know what else to tell you, but the basics.
Bro,
See,
I
this is
think
the
that,
thing. This is
you
the
know-
thing with you and Z and everybody. You want to go off on another thing without debunking the core basics I can show you that can't be debunked, and they say globe. And then you want to show me a TikTok of another flat earther saying a thing. Oh, a TikTok of another flat earther. That's how we're going to settle this.
I mean, every early civilization believed in a stationary environment that had a
Right.
covering.
Early.
Right. And it
Early.
wasn't
That's
until
why I
where did
that's
the
why I say
heliocentric
the
model
Bible
come
can
from?
be wrong about that. The
Where does
Bible is talking about rotary phone.
The heliocentric model, where does it come from? Comes from the
No,
Vatican.
it's not a model. It's factual. You're
No,
still
it
getting
comes-
away.
but it- where-
You're
who
still
gets
getting.
that?
Do I ever get to talk? Now I'm
No,
getting loud.
no, rather not.
Do I
Rather
ever get to say the things that you're obviously avoiding?
In my opinion, you've talked enough.
You don't need anything you're saying because you know why you're keeping me from saying the only things that need to be said. Because you do know
Dude,
you're on a
like
globe
what you say
and
is
you're
so
on your back foot. You're
or
on your
so-
heel.
It's like it's the newest thing that we never heard, right?
Once again, Voight is completely irrelevant in any context.
Thank
I
you.
mean,
dude.
I remember him and Cage sitting here on this very panel doing their stupid
Bro,
thing.
we got the idea for heliocentrism by Freemasons. So why
No,
would
we
accept
got the idea by a Catholic priest that was chastised,
Freemasons.
excommunicated, and eventually deleted for simply looking and knowing. And then 2 years later, Michelangelo made a telescope and said, "Hey, that guy, he was right."
Bro,
you guys think that's fun?
Freemasons gave us this, just like the conceptual idea of evolution and other
Oh,
bullshit.
Freemasons, you mean they, them? You might as well just be saying, yeah, they run things, them, they, them.
I'm gonna just call it like I historically know to call it.
Yeah, but you don't
that's
know
where the model
much.
comes from.
That's what I came in. Oh, wait, sorry, I'm getting you mixed up with Rant. But you know I've always gone at you, Ragamuffin. You've only gotten into my good graces by not pushing it. And I still think you showed up mysteriously allied with that stupid preacher bitch on Jack's channel. Like, you really showed up like a toady for her in my elephant memory.
Brother man, you focus so much on other people.
No, I
instead of yourself.
memorized
And
it
here's the
naturally.
thing,
This isn't
bro.
a focus. I casually remember this stuff against my will.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna let him know what I said earlier because he needs to hear it. Tommy, you're a very talented
I'm
man.
all
Very
ears.
talented, a lot of talent.
Flattery
But
gets
for,
you nowhere.
For whatever
Everyone knows
reason,
that.
you'd like to use it and put the focus on nefarious actions and
No, I'm trying to
focus
put
of
the
other
focus
people
on
more
factual,
often
simple
instead of
facts of
creating
globe.
some really rad shit because you sir, you could, you can, and you could.
What are you talking about?
That's my
I
thoughts.
am doing the thing. If I'm not sure what you said, but what I want to do, I'm doing it. And Rance is just showing a video that shows curve. You just have somebody that shoebox. No, you're showing. I can show you a million balloon videos where you see the curve. That is obviously being funnel.
So cute. There's something wrong with your eyes. There's something
No,
wrong
there's
with your
something
eyes.
wrong with that. What's the frame word called? I'm losing my fucking word for like how you frame. I do video editing, and you think I don't know what that video is doing? And anything I show you, you'll try and say it's fisheye whenever it's obvious when a thing is fisheye. Well, I mean, we can watch the Blue Origin take Dude
Dude, I
Perfect
mean,
up. That's not
you
fisheye.
think it's a globe? You think it's a globe?
I
and
know
think
it's a
flat.
globe,
Okay, you know
dipshit.
it's a globe, and I know it's flat. Okay, move on.
No, you don't know it's flat. I know you're stupid, and you don't know
Okay,
you're
so
stupid.
you know that I'm stupid, and I know
And
that
I
you're
don't think anyone up here is
Now we
stupid
have some
but you.
common ground to start from.
Like
Let's move.
other people are just resistant to the truth,
Got
but
some
you,
common
boy,
ground.
are fucking
We've got some
stupid.
common ground to start from. You're stupid. I'm stupid.
No,
what are
I'm
we
not.
gonna do about it?
I know what I don't know, and I'll admit what I don't know, but you, sir, are stupid. You're stupid just for calling me, what was it you called me on OTW when we first crossed paths? Like, I think it was F-word, N-word, Jew or something. And then you just, but then when you thought, well, what's his name? Guys, I haven't been to London, man, a long time. What's my friend's
Dude,
name?
you lost me. I don't know what you're talking
We
about.
thought he was trans, but then he told us he was forced trans. I forget his name. Voy was all ears when we all thought that was a trans woman. He wanted in her world. He wanted to know after like hours of calling me an N-word, F-word. Jew at the end. And then I found them receipts of Rob.
Does anybody know
Rob
what this
C.
man is talking about?
You called Rob C a N-word, F-word.
And so what now?
Well,
So
now
I
you
say
think you're gonna
N-word,
act
you
like
say
a
N-word,
joke.
you are stupid, I am stupid. Dude, we have a
Right,
lot of
I do, but I don't try and cover my tracks about it.
Okay. But I do.
And I'm not
In
really.
your world,
See,
I do.
do you see? Are you not aware of how tight that camera angle is, Rant? Are you that dense? Why aren't you playing the ones that show clearly the curve, Rant? Because it makes you have to acknowledge your cog diff.
Tommy's stupid, Voy is stupid. But
Only
Tommy
if
is
you
full of
resist it.
line.
You just hate the truth. You hate the truth.
Ja, jochie, tuurlijk.
Angela Baby Carson, I'm about to fry a pre-made peanut butter and jelly sandwich because this whole community is so on me about the fried bread. I'm making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich right now, and I'm gonna fry it and see what happens. I'm gonna try one with. I'm gonna
American
fry the
is
bread,
right.
then make the sandwich, and one where
Just
the
fry
sandwich
it.
is pre-made, and I'm gonna fry it.
Yeah, just fry it, dude. Like your mind.
Whatever. Like, I can just let you be, like, I know the limit where I can show you guys, I can give you all the water you need, you just have to drink it. And I watch you not drink it, not my problem. You hate the truth. And me and Neurojack were just talking about this is what's happening. Like, you're so psyoped, you think you're the one not psyoped.
Well, thank you for explaining that to me, dude. I'm gonna work with that.
Okay,
You know?
so if you appreciate that I
already
could
working.
explain
I
that,
think it's
if you
already working.
appreciate that I just explained that, why would you not want
what
me
I
to
said.
go
I
and
said,
tell you
thank
those simple
you.
truths?
Thank
You
you.
can't
I
even
said,
let me
thank
reply.
you. I'm gonna work
You
on it.
are what you try and say I
can
am.
it's
You're
already
looking
working,
like
dude.
a
I can
weak,
feel the
small
effects.
penis right now.
I can feel the effects of your advice.
No, see, that's your problem.
My
You go by
opinion
feels
already.
and not facts. You're
So
all in your
thank you,
feelers.
dude.
You want
Thank
Paul
you.
enslaved to find
Thank
out you're
you
in your
for the
feelers, boy?
advice, Tommy. Dude, it's really working on me.
No, it's not. You're trying. I see what you're trying to do, and it's making you look worse. It's really a sad card to play.
Really? So,
Well,
so tell
anything
me,
you
how
do,
should I do it?
anything you do
How
other
should I
than
do
just
it?
hear out.
Fuck up,
Should I do it? I
Tommy.
mean, if you don't
No,
take me
he's the
serious,
one that
I don't
hasn't
know
let
what.
me
I
reply.
don't know
Tell
where
You
him
to
to
just keep
shut the fuck
talking.
up.
Both of you shut the fuck up. How
No,
about
you
that?
shut the fuck
No,
up. I'm
you.
saying any move you make that isn't hearing out those simple globe showing facts is only detrimental to you.
Uno reverse card.
Joke.
Oh, like that's what I'm saying. And
Yeah,
the
bro.
Uno reverse card is the no you.
No
And
you.
dare I say it, that's you.
No you.
See, everything I ranted on you when I first got here, Rants, I still stand by it. You've just only showed your ignorance, cog dis, stupid New Yorker. And I hate your dad, too. Your dad just, oh man, I can't stand listening to your dad talk. Hey, I don't know, but I think all these black people need to shut up about black people. So, and I agree, but I just hate to hear him say it. It's like, I don't want your support because you just ruin it. It's like Paul can be right. And I'm like, I'm still not allying with you on it. You're just such a fucking prick. And your dad's that. You're growing into that rant. And I bet your wife's ugly and your kids are stupid. I'm sorry, TML. I know you don't like that direction, TML. I got triggered there. I got a little triggered there.
Your mother
And
was
fuck
a
you, boy.
hamster, and your father smelled of elderberry.
And
Tommy.
now go away, or I shall punch you a second time.
Tommy.
I like how his hands were like little flappy feet over there.
Tommy. Do you like the sound
You
of
sound
your
like
own
Raz
words?
Band. You sound to me.
Do you just like talk and then listen to yourself later?
No, that's a card you're playing because you could be that too, Rance. We all know you like.
Are you saying that's you?
No.
So what are you saying?
I'm saying I'm giving you truth and you're hating it, and
What kind of
that's not
truth are
the
you giving?
sign of
You're
a
just
Christian.
rambling. You're just
Well, I
rambling.
tried to give it to you, and that's
and
what you guys
rambling.
wouldn't let me talk.
All you do is ramble.
Well, I gave you an invite.
You
to a
literally
one-on-one
provided
voice.
truth never.
You have yet to
You
stop
just
interrupting.
only have problems with people. That's all you do.
Oh no, I very much don't have a problem with having
All
a
right.
problem.
So tell me some truth, please.
No, that's what you just
I would
interrupted,
love-
and now
I would
you're
love to hear
obnoxious. I invited you to truth. I'll give you a
What
one-on-one. I'm
truth,
not gonna-
Tommy? What truth?
You're a fucking prick, and I'll break your nose if I ever
You
cross
have
you in
no
real life.
truth, Tommy. All you have
Sure.
is fucking bullshit.
Do you want to be saying that to someone that has truth when you meet your maker?
Tommy.
Like Jack says he's a Christian too, and comes at me with this shit.
I don't say I'm a Christian.
I know, because you're not. So good on you.
I don't know what to tell you. What do you want to do? Like, what's your problem?
No, it's not tell me anything. You should have shut up like 20 minutes ago and we'd be cool.
Why do we have to be cool? I don't care about being your friend, Tommy.
What you're obviously trying to do. If
I've
we
never
don't need
tried
to
be your friend.
If we
What is
don't
your
need to
fucking
be
problem?
cool, I'll
That's what I
just
need to
say
know.
the course of what it's been.
You don't need
your
to be
kids are
cool.
stupid, your wife's ugly, and you're a fucking moron.
Okay, you're a fucking loser.
No, actually, I'm a winner. That's
You're
why
a
I said I
loser.
have
You
a
don't
working
have a
breed.
wife. You don't have kids. You
Very
jerk off
intentional.
every day.
Do you see Sherelle Snow up my ass? Do you know how
beat
big a
your
dick I
fucking
have
meat
that's
until
being
it's
celibate?
raw.
Do you really want to go
are you
down this
gonna
road?
do
Because
that
everyone
one
knows
again?
this road.
Are you gonna
Whenever
do
you
that one
say,
again, Tommy,
whenever
when
you
ask
try and
people
imply,
advice?
like Boy's a guy that's not
You
married
remember
against
that
his
when you
will.
asked
Boy's
people
a guy that
advice?
doesn't have kids against his will.
You're just
I very
fucking
much
angry.
premeditated the life I'm
You're
in.
just angry and you expose the things that you're fucking jealous of when you try to insult
What am I
me for
jealous
no
of,
reason.
Nart? What am I
You
jealous
just
of,
said,
Nart?
You just said it.
Because I knocked. No, I'm trying to offend you
You
when
don't
I
have
knock on your
kids.
family.
You don't have
I
wives. It's not
wouldn't
gonna
take a
offend
family.
me.
I wouldn't take a family for
You
$1
think I
million.
get offended when crackheads say fucking madness at me? Never.
Oh.
I'm from New York. I've been
I
dealing
get
with
it.
fucking
I get
crackheads
what
my
you
whole
did
life.
there. I'm the crackhead, right? Is that
I'm
what
not
you were
saying you're a crackhead, Tommy.
Oh, no,
I'm
I
just
think
saying
that's what you're saying.
I have
I'm pretty
experience
astute.
with crack.
I'm pretty astute to the
I
meth
don't know
pedo
what
card.
your fucking drug of choice is. I've had crackheads shouting shit at me all day. I know what
have
it
them
sounds
doing it
like.
right now, I think.
I know what bullshit sounds like. I know how to ignore nonsense. You think I get offended?
No, you
by
don't. No, you
bullshit?
don't. You don't know what you don't
I
know
would
what
be
truth
offended
sounds
if you actually knew my children and wife. You don't even know them. Why
Oh
would I
God,
be
I
offended?
wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. As soon
Do
as
you
they
think-
said my,
Do you
as
think
soon as
I'm a
they
little
said my
weak
daddy
man
rant, I
that
just
gets
leave a
offended
cloud of
easily?
myself. They'd watch dissipate.
You think I give a fuck about the opinion of a Tommy?
I think I got him.
You think you got me?
I think I did.
How?
Because you're totally off of any kind of relevant shape debate shit, and I am not jealous of anything about you.
You
I'm
brought
very
no
much...
truth. This is what I'm trying to explain to you.
No, you didn't let me explain.
You're here
That's
saying
why
that I'm
you
trying to
can't
play
discern.
games. All you
can't
do is
discern
play
where
games.
there's truth. None of you allow truth to be spoken.
What
and
is
then
your
this
fucking
is-
truth? Please
this
speak
is how
it.
you think.
I'll
this
be
is how you're
quiet.
under a strong
Say your
delusion.
fucking truth. I'll be quiet. Go ahead.
Right, that was 20 minutes ago. I invite you to that.
That was 20
no,
minutes
I
ago.
can, but I know out of 4 people here, you won't. Because I hear it all the time. Go ahead, take your turn, and you won't let me. You're all a bunch of unslaved. You just don't know. Okay, would you like me to invite both you and Boy where I will articulately lay it out?
Dude,
I
I'm
want
not
this
gonna
to be
go.
here.
I'm not gonna. I'm not
I
gonna do
need to read
2015
into that
again.
show with
just
showing
because
them.
you want that.
No, I have
like
a
I'm not gonna
mind
go
for
through
the
high school
production.
again, dude.
It's
I've
like
been
when I
there,
told
done that.
Talcott and Margot they
Didn't
have
get
to come to
the
my
picture.
channel. I know
Tommy,
I can't
get the
control
results.
whether
Fuck
you
your
shut
show,
up.
Tommy. How about that? Fuck your show.
Yeah, and fuck you.
You have truth? Say your fucking truth right now. Otherwise,
go
shut
watch-
the fuck up.
Okay,
There
go
is
watch
no
Space
truth
School.
inside
Go
of
watch
him.
Space School. See, you
There is
don't
no-
sit here and interrupt me for a half hour and then
I
act
showed
like
you the
I'm
truth.
the guy
You just
that
don't
needs
want
to
to
talk
accept
at your
what I'm
will.
showing you.
You think you want to be the arbiter of when I can talk? Go fuck yourself, because I know your wife
No, that's
won't.
you. That's you, actually.
Who's the fucking arbiter of anything, Tommy?
Okay, out of the 3 of us, who has sat here going, I'll wait my turn?
You want to sit here and say the globe exists. Okay, I just
Yeah,
showed you a
it's
flat
very
Earth.
factual.
So what did I show you? Imagination?
You showed me the narrow vision camera, yeah.
Okay. And so even if I show you the truth,
And I
you
already
deny
told
it,
you
then what
that,
am
and
I
you're
supposed
still
to do?
asking.
I'm supposed
This
to
is
believe
like when I told
stand
you
in the
you
truth.
had nothing on the Bible
You
being
stand in the
fake.
truth.
You
I
had
show
nothing.
you it in plain fucking sight.
No,
show
I
it to
told
you.
you. See, this is
and
the
you
Bible
deny
thing
your
all over
own
again. I
fucking
told
eyes.
you how you're wrong, and you
You
couldn't
deny your
debunk
own
that,
eyes.
and here you're gonna loop.
You
Now you're
deny your
looping.
own eyes. You deny your own eyes. You want me to
No,
believe in what you believe in,
acknowledge
but you
fake
deny your own
eyes.
eyes.
I don't deny my
deny
eyes.
your own
You're
eyes.
acknowledging fake eyes.
You
Guys,
believe in
am I not-
CGI.
is my shit together or is my shit together?
You believe in CGI, but you have the truth.
I believe CGI exists. I never
You're
denied
unaware
CGI
that the
exists.
Masons and the fucking Jesuits created the globe heliocentric model. You're unaware of this.
No,
No, you're
you
aware
see
of it,
globe-
but you still believe it. You believe they created it,
You're projecting.
perpetrated it on the world,
No,
and
that's
you think
why are you
that what
lying
they
about me? Why are you
perpetrated
being a
on the
false
world
witness?
is the
You
truth.
need to worry about saying what
The Bible
you think
says
and
the world
proving
is
it.
flat,
I'll
dummy.
say what I think and prove
The
it.
Bible says the world is flat, dummy.
That's not a
Not
factual thing. The
me.
Bible.
Yes,
you
it
said the
does.
Bible's been manipulated. I
So
got
what?
you, baby.
So what? You believe in the Bible? So what,
Oh,
Tommy?
you're
You
No,
believe
I
in the
believe that
Bible?
I believe the true parts of the Bible that
You know
we
what it
need
is,
have been
Tommy?
consistent
You even
always.
believe in the Bible,
I think
Tommy?
when you say
You're
the Bible's
informed and
manipulated
very
and then tell me it
unintelligent.
says the world's flat, I say you might be right.
It is flat.
No, it
Everybody
does
said
say
the world
it
was
does
flat
say
up until
it does say
recently.
those flat leaning things, but
Every
you're right. It
fucking
has been
civilization
manipulated,
said the
and you're
world was
right. We
flat.
don't know who
Every
manipulated what.
civilization
See,
said the
I
world was
gotcha.
flat.
I got
Every
you, Rand.
civilization said the world was flat up
Listen,
until
I'm going to look
recently.
to somebody that really doesn't like me
Every
much in chat.
civilization, the
Angela
ancient
Baby Carson.
civilizations that were
Angela
more
Baby,
advanced
you
than
don't
our
have to take globe,
civilization,
Angela, but on
said
his
the world
Bible
was
thing,
flat.
do I not have him? Have I not got him?
We got our understanding of all these celestial things because of the ancient civilizations who were more
Those
advanced.
celestial
Who
things are
also
what I'm
said
going
the
to
world
use
was
to
flat.
show you you're on a globe. Those celestial things are how I'm going to show you you're spinning and
Or you can't
rotating a
celestial
star.
navigate on a globe.
Yes,
can't.
you must use those celestial bodies to be a captain
You
of a
can't
ship and go
navigate
around
on the
this globe.
They never
I'm not going to loop
navigated
with you. I'm not going to
navigated
keep
on a flat
beating a
plane.
beat, man. I got
It's
you,
always
dude. You
been
just don't know.
flat. You're mad stupid. You
No,
haven't
no,
done
I've
any
got
fucking
you and you don't
research.
even know it.
You're
I
just
got you
dumb.
and you don't even know it.
You got nothing. You got ball sack.
Right, you
That's what
mad.
got.
You mad.
You know what you
it.
got? You got
I got
gots
you,
and
man.
cool. That's what you got.
No, this
You
is
got
the
who
same
got.
thing as on your. Oh, you don't realize it, but you ain't standing on nothing right now but being mad.
Stand on everything. You stand.
Listen, all I did was use your words.
You live in
You
your
said
own
the Bible's
fucking
manipulated.
imagination.
The Bible. You said the Bible says flat, and you said the Bible's lying. I gotcha.
You live in your own imagination, Tommy.
Projecting.
Just because the Bible says something doesn't mean it's fake. Because the Bible has
But you say it's
tampered
fake.
with doesn't mean it's fake. No, I don't say the whole Bible is fake.
But I know and can prove I'm on a globe, so that is
The
fake.
Bible contains the truth. The Bible contains lies.
Oh yeah, I know the truth is in there. I try and live by
So,
it. And I'm
like,
not always great at
it
it.
doesn't mean that it's all fake, but they did change a lot of shit. I could
Listen
give
to
you
you.
mad
Hey,
clear
would
evidence.
you like a bike bell, sir, for this backpedaling?
I could give you mad clear evidence that it's been
No,
altered.
no,
That
no. I
doesn't mean
offered
it's
you
fake.
that, and now you want to offer it back, and I say I snatched
Doesn't
that out
matter,
of your
Tommy.
hand. I know it's lies.
Tommy,
I know it's the lies of a strong delusion.
Tommy, I'm not a preacher. All right, I'm not out here teaching sermons. So you have
Yeah,
nothing.
you are. You're out here saying some false witness.
Like what?
Like that the Bible's lying. And I said, show me where
The
it says
Bible's
that.
been
It says
altered.
murder's good. It says
It's
thou
fucking-
shalt
it's
murder. and
basically
thou
an
shalt
open
not murder.
fact at this point. If you can't accept that, then you're retarded.
No, the globe is what's a proven fact. You're just digging your own hole, and I really, truly hate you.
I can't deal with you anymore. You're fucking.
I know,
you're a
I
brick
know.
Wall of
Sentiment. That's one
retardation.
thing we agree on.
It's like arguing with a mentally retarded wall.
Only you're the
Retarded
does the mentally
retardation.
retarded. The mentally retarded
You're right. I am
never knows he's
retarded
the
for
mentally
even
retarded.
starting to talk with you. You are an error.
You mad?
I'm gonna treat you like an error. Watch how you treat an
mad.
error. Watch.
And I'm
Ready?
gonna treat you like the bitch I have been treating you like.
You could treat me like nothing. How about that?
No, you
have
you're a
zero
bitch.
fucking authority.
You're my bitch.
You
at
have
that.
zero
I'm not,
authority.
and I'm not unsaying.
You have zero authority,
I'm saying
Tom.
you are my bitch.
You have zero authority.
Because if you cool out
You
and
have
wake
zero
up tomorrow
authority,
and
Tom.
rewatch this,
Zero
you
authority.
got wrecked, bro.
Tommy, you have zero authority.
Go find me Andrew Wilson and Smith and Jim Bob and fucking Verbal Combat. You just got shoved in no lube, bro. With your own words. And like I said, it's been a fire day. And I thought Neurojack was going to cap it off. This continues to cap it off. You ain't shit, Rance.
I'm gonna
And
let
all these
Illuma
things will
Tommy
go
just
over you
talk to
before I even
himself now. You guys have a great night.
get out of here.
I just
Escort
I
this
can't-
man out.
I can't sit here with this
Escort
guy
this
just
man out.
talking and
Take
talking
him ranting and screaming.
and
Out.
talking.
Be gone, I knew ye not.
Just talking
Fucking New Yorkers.
nonstop about
Can't even
nothing.
own a fucking gun.
About nothing. About
You
nothing.
said you were leaving.
You have said nothing. I'm going to stay
You
here
said
just
you
to
were
talk
leaving.
about how much you've said nothing tonight. You said
Oh,
literally
then how come you're so hurt
You said
because I
nothing.
fucking wrecked your shit?
Tommy, I'm aching in
You
pain.
know, usually
Oh my
whenever
God, I'm so hurt.
even when I'm not
I'm
in the
so
wrong,
hurt,
usually everyone's telling me to shut up and move on, and I don't see that happening,
Bro,
and
you
everybody's
are
kind of like
fucking,
waiting
you
for
are a
you
human
to
fucking
leave.
cancer. You are
You
cancer.
said you were leaving. Are you a
Tommy,
man
you
of
are
your word?
cancer.
No, I lost
You
a
are
lot of
human
friends to
fucking
cancer.
cancer. You are a Rubik's cube of illogical
Oh, I
ideas
am an
and
enigma,
retardation.
shrouded in mystery,
I
with a
learn more
puzzle
things
for a
from
hat.
banging my head against the wall, Tommy.
Yeah, you should just leave like you said you were
Why
going to
do you
do, and
come on
then you can
panels?
at least be good on your
Why do
word
you
and not
guys
good
let
on your
him
science.
on panels?
Because I wreck like
Why
this. You
does
don't realize you're
you wreck
wrecked.
what? You're fucking insane, Tommy.
See, in
You're
the
crazy.
in
Do you not
early
realize that
man,
you're fucking crazy?
see,
Are you unaware
way
of your own insanity?
Okay, now you're talking over me like you have been.
I'm gonna
Guys, the
keep
way
talking over you because you're just
I'm
fucking
addressing.
nuts.
No, you
You're
said you were
fucking
leaving.
cuckoo for
Okay,
Cocoa
I'm
Puff
I'm
Tommy.
addressing the channel right now, sir. Have a little awareness.
You're
Read the
addressing
room.
what? What have
I'm
you
addressing
fucking
the chat
provided,
and
Tommy?
the
You've been
panel.
talking
Now,
nonsense
as you
since you
guys
got here.
know, I've said throughout time that the less physical interaction we have, the more spiritual warfare it can equate to. And the trade-off to that is this guy would be aware if he lost limbs on a battlefield, but now he's not aware he has been absolutely decimated on the field of information.
Tommy, you live in this world where you keep scoring some kind of bullshit YouTube world that I give no fucks about.
No, I'm
You
keeping
are
score on
a
facts.
fucking loser.
Listen, not only do I know
Do you
how
know what it is
factual
to
I've wrecked
be a
you, I know
loser?
how you are wrong and what
You
you
know
stood on that's
nothing.
wrong.
You know
It's
zero.
full domination.
You know
This
nothing.
has been a full domination.
This has
and
been
you'd hear
full
the finish him.
retardation.
And before the finish him, my various combos you would have heard, most impressive.
Tommy, you
Rant.
need to really
You're
wake the
still
fuck
here,
up.
bro.
You live
I
in a
didn't say
fucking
you were leaving.
matrix of
You
your
said
own
you were leaving,
creation
and now
where
it's
you're
just
the hero of your
sad.
story. When in
Dad,
reality, it's
everyone
just a
knows
fucking
Tommy
sad
is the most
excuse.
honest. No one's
It's a
more
sad
honest and
excuse for
factual in
even
the
being
panel verse.
present. What are you here to
Everyone knows
do?
the lore master Tommy is the most honest panel verser. Nobody's more honest than Illuminati.
Honest
And
in
then Rant,
what, Tommy?
Rant is a mess. Rant is a
Speaking
big
in third
fat
person, son.
mistake. Sad.
You think I care about the panel verse? This is the thing,
Well,
Tommy.
we
I
care
don't
about
care
truth
none
in
of
this
this
panel verse.
bullshit. This
Do you
is
care about
fake
truth?
reality.
Do you care about truth?
This is fake reality. You don't
Do
care
you
about
care
truth.
about truth?
All I do is put out truth. All you do is panel
No,
verse.
we've shown tonight that's not true.
You've shown nothing.
I know you think that, but that goes
You've
along with how
shown
bad you've been wrecked. This is what
nothing.
I'm saying. He's looping. He's officially looping, guys.
Looping
This
in
is the
what,
loop.
Tommy? Looping in
That
what?
you keep saying I'm retard or
You are
crazy. That's
retarded.
gaslighting.
Look, when
Right,
I'm retarded,
gaslighting,
I'm
gas
retarded
looping.
as a man.
He's
As a
gas
man.
looping.
As
He's
a
fucking
man.
gas looping.
As a man, you have to realize that when you're sounded fucking crazy and retarded, you have
As
to
a
accept
man, you
this if
don't
you want to
realize
move
you
forward.
do that right now.
Do you not want to move forward, Tommy, in reality? Do you want
Do
to
you not
live
want to
in your
move
own
forward in like
fantasy?
the leaving so we can move
Do you
forward? You can
need
come
to
back
live
next
in your
time?
own fantasy
Come
to
back
accept
next
your
time.
life?
Come back next time, dude, and we'll talk about again how you were wrong.
In
Maybe
what
you'll
way
come
was
back
I
and tell us.
wrong?
If you're an
Tell me
actual
how I'm
stand-up
wrong.
man, maybe you'll come back next
Tell
time
me
and
how
tell
I'm
us how
wrong,
you
Tommy.
were.
Tell me how I'm wrong. Go ahead.
No,
Tell me how I'm wrong.
we tried that
Tell
and
me how
you
I'm
made
wrong.
it so you're leaving.
Tell me
And
how I'm
now
wrong, Tommy.
I'm going to quietly fry this sandwich
Tell
and
me how
wait
I'm wrong.
for that.
Go ahead. How am I wrong?
You're looping. We've
In
been
what
through
way?
the tell me.
How am I
And
looping?
you're still talking over me 3 times into saying tell you
Go
how you're
ahead.
wrong.
Tell me
And you've
how
never
I'm wrong, Tommy.
See, that's
You
what you
won't fucking
said
tell me
last
how I'm
time.
wrong.
I'm done with it. I'm making a sandwich and you said you're leaving and now you're not good on your
gonna
word. It's
leave.
more sketch.
I was
You're
gonna
being more
leave,
sketch now.
but then I realized, right, there would be no more show.
No, there would be, and it would be a good show because I've been here in the early days
All
of
right,
the
let's
whole chat.
pretend-
The whole chat used to say, bye, Tommy. Bye,
Let's pretend
Tommy.
I
And I'm like,
left.
well, I'm not wrong.
All right, let's pretend I
And
left.
that was
Here, go
Toilet
ahead.
Bowl Earth. Toilet Bowl Earth was among the whole chat going, bye, Tommy. And where's Toilet Bowl Earth right now? Probably where you're going to end up. And I was cooking with him last night. Me and Rocky, I don't agree with Rocky either. And we were cooking as 3 disagreeing Christians last night. Carry yourself in the future, and then I'll get back to you. Oh, is this that?
Remember, I'm not from Ukraine.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm not touching it. I'm not touching those firearms. Yeah, I was gonna let Rocky have. Those are
panel
where I
time.
can get to them right where I can get out my door.
No, I just got.
Okay. Now I admit, Toilet Bowl does do his thing on Rocky pretty hard, and I try and do the Fight Club thing, like, hey, just stick
What
around.
kind
It's
of
what he
truth do you
does.
want to call? But we're
Oh, this is when we
Americans.
hijacked
Okay.
it. We hijacked
What kind
Toilet
of
Bowl
Americans
stream
are
because
you?
internet was going to shit. Once he comes back,
superior
mine
kind.
keeps dropping me over cookies or whatever. Have you seen the commercial for that Civil War movie?
Yeah, I see.
I know Machine Lies has.
It'd
He's
be
got
better
the
to have
yellow World
Virgin
War
Black.
III than for America to have a Civil War. That would be like just. Oh, Yeti,
That's
you
right.
just got here at the end of one of my most extensive, surgical, intricate wrecks in my Panelverse history. And you can take that to the Lore Master Bank.
That's some weird way of framing shit, though.
Pyrrhic victory.
Dude, could you not tell by the video game context videos and then the speaking and like RPG terminology and shit? It's my thing. Y'all want to eat some dinosaur? Let's eat some dinosaur. I'll live this sandwich frying. I'll even contribute it to the channel because I remember when I used to contribute things to every channel because I didn't have a channel. Man, how good on you, Rants. Just shutting the fuck up is improvement. Oh, wrong camera direction. I wouldn't force anybody to look at that mug. In Rants, there was a time in my life I used to have to turn pussy down left and right. That's why you can't come at me with that shit. Very premeditated. Like, more people go, well, you never got married or had kids? Like how? It's not that, hi, incel, no kids. No, people that meet me are like, so what's the deal? Why you never get married or have kids? Because premeditated. Might be premeditated by my Father in heaven, but I'm agreeable to it. Except Sherelle Snow does still hold a golden ticket to try and just throw a wrench and all that. But still, if she doesn't, I'm very good on this path. We're all gonna probably die on the same day anyway. If you want me to make an outlandish prediction, I just got this vibe. I very much think in the World War III's, because America has never really taken any hits during war, I wouldn't be surprised if the powers that shouldn't be are going to allow a mushroom cloud or two, despite half this community not believing in those either. I wouldn't be surprised if we took it. And then because I've heard so much about Event 303, which is Denver's area code, but never found any conclusion to it.
Your volume's going low, dude.
If you hear about a Denver mushroom cloud, don't be surprised if you never hear from me after that.
There we go.
Yeah,
Not there we go, like good.
The salmon is like really good for you as far as like soluble protein, and then all that fish oil is
You're
really
right.
good for you.
You're
for
right
your
in a
brain.
historic sense, but in 2024, I trust no water-dwelling creature for consumption.
Or you can get tank raised salmon or Atlantic salmon.
Fair. That's a fair point. Did you ever
I
hear
wonder
about?
I wonder which ocean is more polluted, the Atlantic or the Pacific.
They each have their respective plastic islands. I know that.
Well, the Pacific's bigger, but the Atlantic has got more population around it, you know.
And one thing I do respect about industry, the fishing industry finally agreed that they had to regulate themselves because they literally were dragnetting the oceans into barrenness. Because those drag nets, they can release nets for miles that just grab everything, and then they just keep. Yeah, they keep what the fish is they want to sell, and just everything else is dead. Just like whatever. And that's why I think sharks started coming further and further inland to get food.
Right. I mean, the Pacific Ocean has got nuclear radiation and shit in it, right? But does the Atlantic Ocean?
I just know there's a spot in the ocean that for decades that's where we were testing nukes, because there's that animated map where the years are going by like a clock timer, and it's showing all the nuclear explosions.
Oh,
going off
right.
and where they're
Yeah,
going.
yeah, yeah.
And there's a spot in the ocean, it's just like constantly going boom, 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 boom. And then you can tell when that Hiroshima one's hit. You see those like awkward. Whenever
I
it gets to
think the
that part.
French did an underwater nuclear test somewhere
Yep.
down the Caribbean islands or some shit like that,
Mhm.
right?
Well, Putin claims they can do an underwater one that causes a tsunami, more catastrophic than the
Right.
explosion.
Right.
And I think I believe him. I'm not going to deny that one.
Anyway, fish good for you. If you got brain damage, it helps repair your brain, and the fish oil is really good for you in your circulatory system.
Also, there was this Brain Age game for Xbox 360 that when Chris came back from multiple IED concussions, the doctor told him if he played that a lot, it would make his brain better and smarter. And I started playing it, and I started getting like smarter and sharper because it does make you like do it. It takes every aspect of the human brain, like logic, math, and three others I can't remember, and it just has games in each direction. And I just noticed I was getting like sharper in all fields, and
When
then
I
it's
was
stepping
in
up the games as you keep
when I
getting
was
better.
in welding school, I knew this guy. He was something in the army, but one of his hands had been blown off. Like he only had like these two
Yeah,
fingers have been blown off, right?
I
And he
still
was
didn't.
telling me that they were having him play Xbox to like learn how to use his hand or something
Oh
like
yeah,
that.
oh yeah, coordination and make do with the fingers you have. Yeah, you don't go to war with the fingers you want. You go to war with the
Yeah,
fingers.
he didn't have these two fingers. All he had was like these three fingers on one hand. And I think he was like Army Air or something like that, or
Oh
Airborne,
yeah,
or
dude, show me an Air Force guy that loses a limb. I'll show you a guy that was like motorcycling on his free time or something, or he was like an actual pilot.
fucking dude.
Oh, but on the fish thing, on the tank race, whenever I was doing solar with a 2-man gig, like it was a 1-man gig until he hired me. We were in Boulder doing a job for a guy. He was a doctor from India, and his wife was so sick of his aquaponics setup, she made him buy an extra house in Boulder to fucking do it at. And Boulder's already an expensive ass place to live. And he's like buying an extra house in the mountains so he can do his aquaponics.
I almost had to drive over to Colorado before, because I had this car that I was going to sell. And so I don't know if you know what LKQ is, but it's like a junkyard or whatever.
We got all kinds, yeah.
They run like pickup parts or whatever the fuck they're called, right?
Yep.
And so I was on the phone with the chick, and she misread my VIN numbers and thought I had a 2016. And so she was like, "Okay, well, I'll give you $1,000 for it." And I was like trying to calculate how much gas it would have took me, because it was a small ass engine. I could get like really good gas mileage. So I was like, "Yeah, sure, I'll drive over there and give you to get $1,000 off this car that is." And then just out of curiosity, or just to make sure, I called him back and I was like, "By the way, I think your girl on the phone didn't take my VIN number down. This isn't a 2016, it's a 2013. And they were like, "No, yeah, that actually does make a difference. We'll only give you $500 for it." And I'm like, "Fuck you. I'll just drive up the street and get 250."
The freak, you're a little slow, but I called him an incel because he's married with kids. If you didn't notice, the freak, I took the angle of I'd Maury up on those kids, considering you're an incel and you have 4 kids. Come on, the freak, keep up. But no, Cecil, when I first moved here to Colorado, I don't know if it's still like this, but when I first moved here, the East Coast price of vehicles compared to how they were when I moved, I could have been driving cars back east and selling them for a bigger profit because it was just that big a difference. Like cars were cheaper out here than where I was from on the East
Oh
Coast.
yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know why, and I don't know
I
if it's
had
still
this
that way.
little Nissan that I bought, and it was like my DoorDash car. And then the Versas are notorious for that CVT transmission going bad on them. So it was at like 187,000, and it would drive fine, but I would have to like throw it in neutral when I get it up to a stop because it started vibrating and shit, you know. So it probably had another at least 10,000 miles on it. I probably could have gotten it over to Colorado. It's just that because it was a 2013, now 2016, they were only going to give me like $500, and I was like, I probably spend I don't know, $200 just in gas getting it there. So I was like, yeah, I can just take it to this place over at Bend, and they gave me $250 for it. So whatever.
I'm not saying anybody has to change it up. I'm just saying if we don't change this up, I'm about to Joe Dirt on this mother. Like we're about to Joe the fuck dirt out on everyone. Like shit, man, I give you $230, man. Take a spare tire and run it on down there, man. What's that called? What was that Trader magazine called with the cars in it? Was it Local Trader? Auto Trader. Dude, it's been so long since I looked at an Auto Trader, I couldn't even remember what it's called.
Well, they don't really do. I mean, do they even do that shit anymore?
Probably not with the internet. I mean, there's probably an Auto Trader website now.
Right.
But just like on Joe Dirt, I used to sit at the Dairy Queen or whatever where I grabbed one and I'd sit there and look through it. Look at the deals. Say what I would pay them. Say what I won't pay. Just haggling with no one.
Yeah, I made sure to get my stereo out of that bitch though, because it wasn't a stock stereo.
Oh fuck yeah!
I mean, it's like, look, dude, I bought the thing for $800. The state of Washington, it cost me like almost 400. No, it was like 300 to register it, right? But then I turned around and made 35,000 on it off freaking DoorDash. So I'm not crying about it.
That's like whenever I was going homeless, I grabbed the shit mobile bedroom, as in just a shit RV that somebody ran into the ground, and just the rent it saved me. Like I think I bought it for like $2,000 off the kid. Just going a year without paying rent. Oh my god, it was such a like.
Oh, I know. I know, dude. Rent really beats a motherfucker down, dude. So if you can figure out a way to avoid that, you're doing pretty good. I'm just gonna sleep.
Boy, I feel safe everywhere, and it's not because I'm a badass. It's because I'm ready to die, but not scared of anyone on a panel. But this is the effect I have where win or not win, like whether I win or get cast off into oblivion, nothing can match my energy once it's over. And you always see this decline in the energy unless you drop a snafu or somebody in afterward.
The unauthorized history of what now? The Hollywood blacklist?
African American list.
Illumitami thinks he wins when he basically talks fucking nonsense until people get sick of even talking to him.
Are you aware that you're not saying what just happened and why you're sitting here?
He considers this a victory because he lives in fantasy land.
And you're oblivious.
And he has a little notebook that he keeps track of these imaginations.
I do not. That's a lie. And that's how you know you're not true.
It's a little notebook in his back pocket. It's like
everyone in this community.
He's
everyone
like
that hates
he writes
me,
with a
likes
big
me,
crayon.
Everyone in this community knows this mind is a steel trap, and it's not because of anything I'm doing.
Illumitami has a black crayon, and he writes down Blue's Clues about panel members, and then his victories, he checks them off.
I have an African American crayon that I gave to my neighbor's kid.
He borrowed it from Steve.
So all you've got You think that I didn't
African
win when all
American
you're reduced
kid.
to is saying
Then
Tom's this.
occasionally he hangs out with Salt and Pepper and he cooks up a sandwich on camera. You know what I mean? Like Blue's Clues. And then they have an event, like they have an emergency. The emergency is like, oh my God, Rant
Angela
is on the
killed it.
panel.
Angela
And then
killed
Tommy's
it.
like, I'm just going to say a bunch of nonsense and get attention. Then he gets a little bit of attention and he goes, I win. And he crosses it off
Tom
his crayon.
has a cooking show, dickhead.
You know what I mean?
Like you're just getting sadder and sadder.
Tommy, you just got a letter, bro. Go check the mail. We just got a letter.
Well, because I'm on a
got a
globe,
letter.
it's nighttime.
We just
where
got
I
a letter. Because Illuma, Tommy's really smart. Dun, 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 dun. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I get it. You're doing the Blues Clues show, yeah.
Exactly.
Speaking of which, that last fart kind of felt wet, dude. I'm kind of scared to like check myself right now.
Tommy's got to sit down in his thinking chair and think.
No, if you didn't notice, Rant, I'm in a pretty fluid flow state tonight that I don't have to make any kind of reservation, and you're just pathetic at this point.
You could do
like how are you going to convey a truth teller when you don't even realize how you just keep digging and digging?
Is that a clue?
Gary Baxter, because I've taken care of people's children, because people would be like, you look like the motherfucking host from Blues Clues.
He does. He wears a striped
Gary's
shirt.
not the brightest either.
You know what I'm saying?
Gnostic Chef, I saw you on the thing. Stop by. I've seen you in my chat before. Stop by sometime. You seem pretty cool. You don't seem like you'll put yourself in a rant position, if you get me. But rant, it's just thank you. It's just more icing on the cake because I've never really liked you, and I never would have guessed you'd just fuck up this bad with me. Like I can definitely grab this and reference it and use it and make it content and things. Because you got to wake up tomorrow and realize you were wrong and you were a jackass.
If you want to clip content out of what we said,
not clip, just the whole thing uncut.
I give you all of the blessings to sit here and post uncut
I don't need it. I don't need it. It's irrelevant.
Look, I don't know why you're obsessed with me, but
I'm not. See, that's oh no, I thought I was obsessed with Paul. I mean? I thought I was obsessed with
I think you are obsessed with Paul.
No, you're playing every
and now you're obsessed with Paul and me.
Like I said, you can't stop digging. You can't
here's
stop
the thing.
digging.
I don't care about
there
your
is no
promotion
thing with you.
You know what I mean?
Be gone.
There's no.
I knew ye not.
Like, you're not going to get any additional attention out of posting.
Listen, when I first caught wind of you, I thought you were a fucking loser. Now I'm sure of it.
Okay, but you have always been a loser, and you still don't realize
as
that.
long as this panel versus knows
So,
me,
like,
I've been on top.
If you're always a loser and you're calling me a loser, your judgment is terrible because you are.
You are proving I'm a loser as much as you've proven any point.
I'm just saying you are because you're obsessed with
You haven't.
For no reason. I don't know what you did, right, or what I did to twist your fucking balls.
Okay, so do you want me to treat you like a Paul now? How am I?
I want you to fuck off, Tommy.
Hey, how am I a loser? Do you mean economically?
No, I mean what you choose. What you choose to be obsessed about.
I'm not obsessed.
It's
That's
like
a fallacy
like
card.
if
That's
you
a
collected
projection.
if you
That's a
collected
projection.
Pokemon.
You're back to talking over
No,
me
look.
and you don't want to have a
If
back
you
and forth.
collected Pokemon cards, right?
I would not
say
waste my time with Pokemon cards.
Okay,
That
so why do
shows-
you waste your time trying to get like something that you imagine to be some kind of victory in your fantasy land on some kind of open panel for no fucking reason?
My victory is spreading truth, and with the exception
What
of
kind of
you, I've
truth
done
are
that.
you gonna spread?
Like I said, with the exception of you, I think a lot of people got it, and you're still looking stupid.
If you don't believe the things that I say, what makes you think that anyone else believes the things that I say?
I don't believe them because
So
I
if
know
they don't
them to be
believe the things that
untrue.
I say, what are
I
you
can
going to
discern
expose
everything
further
you've
than
ever
what I have
said.
already explained?
Everything you're just
Every
repeating
moment of
yourself. Let
every
me
word
answer
that I've
you.
ever
Let
said.
me answer your question.
What are you answering?
You just asked me if
What are you
I
going to
don't believe the
prove
thing.
to anybody
You
who
just
hasn't?
interrupted me. You
Like
are
what?
on
This
a
is on
fucking
air,
loop,
Tommy.
dude.
It's on air.
CML, you know you've
What are you
booted
gonna
me
prove?
for less than this. You know that, right?
Booted who for what?
I've been booted from this channel for less than what you're doing.
You're a raving lunatic, Tommy. You make no fucking sense.
Find one person on this panel that'll back that right now. Find a chatter that'll say
I was
yes
quiet
without a
for
comment.
like 20 minutes. You guys rambled about nothing.
No, the issue is you just started asking me questions and you weren't quiet for the reply.
What
and
do
that
you
shows
want,
me you're not really
Tommy?
aware
What
of
do
the
you
structure
want?
of this in
What do you
a
want?
long-term thing.
You're like, I'm gonna clip content because
You're
I
just
have a
real
victory.
oh, that was one thing I said. Yeah, you missed the real moneymaker part.
You think I give a fuck if you clip content and put it on the internet?
No,
While
quit
it's already
going back
on the
to that.
fucking
We're
internet?
not,
You
that
crazy?
was a passing statement. Stop visiting it, please. You're just fogging up the issue.
Speak your fucking mind, would you?
And that's when you interrupt me.
You constantly act like a bitch.
Oh, we back to that? Because I remember
Yeah,
you're my bitch.
speak your fucking mind, bro.
Okay. The reason I don't believe you is because I discern and explain how you're wrong on everything you
Okay.
bring at me.
Cool.
So you agree you're wrong.
No, I just don't give a fuck if you
Okay, then I'm
believe
done
me.
with you. Then I'm done with you.
You're a lunatic, Tommy. What do I
No,
care
you're
what
a
you fucking
lupatic. You're a
believe? You probably
lupatic.
fucking
You're
hear
a gas
voices in your
looping
head.
lupatic. I've gotten 2 new words for the community just off you. You're a gas looping lupatic tonight.
What are you even talking about, Tom? You're inventing your own language right now. as
You
we
are.
speak.
I did tell you you can't process information, and you're just proving that.
No, you're just fucking sitting here, fucking nonstop, talking nonsense.
Projection.
Inventing language.
Projection. Objection, Your Honor. Projection.
I'm just here smoking doinks.
And that's
Arguing with a
half your problem.
lunatic.
That's London man's problem. It's Paul's problem. This is why I run circles around you and lap you because I'm not.
Tommy, you're not running
smoking
any
weed.
circles.
Yeah,
You're
I am,
running
and you
circles
can't-
around
you're
yourself.
Too high. You're too high to understand that I am.
There's no high or understanding necessary to realize that
I
you
have to
make
give
no
Boy
sense.
credit. At least Boy stepped down and he's confining his bullshit to the chat.
I know.
You're
I'm
more
just gonna
delusional
play
than
with you.
Boy.
I'm just playing with you at this point, Tommy.
No, you're not.
You make
You're
no sense.
actually you're not playing with
You
me.
make no
You're
sense,
not.
Tommy. I'm
No,
trying
I
to
do.
agitate some kind of
That's how you
logic,
look
reason,
stupid,
or
is
truth
I've
out of you.
only made sense.
All right, let's
and
try
that's how you
another
look stupid.
approach. Let's try another approach. Let's shift gears.
Yeah, that's
All
what
right.
I've been trying, and nothing gets
Okay,
through.
let's shift gears. Tell me something important, please.
Oh, you're doing the thing of putting you're putting it back on me when you have yet to debunk how I've disproven you.
You want me
that's
to
a fallacy.
you want me to
too.
debunk
That's
how
burden
you've
of proof.
disproven
That's
me?
burden of proof fallacy.
Well, Tommy, if you believe that I need to disprove how
quit
you've
saying
debunked my
believe.
disprovenness,
Quit
then
saying
you
believe.
then you
I'm
forget
telling
that
you
you
things
need to
I
prove
know.
how you've disproven my unproven disprovenness.
You did this on the Bible thing. There's no there's no reason to layer that confusion. You are wrong,
you're
and you
doing.
can't get out of your wrong.
Just doing
hole.
what you're doing.
No, you're not. I'm being right, and you're mad
Why am I mad?
because I'm right, and there's nowhere for you to go with your bullshit.
Okay. What does that mean?
It means exactly what I said, and
What
that's
does it
why
mean
you're
to
just.
what does it mean to go with your bullshit? What bullshit are you referring to exactly?
Okay. Everything I've said and everything I've told you you're wrong about, I've backed it up, and all you have is you're a lunatic.
All right,
you're
which
crazy.
one? Name one of the things
All
that
of
you've
it.
done this for. Which
All
one?
of it. That's why you're mad, and you
What's
said you were
all
going
of
to
it?
leave, but you're so mad now that you don't leave. And
What's
now
all
it's
of it?
kind of going downhill. I agree it was entertaining for a while, but now
tell
that
me,
you're
what's all
getting
of it?
me to loop this with you, now it's kind of on the downhill.
But what's all of it, Tommy? Name one thing.
Right. You're that stupid or lost that you have to keep asking.
I'm just saying you haven't named anything yet.
Yeah, that's what we've concluded I did, and you're denying it. You're in denial.
You haven't named anything that you've proven me wrong about.
That's all I've ever done. That's why you're still here.
No,
and
you
you're still
haven't
mad.
done anything. You've just
Okay.
simply
Whenever you
spun
came at the
false
Bible
narratives.
thing, stop talking. Whenever you came at me with the Bible thing, you wanted to talk about the first time it mentions God. It says the plural word for God, and I showed you that the entire context of the book still says singular and stays singular. So I don't give a fuck about that first time. And like you said, the Bible has been manipulated, which I'll stand on for flatty, or maybe just they were that unaware. So do you understand that I'm contradicting legitimately what you say?
What aspect of what I said did
Okay,
you just prove?
see more open-ended Talcottian
No, I'm
questions.
saying, what did you literally just try to prove?
No,
I don't see what
this
you
is
just
the
proved in
point.
your
This
mind.
is the point where I smile and nod and eat my food.
What did you prove just now, Tommy?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I said the Bible was corrupted because I said that the word Elohim is plural. It is plural. It says, "Let us make man in our image." What are you
Right, and I
talking about?
showed it does not stay consistent, nor do you show any relevance that it
What do
does.
you mean, does it stay consistent? They use different words. Elohim, Eloah, El,
Right,
El
but
Shaddai.
listen,
What are you
if we
talking about?
remove any word of God and read it, it's still speaking of a singular being, regardless of the plural word. And you have yet to
That's not
show how it would make a difference.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is
When
that's in the
Rocky says
Hebrew
they
of the
took
Old
out
Testament.
we also battle against governance, he has yet to show me how we're not already opposing governments and how it would matter
But
if it
how
could.
did you prove that what I said is
Okay,
not
see, like
true?
I said, you're just gonna deny that you were just
You could
shown.
say that I'm looping, but you're not actually proving that what I'm saying is that the word
What I
is
did,
fucking
what
plural.
I did was put the ball back in your court to show the relevance when I showed big deal.
I just told you the word is plural.
Right, and then I said, what's the difference? Big deal. How does it change anything?
But that doesn't prove me wrong.
It proves you irrelevant to your
No,
point.
it doesn't.
Okay, then that's when I smile and eat my
You're
food.
just
You're
fucking
retarded.
claiming it makes it irrelevant. You claimed that
I'm
I was
sorry. I know
wrong.
nobody's
You
backing
claimed
him,
that
but
you proved me.
can someone
Wait, Tommy,
reword?
stop.
Can someone
Hold
read
on.
this man
Wait,
or tell me
stop.
I'm wrong?
You said that I was wrong
No,
in
I've
3
lost.
places.
I have
The
no
first place
hope.
you
I have no
pointed
faith
to,
and
I'm
confidence.
not
I've
wrong.
lost all confidence in you, Rand.
You can lose all confidence, but you didn't prove how I'm wrong in this fucking first state. Now, do you have another point that
No,
you say I'm wrong?
No, you.
Because you're actually wrong
No,
in your first
stopped,
assumption.
you stopped standing on your point.
What point?
This is really sad.
I
Okay,
said the
let me give
fucking
you an
word
example.
Elohim is plural.
Let me give you an example. I could say a detail that makes the world globe, and someone could say something that contradicts it, and then I would have to reply with why my thing is still true and theirs does not contradict it, and you're not doing that.
You can't sit here and say it's not true because it is true
All
about
right,
the words that
I
I'm
give
referring
the
to.
reasons, and you keep avoiding your turn to come
I don't
back
think
with
you
the information.
understand
No,
the
you don't
point that I
understand
made
how to
originally.
lobby the information back and forth like
Yeah,
it's a tennis
that's
match.
the problem, Tommy. You don't understand the point I originally made, and so you think that it's wrong.
Right. If that's your fantasy, dude.
Well, you still don't understand it, for if you did, you would realize that you did not prove me wrong. Does anyone else feel like Tommy proved me wrong?
Machine lies, I require you to kick me against my will because I'm in a position I cannot logically walk away with this fool thinking he would be standing on something. You
How are you
have
going
to
to
kick
claim
one of us.
victory if I said I was going to leave and
No,
ended up
I
making
have
you
so
leave?
much victory. No, I'm so standing
That's
on victory.
hilarious.
It's why I can't turn my back on you
You
because
claimed that you wrecked me, Tommy, but now you
I
just got
did. I
wrecked.
very much did, and now you're just showing yourself to be retarded.
You just asked to be kicked in shame.
Right? No, I asked to be kicked because I can't honorably walk away from you, but I refuse to loop. And because none of these upstanding gentlemen are going to take a side, It's kind of got us at a stalemate, but you're the one willing to keep
There's no
looping.
side. We could actually
Oh,
weigh
there's
this
very
out
much
with
a
proof.
side.
We could look up the word, and the word will tell you what kind of word it is.
What are you? You're off on your own thing.
No, I'm saying look up the word Elohim in Hebrew and see what kind of word it is. It's a plural
Oh,
word.
see, that's why you're still on that. I'm way past that.
On what? Past what?
You are supposed to still prove how Elohim makes a fucking difference.
Well, it does makes a difference when it's
No,
a
it doesn't.
singular
The
or a
Bible's
plural
still
word.
talking about a singular one God. It doesn't
How
matter.
so? How is that so?
I already told you, and that's why I hate you.
Well, what if it's talking about fucking the sons of God and it's referring to lowercase gods in the Bible? What does it refer to them
That's
as?
not a thing.
What do you mean? It doesn't refer to the sons of God?
Lowercase gods are fallen angels in Nephilim.
Okay, and what does it call them? In
I'm
the
not gonna have a
Hebrew, when
discussion. I
it
don't
refers
respect
to
you.
them, like,
You want me
for
to walk down a
example,
path with you? I'm not your friend.
no, I want you to fucking answer the question that you're
Once
you want
again,
to go
machine
down this
lies.
road.
Just kick me,
So
dude.
when it
Just kick
talks
me.
about
It's cool.
false gods,
Just
right?
kick
When it
me
says
against my
false
will.
gods, what is the word there when it says false gods?
Machine lies. When your man Harry carries before their leader, you cut his head off before he can scream. Now kick me.
Tell me, why do you live in a drama action movie? You know what I mean?
Machine lies. Are you there?
You got to come to the real reality, Tommy. Come out of the matrix.
You need to
Come
to
out of
dream
the
matrix.
scripted reality that you feel the
your
need to
family.
follow.
Leave your family where they are so they can have fun with their real dads. And you come to Denver and say that shit.
With their real dads. Are you smoking crack?
No, that was called a callback. That's a callback to an
A
earlier
callback
epic
to
joke I
what?
made on
You made
Yeah,
nothing.
you're fucking stupid. You're
I'm not
avoidant. You're
stupid. I'm just
deflecting.
gonna ignore
You're
your
not worth
bullshit.
my time. I don't respect you. I don't
I'm
like
not worth
you.
your time
And now
because
I'm
I
wondering
don't fucking deal with your
I'm
bullshit.
wondering why my host won't just kick me.
Why do you need to be kicked, Tommy? Why can't you just
I
finish the
already
fucking
see another thing
argument?
I explained. The same way that when people backstage me indefinitely
Finish
and don't
the
kick me.
argument, pussy.
No,
It's
you
just it's
couldn't
just a
finish it.
strange.
You
I mean, it's a
couldn't finish
strange
it,
request.
faggot.
It's like
Okay,
go
because
ahead and
the host
kick
will
me.
not
Like
kick me honorably. Faggot, nigger, kike. Faggot, nigger, kike, I'll show guns. Faggot, nigger, kike, I'll show guns. Faggot, nigger,
Why are
bitch,
you doing
lesbian.
this, Tommy? Why would he do this?
He chose the nuclear option, I
I
guess.
don't understand. He makes so many fucking claims and he never proves them. And he claims victory and he claims that he killed everyone in these convos. I don't even think he properly understands the conversation that we're having half the time. And I feel like we live in two literally different realities. And the convergence, like the trying to break through the veil that is Tommy's mentality, is like trying to contact an alien race. I'm gonna be honest. You know what I mean? And sometimes I feel like I need to just not talk to him because I feel like I am retarded for even engaging with him. But then sometimes I want to see if it's even possible to break through with some truth and have a fucking reasonable conversation. And so far, it's never been able to happen. You know what I mean? And I let everything go every time I encounter Tommy and I try to have these conversations and he's still bent out of shape about whatever it is that we spoke about last time. He just has these eternal fucking grudges. For what reason, I have no idea. I have no idea what he's so diametrically opposed to that, which is what I do.
I think it's just like one of those, like, you know, those bottom type of like bottom of the sea like creatures in one of those like videos with the David Attenborough. It's like you don't understand the reason.
I mean, I could understand why Tommy would want to go at like Paul and shit, because like he's got like a following and he makes content. Like, bro, I literally have no channel. I make no more content. I just come and talk to people once in a while. And for some reason, Tommy is so mad at me. And he wants to get me on something, and he's just reaching so hard and like even like LARPing it out to try to like, I don't know, manifest the fucking gotcha into exist for some reason. I have no idea. He has like an eternal obsession. You know what I mean? I don't know. I could understand some of these people that, you know, would want to cause YouTube drama.
For the record, I'm not on either side of those arguments.
I don't give a fuck what side of the arguments you are. If you don't talk during the fucking argument, you sit there like a little fucking mouse, bro. What are you saying now?
I mean,
do you have a
what's the point?
Yeah, do you have an argument against both of them, or are you just gonna sit there and not say anything for another fucking 2 hours?
It's the same scripture that has people burning in hell, so like what's the point?
Of what?
Of thinking it's true.
Of thinking what is true?
The scripture. I just said the scripture.
Well, wait, what do you consider scripture?
The 66 books of the Bible that's been canonized by men.
And that's the only scripture that we can go by?
I mean, that's what Christians think it is.
Okay. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I believe that all books contain truth and lies. Is that a valid fucking point?
Sure.
So what do you disagree with me on? Because that's my stance on the Bible. It always has been. And that's what I try to explain to fucking Illuminati, is that I believe the Bible has been corrupted, but I also think it has truth in it. I don't think it's all fucking bullshit. And like, I don't know why this is so hard for people to comprehend. You know what I mean?
The overall narrative is deceptive, though.
What is the word of God, right? The word of God is the truth. It doesn't, like, there's people that literally worship books, like specific. They're like, I picked this book to worship and I believe everything that's in this book and nothing else, you know? And like, that's retarded. Just saying. I've fucking surpassed the worship of books, and I've gone to the fucking worship of only God. And I've decided to live my life in a way, right, that is based on what I believe to be the truth. You know what I mean? And the most righteous way to live my life. I mean, that's basically it. Now, where do I derive a lot of it from? I derive a lot of it from the teachings of Jesus Christ, honestly. But I mean, I derive a lot of other shit from other places. So it's kind of what it is. I butt heads with a lot of Christians because they want to make God into three. And, you know, God is one. And it explains it in the Bible that he sent Jesus Christ. So, and Jesus Christ, whom he sent. Like, who the fuck is he if there's not God? Like, there is God. They want to say, yeah, but God is also, you know, the Father and Jesus and the Spirit. It's like, but yo, the Father is God. In all of itself, in the one. So how can God be one and three and also be one? You can't be one and three and one. That's a problem. And that's what most Christians butt heads with me, you know, because that's how the beast system is actually set up. The Antichrist system is against what Christ actually taught. It teaches a false Christ where Christ is God. And so I don't believe that. I believe that Christ prayed to God. You know what I mean? Like, this is what I see in the scriptures, whatever you want to call it. I see Christ praying to God. You know what I mean? I mean, it's so obvious. He says, yo, I come in my Father's name. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, he says, I and the Father are one. But, like, he says a lot of shit. You know what I mean? He says, like, I am in the Father and you are in me. So, like, I've asked people, like, yo, does that mean that, like, we are also fucking God? Like, that's crazy. Like, I don't understand what the fuck that means. What are we, eggs and we're inside of each other? Like, yeah, like, there's certain shit that's in there and it's weird. But Jesus Christ never was out there claiming to be God. You know what I mean? People tried to worship him, and he was like, nah, bro, you only worship the Father. Like, this is how you pray, our Father. You know what I mean? He's on the cross dying. You know what I mean? He's like, why? He's like, my God, why had you forsaken me? Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's constantly dealing with the Father as the separate person. And so, like, I don't believe there's a need to combine them. You know what I mean? Like, this is obviously God's fucking son. He's the Messiah, bro. He is the savior because he brought the truth and fucking literally bruised the head of the serpent, which was the occult mystery religion permeating all religions that were masquerading as God. And so what you have is you also have these scriptures where these people were dealing with motherfucking Satan, dog. And Satan is over here masquerading as God and providing fucking scriptures. Okay. And so these scriptures get combined in a Bible with other scriptures that are from God. Like, are you retarded? Like, obviously, God told you that Lucifer is the fucking great deceiver that would deceive the world, right? How else is he going to deceive the world, bro? They created fucking different languages to fuck you up, okay? That's why they gave you English with deaf Phoenicians. They made you a deaf Phoenician, bro. You know what I mean? The original languages, the language kept getting changed to fuck you up. You know what I'm saying? To fuck up your understanding of fucking what the scriptures actually were. And there's constantly shit being added. The scriptures was originally canonized by motherfucking pagans, bro, under Constantine. You know what I mean? So this is all fucking bullshit at a certain point. You got to realize that when it comes to the Bible, but there's also truth put in there. Because, like, they did decide what to put here and there, but you got to fucking use discernment to see what is the truth. And when you really start to see, like, what Jesus did, you know what I mean? You understand what he did. You understand, like, how he lived his life and shit. You know what I mean? You understand the truth. That's the reality. Most people can't see that shit because they get fucking deceived by the Antichrist system that has been overlaid on top of the truth. And they fall for the Christianity. They get into idolatry. They start worshiping Jesus Christ as God. They worship statues. They do all kinds of fucking crazy shit. You know what I mean? I'm just keeping it real. I've studied really deeply into this shit because I really did want to seek God and find the truth, humbly fucking, you know what I mean, seeking the truth nonstop. And what I found is that all religious systems will not lead you to God. But what I've also learned is that you can be absolutely very godly and seek God directly, basically the way that Abraham sought God. You know what I mean? Discern truth. Directly fucking deal with God, but lead a clean life so that you don't inhabit fucking demons in your soul. Have a true understanding and be studied into what the fuck you're actually dealing with, because we are in a fucking world where you got demons and all kinds of pitfalls and all kinds of shit set up by wicked. But at the end of the day, if you walk with God and you live a righteous life, none of this shit can actually harm you. You know what I mean? If you live unrighteous, you fall into all these pitfalls and you'll be destroyed. God allows you to destroy yourself, but you have to do it. You know what I mean? And that's the reality. All these different rituals and shit, this is people trying to better understand God and put it into a context that they could understand, but it always gets corrupted when it becomes a system that's put on a whole fucking bunch of people. Everybody needs to basically understand God the way that they understand God, and not the fucking version of God that some man wants to give them. But Jesus Christ came in the name of God, came in the character of God. So if you understand the character of Jesus Christ, you could understand the nature of God, and then you could understand anything else that is fraudulent. That is what Jesus Christ did. It's because man couldn't understand God. Man had no reference at all. And this is how Satan was defeated by a carpenter. Because Jesus Christ came in the name of his Father. In the Hebrew connotation, the name was the character. When a man was, you know what I'm saying, in the earth, his name was his character. And so it's not that the Almighty Creator's name is Jesus Christ or his name is Yeshua. It's that the character, how Jesus acted in all the descriptions you could find of him, this is how the Almighty God, it would be if he was a man, would be if he was a man. But this is not God as a man. This is where people get fucked up. He's saying my father and I are one, right? But what he's really meaning here is that they're the same thing. The Father begat him, though. The Almighty God is beyond comprehension, begats Jesus Christ, Yeshua, as, you know what I mean, before he's a man, exists before he's a man. This is what John says, you know what I mean? He's the truth. He exists before he's a man. And then essentially, you know what I'm saying, through him all things is created as the workman. This is what it says in Revelation. He's seated at the right hand of the Father as the master workman. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of shit going on. He says, before Abraham was, I am. And so he was in the beginning. Something had to exist in the physicality to create all this shit. And then at some point, the devil was given control over the physical. You know what I'm saying? But who operates in control over the spiritual? You know what I'm saying? There's a king of all kings. And then there's God the Almighty who reigns over everything. Omnipotent. You know what I mean? Jesus Christ never claimed to be omnipotent. So how could he be God if he claims that he don't know the day and the hour? You know what I mean? He says, no man is good but the Father. He said, why do you call me good? He told people that he wasn't even good. Only the Father is good. You feel me? That's the reality. But people don't want to hear it because they're stuck in their Christendom idolatry. But this is from the words of Jesus Christ. And if you can't respect what Jesus Christ said about Jesus Christ, then how the fuck can I respect what you say about Jesus Christ? That's all I'm saying. That's how I deal with these motherfuckers. But they don't want to hear the truth. They don't like it. I didn't come to my understanding from not studying this shit. I promise you, I'm not reading this off a fucking piece of paper. This is out of my heart, out of my deep understanding. But I had to move through a lot of shit to come to these fucking understandings. So, like, what do you disagree with, Reddington?
I don't believe God is moral in these instances. I mean, why would you need a substitutionary atonement when you can just forgive people without even requiring that?
Oh, you're missing what I'm saying. So, essentially, Jesus Christ, right, was sent by God to bring us the truth. I don't know if you just realized, like, what I was trying to explain. Jesus Christ, God's only begotten Son, was not a physical being. You following? He was before everything else existed. You with me?
Yeah, I heard that.
Now, God had to send him to bring us the message because no one else could actually represent God in his character but his only begotten Son that existed before everything else. Now, here's what I'm saying. Because there was so much corruption in the knowledge of mankind that we would have been doomed. See, Satan would have won. God sent Jesus Christ as the truth to bruise the head of the serpent, as his character, so people would have a reference to what God is like, so that they could differentiate, because people were following what they believed to be God, but it wasn't God. You see? It was a false God, but it had the characteristics of God 100%. And so Jesus was sent to be a physical being and die to bring that truth. But in bringing that truth, right, he did away with that ritual sacrifice shit. You see, he did away with a lot of things. He created a way for people to know God. And look, Christianity is responsible for a lot of fucked up shit. It's also responsible for a lot of good shit. More good shit than any other religion, if you really ask me. I'm going to be honest. We could really weigh it out if you want one day. You know what I'm saying? But your average Christian is a pretty good person. You know what I'm saying? And they did a lot of good shit. Like the Western world, you know, as fucked up as it is, like it was good at one point. It was mostly Christian nation. That's why it was able to be what it was. You had this much freedom, but people were also not savages. You know what I mean? It's the reason why it was able to become what it was. I mean, Christianity originally had really good moral values, but it's been corrupted ever since. But at the core of it, I mean, it's very fucking, you know, Taoist is very fucking, it's very spiritual. And if you get the deep understandings of shit, then you'll understand what the fuck it really is. Like if you go out and search into all spirituality and really judge that spirituality, if you stand outside of it and judge it, you know what I mean? You'll understand that like God is benevolent. And he's standing outside of existence, outside of this crazy fuckery. It's been set up with such perfection in such a way that he doesn't really need to interfere. But like at the same time, he's outside of it, and he's also every part of it, everywhere in it. It's hard to understand. It's hard really to explain. You know what I mean? He's ever present, but he's also completely hidden. He's literally everywhere and nowhere to be found. Like you might not be able to see him at all. You might be aware completely. That's a crazy thing. You know what I'm saying? Like God really exists outside of time. It's beyond comprehension. Jesus Christ tried to give us an understanding of what God is like as a person. And like this really at the end of the day, you could call it an archetype, whatever. If we consider everything just an archetype, right? Say like maybe it's all fake, right? At the end of the day, what would be the most godlike thing to do? It would be what Jesus did, bro. Put out the truth, fuck up the system, and literally be killed for it. You know what I mean? I mean, I don't know what you disagree with, Reddington. You say you disagree that God is moral?
Yeah.
Why do you disagree that God is moral?
Because if he's going people allege for him to create everything, then it's his responsibility to keep it moral.
But he gave us free will. If he had it to where he can keep it moral, then we would be literally programmed.
Free will is not the issue, though.
It is, because you got to understand, in order for us to have free will, right, there has to be a possibility of immorality. Otherwise, the will is not free. It's slavery. See, that's the argument between Satan and God. Satan believes in enslavement. Anything that believes in enslavement is not God. God believes in complete freedom, but see, Satan masquerades as complete freedom. God believes in complete freedom within the confines of what is morally correct. And what is that? That's his original design. What he created. You have the free will to be what he created. And what is the morality? The morality is, you know what I'm saying, if you want to go to the golden rule, do unto others as you would have others do unto you.
I want to add something else, that he's also got a karmic wheel in place, and or what the Bible would call the law of sowing and reaping.
Yeah,
so ain't nobody getting away with nothing.
God set up this reality to where, like, if you break a law, right, it's not like you have to get punished by a law system. He already put it into place. Like, if you hit somebody, you're going to get hit.
Mm-hmm.
It might not even happen that day. Let's say that guy you beat up doesn't beat you up, right? Another day, someone else is going to beat you up. That's just the way it is. Or you're going to get hurt by a fucking bolt of lightning. Something's going to happen to you.
Well, even sometimes talking shit about other people, you find this out to be funny, right? Look, go find the biggest shit talkers, right? That just spew, and notice that they're sick a lot. Why is that? Because they're literally affecting their body by the vibration that's coming out of them.
Yeah, dealing with these fucking crazies on the internet, bro, you will pull yourself down to their like level and you'll get all fucked up. That's why I don't really be out there like that, arguing too much. But sometimes you got to come out here and fight the lie.
No, I feel it, bro. I appreciate what you've been saying tonight, Rant, man. I've been vibing off of what you've just been putting down. That's why I popped back up here for a second.
You got to get high and rise above it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Someone's got to do it. Because if no one does it, then the cancer just stays.
Karma is just infinite regress, though.
I don't know what you're trying to say, bro. Like using these big
In other
words.
words, one person commits a sin, right? So the karmic justice is for him to suffer
It's just the laws of
evil
fucking
on
nature,
his
bro. The
to
real laws
suffer
of nature.
evil. So then whoever's committing that evil on to punish that person
Reddington.
then gets punished himself. So
It's
it
real
just
laws of nature. You
ad
go up, you
infinitum.
come down, right? You jump up in the air, you're gonna come down, right? It's built in. You fuck someone over, you're gonna be fucked over.
Built in
Bro,
doesn't mean it's right.
what I'm saying is this shit is built in on an etheric level. It's not just like some kind of karmic nonsense, mystical bullshit. I'm saying this is on an etheric level. When you fuck someone over, you got to understand, right? That there is a portion, right, of God existing in all things. When you fuck someone over, you're fucking over a small portion of God, which responds through the natural field. I mean, however you
No,
want
I'm
to
not.
see it, this person's being puts out a signal and God responds in retrospect to that to do fucking to set you up for something. You know what I mean? Like you fuck someone over, you will be fucked over. It's a natural law. If you don't believe me, you know what I mean? Try it. Try to break natural law and evade it. These evil people
I'm
try
not
to do it all
arguing
the time.
against natural law or anything. Like I'm saying, I don't agree in the supposed morality of it.
Well, you don't have to believe in the morality, but if you don't have the morality, you will suffer the consequences of the lack of morality that you have. You understand?
Right. I don't need. My morality isn't contingent upon that.
You don't, for example, you don't have to be moral, right? But like if you start robbing houses, you'll probably get shot. It just is what it is. So you don't have to agree with the morality. The morality exists whether you like it or not. And we derive that morality from God. Man has tried to make, sense of that morality and write it down. And it has become conflated because it has become law systems that involve fines and money and taxes and all kinds of shit. But the real reality is, if you look at the 10 Commandments, it's basically spot on point. You know what I'm saying? You look at the 10 Commandments, you're going to see all the laws of nature within that. These are natural laws. Like you don't go against that which created you. Your father, your mother, and God Almighty. You don't go against them. You honor God. You don't have any false gods before God. Like these are natural laws. If you break them, you're going to have fucking a shitty life. You might not even realize it. Some people don't realize they're breaking these rules until their life is terrible. And then they learn by trial and error what they, every time you hit the fucking wall, you realize that you're not going the right way because you're blind. You're in darkness. Most people are in darkness. I'm still in some type of darkness, right? No one's perfect. But I'm going to be real with you. I banged into enough fucking walls to know where I'm, not supposed to be going. And that's the reality. Most people haven't been out there trying shit, banging into walls. Most people have just been in some kind of comfort bubble that they just believe like if they follow this system or whatever the fuck, they'll go to God. You know what I mean? But that's not in truth because every one of these systems has some kind of flaw in it. You know what I mean? And the reality is if you seek God, then you're not bound by any system. And so the only truth you have to stand on is the truth that you're provided by God. And if you only stand on the truth that you're provided by God, how can God really judge you on the truth that you stand on if you're not obtaining it through fucking man or fucking through coercion or through persuasion or through reading it out of some book? You know what I mean? Because you could be interpreting the words wrong. But you know what I mean? When you read these books, are you really reading the words or what is happening in your mind as you sit there and deal with these words, as you absorb them into your soul and communicate them with God? Like, what is this process exactly that's going on? Like, do we question the words that we read? You know what I'm saying? Is there ever a time where you believe that, like, is this God? Why would you even question that if it was no doubt God? And so these are some of the things that happen to a man when he goes really deep into the spiritual reading. I mean, I don't know. You ever experienced it? If you haven't, then you ain't been deep in the spiritual reading. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. It gets deep, bro. It gets deep. It gets muddy in the water. You don't got to believe in morality. But even fucking, there's even morality in jail. Even criminals will hold themselves to a certain kind of standard of morality. And these are the worst kinds of people who claim to not believe in morality either. right? You just can't get around the laws of reality. That's the truth. You know? It's like opposites attract. And likeness repels. You know what I mean?
I understand what you're saying. I'm just not articulating my thoughts like I want to.
It's because you lack enough data. But at some point, you'll get enough data, you'll be able to convert that data into knowledge. And then you'll take that knowledge and you'll live life with it. And hopefully you'll use it in your daily life and go out and experience things with it. And you'll be able to convert that into wisdom. And then you'll be able to articulate that shit. Because it's not going to be something that you've thought about. It's going to be something that you have become. You've embodied it into your life. And so because it is you, it's not hard to just articulate it. It's like saying I got fucking fingernails. I got, you know what I mean, 5 of them on this left hand that I'm looking at. You know what I'm saying?
It has more to do with
because I'm mad high, bro.
life.
I'm not thinking of this shit. I'm just, you know what I mean? Just describing it.
Part of my life, I felt like I never really had
The first thing I
a
want to
right to
address.
say anything, so I kind of just kept to myself, and I'm trying
Ready.
to break free of that.
Why do you sound like that right now?
What's that?
Why are you so depressed?
I'm not actually.
No, I mean in your voice, like in your just whole energy. Why is your energy all like depressed?
I have chronic fatigue, but
What does that mean?
it's what I was diagnosed with. One of the things.
Listen, bro, I'm tired all the time too, bro. It's called being alive. Okay. If you work hard and you fucking, you know what I mean? If you work hard and you experience stress and shit, you're gonna fucking be tired. That's part of being alive, bro. Every adult has chronic fatigue. You know, it's just like if you go to the doctor, you're a Mary, bro. Drink some fucking coffee, smoke some cigarettes, and get on with it. You know what I mean?
No, I was depressed a few years ago, but I've gotten out of it, so it's all good.
I smoke high grade marijuana, bro. I'm constantly tired. You just got to get over it. You know what I mean? I could be tired and be awake for fucking 2-3 days. So what? You know what I mean? You'd be surprised, bro, if you really apply your mind over what your body wants, you could make your body do whatever you want. Honestly. If you just don't let the body dictate what's happening. And honestly, if you get so tired, right? Like, don't be worried you're going to die, because unless you're doing crazy stimulants to keep yourself awake, right? You'll just literally pass out if you get that tired. You'll just go to sleep.
But you just told him to do crazy stimulants.
Oh no, I said unless you're doing crazy stimulants, you're not gonna die from not sleeping.
No, but it
Like,
was funny because you were like, bro, you can tell your body what to do. But before that, you were like, but go have some cigarettes.
no, what I'm saying is, I'm
Who's
saying
telling
like
who what to do at that point?
I'm
though?
saying cigarettes and coffee, you know what I mean? It's I was just saying it's time to be an adult, you know. You
But
smoke some
if
cigarettes,
he's
you
really
drink some
telling his
coffee.
body what to do, he don't have to have the cigarettes and the coffee though,
Look,
theoretically.
I'm just saying if you get great mastery over your body where you don't need cigarettes and coffee to keep going even harder, brother. You know what I mean? Go ahead.
Yeah,
I like cigarettes and coffee to go through my day. I don't go crazy with it. You know, I smoke like a half a pack of cigarettes, maybe a pack of cigarettes, maybe 1 or 2 coffees. This isn't excessive. You know what I mean? This isn't crazy stimulants. This is like very minimal. All right. I'm just saying, if you're gonna be awake for a long time and you're not doing crazy stimulants, the risk of you like dying is very low. You'll usually pass out before you do anything, you know, as far as damaging. I've stayed awake a lot in my life. That's just from personal experience. I've just stayed awake a lot. You know, I don't know why. I was just kind of an insomniac for a long period of time. You know what I mean? But yeah, bro, you can stay awake. The body is amazing, you know?
Well, we need to say this too. Like, just because the doctor tells us something doesn't mean we come into agreement with it. There's a level of contractual agreement verbally when we come into agreement with things. So you could very well be tired, brother man, from various things. You know, could be you just need a new, fresh idea. You know, spend a little quiet time and think, pray, meditate. Maybe you'll get a new idea, something you want to do, something you want to explore, something you might be really good at, and then maybe you won't feel as tired because you'll be like, you know, sometimes we get tired because we get bored. We're bored. We're tired of doing the same routine, right? Then we go to see a doctor and the doctor says, I think you have this. And then we agree with it. We come into agreement with it. And then that form of believing, it's putting out an energetic response that's actually taking effect. Believe it or not.
Fuck all that shit, bro. Just wake the fuck up, bro, right? You know what I mean? Just stop being so damn depressed. You know what I'm saying? You might not feel like you're depressed, like you're not sad, but like you're actually depressed, like vocally depressed. You know what I mean? Maybe you got some fucked up posture. Maybe you need to sit up straight. You know what I mean? Maybe you need to wake up a little bit, like slap yourself in the face or something. But yo, I promise you could actually be a lot more energetic for no reason. I promise you're not out of energy right now, Reddington. You know what I mean? That's the first thing that we need to address. You know what I mean? I think if we address that and we get Reddington on point, then we could have a good fucking, you know what I mean, conversation. Ragamuffin, you got any shit you want to talk about, bro? TML? Anybody? Well, damn. I'm gonna go make a coffee. I want to go even crazier. I'm gonna go make coffee.
Also bearing me witness in the Holy. Chapter 9. I say the truth in Christ. I lie not, my conscience also bearing me witness in the Holy Ghost, that I have great heaviness and continual sorrow in my heart. For I could wish that myself were accursed from Christ for my brethren, my kinsmen.
His internet might be wonky on him.
Whoops. Kicked myself out there.
Maybe we could say I was gonna argue with Illumitami, but then I got high.
Yeah, that video I was just playing has the fucking gayest music in it. Yeah, I gotta find a different video that doesn't have music in it like that. But yeah, I'm trying to find a Romans 9 here.
You guys know Illumitami, right? For a long time. What's this guy's deal?
I don't actually know that much about Illumitami, but a notable instance happened when just a lot of just I'd say a lot of weird shit happened, because a lot of it had to do with me and Cecil Drake meeting on this fucking panel, you know, where we found Illumitami on this fucking Get Cucked Up channel. So I don't know what's going on there. But yeah, they definitely have some strange characters. Toilet Bowl Birth was one of them. Enslaved by Tortellini was one of them. Aluma Tommy was one of the characters as well. So all these people came from the same network, really. But yeah, Reddington is also from that network, but he's kind of on a different kind of wave. He's actually a sensible young man, unlike these other cats. But
So
yeah,
Reddington, you know all these characters?
yeah, he does.
Well, I'm acquainted with them, I guess.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
what the fuck is their deal?
He's been here since the beginning. Yeah.
Like, what is their problem? You know what I mean?
I don't know. They just want to do stuff, I guess.
Do what? What are they even doing? They're just fucking. It's nonsense.
They just want to, I guess,
garble. Like
critique stuff.
It's all just garble. It's garbledy-gook. You know what I mean?
That's one of the channels that Lumitami came from. It's literally called Hoax Wars. So it's just like the hoax of the. I don't know if they're. It's like a LARPing type of, or like a troll, or like it's actually like a LARP or a troll manufactured. You know what I mean? Like type of whole communities of LARPs and trolls. So it just is what it is. Right? This shit is organized.
I just don't understand the fucking point of all of this LARP trollisms. You know what I mean? Like, what is I can't foresee an actual obtainable goal. You know what I mean? Other than to just cause mass chaos, to just disagree with everything that's ever said. You know what I mean? I don't really understand. You know what I mean? People have this obsession with like credibility or some shit, as if like I have to prove my credibility, or as if I care about what they think my credibility is based on their assumption of my truth that I put out. It's like this lunacy. You know what I mean? I never gave a fuck about what they gave a fuck about. I'm just here to talk about shit. I don't agree with a lot of people. You know what I mean? If you could openly demonstrate some shit to be like blatant fucking lies, that's one thing. But if you just disagree with some shit, that doesn't mean you proved someone to be a liar. And that's what people try to do. They claim they proved you wrong. They have no evidence. They just yell and talk over you. There's no actual anything. It's just all like a fucking smoke and mirror show. You know what I mean? This is why I was really hammering for what is it? Because there's nothing. There never is anything. There's never actually anything. If you ever ask for it, there's nothing. Then you keep asking them because they never tell you, and then you're looping. You know what I mean? It's like it's scripted madness. It's basically scripted madness. You know what I mean?
It is, in a sense, yeah.
But it's honestly, it's not good when you endorse it either. Just saying.
Oh, I've never endorsed the religious stuff anyway.
I'm just saying, did you come from these fuckers?
More or less.
You know what I'm saying? Do you endorse them?
No.
So why don't you endorse them now?
No, I don't endorse them now, that's for sure.
I'm saying, what caused you to stop endorsing them?
When they showed themselves, their true colors, basically.
What was that?
Just turning on people for no reason, really.
Okay. I mean, if they just turned on people for no reason, who'd they turn on?
Machine Lies right here. Case in point.
Well, I mean, they probably turned on them because they're like crazy Orthodox, and he's a Muslim.
Well, Toilet Bowl is the only one that's Orthodox out of that group. But
mean,
they
the
just
other one's like-
all dogpiled on him for no justifiable reason.
Bro, they're like Jesuits and Orthodox Christians or whatever the fuck.
What was that?
See, this is the video I was talking about where these random, I guess I was on this channel or whatever, get cucked up, we call it. But yeah, the thing is that on this video, for some reason, there's a timestamp of when I come into the video. There's no notable reason why this timestamp should be there. It says start at 32:30, and then when I start at 32:30, as you'll see.
What's up, guys? Yo, what's popping?
Are you in like a smoke filled room or
Yeah, so I just called into the show for basically no reason. I guess I was just calling into shows essentially because I had called into the Crucible, and then I seen this guy here, Jim Bob, in the chat, and I wanted to debate this guy, Jim Bob. So I hopped in the chat because he kept saying that he wanted to debate me, and then it just never happened. It's almost like some type of weird thing where this dude is like kept claiming like he's gonna like trounce me in some debate that he's never gonna actually do. So yeah.
Like pre-sub sophistry or something.
Yeah, basically. So I was like, yeah, I was like, I know what that's about, so I could basically ruin your whole career if you want it. And then, I remember that day he came up in the chat, and that toilet cuck and the enslaved by Tortellini character, they were all in the chat too, and they were all like buddies with them. Yeah, I don't know what was going on there, but yeah, it just seemed like it seems like even though they're not all like part of the same religion or whatever, that they have some sort of weird, because they were all like, stop talking to Neurojack. First they really dogpiled on Neurojack, which is even stranger. They were just like, they kept calling Neurojack a fed. So they were like, Neurojack needs to go. They're like, you need to stop talking to Neurojack. So I was like, yeah, that's not gonna happen. So then they just,
They can't understand how I could say that the Bible is corrupted and also, right, believe that the Bible has truth in it. They can't, for some reason, they can't compute this. You know what I mean? It's like if I took a painting and drew a mustache on it, they can't understand why I would still believe that the rest of the painting was painted by the artist who painted the painting. They can't comprehend that. It's like, so am I not allowed to point out the obvious mustache? Right? I mean, clearly Mona Lisa has a mustache on it. We got a problem here, guys. But the rest of it is nice. You know what I mean? Like,
sad trombone.
If you're the devil, right? What book do you need to corrupt in order to deceive the whole world? Think about it. Why wouldn't you do it? You know what I mean? I mean, there's mad books out there that all contain fucking shit that's not true. What do you think God's gonna say? Oh, well, you can't put together a book called the Bible and corrupt it. That's against the rules. You know what I mean? Every other book, you can corrupt every book in the world, but if you call it the Bible, that's it, bro. If you say it's the word of God, bro, that's it. It's uncorrupted. You know what I mean? Just look at the translations. That's the first corruption that you could fucking evaluate. Because it's way corrupted. You know what I mean? You can't sit here and say fucking that this is the name of God, but it's also Lord, when it doesn't mean Lord. But then also in other parts in the book, translate that same word for God. Well, is it Lord or God? Because this is a lie. You can't have the same exact word translated 2 different ways. That's fucking crazy. Because one's a name, one's a title. You know what I mean? We got a lot of problems in the translation itself. That was the first deception, the first attack. We got a deception in the language itself. That was one of the attacks also. You know what I mean? Because who the fuck really reads Greek and Hebrew right now? So who the fuck could really claim to have the truest understanding of that Bible? You know what I mean? Then you got to look into who compiled this shit. And then you got then it gets down to the point where you're like, all right, I need to start evaluating information for myself as a man. I need to read information and then just decipher what is true. That's what it really gets down to. Otherwise, you're left with nothing. And I mean, it's either you figure out the truth, you discern it for yourself using the fucking, you know what I mean? Using the morality of God, bro, or you're fucked. I don't know what to say. But we are in a hall of mirrors. Everybody's lost. I don't know the guaranteed way.
Ooh, Salties exposing them. Two Family Drew. That's nasty work. Yeah, these cats are disgustos. But yeah, I like Davy Crocco. That's how I found these cats for real.
Davy Crocco.
Davy Crocco.
I don't know. This shit's all fucking ridiculous.
Memory Eternal, Crocco.
People are out here keeping score.
I
You know
will
what I mean?
steal that phrase from Toilet Bowl. That's a good phrase.
I think this is a game for people, bro. You know what I mean? And it's like, I'm not here to play a game. You know what I mean? This is not a game. You know what I mean? Reality is at stake. And I think people out here playing games, bro, they'll be judged for it. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Everybody claims to stand on the truth, bro, but people don't provide fucking truth when you fucking let them talk. They just talk about bullshit. For the most part. I drop my truth bombs here and there. You know what I mean? It is what it is. I've said the brunt of everything in the one show, scattered throughout it. You know what I mean? There's not that much more truth to be known. You guys got any truth that is not known about the current state of the world, the direction it's headed? Reddington?
Of the world, no.
What's your plan, bro?
For what?
Life.
Basically, to get out of the clown show.
When do you plan on doing that?
Posthumously.
What does that mean?
After I die.
So you're just gonna die?
Well, we went over this before. If you remember, I helped my family in the meantime and keep researching things.
What are you gonna help your family do?
I help my family.
What do you mean you help them? I don't understand. Like, do you help move furniture? You
like a caretaker kind of things, somewhat.
So you're a caretaker for your, like, what? Your mom, your dad?
No, it's extended family.
Grandma?
My grandparents originally, but they passed.
So now who do you take care of?
Other family.
Like an aunt?
Yeah.
Why are you being so cryptic, dog?
Because it's personal business.
It's not that big of a deal. I'm just saying. So you take care of your aunt, and like, what's the goal? I guess you have a house, or
Yeah, that's what I was trying to show the freak. On the verse 21, you know, it's got the same verse. Clay, one for clay, made one lump, make one vessel for honor, and another for dishonor. And then it says above it, just as it says, Esau, Jacob I love, but Esau I hated. Makes one vessel for salvation, one vessel for destruction. So what's the science on that, the freak? You know, I'd really like to know what you think.
I mean, there's obviously people that are completely fucking wicked, and they're not gonna be in heaven, right?
Yeah, that's kind of how I take it.
So God obviously created them too, if he created all things, obviously. But I don't think that, like, shit was predestined and determined to be that. I think that's what they chose to be. You know what I mean? It's like, he made all the same vessels. He put them all in the oven, and some of them motherfuckers cracked. You know what I mean? In the oven. But he made them all the same. Just some of them shits cracked, and some of them got fired and became hardened, and then made it out. You know what I'm saying? They're all the same clay vessels, bro. You know what I mean? But just, they don't bake the same. Put them in the fire, some of them act differently. Instead of doing the righteous thing, they do the wrong thing. They destroy themselves, actually. Like, God doesn't destroy motherfuckers, they destroy themselves. You know what I'm saying? People get it fucked up. That's how I can stand here and be like, yo, God is completely benevolent. He literally never did nothing wrong, ever, to anyone that was ever fucked up. Like, you could never accuse God of not a damn thing. So if you find some shit that you could accuse God of, that's not God. You know what I mean? That's some shit that you don't understand. And if you did fully understand it, you would realize that it was somehow caused by the recipient of whatever that fucked up action was. And it was not actually God that did that. So when people sit here and say, like, yo, God creates evil, like, yeah, he created all things to be capable and possible. Right? But the creation of something, like, you make a gun doesn't mean you killed someone. The action is the killer. You know what I mean? The gun is not the fucking murderer. It is the tool that the murderer used. But it must be used. Evil's not, like, inflicted upon innocent people. Although people think they're innocent and they have evils afflicted upon them, and they just think it just happens like that on some Job shit. You know what I mean? Job was in his self-righteousness. That's why Satan thought he was an upright man, because he didn't even see it, because Satan himself is fucking self-righteous. That's why God allowed him to fuck with him. It wasn't that Job was upright. It's that Satan thought he was upright. You know what I mean? Because in self-righteousness, you can't see another motherfucker's self-righteousness. You yourself don't see it. That's fucking one of Satan's pride. Satan's follies is pride, yo. He's too prideful. It's what destroys him. Thinks he could challenge God. It's that simple. That's what it's all about, baby.
But moral good or love doesn't require evil to exist.
No. Moral good
So-
doesn't require evil to exist, but here's what it is, right? So God doesn't want you to like worship him because you have to. God wants you to
It's not
worship
even
him
that,
because
though.
you understand why he is the only thing worthy of worship. Like he wants you to love him because you love him, not because you have to. Not because
And-
you're scared.
And
because you
omnipotent,
like, you know what I mean?
if he's omnipotent, he could have created reality that way
Nah, bro,
without evil.
you gotta understand though, we wanted to know good and evil. This is why we ate the fruit and became physical.
But that's after the fact.
No, I'm saying like you became physical because you wanted to know good and evil. Individually, we all wanted to.
How could you prove that? What I wanted to know or not know before I even existed.
What I
in
could
the
tell
physical
you
realm.
is that God is righteous. That's what I could tell you. And what I
But
could
that
also
doesn't
tell you is that he
mean anything.
explains the story, right? So what you got to realize is that human beings in the garden were not physical beings. Do you realize that?
That's fine.
Okay. So what I'm saying is once they eat the apple, they become physical. And what I'm trying to say is that God created all people's souls prior to them being existent in a physical body. And when they want to know good and evil, they become physical. And when they become physical, then they're able to know good and evil because being physical is a requirement to obtaining the knowledge of good and evil. You can't know what it is to cause suffering if you've never suffered. And then once you've experienced good and evil, now you have a decision to make. You know what I mean? And based on that decision, you can progress. I mean, you have to realize that God created perfection. And this is the process. Like we're sitting here looking at a portion of the process of perfection being created, but we're in the middle of it. It's like a chemical reaction while the bubbles are still happening. It's not done. You know what I mean? There is a future where this shit gets separated into perfection. But there was corruption. You know what I mean? There was angels that fell. You know what I mean? They fell and became physical. There's this physical world and there's a completely separate spiritual world. I mean, I'm not sure if you're aware of that.
Oh, I'm aware.
At one point, there was very little separation between physical and spiritual world, and ever since, it's been separating further and further.
I just don't think it's how people perceive it. There's too many inconsistencies.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of inconsistencies. If you need perfection, you'll never find it. You have to start somewhere, and you have to start eliminating bullshit. You have to keep collecting information. It's a long, arduous process if you really want the truth. And the reality is, the reason why I just tell people, most of them, they're just fucking retarded and they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, is because I've went through that process, and once you have, you know when someone is full of shit or when they have done some research or when they've done extensive research. I promise I can't recall the information that I recall nonstop, just completely out of thin air. And that's why I think some people find it so necessary to prove me wrong, because they just can't fucking believe that I can do this. They can't believe I can just speak and not be wrong. And I mean, it doesn't matter to me whether you prove me wrong. It's not going to change my mind. I don't know why people want to change my mind so badly. You know what I mean? I try to have conversations with people, help people grow. You know what I mean? That's why I ask questions, Reddington. If I don't know nothing about you, how could I give you any kind of advice that would help you grow and get out of this depressed state that you're in? Think about it. I mean, it's crazy to fucking believe that there's a person that actually gives a half a fuck about just general human beings that they come into contact with, but I do. I feel like a lot of people are lost in this world and they don't know what the fuck is actually going on and they don't know where to even begin. I have a lot of life experience, bro, and I could offer a lot of fucking advice that'll help you fix your whole fucking life, bro. Problem is most people don't want to talk about their life because they're ashamed of it because it's not fucking honorable and it's not good what they're doing. And that's why they're hiding it in the first place. But they could never change that because they're too ashamed to hide. They're too ashamed to be real. And so they hide everything about themselves and they come online and put out a fake persona, or they just stay there fucking quiet like a mouse. Because they don't want to get exposed for what they really are. You know what I mean? I've literally put like my whole life on the internet at some point with my voice. I give no fucks. I don't give not even a half a fuck. Because if you start giving fucks, bro, all that fucks that you give, it's going to be weight on your shoulders, and that's what's depressing you. All them fucks that you give that you shouldn't. You know what I mean? I mean, Cecil's out here sleeping, putting his life on the line. TML's put out mad sensitive shit. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
Fucking land of dragons. This person is fucking on
the
some
land of
shit,
the-
yo.
Yeah, well, TML got punished for that.
What are you scared of, though, bro? Fuck the internet. All these motherfuckers are bitch ass losers anyway. What do you have to like worry about with what they think? Who gives a fuck
I'm not
about what
even
they
thinking
think?
about them.
So what's more important, what these jerk offs think, or you being able to better your life?
I can better my life without people asking questions.
Okay. You sound happy. You live in the city, Reddington?
No.
Where you live? In the country?
More or less.
What does that mean?
It means I don't live in the city.
What does more or less in the country mean? Like, do you live in the woods or not?
I live somewhat in the woods.
You live somewhat in the woods.
It depends on what you mean by woods.
You know what? Fuck it. Live your life, bro. Have a good time. You know what I mean?
That's all you had to say.
I'm just saying. If you're content being a jerk off, bro, be a jerk off. I don't want to tell you. That's what I'm saying, bro. I spilled water on my keyboard, bro.
I was about to be like, you good because it sounds like you smashed your device straight
No,
up.
I'm tapping the water out of the fucking keyboard, bro.
I thought he was like trying to do a gong sound or something.
No, I lost faith in humanity, bro, and I spilled water in my keyboard.
Yeah.
Yo, I swear this internet shit makes me lose faith in humanity. All right? Because you come out here, bro, you try to help these fucking people. And these people, they just know better. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's a fucking everybody's a professional at life. Everybody's doing great. They all sound great. They all look great. You know what I'm saying? They all got their shit together. You know what I'm saying? Healthy relationships and shit. Everybody's doing great. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's fucking fantastic on the internet. You know what I mean? And try to give them some solid advice. Nobody wants to be real, though. Nobody wants to put no info out there. I put out med info on myself and what I am. You know what I mean? If you can't do that, then you have to change something about yourself. That's what you need to realize. If you can't do that, then whatever the fuck you are, however you live in your life, you're not proud of it. You're ashamed of your own fucking existence. And I personally could never live like that. I'd fucking bug out. If I was ashamed of my own existence, I would do everything I could to change it. I wouldn't be on fucking panels trying to pretend like I'm someone I'm not or hiding who I am. I'd be out fixing it. Now, if you don't know how to fix it and you're here seeking the advice that you really are seeking, you're really out here seeking knowledge, even if you don't know it. Problem is, I can't help you if I don't know what the fuck is actually going on, but I do know that there is something going on. So it is what it is, Reddington. You can keep coming out here and just hoping that the magical information that you need to fix your life is just going to fall in front of your face, or you could be real and it'll expedite the process. That's why I ask questions. I just want to cut through all the bullshit and get right to the fucking milk and honey of the fucking conversation and the relationship that we have since we're both on this fucking panel. And TML is just letting motherfuckers have conversations. Honestly, if he wanted to talk, he would. You know what I'm saying? Just me and you, bro. We could sit here in silence. You could help me on my life. You want to help me on my life?
How is that?
I don't know. If you ask the right questions, maybe you could figure it out. If I ask you the right questions, I could fix your life. I mean, not fix it, but I could at least give you the fucking way that you could, you know what I mean? At least attempt to fix it from my own experience. And if I don't have experience or some kind of knowledge, I'm not even going to fucking talk about it. I'm just going to be like, fuck, I don't know. But I've been through a lot of shit. I don't know. How old are you, bro?
Late 30s.
You're in your late 30s?
Yeah.
Do you work a job?
Yep.
Like a 9 to 5?
No, it varies.
What do you do? Red, what do you do as a job, bro?
Sell stuff.
You just like sell stuff?
Yep.
Is this like a real job or is this like are you a hustler? Like what kind of fucking...
It's a real job.
So you work like a part-time retail job?
You could say that, yeah.
Okay. Do you have like a girl?
Nope.
No girlfriend? Have you had a girlfriend recently?
Recently, no.
Have you ever had a girlfriend? Okay. So you have a part-time job in some kind of sales thing, right? And I'm assuming you have no prospects of women. And I'm assuming you have no idea of building a family. I'm assuming you live in some kind of house that was your grandparents that you now live in with your aunt that you claim to take care of, but probably takes care of you. How close am I? You tell everybody you got chronic fatigue, and so they let you just kind of mope around. You're not really a bad guy, so they just kind of let you get away with it. What are your plans, bro? As a man? Are you just going to exist? I can assist you in some kind of knowledge. Like, your first step is you probably need to get a real job. I don't know what kind of situation you got going on with the house, but if you don't own the house and it's like your aunt's house and you just kind of living there, you need to start figuring out how to be independent in your late 30s before you're going to be able to have a woman, because you're not going to be bringing no women around the house. And that's why you never brought no woman around, because you always lived with your grandparents or your aunt, because you were too fucking lazy to get a good job and fucking actually make enough money to support yourself. And I'm not shitting on you. I'm being real with you so you understand the reality and what you need to do to change it. You need to put a little bit of fucking hustle in your spirit and stop sitting there claiming that you got fucking chronic depression or whatever the fuck, chronic fatigue. You need to drink some fucking coffee, smoke a cigarette, do whatever the fuck you got to do to get the job done. And you probably need to make more money. That's just like the first step. I don't know how the fuck you're going to do that. You know what I mean? But however the fuck you're making money right now, stop working part-time, work full-time. That's a good start. You know what I mean? There's never like some fucking bullshit job. You're probably working some kind of fucking retail shit. They're always looking for more people to work more hours. You know what I mean? They want to slave the fuck out of you. You need money. And it's not even about the money at this point. In the beginning, it's just about you proving to yourself that you can do this shit. You can push yourself. You know what I'm saying? And then you start looking for better money. But then you get out of that. Then you start looking to be self-sustainable. Now, I don't know if you're trying to like hang around the house until everybody dies and hopefully you inherit it and then you're king of the household. But if that's what you're trying to do, that's not really a way to play your whole life out.
That's not what I'm doing, dude.
Good. Then you should start hustling, right? Grind, make a lot of money, get out of that house, be self-sufficient, find yourself a woman, start a family, get out into the woods, build a house, start a farm, and fucking raise your kids in peace.
And I'm to do this before April 8th or whatever you said.
Oh, no, you're not doing this before April 8th. You need to make money ASAP, and then you need to bounce out of the fucking, you know, the matrix. But you're basically, you said you're in the country already, so you just need to stack up some fucking bread, survive this shit. You know what I mean? Put that into resources. You know what I'm saying? The system's going to start collapsing in April. You can make some money. You can make some moves. You can get yourself prepared. There's going to be women that are going to be in the fucking collapse, bro, that you'll be able to fucking, you know what I mean, meet eventually at some point when the shit starts to recuperate. What I'm saying is there's going to be people that move into these 15-minute cities. There's going to be people on the outskirts. And at that point, you could establish however the fuck you're going to do it. There's still going to be work. There's still going to be trading and fucking currencies and resources and valuables. And you're going to be able to do stuff, whatever the fuck that is, to build up your own fucking shit and independency. And then you'll be able to get women and build your family. Like, the world isn't going to stop. People aren't going to stop having fucking families. People aren't going to stop getting women because the system collapses. This is all relative information. It's just kind of a fucking, it's a guidelines. You know what I mean? The process and the timeline of how it goes down, that's really up to you. You might be able to make money and fucking move out in a week and have a fucking woman and that you met at work in fucking 2 weeks. You're like, I don't fucking know. Might take you a year. Might be right after the collapse. The collapse is only going to be a few months and then it's going to come back. It's going to be one crisis. You know what I mean? You're in the country, make some money, get your supplies together, get ready, bunker it out, grow food. And yo, you might start to find women that are actually aligning with what you're trying to do. You know what I mean? I don't know. But that's the best fucking plan, bro. You gotta work more. Make money. Get your independence. That's where you're fucking up. Is that you're relying on the fucking the house, bro. And that's fucking up your ability to have bitches over. You know what I mean? Like, what woman's gonna be with a dude that's like living with, you know what I mean, people? That ain't gonna happen. How are you gonna support this woman if you can't support you? You know what I mean? You're also not like dealing with young women that are gonna not care. You're gonna be dealing with women your age that give a fuck. That, I mean, at that point in life, you know what I mean? They're wanting to really settle down and start a family like right now, at your age. Because they're already late on the ball. Most women that are your age that don't have a family, they're late on the ball, bro. You know what I mean? They haven't started their family. They're ready. They're about to be fucking almost sterile. You know what I'm saying? So any woman your age, they're going to be ready to settle down. You're going to need a place for them to be able to settle into that you could support them and a family. So you need to get that first. However the fuck you get that. I suggest getting fucking money, getting a small piece of land and throwing a building on there. You know what I mean? Set your shit up for a couple grand. You can make that. It's not work hard or slaves. You need some kind of fucking resource to start something. If you start with zero, that leaves you homeless. So if you think that it's better to be homeless than to work a little bit, make money, and then fucking take your own independence, you know what I mean? Sometimes you got to be a slave a little bit before you could be a free man. But if you're never a slave, you'll always be a slave. You know what I mean? Homeless people are a slave to the street. They're a slave to the food bank. They're a slave to the systems. Homeless people are the worst slaves. They don't work. That's their problem. They're not willing to put in a little bit of slavery to get the fucking gold nugget. And some of them fall in love with their slavery. That's not what I'm telling you. Don't get it fucking twisted. Only be a slave long enough to get enough of that fucking money and then break the bank. You know what I mean? At some point, you got to take the fucking master's gold sack and run off the fucking plantation as a slave. That's the goal. And then you go and you open up your own little fucking piece of land and you live out your life in peace and raise your family. The best way you can. You might have to go back into slavery for your fucking family to progress. If you're able to fucking be crafty and resourceful, you know what I mean? And you could sit there and turn whatever the fuck you're doing on your land into fucking money. I don't know. You know what I mean? Sometimes you just got to do what the fuck you got to do. Whatever that is. If you're trying to be an honest and fucking righteous man, sometimes you do have to be a slave. Yeah. So don't get it twisted. If you're against any kind of work, you're just a fucking lazy pussy. You know what I'm saying? And that's why you say work harder, slaves, because you're just a lazy loser who will never be anything because you're too scared to actually work. And that's why you make comments like that. Sail away. You know what I'm saying? Most people will fucking eventually get sick of it anyway, Reddington. But yo, you've been sticking it out because your life has been fairly comfortable. And that's the problem, yo. You got to learn how to be uncomfortable. Comfortability is the root of all evil, dog. Next to money. If you're comfortable, there's something wrong. The fuck are you comfortable, bro? There's fucking thousands of fucking people dying every day. Why the fuck are you comfortable? There's people starving to death, being bombed, burned to death. People killing themselves. People being poisoned. People being raped to death every fucking day. Why are you comfortable in your little bubble of reality? What makes you better than all them people? That's the reality. Motherfuckers need to take responsibility for their own fucking existence. There's too many people in this world that ain't worth their weight in salt. That's the truth. Look for every reason and fucking excuse to justify their poor fucking existence that they're just not willing to fucking step up to the plate of. Take it head on and face the fucking fact of existing as a physical fucking being, as a man, and being a man. It's the hardest thing. Most people can't do it. You gotta wake up every fucking day, bro. You gotta do shit you don't want to do every fucking day. That's what it is to be a man. If you're not doing shit that you don't want to do, you're not getting anywhere. You're just fucking running in the hamster wheel. All right? That's the reality. If you like what you do every day, find some shit that you don't want to do and do that. You don't like exercising? Exercise more. Do more push-ups. Do more pull-ups. Don't be a pussy. Don't let the fucking body dictate the way that you're going to live. The fucking living soul. Are you the living soul or are you the physical meat body? Because if you die as the physical meat body, you die as the physical meat body. If you live as a living soul, you live as a living soul. Even if the body dies, you shed that shit like a vehicle. You can overcome the body, but you're going to let the body overcome you. I'm chronically tired. I'm fucking tired. I got 4 fucking kids. All right? I'm tired. Fuck you, bro. All right? Fuck your doctor. If your doctor saw me, bro, he'd go, holy shit, I'm surprised this man is alive. How fucking tired he is. You know what I'm saying? I'm just being real with you, bro. You go to some guy in a fucking white coat that's going to sit there and reinforce your bitch assness. He's going to double down on it for you. And then you're never going to try. You just give up. Oh, the fucking douchebag in the white coat said, I'm fucking useless. So I guess that's it. Everybody, I'm useless. Douchebag in the white coat said so. I'm allowed to just sit here and do nothing. That's what I'm going to do with my life. That's the problem, bro. It's not just you, Reddington. This is like the world almost. You're just a product of the world. Maybe one day you'll wake up out of the matrix. You'll poke your head out of the goo. And you'll be like, holy fuck, I've been used as a battery just to circulate currency through my body. Because that's what's happening. You just exist as a nodule in the system. Just that currency circulates through and you just sit there like a little fucking calf. You know what I mean? Just growing ever slightly. And they just siphon off what they need off of you through the various taxes of the things that you consume as a calf. Battery. Currency.
Yeah, I'm aware.
You could be one, though. You could overcome all of this shit. You could start today. Why don't you? What is preventing you? It's you. You're preventing you. I'm just here to try to convince you to stop fighting yourself and fight against the body. Improve your own situation. Through fucking sacrifice. It requires it. It requires self-sacrifice. And I'm not saying make sacrifices. I'm saying you have to sacrifice blood, sweat, and tears, effort, work. If you want anything, nothing is achieved without work. You think God created anything without any work? It requires mad work. Mad work. It says through thorns and thistles, we're going to eat. So if you're not going through thorns and thistles, if you're not bleeding, sweating, and crying for your food, then where is it coming from? You know what I mean? That's the truest enslavement, is the slave that doesn't realize they're a slave because the work that they perform is invisible. You know what I mean? The prison system has plenty of slaves in it that don't realize they've been enslaved, and they generate income by siphoning off tax money to keep them in prison. And the prison system and all the different rules and regulations and the reasons why they was incarcerating so many fucking people was to further siphon off more money. And they were enslaved without even having to do anything. They didn't have to actually perform work. The slave master was still getting their profit off that cotton field in fucking digital cyberspace. And that's some shit. There's many different ways. But yo, really, how long does it take a man to make like $3,000 in any minimum wage job? Really think about it in this country. $3,000.
Well, that's. I mean, I live in a different country, but you're gonna have to live. You know, and you're gonna have to go there, so you can't just keep all your money.
I'm saying Reddington has a house.
I'm trying to answer your question seriously. So it's gonna take you about 3 months at least to get $3,000. So what about that?
All right, so in 3 months, you get $3,000. You could buy an acre of land in the United States, a nice one. Right? Now you fucking go on that acre in a car. All right? You should probably have a car. You go on that acre in a car, right? And you work a minimum wage job until you get another $2,000 to $3,000. But now you don't got that many bills because you live in your car, right? Take showers in a motel. And now, in another month or so, now you plop a fucking cabin on that land. And in like 4 or 5 months, you have a property and a little house. You have no more overhead for rent the rest of your life.
No, but you're gonna have to pay taxes for the land that you live on, right?
Sure. I pay like $200 a year on my acre and my acre plus.
Yeah, that's not too much. That's doable.
I'm just saying.
I know you're just saying. You say that a lot.
Like, why do people sit there and fucking claim that they can't do this? This is not fucking.
I didn't hear anybody say that, but like I said in chat, you invent your own characters that make their own questions, and then you oppose it yourself. You don't need anybody on panel. To be honest.
I agree.
So these are all rhetorical questions, right? What the fuck am I doing here answering them?
Yeah,
because I don't like rhetorical questions.
Well, I mean, that's on you, bro.
Well, I do, but not too much, you know. And
I'm just saying, this is my fucking literal solution to people, because this is what I found that worked best for me. I've tried many different methods of obtaining freedom, but until you own a little piece of land and a little cabin on it, you will never understand freedom. Like, even you get fired, right? You're not getting evicted. You're not losing your house. You just, like, it doesn't matter. You go make money, it's profit. You know what I mean? It's like you don't understand what it is to have that freedom. And this is what I'm trying to preach, is to just fucking obtain your own freedom so you don't have, like, anybody over you in what you can do with, you know what I mean, with your life. Like, you know what I mean? You got people living in your house that you live in. You can't have women over. This is all fucked up. This fucks your whole life up. And it's all because, like, you just don't want to do it. It takes a little bit of effort. And that's what you need to find. You need to dig deep inside yourself, Reddington. Find that little bit of you and motivate yourself to get it done. That's what I've always done. I've dug deep and I've said, yo, fuck that. I am not accepting this. I will get this done. I will go forward. Fuck that. I refuse.
You know, I'm with you on being independent and you know, self-sustainable. But then again, you know, it's your advice is just do it by yourself, and that's a start. That's a start. But you must know, if you did it all by yourself, that it's very hard to do it all by yourself. You know,
it's very hard, of course.
It's near impossible.
But yo, here's the thing,
because we are human beings and we live in societies, we live in groups, we live together, right? We're not solitary beings. So
needs
and besides that, you know, if you really want to step away from society, what good is it just doing that by yourself? I mean, it would be better to do that with somebody, right? Preferably a partner from the other sex, right?
Well, you got to find that first, and you ain't going to have any other partners until you're in the independence.
Yeah. Okay.
Like, you're not gonna have a partner. Well, like I just said, bro. If you got your grandma living in the house, you're not gonna have women over and start fucking bitches in your house.
I
You know
don't
what I
know.
mean?
It could be. Well, I don't know. I mean, if your grandma needs a nurse, you know.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Like, you're not, if you're living with family, you're not gonna have like women come over, right, and be like, "This is my house," and oh, that's my family member. Like, they're not gonna
Oh,
want.
yeah.
You know what I mean? If you're being supported by a family member, woman ain't gonna believe that you could support her and a family, which is what they're gonna be expecting at Reddington's age. So he needs his own independence before he could have a woman that's gonna have any faith in his ability to support her.
I beg to differ. If I look at America, there's many single moms that were never with a father that could provide.
I don't know what we're talking about, single moms, but we're talking about Reddington trying to get a woman. You know what I mean?
Well,
and when you're trying to obtain a woman that's going to be your wife, that woman is going to want to know that you can support her. This is fucking common sense.
Mm.
What are you talking about?
Well, maybe
they made a
the
song
two can
about
work it out together. It's not like I support you and you cook for me. You know, it's a bit old fashioned. I'm not saying it's wrong, but it's not the only. It's not the only way.
It's a man's responsibility to support the wife.
Yeah.
That's it. It's very simple.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So what if you have a stronger woman with some money and some clout?
What about it?
Are you still the provider?
I'll tell you what. If I was a regular dude and I was just da 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 da, you know what I mean? And then there was some woman that came along and I ended up marrying her and she had a lot of money, I would say, okay, right? All your money is now my money, right? And now you're gonna be the wife, and I'm gonna take all this money and I'm gonna use this to make more money. And I'm gonna provide for you. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah.
Like everything becomes everything.
I'm not gonna take that serious, okay? So sorry.
Well, it's like everything becomes everything. Because at the end of the day, if I make a bunch of money with your money and you didn't have to do anything, because I'm obviously more sound with the money, right? I'm more financially articulate. I can make money with this money. I'm
fantastically articulate. More fantastically articulate.
Fantastic.
Not so much financially. Nah.
That's what I'm saying.
You are fantastically articulate. Yeah.
And then basically, you know, I make more money with the money. You know, you cook me sandwiches. That's what it is.
And then you sell the sandwiches, right? Something like that.
But yeah, bro, at the end of the day, the man is the head of the household. And so, like, it's his responsibility.
No, see, you're wrong again. No, you're wrong. See, the woman takes care of the house.
No, the man is the head of the household.
Man is the head of the house, but not of the household.
The household. No, everybody in the house.
No, that's the woman, dude.
Is the house.
That's the woman.
I'm not saying that the man is responsible for the housekeeping. I'm saying the man is the head of the household, the whole house. Like, all the people in the house is the household. The man is the head of it. He's the top dog, you know what I mean? In charge of it. That's what it is. And so, like, if that's the case, then that's everything. That's financial decisions. That's fucking, you know what I mean? That's all of it. That's the complete direction, but it's his responsibility to provide for the woman, protect the women, right? And also provide and protect the family and secure their future the best he could. You know what I'm saying? You're supposed to build a fucking empire for your kids and then leave it to them. And they're supposed to take that and build on that. And that's like kind of what we've lost in America, is that people have been selling themselves out, right? Building bullshit empires, renting apartments, living in the cities, working for corporate dead-end jobs, and leaving their kids with nothing but a fucking education and hopes of doing the same thing. There's no actual fucking real estate. There's no fucking hard assets. Everybody's living in liquid la-la land. You know what I'm saying? That's the problem. So I've done the opposite. I did the reverse Uno card, bro. I went from the city and moved into the fucking rural area and started from the beginning, which is what we really need to do right now. Most people can't do it, won't do it, are too much of a bitch to do it. But if you do have the balls, I promise you, you're going to live a great life. And no one can take that away from you. I promise you that if you can do the impossible, Voynich, it's going to create you into such a strong fucking person. No one can take that away from you either. When you know that you could survive no matter what happens to the world, no one can take that away from you. You've already been doing it. Who cares if it collapses? You've been outside the system for a long time already. That's the point. My point is get out before you fucking can't. You know what I mean? My system is my shit is abandon the system before you fucking can't. You know what I mean? Get away from it now. And when the shit collapses, it won't affect you. It'll only affect you if you rely on it. I mean, do you have the gonads, or are you just going to give up? Sit in the fucking house. Wait for it to happen.
I'm going to sit here and wait for it to happen. I'm comfortable. I know you don't like comfortable.
I told you, it's the root of evil.
You think comfortable is an illness?
Comfortable people are the fucking cancer of the earth.
Oh, thank you.
Everybody's comfortable. Fucking evil comfortability.
Dude, that's I mean, I know that's the trick of the system, right? You can't bribe somebody who's independent, right?
That's right.
Yeah, I know that's how it works. Yeah.
I don't care if I lose my job. Doesn't matter to me. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't matter.
You tell me. I mean, I've lost many jobs.
Oh, I'm just saying, like, when you have rent, right? Most people live in paycheck to paycheck in America, and they're paying rent.
Let me tell you something about the European structure.
They lose their job.
Dude, a house, you know, if I want to buy a house, it will cost me like near $1 million, dude. Did you know that?
Well, how much would it cost?
You can still buy a house. You can probably still buy a house or a dwelling in America for like 20,000, 30,000 maybe, which is quite an overseeable amount. But it only starts at 300,000 ducats, whether it's dollars or
land,
whether it's dollars or euros.
You know what I'm saying, Voynich? Land, just grass, like
nah, dude. It's not. I mean, it's
can't buy land.
It's a different construction here, dude. It's way more populated, way more densely populated than America. Of course, in America, there's too much land there. You know.
Where do you live, bro?
In the Netherlands.
Netherlands.
So for me to escape, I'm going to have to escape not to Germany, because it's even worse there. I can't escape to Denmark. I can't escape to France because, you know, it's way worse there. It's way more communistic even, or socialistic, how you want to call it. So I'd have to go to Poland or Russia, right, to buy some land.
I would go to Russia, bro.
Yeah, that's that. But you know that brings some different things with it. I'm going to have to learn a new language, right?
Fuck it, bro. Just go live in the country.
I'm not saying that I cannot do it, because language is one of my.
See, yo, it doesn't matter where you go.
But it's different. It's different.
Anywhere in the world, boy.
It's not as easy as one can. It's not as easy and free as it is in the United States of America. So.
Look, bro,
But I hear what you're saying. Yeah, it's not wrong what you're saying. It's just a different composition.
I lived in the Dominican Republic, bro. You could live in another country and learn the language. It's easy. Trust me. You're not a stupid guy.
I told you it's not a problem, but it is an issue, right?
You're not stupid, Voynich. You'll learn Russian in like a year, bro. You'll have it down pat.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
Suka, blyad, privyet.
Privyet, I know. That means friend.
Tell the bitches, te tostes volage. Bro, it means you're a fat bitch, right?
Kurba. Right?
Yeah,
That's
man.
Polish.
Tell them baduka.
I do like, I do tend to like the Slavic language. I do.
Russian is a strange language. Reddington, bro. What's up,
Dude,
with
he's
you?
taking notes. He's taking notes. I mean, you give so much advice. He's writing this all down, and I think he's going to work on it tomorrow.
You gotta understand, bro. It might sound like I'm being a dick, but like I really do love you and I want to help you. As crazy as that might sound. Why do I love you? Because you're a human being. And somebody needs to tell you this shit. Because if you go through your life never hearing it, you know what I mean? Your life might be different. There's a lot of shit that I didn't like that I've heard in my life, but it did actually help me fucking better myself and grow as a man. And accepting that information that I didn't like, being in that uncomfortability, forcing myself into uncomfortable situations, doing shit that I didn't want to do, I started to realize that's the way. The growth. It's the path of most resistance. You see, the path of least resistance leads to cowardice, weakness, and fucking bullshit and evil. You know what I mean? A lot of evil comes from laziness, comes from the most bullshit. You know, people are too lazy to work, so they want to steal. Feel me? They want to take off of somebody else's hard-earned fucking effort. They want the valuables, but they don't want to put in the work to get them. That's where a lot of evil comes from. It comes from weakness. A lot of evil don't come from strength. God is strong. That's why he's not evil. Satan is weak, and that's why he's so evil. That's all he's got.
Yeah, that's how I described communism, right? A bunch of weak men together, feeling strong because, you know, safety in numbers.
Exactly.
In numbers.
All cowards group up together and form a fucking pack of, you know, strength.
Yeah, I saw this video of this Canadian woman in the hospital the other day, and she didn't want to wear a mask, and so everybody grouped up on her, right? First she was talking to one person, and then out of all the hallways and the doors, all came persons, you know, people, mostly women, just standing looking at her, like, what's this situation? Just looking at her. And then she walked up to them, you know, taking the picture or taking them on a video, and instantly their reaction was, you can't see my name, because they all wore this badge, right?
Yeah.
And you can't see my name. So they said they want to be a group, but they don't want to be recognized, and they don't talk. It's total communism. It's a lot of weak people together grouping up on a strong person. That's usually what happens. That's a cult, right? That's what you see happening with Bex and Tommy and the Sanity Machine. You know, they exclude the strong ones to keep the weak ones in, and to confuse the weak ones. What? Why is he fighting with this strong one? Well, because he can just deny the strong ones and be with the leftovers and call that his group or her group. It's a pattern, and it's not a pattern. It's symptomatic. They all do the same, and I think it's a reflex. It's not really a philosophy. It's a philosophy based on a human reflex.
It's a herd mentality.
Yeah.
It's a hive mind. And it's getting deeper the more and more of the vaccines and all the shit. You know what I mean? Everybody's becoming cyborgs in the hive mind of the Matrix. Reddington. Ready Red. You alive there, buddy?
Yeah.
So what's up, bro?
Not much.
Nothing? Well, fuck Ready Red. I laid out a lot of information here, bro. You got nothing?
Well, I agree with some of it, yeah.
Are you picking up what I'm putting down? You need to get uncomfortable.
I don't need a notebook, but I got what you're saying.
Like, if you're feeling tired, you need to feel more tired. You know what I mean? Like, you're just not tired enough. That's why you feel tired. The more you push yourself, the more energy your body will make. I promise you. And then after a while, the normal shit that used to like make you tired, you won't be tired anymore. But it's like, it's a cyclical process. If you fall into laziness for long enough, anything will make you tired. And you have to push yourself past.
It's not true, Rand. I've been idle. I've been without a job for 4 years, 5 years in a row. I started working and landscaping. It's called landscaping, right? That's quite physical.
But were you
job, right? And I wasn't tired at all. I could just do it.
No, I'm saying, were you lazy in your daily life before that, or did you do shit?
I did do shit, but not
But
very
I'm saying-
active. I mean, if you're without a job, you know, I did.
Doesn't matter, bro.
I mean,
If you sat down,
I'm somebody on
okay.
YouTube now, right?
Just saying,
so that takes time too. So
Ready Red.
I spend my time on YouTube.
He's
but-
tired. He has chronic fatigue. And what I'm trying to tell him is that to get out of that chronic fatigue, he needs to push himself.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm with
If
you,
you
but
keep
you know,
saying-
but you sound like a drill sergeant.
Here's what I'm saying. If we sit here and we're like, all right, I'm tired, right? So I'm not going to do anything. Our body doesn't ever create the energy it needs to do more than what we've done in the past. You get what I'm saying? If you push yourself past your tired point, because sometimes you can fall into a certain level of laziness where your body atrophies, your muscles atrophy because now you have fucking shitty muscles, right? You need a lot of energy to move your body, which is heavier than the muscles can even move. So it's exhausting to even be alive. You got to push yourself past that point. Eat healthy, right? And then your body starts to make the amount of energy you need to actually get the shit that you need to get done. And after a while, you start to go into a fucking swing on the pendulum where now you have an abundance of energy. You know what I mean? It's true. The more you do, it's like inertia. An object in motion stays in motion. An object that stays still stays still. That's what it is. You got to get yourself into that inertia. And that's what I'm trying to tell Reddington. He sounds fucking deflated. He sounds like there's no life in him, Voynich. You don't sound like that. So whatever the case may be, you're getting your heart moving somehow. His heart ain't moving.
Well,
This motherfucker,
dude, he might have been
old.
I mean, he might have been poisoned.
He might be poisoned.
Huh?
I don't know, but you know that is a possibility too, right? I'm not saying that he is or that he should, but you know, I mean, this is what happens to people.
I
in
try
this
to wake him
society.
up. We got to get him in inertia. Even if he is poisoned, right? You could be drunk. If someone gets you moving, you could be moving. If you're sitting down, you're sitting down. Look, we got to get him moving. That's all. I'm just trying to motivate him, you know what I mean, in a positive direction. I might not be great at it. I'm not exactly
You
a
would be
fucking...
you would be a good drill sergeant.
But look, it's free advice, bro. What do you want? All right.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing that I don't like, right? Gratuit advies. That's how we call it in Dutch. You know, free advice. Like nobody asked for it.
It's free advice, man. That's what we're doing. We're out here. We're having conversations. I'm just bullshitting as I would with any men. I'm trying to even forget that I'm on the internet.
No, it is entertaining. It is entertaining,
Nope.
Rance. Yeah.
I'm not trying to entertain nobody, though, in all reality.
Well, you know, but still, for me, it is entertaining.
You know,
I
what
mean,
else
I'm
do I
not
have to
taking
do?
notes. I'm not going to change my life because of what you said, you know, but
Somebody out there might, though.
yeah, I think so. Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm not saying no bullshit. This is real shit that I've learned from my fucking failures. I've fucked up in every way possible. I've been lazy. That's how I know how to get myself out of being lazy. I've done it. I've fucked up. You know what I mean? It's a flaw that I've learned how to overcome. I'm just saying, I know what it is to be stagnant. I know what it is to fucking, you know what I mean, abuse situations. I know what all these things are. I've done them. I've overcome them. Every man falls into the path of least resistance at some point in life. And if you live a lot of life, you fall into a lot of paths.
To just take on a job, that could also be the path of least resistance, right?
He has a job though, but he works part-time because he's tired.
No, but I'm just saying, it's not like, just take a job or just do your work and it'll be all right. No,
it's like he's already
that's not always the solution.
Well, it's like,
there can also be a cop out to just go work in the factory when you don't really want to work there.
Yo, Voynich, I gave him a stage plan. Yo, I told him make enough money, buy land, put a little house on it, and then bounce out that system and improve your life, start a family.
Yeah, sounds great.
Grow your own food, become
Yo, Jack, welcome to the party.
The Amish do it, yo. The Amish do it.
So, like, I think that, here's the thing, is like, you have to look at it from all different situations. And like, in general, Rant is giving good advice. But the thing is, like, I look at it a little bit different. From my perspective, I just look at it like, we have to recognize like everything is kind of set up against you as a man, and you have to be kind of crazy. It's like running into gunfire. Like, it's crazy, it's brave, but it also just like, it's going to fucking suck too. And I think that a big part of it is like, most men I know, if they're not already married or whatever, like they just kind of get burnt out and they're not really interested in participate. Like, I'm married and everything, and like I have a kid, and it's like at the same time, it's like it's very difficult to feel motivated to want to like go out and deal with people. Like, I'm good at it. That's the fucked up part, is like I'm good at it, but I don't like doing it, but I do it. You know what I mean? It's like, and that's the fucked up part.
What do you mean when dealing with people when you say that?
Like it's just exhausting. It's just like here on the panels, it's like, okay, like you try to come in and actually like bring high energy, you try to like bring something good to the situation. Like going to a job sucks because like it's not the job. Like I love work, but the problem is like you're around people and they just like vampire suck your energy out of you because like they're miserable and they want to like misery loves company. You know what I mean?
You can't allow it, bro. You just have to fucking stay in your lane, do your own thing, have your mission, complete your fucking
that
mission.
doesn't always work, Rand.
Your milestones.
I mean, your experience in life,
Get
that
the
doesn't
bag
always
and
work.
leave.
No, if you are a high performing human being and you enter a low performing company, they're just gonna hate you because you're high performance, right? You actually are more effective and more efficient than everybody else. So they're gonna hate you. They're not gonna praise you.
Voynich,
No,
here's the rule of business.
dude, that's
You wanna know the rule of business?
Dude,
Fuck all
that's
the
how it
bullshit.
works.
Get the
Usually,
money.
that
Fuck all the
is
bullshit.
usually Get
the money. That's
no,
it.
that's
the
not
money.
how it works.
You don't
If everybody hates you
goal
because
is to get the money.
If everybody hates you because you're a good worker
Fuck
and you're a
them.
good human,
Fuck them hating you. Let them hate
and
you.
you're a good human being,
They were
that's
gonna
how
hate
it
you
works.
either way.
You cannot take the money because
Listen,
people will
Voynich,
start.
they were gonna hate you whether
You're
you
not
were nice or
listening to
nasty.
me. You're not listening to me.
I'm just saying you don't
I'm
understand.
opposing what you say. It's not that black and white. It's not
People
that
that
easy.
hate are gonna hate.
It's not that easy as you're
It
portraying
is,
it.
bro. People that have hate in their heart hate people. They're gonna find someone to hate.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So what? Get the money.
Well,
get the money.
We just discussed communism, right? And how it works.
Fuck communism. Get the money. Get your independence.
Well, a lot of companies are communistic statutes,
right?
not in
That's
the
the
statutes, but
unfortunate
in the way
reality.
they function.
Okay,
You gotta
look,
buy your freedom.
Here's my more interesting question. Voynich, what are the women like? Like, what's the dating scene like in Netherlands right now?
The dating scene, dude. I'm 50, over 50.
Yeah, but even so, I mean, women like older men. I mean, what would it be? What would it be like to go out and like meet women in Netherlands? I'm asking out of curiosity.
Well, I'm not so much of a dater.
Okay, but I mean, you know what I mean.
I don't
not
have
saying,
any
like, go to the
complaints
clubs and, like, try
about attention from women. So if I would want to, I could have like several relationships, but I'm not into that.
Doesn't he live near Amsterdam, bro? He go to the red light district, bro. He don't need a girlfriend.
That's
bro.
not what I'm talking about.
No, but like from what I understand, women in Netherlands are like pretty approachable. Am I wrong about that?
Yeah, no, yeah. They're pretty and approachable. Yeah.
Right. And so and again, I'm just asking out of curiosity because I like what I see is like in America, I think right now is the best time ever to be a dude with little prospects and just like the ability to go and talk to women, right? And I think that's kind of the case worldwide. It's like women are looking for men who are just like not even good, just like
a man.
Yeah, just a normal dude.
Well, I mean, when I saw the reaction of my lawyer the other week, she blushed when I entered the room, and I was like, "Huh?" And she blushed like so often. I was like, I think this is a sign. But she's so young, right? And I'm like, Yeah. So I don't have any complaints on that topic, but
yeah, and I'm not judging. All I'm saying is like I get it. Like the older I get, it's also kind of like it's weird because like now I have more of a pick now that I'm older. But of course I'm married, so I don't do that. But I'm just saying it's like it's interesting how like it's kind of weird. Like the more you don't give a fuck,
bro, you
the
could have
more they
another
want
wife,
you.
bro.
Oh yeah, but yeah. The more
Neurojack,
you
bro. You could
the
have
more
multiple
and,
wives.
and like you said, Neurojack, like when you're married, they want you even more.
Well,
Bro,
I would
you
consider
could
that.
pick
Rand,
another one.
Yeah, I would consider it, but again, everything boils down to situation. Like situation it doesn't dictate, but it does make things.
What's your plan?
Different.
What's your life plan, bro? What's your goals?
Well, something along the lines of what you're talking about, more or less.
All right, where are you at in that process?
What's your age, Jack? And what's your age, Rand? Can I ask?
I'm 33.
Ah, okay.
I'm in my 30s.
Are you living in a city, Jack?
Oh yeah.
All right. How do you how do you plan on getting out of there?
Well, it's like I have a big ship to turn, so it's going to be gonna have to make an excuse
to get out of the city.
Pretty much. Well, because it's not, well, maybe you don't know, but when you have a extended family to get on board, it's not always the easiest. You know what I mean?
What kind of extended family?
Not my parents.
Well, yeah, at the end of the day, bro, your wife has to respect your decision to, ensure the survival of your family above her need to be near her parents if they're not willing to also pursue the ultimate survival of the bloodline.
Yeah, of course. But, it's kind of one of those things like I can make it happen, but I'm also trying to do it in a certain way. And it is working. It's just a longer process.
Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I don't know if you know this, Neurojack. We don't have very much time.
Yeah, 6 weeks, right?
I mean,
5
I'm
weeks.
saying it's going to begin. Look, what does that exactly mean? I mean, it could be a total fuckery shutdown, or it could be the beginning of an incremental, an incremental collapse of the country, which is going to be a massive series of events that are going to take place over the course of like 6 months.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it's going to be some combination of all. I mean, we've been in a collapse for 20 years to some degree or another. I mean, the fact that you see, this is kind of what I was saying in the chat, like the fact that you see property. I mean, here's the thing. It's the whole system is so fucking backwards. Like, houses shouldn't be investments for rich people to park their money in, right? Like it's the reason.
This system is built upon destruction and rebuilding.
That's
that
right.
That is what the system. That it constantly needs war and annihilation to to restructure again. That's
Right.
that's why we are being fed this history of continuous wars, which is not our actual history, but this is what we are being fed. To
It's
program us.
constant resets. They kept
Yeah,
the
yeah,
elite keep resetting civilization by wiping
yeah.
out most people, and then
Well,
from
Yeah.
the ashes reconstituting society
specifically,
over and over again.
specifically, what it is really at the end of the day is they're trying to get rid of males. They want fewer males around. That's what all this agenda is really about, and that's why I'm telling men, like, right now is your golden opportunity
I
to
know.
be a man. And I don't mean that like to say anyone's not lesser man or more of a man. I understand where everybody's coming from, including gays and transgender. Like, I do get it, right? I do get, because the incentives are so set against you to be a normal dude, right? But at the same time, it's like, if you don't take advantage of it now,
You say a
What?
normal dude, and Cecil Drake drops in. That's weird, dude. That's weird. Just tell me something.
I mean, they're tampering with our biology. They've been doing it since we were kids. They've been feeding us all kinds of shit to fuck with our biology.
It's been happening for a long time, though. I mean, like, they used to do this in Europe for a long time, where only the nobles get to eat meat. You know what I mean? Like, they want to engineer people in a particular direction, right? And
Well,
this
they
is
did it.
that's
Look at our
untrue.
society in America. It's very different than most societies. And it's not that, I'm saying we're just more open to it. It's just, it doesn't fucking exist in these other cultures because they weren't modified.
Well, look, here's
What
part of
doesn't? Sorry, can you explain what doesn't exist in these other cultures?
Oh, the rampant fucking abominations that you'll see in America.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not like normal human behavior. It's like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but
Demoralization is a thing that
influence.
happens all over the West, right? Not just in America.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, like, and this is what I'm trying to make clear.
Well,
to
what else
everybody.
is the West? You know what I mean?
Well, Europe and
Europe is the West. Thought that was the East.
for you, yeah, but it's
But there's Western Europe and Eastern Europe.
I mean,
but,
like, they did like birth all the atrocities, but like the American atrocities have fucking superseded the European atrocities.
well, in the last only in the last 70 years, right? Because
I
of,
agree. I agree.
Yeah, because of Israel.
Well,
just
Yep.
Well,
don't
look,
get me wrong, they pioneered that shit in Britain, like all the secret society shit. It all came from okay.
Well,
I see what you're saying.
Well, here's my
You're right.
point.
That is the West.
Here's my point I'm trying to make. Like, really what it is at the end of the day is, it's like, okay, do you remember when the Iraq war started and they had the first campaign or whatever, and it's called shock and awe? Like, that's what they're trying to do to Western men right now, is they're trying to basically like stun us, right? And it's working. Like, I'll tell you, like, Rant, that experience that we had this morning, like, that shit was demoralizing to sit here and watch these people, like, use Christianity and use, God essentially as like a fucking, weapon against people's hearts and minds. Like, that is demoralizing. And then you look at like all this, all the other shit that we see every day, right? Like, but that's the point, is like, the whole point is like,
you shouldn't be demoralized. You should fucking praise God that you have the ability, that he has given you the insight to see through their bullshit.
Yeah, sure. But I guess the thing is, like, I want to give that to other people and they don't want it. that's
what are you gonna say? Fucking like Stevens and like who else? Like, you know what I'm saying? They got like a bunch of retards that don't actually seek the truth of God. They don't actually want to be good people. They just want to justify their own evils. What could you bring them if what you bring them doesn't justify their evil fucking behavior that they want to be forgiven for? Then
that's not even. I hear what you say, Rand, but that's not even the. It's usually people, they're so weak that they want to defend other people's evil, right? That's what they're usually doing.
So they've been brainwashed. They don't know the truth. They don't want to do the work to obtain it. So they just want to find someone who they think has it and just believe that system because we found it. Doesn't require any work any spiritual growth as a
Yeah.
man or anything. Just we found
You
the
can join the
system.
winners. Join
Right,
us. You can
right.
join
We
the
are the
winners.
winners.
We won the war. Do you want to be with us?
We have the
Or
truth,
against?
said every fucking bullshit religion. You know what I mean?
No, straight
No
up.
one
I
can have
think,
the truth.
like everybody, like you're actually right, and I guess that's kind of what I'm saying is like a lot of the shit that we see is like the and here's the thing, it's weird because like on one hand it's true, like when they show all these people who are fucking psyoped and brainwashed, like there is an element to that, but there's also a lot of good people out there who are just kind of like keeping their head low, you know what I mean? And I get it too, like I said, like I don't really want to go and engage with these people, you know, because it's maddening, right? And so like when I make the argument about, you know, go into the cities and stuff, like all I'm saying is like they're tricking people into giving up their own sovereignty. That's what I'm saying. It's like really we have sovereignty, but we're giving it up. You know, our taxes are fucking 60% because, well, we acquiesce to that, right? Like, and it's just because so many people are just like, well, I want my 2% return on this investment, or I want my fucking tax break on this. Like people are
Jack.
yeah.
You know what it is? I'm going to tell you the reality. All right. Everybody, not everybody, most people, okay, do not actually have faith in God, even though they claim to believe in God, right? And this is why they're a coward, right? And they don't have the balls to just make the moves that I've made in my life to secure the position that I'm in. That's the reality. They don't have enough faith in God that no matter what, even if they just go, that it will happen. Doesn't matter. Like they might have zero fucking money. They land with $0 off their own fucking strength and God. They build everything out of nothing. You understand? When you're trying to build, God is the man. God is the God of creation and generation.
He's gonna
and
provide.
building,
He's gonna provide, right?
If you want to destroy, you're going to be operating with the devil. If you want to build, you're going to be working with God. And I don't just mean build a building.
Yeah,
If you want to create good things, build, prosper, you know what I mean? That's God's territory.
Yeah.
And he will hold you down as long as you believe in God. You walk honestly and humbly in righteousness, and you go towards, you know what I'm saying? Towards
True.
that life.
It's true.
But most people don't believe in God. That's the truth. Even the religious people,
Well, you
they
don't
really
even have
believe.
but you don't
They
have
say
to
they
believe in
do.
God. No, but it's not believing in God. It's more believing in like you said, you know, to be
They don't believe
determined.
in God, though. They believe he exists.
No, you
but
s-
they don't
no,
believe in
no.
him.
You said you just made an argument for determination, and
They don't believe in him. They have no
you
belief
don't have
in
to
him. It's
believe
like,
in God to be determined and
It's
to
like this,
and
Voynich.
to receive God's grace or His help.
Let me explain
right?
it like this. I may have explained it wrong, right? I believe you, Voynich, exist, right? But, right, like as far as like, let's say we were going to go do something and you said, I'm going to go do this, right? I might not believe in you that you are going to do it. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like
yeah.
it's
I've
like
been
I
there.
believe that you exist. A lot of people believe that Voynich exists as a person, but not a lot of people believe that you are going to do it.
Most
right?
people know me. Actually,
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is most people believe that God exists, but they don't believe in him that he will do it. You get what I'm saying? They don't believe in him. If that
No, but
makes sense.
that's cool. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but that's cool. But I just wanted to say
And
that
because they
I just
don't,
wanted to say that if you give that advice to people, to men, like you got to be determined, and things will come your way. You can leave God out of the whole statement. You know,
No, you
it's
can't.
not like I want to
You can't leave
deny
God
God
out of it.
at all. I don't want to deny Him.
You can't leave
at
God
all.
out of it because you're opening up a different
You
path.
can. You can.
No,
You
because
can.
there's a lot of people that through determination go down great roads of wickedness because they've left God out of it. You can't do it on your
Yeah,
own.
okay,
And that's
okay,
the
yeah.
first step. You have to humble yourself before God and realize you can't do it without God. If you try, you're going to fail. I promise you. Every
No,
time.
I hear what you say. I hear what you say.
That's what I'm saying. You can't do it on your own. And God will make anything possible, but first you got to realize you can't do it. Of your own strength, you can do nothing. Because Jesus Christ said of his own strength, he could do nothing. Nothing.
Yeah.
It was all God. It always has been. Everything that happens is of God, and without God, you can do nothing. And until you humble yourself to that fact, you'll never be able to do anything. But when you do, you could do
yeah,
anything.
I hear what you say. You're actually making an argument for gratitude, right?
It's not gratitude. It's an
It is.
understanding.
It is.
It's an understanding that we actually can't. It's an understanding that everything you've ever done, if you take credit for it, you're missing the fact that you didn't actually do it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's
God
what I'm
did.
saying. That's so you're actually explaining what I just said. It's gratitude instead of pride. Right?
Now back to Reddington's case. When you can't do something, Reddington, because you said you can't, you're actually wrestling with God, who said you could do anything if you walk with him. That's what you wrestle against when you tell yourself that you can't. You are impeding the potential. Only you. You are the resistance. God made it all possible. You just have to walk with him. You have to align yourself to righteousness and truth. If you don't, you'll suffer the consequences over and over again until you fucking are beaten into submission, or until you're beaten into destruction. One of the two things are going to happen. You will understand the reality, though, eventually. It's just a matter of if you want to realize it when you're being destroyed, or you want to realize it before you get destroyed and able to correct yourself. I have walked down the path of destruction. I promise you I have. I've been to the bottom. I promise you I have, bro. I've seen the darkness. You know what I mean? It is what it is.
Jack left us.
Jack. What's up, Nora, Jack, man?
That's usually what happens with Jack.
Did he go up the hill again to get Jill? To fetch a pail of water?
How did men know God before there was Bibles and scriptures? How did men contact God? Like, how did they know? You know what I mean? They became aware of his presence by observing diligently.
Yeah.
Being aware of like their fucking existence. You might sit there in your life and you get so ingrained in the body and your daily functions that you literally detach yourself from the presence of God by ignoring his presence in everything that happens to you. And the more you become aware of God's presence in all things, then you'll be more aware in every single thing that you do. You stub your toe. That was God. You dropped your wallet. You lost your keys. You couldn't find your keys to get in your car, but an accident happened on the highway.
Right.
Before you got there late. That was God. You thought you lost your keys. You know you fucking put them on the table. They disappeared. You couldn't find them for 5 minutes, but that 5 minutes kept you from an accident. That not exact situation, but almost exactly has happened to me. Not once, multiple times.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
God is operating in all things, and that is that to me.
I'm not sure though, Rand. I hear what you're saying, but you know, the God of this world is Satan.
No, you see, look, here's what I'm saying.
The God of this world is Satan. I'm not saying that he's the creator. I'm not saying that he's the creator of this world.
Here's what you don't understand. Satan is the ruler of the physical world, okay?
Yeah.
But God has total control over all things.
The creator, yeah.
Right. And so what I'm saying is his control supersedes Satan. Satan has the ability to manipulate this physical world and rule over it.
No, but I see that. I see that.
But
see
there are
that.
things that Satan's not doing. It's just something that's going to happen, and God foresees the future and corrects it. He's always correcting whatever needs to be corrected. That's why we have the perfection that we have.
I'm not claiming to be perfect at all.
I've seen divine intervention.
Because perfection
So look, maybe it's not necessarily God.
Does not exist. Not
Look,
in human
Voynich,
beings.
maybe God has angels over different people that protect them and do certain things in their life. I don't really know how it works, or I don't claim to actually know how it works. I just know that there is a benevolent force,
yeah, dude,
right?
yeah, I
That
know.
is acting in everybody's life for their benefit, but most people ignore it. And it's outside of ourselves. It's not the devil. It's trying to help you. Your whole life, it's been protecting you, caring for you, nourishing you. And most people just pretend it's not there. Or they ignore it, or they're unaware because they've been driven so deep into this physical matrix that they are unaware of the spiritual existence at all anymore. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. I know you mean.
I'm happy you know what I mean. Not many people that mean.
Rand is demonstrating the problems with the Western society, with the Western Christian paradigm, without realizing it. How would
I don't
you
believe in the Christian paradigm. And I do come out here to demonstrate the problems with the Christian paradigm daily, and I am aware of it. That's what I stated. You must not be here for very long.
Well, his screen name is Traditional Culture and Preservation Society, so I think he's been here for quite a long time. But maybe it's just a name. I'm not
I
sure.
mean, they're a moderator. Apparently, they know something. But yeah, I wish they would come on the panel and explain themselves, because I'm always trying to break down the problems with Christian paradigms of Western Christianity, which I don't really believe in. I believe in the teachings of Jesus Christ. I don't believe in Christianity. I think that was created. You know what I mean? I don't think that Christianity is bad in itself, but I think it has been manipulated and warped. And I think the only saving grace of Christianity is that they can't escape the teachings of Jesus Christ. And since those teachings are still there, some people find them and follow those teachings and do good things. But the majority of Christianity, they kind of avoid those real good teachings of Jesus Christ. And they try to lead people towards all this fucking gobbledygook of divinity, idolatry, and fucking, sinless perfection, and just fucking doest thou wilt and come to the booth later. All this bullshit. Antichrist beast system nonsense. So, earlier I stated that God created evil, right? He created the capacity for evil. But the thing is that God is not guilty of putting evil upon you, because the evil that is visited upon you is caused by your own iniquity. Your failures cause evil to be put upon you, and that evil didn't necessarily exist until you deserve that evil upon you. And it's there to correct you. It's a course corrector. But some people don't learn from the course correction and become tools of the evil correction course themselves, and thus become disposable instruments of darkness.
So my question, I guess, for you is, in your paradigm, in your position, which I acknowledge that I don't know a ton about, but do you believe that people are given infinite punishment for finite crimes?
I don't believe in infinite punishment. My God is benevolent.
Okay.
I believe that if you choose to not align yourself with righteousness and perfection, you will be discarded.
I think that too. I think that there's people that God doesn't want, and the devil doesn't want them either, because they're so lukewarm and such turncoats. Neither wants them.
I don't think God wants the devil, though, either.
I think he
I
does.
think the
I think-
devil exists only currently because he can serve a purpose. And I think once that purpose is fulfilled, there will be no more purpose for the devil in the next, phase. There's no purpose for evil once you already have everything sorted.
Right? Yeah, I'm with you on that.
There's no purpose for evil to begin with.
There is purpose for evil to begin with, obviously.
No, there's no. There's
No,
not.
there's
No,
not.
There
No,
is, because you have to start
Rent,
somewhere.
let me tell you that you're actually contradicting your former statement there. Yeah, and
See, you have to have-
Reddington sees it too. Reddington sees it too.
You have to have evil, right?
Can't have
no, you don't. You don't have to.
in
You
this
don't have
situation.
to.
You
don't have
because
to.
How would you
no,
know what
listen,
good was
dude.
if you didn't know what evil was?
No,
You have no comparison.
What
It's
would
like-
be the point?
It's like, yo, how could you write words on a fucking black page with black ink? What would you
just
get?
hold it to the light. Hold
That's
it against the
not
light.
the issue.
Hold it
It
against.
is the issue.
By the way, it's a bad analogy, but I can
The
use
issue
it.
is
Because you
the
would be
against the
good.
light.
You would be good, but you wouldn't know why.
morality of God.
You would be good, but you wouldn't know why. You wouldn't have any comparison. You would just be
Well,
good because you
what's
followed
wrong
How do
with
you
the
know
rules.
that?
And
You
there would
don't know
always
that.
listen. If you didn't know what evil was, then you would always have a capacity to become that which you didn't know out of curiosity.
Not with an omnipotent God making
Well,
reality.
with an
in a
omnipotent
way
God
that-
who exists outside of time, we are existing in the process of the creation of perfection because omnipotent God
That's
doesn't make
after the
mistakes.
fact.
It's not after the fact. We're happening in the now. We are in the
Talking
now.
about his choices to create this reality supposedly this way.
What are you even talking about?
You're alleging that God created reality this way. So if he's omnipotent, he could have created reality without any possibility of evil, and we wouldn't be robots. There's a difference.
But then there would be no process of perfection. It wouldn't actually be perfection. This is the
Why
way
would
it
you need a
is, 'cause this is
process
the
if
way
he
it happens.
creates everybody perfect to begin
Because
with?
here's what I'm saying. You don't know, right, what it takes to make perfection. That's what I'm trying to say. You don't know. I'm
But you
saying
do.
this
That's
is what it
irrelevant.
takes. This
Well,
is what it takes.
I think one of the issues is that you're always going to have this philosophical problem if you make an ontological distinction between creator and creation. So if you assume that human beings are fundamentally something completely different from God, then you're always going to run into this problem of, well, how come God just created these things to put them through this whole mess in the hope that one day they'll reach some sort of reward?
I don't think you understand this reality we live in very much.
Why don't you
No, I would say
entertain?
that I understand this reality.
Sitting here
we
talking
live in
about
quite well.
rewards and all
Why
kinds
do
of
you
shit.
why do you instantly dismiss his opinion or his view and not react to it? What's wrong? I mean, that's
Why
wrong.
do I dismiss it?
Yeah, instantly. You don't even
Because-
entertain the idea that he's bringing to the table.
Because it's not in line with like reality.
Well, that's
How
a
do you
better
know
way
that?
of putting it. That's a better way of putting it than saying, "Oh, you're just wrong." Thank you.
Well, how do you know that's not in line with
Is
reality?
that what I said? Did I say he's just wrong, or did I say that
Yeah.
he's not very
Yeah, I'm
fundamentally
paraphrasing.
aware
Yeah.
of the reality we exist in?
Okay, how do you know where do you get your superior awareness of the reality that we live in?
What makes it superior in the first place?
No, I'm saying you're claiming your worldview is superior. I'm asking you how.
I'm not saying it's superior. I'm just saying it's one is real, one isn't.
Okay, how do we know?
How do we know? It's based on a lot of things.
Okay, give me some of those things.
About what?
About give me some way that I can tell that your view corresponds to reality.
As far as what?
I
laid
don't
out a
think
lot. I laid out a lot of shit tonight. Were you listening at all?
I woke up like only about 15 minutes ago, so I wasn't listening
All right.
to
So
the
that,
majority of it.
It would be redundant at this point to go back over hours of.
Okay, then just give me one thing. Give me one thing that actually let's specifically talk about the topic that I challenged you on.
Yeah,
which
yeah.
is this notion of the coherence.
Yeah, let's restate what you said that I said was completely bullshit. Let's just restate that real quick.
I said that you're always going to run into a problem.
You said some kind of crazy big word like the ideological, physiological.
No, he didn't.
Ontological.
Yeah, no, what I said.
See, now
what
you're
I said was that-
obfuscating, Rent, because
So
you
hey,
don't
yeah,
have
hold
that.
on, we're-
Let's
let me give you some
restate.
context.
Let's restate the
Let me
point.
give you some context.
Go ahead,
So
restate.
I follow a paradigm, and I would say a huge number of people and a huge number of like world religious and spiritual
Follows
systems around the
paradigm.
world follow the paradigm that sees that
Paradigm.
that creation and the creator are not necessarily distinct. You could call it whatever you want: monism, pantheism.
So you believe everything is God?
I would say that more or less everything has God energy. I'm not saying that necessarily everything has all of God's attributes, right? Like I don't think I'm omnipotent.
I can
Everything
agree.
has-
I can agree with you. So what's the problem with that?
I would say that that obviates a lot of problems that arise if you don't agree with that, and maybe you do actually believe this.
It doesn't make any problems because I can agree with it. So that's why I was saying what you're saying is bullshit.
Okay, so
doesn't cause any problems. That's basically what I was saying. Is that
see.
God is throughout everything. He's ever present in all things, but ever hidden. But like no individual person is God. So like,
Would
I
you
mean,
agree with the statement that
like you're basically just saying God
individuals-
is everywhere, bro.
Well,
Right?
would you agree with the statement that individuals can progress towards unity with divinity?
No.
Well,
I
then
don't
there is an
believe you
ontological
I
distinction
don't-
between humans and God.
I don't believe you could become right one with God as one thing, because then you would become God.
Okay, well, why not? Why would people not be able to progress towards that?
Because God created people to not be Him. He
Okay, so then you do
separated-
have an ontological distinction between humans and God. You do have basically a duality where there's creation.
It's
and
not a
created, and they're
duality.
both distinct.
There literally is. Like there's God and then there's creation. You don't see that?
I would say that I don't necessarily agree that the two are distinct.
Well, I mean, that's kind of dumb.
Okay, why is
You
that dumb?
Because you only believe in the physical world then. You don't even believe in the spiritual world.
No, I believe in all kinds of different planes.
And
of
that's
existence.
basically in line with the Kabbalistic Luciferian thinking that, you know, like everything is like shards of God and they can collect it all back
I'm
into
not
one
getting that
thing.
from Kabbalistic Luciferianism. I'm getting it from.
I'm just saying it parallels the same ideology as Kabbalistic Luciferians. What you're
Okay,
saying.
well, just saying it parallels it doesn't make it wrong. That you're not
Becoming one with
disputing what
God,
I'm
that's
saying.
their goal. You know?
Yeah, that's the goal of
No, they don't want to
Hinduism
become.
and
No, they don't
Sikhism
want
as
to become
well.
one with God. They want to be
make them
better than
Kabbalistic and
God.
Luciferian. Like I don't
No,
get this. Like you.
No, sorry. Lucifer doesn't want to become one with God. He wants to be better than God.
No, I'm
So
saying the
that's-
Kabbalistic understanding, they want to unify with God as one thing.
No, no.
Why is that
no,
wrong?
No, you're wrong. They want to be better than God.
So that's when you get deeper into like Masonry, right? Luciferian Satanism, where they want to go from 9 to 11 and supersede God without God.
Yeah.
That I understand.
Yeah.
But I'm saying the original, like if you just look in the core of the Kabbalistic understanding, they believe that everybody has a shard of God in them. They believe God exploded as like a sphere in the beginning, and the essence of God is scattered throughout all mankind. So they believe
they want to
need
make
the
two
force.
sticks one stick.
Hold on.
They want to make two sticks one
They
stick.
believe
right?
they need to force, right, humanity, right, down as far as they can into depravity so that the shards of God leaves those people and goes up into the higher rungs.
Yeah,
which
you're
they
talking
believe
about
they-
left-hand path, but what does this have to do with, like, just saying that there's
What I'm
people that
saying
believe
is-
X doesn't disprove X? Like, the question I asked you is how you know that the thing, my worldview, is false.
So what I'm saying is God created all things. You know what I mean?
Okay, how do you know that there's a distinction between created things and the creator?
Well, because they didn't exist before he created them.
They didn't exist in their current form, but it's very
they
likely,
didn't
it's very
exist
possible that
at
their
all.
essence existed.
Some
so you
things
understand, like in a
There's
more
a
dharmic
designer.
paradigm, I'm not going to call myself like a Hindu or whatever, but in
There's a
a dharmic
designer.
paradigm, the belief is that in the beginning there was only the ultimate, the what you call God, the logos, right? The Brahman, as they call it. But that as time went on, these individual differences happened as the individual souls fell out of the understanding of the oneness, and they entered what was called illusion or Maya. And this was what brought about the physical world. And that the individual souls, part of this illusion is that the individual souls are distinct from the one, and that basically their journey through the various physical planes is the rediscovery of the self, that they really are the one, and the merging back into the one.
Is that what you believe?
I would say that is, I wouldn't necessarily use all the terminology exactly, but I think that that's, broadly speaking, an accurate representation of what reality is.
I mean, you got to realize, if you really unpack that, though, right? It basically means that nothing matters.
No,
because
it means
because
that,
you
no,
because
it means
you
that everything
won't be you anymore, and
No,
no
you're-
one will be anyone else anymore. Everyone will return to that which they came, which is what it has always been and always will be.
Okay, why? How does that make it that nothing matters?
Because none of this would
stares
matter.
Rand stares himself blind on the word illusion, right?
Yeah.
That's what you focus on, and that's not the thing to focus on.
What's
it's I think JR is explaining our humankind being expelled from paradise would correlate to that.
The whole point of the human experience, right, is to basically create something. You got to understand, it's like we see this in the creation if we pay attention, that there's stages of life. And that if you see the human experience as the final stage, then you're missing the point. This is the beginning stage.
Yeah,
of a creation.
I don't see that there's a problem with saying that this is a beginning.
It's a learning process.
This is that we're very much on a journey. And
Yeah, but
what's the
why
final
would you
destination of
think-
the journey? Hold on, what's the final destination of the journey for you?
The final destination of the journey, right, for each individual is not the same. There are some individuals that their final destination ends in the trash can. There's some individuals that their final destination ends in the finality of the creation. This is
Okay,
a
so where do
process.
well, first of all, so what is the finality of the creation?
I believe perfection. I believe that's the goal.
Well, is perfection different from divinity?
I don't know what you're asking me right now.
Because you were saying that like humans can never become divine, but isn't perfection by definition divinity?
Human beings are in the process of becoming perfection or being discarded.
Okay, so but if they become perfection, is there any created thing that is absolutely perfect?
I don't know.
If they're in the process,
define
it seems to me that if
divinity.
they're in
There
the
might be
process
things. There are
of
things. There's so
perfection, they're
many
in the
things.
process of becoming divine, aren't they?
How could I know?
Well,
The
then,
thing
hang
that
on.
might
Well, then
be-
you don't know whether humans can become God or not.
The thing that might be perfect is the how everything works together. That might be how all these imperfect creations, like slightly imperfect, it's near perfect, but none of the creations might be perfect. But what is perfect is it all working together. and efficiently so. And yeah,
It's
that's
like
what I would say.
there's nothing special about individual bees. They all operate in a hive mind. If that's what God wanted, that's what he would have made. He wanted various types of individuals and expressions because he's collecting them for some type of reason. And what you need to understand is if he was going to just merge that all back into himself, none of this would even matter or make sense. It's not hard to grasp.
Okay, but
he wants individuality. It's
hold on, wait. But my point, the question that I keep asking that
why do people paint
you have
different
not seemed to even want to
You
answer.
don't understand, bro. You're looking at God. God is an artist.
My question
right?
I keep asking is because you keep saying, well, this is the nature of God, that's the nature of God. What empowers you to say that? How do you know?
Look at life, bro.
Okay, I look at life and I see
I'm telling you, God is an
makes
artist,
a lot of sense,
right?
based
Why do
on
I
what
say
I
that?
observe.
It's
So
fucking
appealing
obvious.
to subjective
These things are
things.
obvious. God is an artist. Is it wrong? No, he's an artist. He invented art. Yeah, like you got to understand. This is
well,
this
you
is
just
not
made a
complicated.
subjective appeal. Look at life. I look at life and I see my worldview making sense. You look at life.
All right,
you
well,
see
you're
your
a
worldview
loser.
making sense.
You know what I mean?
Okay, well, that's
Come on, Rand. Come on.
You're a loser.
That's so cheap. Rand, you should. I mean, can you just when somebody asks you a question, can you just answer that?
I'm just saying.
Instead, I mean, I'm asking you. Can you just answer it, right? I mean, that would be it would be so much more effective for the whole
What do you
conversation.
want me to
We're actually having a good conversation here.
What am I supposed to answer, bro? This man is a
Well,
fool.
just yes or no, or you know.
All right.
What
was the question?
Yes or no?
question
You know,
is
like a straight
how-
answer. You know?
or blue
what
or
is
red,
your
you know,
reason?
or Wednesday.
What is
I don't
your
know.
argument? Because you're trying to convince me, it sounds like, of your worldview.
What
You're
is
not
my
doing a very good
argument?
job of it. What is your argument for why you're correct and I'm wrong?
Because I stand with the truth. And you
Okay,
don't.
but you understand that's not a good argument. That's literally that's called the ad hoc fallacy. You're literally just saying it is because it is. You're not offering a reason for why I should believe that.
I know. Do you know why?
Because you're arrogant?
No.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you could perceive it as arrogance.
We understand. I mean, if you're just here to present what you believe, it's one thing. If you're trying to get other people to believe this is a terrible tactic. Like,
I ever
I'm
tried
not
to get anyone
anywhere
to
even
believe
close to believing what you believe now.
If I wanted you to
because you
believe,
haven't explained
then
why.
I'd lie to you. You'd believe my lies. The reason why you don't believe me is because I speak the truth and it conflicts with your clinging to
No,
the
the
lie.
reason why I don't believe you is because when I ask you why you believe what you believe, you can't give an answer. So you resort to like childish name calling. It's a really bad look.
Why do you believe what you believe? I believe what I believe because I've spent 33 years researching the truth. And
Okay,
this is
but
what I
no, but what is it about your belief system that convinced you that it was the truth?
You cannot believe in the truth,
I
guys.
don't have a belief
Stop.
system.
I hear so many people, Americans especially, I believe in it. You cannot believe in the truth.
I don't have a belief system.
Well,
If you believe
so
in
here you go. So
the
you
truth,
consistently
believe
now,
in the
what I've
truth,
asked you
it
this
might as
question
well
like
be a
5
lie.
times, and you haven't answered it a single time. Like, this is why people are not. This is why you are not successfully evangelizing to people.
You're not
when-
you're not successfully evangelizing either. So what can you provide me?
I can provide. I'm not here. First of all,
If
I'm
you
not here to
can't
try to
convince
tell you
me of
what
your
my belief system-
bullshit,
I'm here
right?
to try.
What can you
I'm here
teach
to
me?
try and figure out your belief system, but you're putting
Okay.
up roadblocks because
You're trying to teach me how to evangelize people, but you couldn't evangelize anything. So what makes you, you know what I mean, the authority on evangelization
This is
or even the
unreal. This is like-
techniques or
this-
tactics?
Literally, all you've
or
got is
methods?
fallacies. Literally, all you got right now is the tu quoque, which is
All you
another
have is
logical fallacy.
words.
You cannot
You just have
try and
words.
sidestep
You have a couple of
points
big
that I'm
words.
making. You
You
cannot
talk
just
about logical
sidestep the arguments I'm trying to
fallacies,
make or the question I'm trying to ask.
etymological.
Literally, the problem right now is that you don't want to answer a simple question.
The problem right
You're
now,
dodging, and that you seem to be
the
honestly
problem right
afraid to
now
answer
is
the
that you're a
question.
loser, right? You have
Okay, see, and
knowledge
that, like,
based
this is
on
all you've got.
nonsense.
This is all you've got. You've been exposed.
You know what I mean?
You've been exposed as a fraud,
I've been
and now
exposed.
you're getting defensive.
You've
and that's all you have
exposed
now.
me. You've exposed me.
Yeah,
Oh
I
no,
have.
I'm
because I
exposed.
expose you as being incapable of answering simple, like
What's the
the
question
audience
again?
can see. This is if I ask
What's
you
the
a
question
question
again?
about your philosophical
Hello,
system,
pussy boy. What's the question again?
turn into a dork.
Hello, pussy boy. What's the question again?
The question,
The
for
question.
now the 10th time for you to again not answer and dodge,
What is it?
what is it that convinced you that your specific paradigm is correct?
God.
Okay, how did you know that it was God convincing you?
Because I've lived it.
How do you know that your quote unquote lived experience relates to what God believes or thinks or is?
Well, you asked me 3 questions. I answered 2 of them. Now I'm going to ask you a question. How do you know anything?
How do I know anything? I would
Anything.
say that I'm on a journey of realization to try to know things. That's why I'm asking questions.
How does that answer my question? How do you know anything?
How do I know anything?
Hmm?
I would say that finally one hopes that the usage of their faculties, their logical faculties, gets one to something approximating the truth. But once you get to a certain point, you realize that finally that your own perceptions can only get you so far, and that you need to have experience of some sort of higher being that has a higher understanding.
So God?
Yeah.
And your life experiences. Basically what I just said. That's how you know anything.
Yeah, but my point is that, see, you understand
If
the
you
fundamental
rephrase
difference.
the
No, the
simple thing that
fundamental
I said
difference between
in
yourself and
extremely
myself is that
complicated
you're
terms
out there saying
in
that
an
you have it
attempt
all
to
figured
sound
out. You're out
intelligent,
there. No, you're out there claiming you have everything.
you are a
figured out.
pseudo
I'm not.
intellect, sir.
I'm not out there
You
claiming.
know what a
I have
pseudo
everything
intellect is? That's you.
Okay, do you have an actual argument? Because
I know that you like to use big words in an attempt to sound intellectual, but you're not actually intelligent.
Then when I call you out on it, then when I ask you
Yeah.
basic questions, this is what you turn into. You
No,
turn
I mean
into
you
a
don't
petulant
you don't
little
have the
child
ability to
who
know
needs
anything.
to answer basic questions.
Yeah.
What's the basic question? I answered 2. What's the third one?
No, I've noticed this too, Rent, and I don't dislike you at all. I actually like the way you converse it, but you're being dishonest, right?
In what way?
Well, in a conversational way.
He's not even asking me real questions, Voynich. You're being
No, I'm asking you fundamental questions that you need to be able to answer if you want to
what
be a
defines a
sure.
real question from an unreal question?
You want to know how I know things.
No, you can't answer that.
You want to know why I
What
believe
defines
things.
a real
This is such
answer?
a
You
general-
just said that his questions were not real.
These questions aren't real. How do you know anything? How do we know anything? Right? I just told him,
If
yo,
you're
I
talking
did
about
mad years
your
of
ultimate
research.
theory of reality, you need to deal with these questions.
He's not satisfied with anything. Don't you
No,
understand
can't
that?
run
No
away
matter
from
what
these
I
questions.
tell him,
You
he's
cannot run
not
away from these questions.
satisfied.
You're trying to run away from these questions, but
What am I
these
running
are-
from? I answer questions all night. Go ahead and ask another one. I'll answer it for you, and then you can tell me I ran from it and didn't
Okay,
answer.
how do you know that your experiences correspond with the reality of who God is?
The same way everybody understands every experience, how they can correspond that anything happens.
Okay, hold on. So again, you're right. Everybody does have these insights. The problem is that everybody
ignore
comes
them.
to different conclusions, and you're the one arrogantly going up saying, "Well, I've got the reality and nobody else does." What makes you think?
When
what
did I
gives
say
you a reason to believe
You
that
just made that up.
using your life experiences have come to a
When
superior
did I say
reality?
I
than
have the
everybody else's
reality
life?
and no one else does? When did I say those words?
No, I didn't say you didn't say nobody else did, but you said
That's
that
what you just said I
No,
said.
you said that your
So you
experiences
correcting
gave
yourself?
you the truth, and other people's experiences like mine don't give me the truth. They give me lies.
Saying that it's not the truth.
Okay, how do you know that?
Because you're not going to become God. It wouldn't make any sense. None of this would matter.
How
It
would
wouldn't make any sense.
wait. Why would that? No, see, you're just making these claims without
Yeah,
justifying them.
I
need
can
you to
absolutely
justify the
make
claim
these
that it
claims.
wouldn't make sense.
I can
for human
absolutely make
beings
these
to-
claims. Like I could say this, right? You will never become a tree. I can say that. I can make that claim. And how do I know that? Because I have fucking common sense. Is that
So
good enough for you?
No, hold on. So common sense,
Yeah,
can tell you that in the entirety of the huge
The same way I know
diversity
you're not
and
going to be
array
a tree.
of existence and spiritual experience and all the different planes of existence we're in, we know that our individual souls will never merge with the one.
You're not going to be a tree, right?
No.
You're not going to be a seahorse.
How do you?
You're not going to be a mountain. You're not going to be a spaghetti noodle. You're also not going to be God. I can say all these things.
How do you know that? You're just making the claims. You're not justifying that.
You know what? I'm a genius. That's how I know.
Okay, so again, we have your appeal to the superiority of your.
Do you believe you're going to be a tree?
Do I believe I'm going to be a tree? I think it's doubtful.
How do you know that?
How do I don't know it. I said it's doubtful, not that I know I'm not going to be a tree.
This is the thing. You're too fucking stupid to even understand that you're not going to be a tree. We're not even on the same
you're
level.
too stupid to understand.
We're not even on the same playing field.
Try poke holes
You
in your
exist
argument.
in a reality where you could possibly become a tree. See?
God
That's
can make him
different.
a tree.
You're not.
I mean,
reality,
there's so many
obviously.
problems with this claim. Like
We're
we don't exist in a reality where we could possibly become a tree, but we exist in reality with an omnipotent God, right? So we could theoretically become a tree if God's choice is that we become a tree, right?
Nope, you ain't gonna become a tree. I'm positive.
How do you know that?
I'm positive.
So hang on. So you are God, because then
I'm not God.
Only God is
I'm not
100% certain of anything.
I'm
Only
just
God
positive
is omniscient.
that
So
you're
claiming
not gonna be a
omniscience now
tree.
makes you God.
I'm just positive that you're not gonna be a tree. Can you prove me wrong?
Okay, that's called appeal to ignorance. That's also a bad argument tactic.
What's the appeal to ignorance?
Just saying, like, you understand the burden of proof needs to be on you because you're the one making positive claims.
I need to ask you a
To be
question.
the one that proves your system. And so
Have you
far,
ever gotten
awful.
the shit kicked out of you till you like pissed blood?
No, like literally right now, you
I
are
just wanna know.
clowning yourself because you're being asked basic questions.
Have you ever gotten
This
the
is
shit
your
kicked out of you,
response.
JR? I need to know.
Does this have anything to do with the debate?
Yeah.
Okay, what does this have to do? What
I
is
just need
this
to know if you ever
diversion,
got the
this-
shit kicked out of you, bro.
What does
It's
this
important.
diversion have to do with the debate? What does this have to do with
Listen,
the actual
stop
point
trying
that
to
we're discussing?
sidestep
No,
my
what-
debate tactics, okay, sir, and answer the fucking question.
I'm not answering your dumb off-topic questions because you're.
Why do I gotta
afraid-
answer your
because
dumb
you're afraid
off-topic
to
question?
Answer my basic questions because you got owned in this debate.
All your questions
You
are
lost
bullshit.
the debate. Now you're trying.
This
to,
isn't a debate. It never was.
You made it a debate because you made these.
It was never a
retarded
debate.
claims and then couldn't
All right.
justify them.
There was never a debate. You tried to make it a debate. You want to justify
No, what I did
nonsense.
was I asked basic questions, which you were.
None of your
failed to answer,
questions
and you
are
got butthurt.
real. It's all bullshit. What is your fucking point, sir? What is your fucking point?
My point is, you came on incredibly
I've been
certain
here.
of your world.
I've been here. I am
Yeah,
certain. I have the
don't
truth.
care.
I
don't
wouldn't
care how
speak
long you've been
lies.
here. Quit.
I don't think you
trying
have
to
it.
move the goalpost because you're afraid of
What
actually hearing
goalpost?
my critique.
Where is the goalpost? What are we fucking playing? Soccer or football? What are you talking about?
Okay, this is impossible. This is like arguing with a baby. I'm sorry. Like, I came on here.
Yeah, I don't play your
I
intellectual
came on here
bullshit games.
trying to
You want
figure
to bring
out
some
what it is
real
that you
shit?
believe and why you
Bring
believe
some
it.
real shit.
You're very
You want to come at
arrogantly
me sideways
pushing
like
a
a fucking
specific
bitch ass
worldview,
motherfucker?
and then when you're
I'm gonna treat
trying
you like
to
a
be your
bitch ass
call out on it,
motherfucker.
this is where you
You
go.
know what I
You
mean?
can't actually make a logical argument.
We
for
can make a
why
logical
you're correct
argument,
and
but
I'm
you're
wrong,
acting like a
so you
bitch ass
descend into this
motherfucker.
childishness.
Yeah, let's get down to it. You know what I mean? Let's get down to the brass taxes of this argument. What is
Yeah,
your
okay,
fucking point?
That's what I've been trying to do since I've been on here, and you've been
Yeah,
putting up
tell me
hurdles
what
that
your
I can't
fucking
quit.
point is, you fucking pussy. Tell me.
My point, my questions, the questions I'm asking you is how you can
You
be
ask a lot of
certain
fucking questions.
how you can be certain of your system and why it's correct.
Listen, how can anyone be certain on anything? You got to have something, right? You got to have
You
something.
gotta have something. No.
How can we be certain?
No.
Do you
How
even
can
know where you are right
your
now?
insights are superior
Do
to
you,
mine or other
are
people
you
that
are
disagree
you
with me?
conscious on the panel with me? Can we be certain of this? How do we know?
Be as certain as we are.
How do
of
we know
anything.
we're not in
Yeah,
a virtual
but-
reality that
I don't
feels
think
like
you're
fucking
understanding. I don't think
reality?
you're understanding the difference.
How do we know?
Difference between, because you're trying to make an equivalence between yourself and myself. The difference between yourself and myself is that I'm not here claiming that I'm right about everything. I've got everything figured out. You are
So
I need you to.
You're just here to disagree and offer nothing in return, right?
No, I'm here to try and tease out why it is that you believe what you believe.
Oh.
And so far, you haven't given me anything.
Exactly, because you're not here in a genuine context, so I'm not going to give you a genuine answer. You're here to play a game, and I'm going to fucking play you like your game that you're trying to play. You know what I mean?
Okay, that's it. So you're just going to. So when actually asked to justify,
you want to get down to real questions
and clam up and be a petulant child.
Let's get down to
and
real.
You wonder
questions.
why people don't take you seriously.
What is it that I said that you disagree with? Tell me.
That there's an ontological distinction between humans and God.
Okay, and how do you prove that?
How do I prove that there is not an ontological distinction between humans and God?
Yeah.
One undertakes a spiritual journey and hopes to gain insights. The difference between you and me is that I'm not out there saying I 100% know that, and I'm going to be completely arrogant and dismissive towards people who disagree with me. You understand? That's the fundamental difference between the two of us, and that's why you get stuck in this problem of you are going around making these absolute
I'm not
claims.
stuck. You're stuck.
No, you're going around making these absolute claims, and then you're leaving yourself open to people to ask these questions about how you know these things. And then when you respond in the bizarre, insecure way you responded tonight, everybody laughs at you and thinks you're a clown. So how about you just...
But JR, I don't owe you anything. Do you know that?
But Red isn't now. He's the first two letters
up here
of
on
his,
the panel.
He's a recreational arguer. You know, that's what he does. He argues for recreation. That's it. This is his hobby.
It's just for fun.
It's just for fun. So, you know, you shouldn't take him serious.
But yo, in the reality, if you did want to learn, I would absolutely teach you, and I would show you why I believe these things, where I got it from, how I came to these understandings.
Why not doing that? Why not do that right now?
Because you have to earn respect, motherfucker, and that's what you don't understand.
Okay, so this is all you've got. So basically,
no, it's not all I've got. I've got a lot.
All you've got is
I've been sharing shit all night.
I don't even consider you. This is what every other loser that has been afraid to debate me. Jim Bob did the same thing.
Not afraid of anybody.
You don't even deserve.
Bro, I'll slap you in your fucking mouth, bro. I'm not afraid of nobody.
No, I think you're afraid of the questions that I'm asking, which is why you keep dodging them.
I'm not afraid of your questions. I debate idiots all day.
Okay, I'll put answer my fundamental questions.
I'll put you in a bucket one step above an Illumitomy. All right, that's where you fall in my categories of buckets. It's not very high on the scale.
So again, you're going to continue to pontificate.
You're an Illumitomy with higher vocabulary, but I'm promising you that vocabulary is a front because you're not actually intelligent. And I can tell this by the way you articulate your brain patterns in the way that you think and the things that you
I don't care what
in the speed that you can think.
Right now, all I know
you're like a tortoise rattling off giant words that you barely understand.
You're afraid to answer questions. You're a fraud. You're a clown. Nobody's taking you seriously.
But you're still gargling my nutsack currently.
You still have that chart,
right?
Okay, well,
I'm a fraud.
That you are having faced
you're a fraud.
Terrible opponents. You're in the bottom 4 of worst debate opponents I've ever dealt with in my life. Like you have lost this so badly.
Okay.
You're unable to answer basic questions. You made yourself look like a fool now in the panel with everybody watching, and everybody's going to know now that you cannot answer the basic questions about your worldview that you're so convinced that you spent 33 years studying. All somebody has to do is ask a fundamental question. It all collapses, and you have to run this insecure defensive posture.
Nothing's collapsed.
Whining and screaming about the other side's
I could answer every question.
Amen.
You could answer every question. But you don't.
I could answer every question, JR. You come from a cult.
Cool.
You came here as a cult agent.
How come you have failed to answer
How come you're a cult agent sent here from a cult? You came to tongue my balls for someone else?
Are you ready to be a grown-up big boy and answer my questions?
What is that? What's the questions?
How do you know that your beliefs correspond to reality?
I read it in a book.
Why would reading in a book make it correspond to reality?
Which book?
I used my discernment.
Okay, so that's your discernment, but why, how do you know that your discernment corresponds to what reality is and you're not being deluded in some way?
I've been wrong a lot.
Okay,
And
so
through the
but
process of elimination, I've landed on the truth.
how do you know that's the truth and that you're not just wrong again?
There's nothing left.
There's nothing left.
That's it. I'm down to the bare core.
What is it that makes this one, what you think is the only other possible option, superior to all the other options that you've looked at?
Because all other paths lead to Luciferianism like a vortex.
Okay, first of all, what is Luciferianism and why is it bad and why should we avoid it?
What is Luciferianism? That's a good question, right? Luciferianism is the belief system set up by Lucifer. It's also referred to as like the mystery occult religion, etc., etc.
Spirituality, New Age.
Whatever you want to call it, it's all the same thing. It's all Satanism.
Okay, so what is it though? What is the belief of Luciferianism? Is it the belief that humans and divinity are not distinct? Or that creation and creator are not distinct?
Luciferianism is not about belief, it's about acts. Actually, it's about ceremonies, it's about all inversion of life.
So
right?
what it's about?
It's about death.
Here's what it's about.
It's about death. It's about accusation. It's about exclusion.
It's about refusing to acknowledge.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's about refusing to acknowledge the plan of God with your free will given to you by God. It's to rebel against God. That's what Luciferianism is in a nutshell. It's to try to take the power, take your own destiny, your own life into your own hands, right? In rebellion without God, to abandon God himself, the one that created you, to walk away from him. This is Luciferianism.
Yeah, I would agree.
The worship of the mind.
I would,
because it's like this, right? Like I could be with people and I am intelligent enough to manipulate all of them and outwit them and steal from them and take from them and kill them and hide their bodies and not get caught from the crimes. I can do all these things. And if I were to start indulging in this, I would be a Luciferian. But I choose righteousness and I choose not to do all these things. Instead, I choose to use what I know to help the people around me, even though it cost me money, resources, time, effort. It's counterproductive to what I'm trying to do as far as building and progressing my own life. This self-sacrifice is the opposite. And you'll notice that Luciferianism is permeated throughout all these different, religions with the mystery occult, which is the hidden knowledge.
So Luciferianism, from my understanding, is actually dualism, right? It's the belief that there's some sort of distinction between oneself and God, in which the self is superior, that the self and God are the enemy, that it's the notion, it's reinterpreting the story of the serpent in the garden as the good guy and God's the bad guy. And that basically we need to resist the current God regime, right? It's sort of similar to ancient heresies like Marcionism, which saw that the creator was evil and that we need to sort of usurp power from the creator, which is the opposite of what I believe or what any of the systems that have this monistic worldview believe. So I don't see how you've in any way disproven
It's
my
weird.
system.
It's weird because there are parts, right, where you might see something masquerading as being the one and only God, but it also being Satan. So if someone was to rebel against that, right, that would be seen as Satanism. But at the same time, right, that was the goal, in itself, was to turn good into evil and evil into good. It was to take like the religions that are supposed to be, operating under God and to make them the actual evil. Therefore, anyone who would rebel against that would be seen as evil and they would actually be good. You see, that's the goal of evil, is to invert everything that God created, to make true lies and to make lies true.
Wait, so do you think that evil has like an ontological existence in and of itself?
God created it.
Okay, but I don't see. I don't agree with that. I think
What?
that evil is itself an illusion. I think
God
ultimately-
created, right? Like you could say offspring, the sons of God, and a portion of them rebelled. And this is evil. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, he understood that this would happen. So, you know, he created the ability for evil to exist, and these entities chose evil.
Okay,
It
but
was an
does
option.
evil actually exist, or is it just simply privation of good? Like, because I don't believe that evil is something that has an actual existence in and of itself. I don't think that
So
there's
look,
ultimate.
you could go at it like Einstein, right? And you could say, you know what I'm saying, is there actually cold, right? Or is it just the absence of heat? Is it actually evil, or is it just the absence of good? You could say that, right? Like Einstein. But yo, the reality is, I don't care what you tell me, right? When you are in the presence of cold, right? It has a feeling. It's not like you're just like, oh, I wish there was some heat. You're fucking cold, right? It has different effects. When you are in heat, you know what I mean? You feel heat. It's totally different. Now, when you're walking with God, you feel a certain way. And when you're walking in darkness, you feel a certain type of way. It's not like there's just God's missing. At a certain point, right? There's actually a presence of evil. And I've personally experienced this. I've walked with the fucking devil. So I can tell you with great certainty that evil is something in itself created by God.
No, but see, my point is that even the devil would be simply a being that is making bad choices, that's not living in accordance with that the devil is not just an ontological evil in and of himself. Because if you did have that, you'd end up with dualism, right? You'd end up with, okay, there's a good God and an evil God competing, which would make a ridiculous, chaotic paradigm.
Well, you're misunderstanding. So we do have a spiritual war happening. Okay. You have God, right? The creator of all things existing outside of this physical realm. Now, you have forces of evil fighting against forces of good. Okay? As part of this physical realm, this is part of the realm. You understand? Good versus evil. It's always been this way. There's nothing you could do to get around that. Okay? Here's the thing. God is not being challenged in any context. He's allowing this all to take place for a reason. This is the process of perfection. You have to understand what it is to suffer. So you have something has to cause suffering on you for you to understand, to really know. See, we wanted to know good and evil. In order to know what it is to cause someone else harm and suffering, you have to feel it. And it's not going to be pretty. When you feel suffering, it's going to suck. Yeah, it sucks that has to exist. But in order for you to be able to be good, to not want to hurt things, you got to be able to be hurt. And this is the weird dynamic of this physical existence. This is why it's such a weird conundrum. But yo, if you understand,
did we choose to come into the world and have all this happen to us?
Yeah.
It's gaslight.
I think that's the most stupid statement to make. Actually,
Well, that's what
we chose misery.
Well, it's not that we chose misery. It's that we wanted to know good and evil, right? That's what it says. So we ate the fruit.
No, well, hang on. Well, did we all eat the fruit, or did one person eat the fruit?
I mean, I think that God wouldn't damn everybody. Like, you got to understand, God is benevolent. So I think he had given everyone the chance to either be perfect or fucking, you could know good and evil, but you have to go through a process, and you might not make it at the other end.
I don't think he gave me the
not
chance.
written in there,
He did not give me the chance when I was a baby of whether I wanted to eat the apple or not. I was born into a world that was a mess.
I think Adam and Eve is an allegory.
But my point is that it doesn't look like nobody I've ever known had the chance to live in a perfect world or to live in the world that they live in now. Or if they did have that chance, it would have been before they incarnated into this existence.
I mean, I think that it's possible that we chose to fucking become physical beings. You don't think it's possible?
Okay.
That we chose?
I would think that I think it's more than possible. My point is that I think that we absolutely did end up in the realm of physicality by choice, but that that was a process.
I think like the Garden of
disaggregating
Eden.
from the one.
Because, like, yo, you got to realize, bro, I can't see God punishing everyone to physicality for the actions of one person. This doesn't make sense. But now what I could imagine is that he gives every brand new soul this option, and everyone chooses this option. I could see
How
it.
do you know everyone? You can't know that.
I mean, everyone that's here, because we chose, like, if we're here, we chose the option. That's how I would know. You know what I mean?
Circular, dude.
Well, that's the point. That's how it works. What do you want? You want something that's not perfect? If it's circular, it's perfect. We're here because we chose. How do I know? Because we're here. You know what I mean? We wouldn't be here if we didn't choose the physicality. I'm just saying, you have a brand new soul. It's never experienced anything, right? God gives this soul like free will. And it's like, yo, if you want to know good and evil, you know what I mean? You eat you eat this fruit and then you become a physical being. And it explains that, yo, before, you know what I mean? They didn't know they were naked. They didn't know anything. And then you're born in the physical reality and you know you're naked and you have all this shit. But like, you are a soul. Now you're in a physical body. You know what I mean? How did that happen? You know what I'm saying? Because there's no other animals walking around fucking conscious, talking, thinking about reality, trying to figure out God. You know, like none of this exists outside of human experience. So we're obviously a fucking special thing inside of this body. Can we at least agree on that? How the fuck did we get here? I mean, I don't think God is just like, yo, I'm just gonna
By force,
randomly,
by deception, by any kind of means.
So, yo, maybe we made the decision to eat the fucking apple, each one of us, and now we have to learn what good and evil is. And now if we pass the test, you go on. If you don't, you don't. I mean,
And somehow we're not remembering this.
like, does none of you feel like this has always just been a test? Is that not like fucking,
No,
come on, bro, wake
no,
up.
no.
Well, what's
So,
the point then?
Okay,
Just
so
just to
well,
live here
okay,
for
so
fucking
just let me
100
explain to
years
you.
and die?
Let me explain to you why I disagree with
Just live to die,
Earth
right?
being
Yeah, come
a
on.
school or a test, because I think that we've been programmed for so long, for so many generations, that this is part of our programming. We cannot make any sense of this world if it's not a test, because we went to school.
What would
See,
be the
that's
point, Voynich, if there was
dude.
no
Okay, dude, this is what I'm saying. This question lives in you because we've all been programmed. I'm not
What
saying
would
that
be the
you've been
point?
programmed. I say that I've been programmed in the same manner, and I
Voynich.
see the program in that claim.
Voynich,
That's what I'm.
look at the
Are
way
you
the
hearing
world
what I'm?
is
Are
right
you
now.
hearing what I'm saying?
You don't see the crazy,
Are you hearing what I'm
spectacular,
saying?
the
Are you? You
spectacular
don't hear what
events?
I'm saying. Okay, so
I
if you
hear
don't
what you're
hear what,
saying. You're saying we're
okay,
programmed, that we're programmed from school, so we think it's a test. But I beg to differ. I say,
okay.
yo, look at the world, right? Look at the world. Every human being has a decision to make, okay? And it's a very fundamental decision, right? You can do what you know in your heart to be wrong, and you can have a good life in this physical reality. Or you can do what you know to be good. But this good, right? Where does it come from? Right? No one can actually tell you like where the origin, the source of good is and have some kind of definitive proof. And this is why a lot of your questions, JR, I tell you are fucking retarded and they're not real because a lot of these questions cannot be answered. Like if you tell someone, why do you believe in God? You know what I mean? It's like I have a lot
Well,
of
no, I
reasons.
can tell you exactly
But
why I believe in God.
But there's nothing that I can actually tell you that will convince an atheist to believe in God. Trust me, I've sat there and talked to atheists forever. There's nothing you will tell an atheist as to why you believe in God that will make them believe in God.
Yeah,
There's no evidence.
that's because of epistemic problems with atheism as a whole. But my point is that
so there's nothing that I can tell you in most cases
not
that
an
would be
atheist,
sufficient
somebody
for
who's
you
open. You
to
understand?
accept my
I'm
point.
somebody who's on a spiritual journey who's open-minded, and I'm
Right.
open-minded to what you have to say. The problem is that you're presenting it so poorly that I can't go along with it.
Okay, fair enough. How much time do you have?
How much time do I have? You mean like now?
Yeah, like to actually dedicate to this spiritual journey. Because if you really want to know, like I'll have conversations with you. It'll take a long time. If you want me to really unpack 33 years of research as to
Well, you
why
can
I
give
believe
me
what I
just a
believe.
simplified. I mean,
You
can
can't
start by
simplify.
just giving me a reason to believe that
Listen,
your
JR.
paradigm makes more sense than mine.
JR, if you think that I could unpack the reality in a nutshell, in a simple conversation, if you think it can be simplified, then you haven't even begun your spiritual journey.
Well, then how about this? How about then at the very least you can just, when I ask a question, you can answer the question.
How about this? Ask questions that could be answered with yes or no. And I can always give you an answer. But when you ask open-ended questions about things that really can't be proven, almost demanding proof, a lot of the times I'm going to give you some stupid shit because you're not being fucking solid in what you're trying to do.
I'm trying. No, what I'm the questions that I'm trying to ask you
I
are
see through your
epistemic
facade,
questions.
JR.
I'm trying
so
to
you
ask
can
you
stop putting
how
it up.
it is that your system that you seem very convinced to be the correct
I'm trying to
system
wait
provides more
until you
transparency.
come real. I want you to come real. Drop your facade with your big word bullshit and come to me like a real human being. Because I can use big words too. But I want to communicate with you. I'm not over here trying to be a pseudo intellect.
Okay, if you want to communicate, if you want to communicate that with me, then
Yes, you are.
Tell me.
Yes, you are, Ren.
Tell me how it is.
Yes, you are.
That you know
You are.
that
You're
this
not
is
trying to be a.
I'm
a
not trying to
pseudo-
prove shit.
You're not trying to be a pseudo intellectual because pseudo intellectual. I mean that's how do you say it? A tautology. You know, you're saying it twice. You're trying to be an intellectual. That makes you a pseudo intellectual. If you're trying to be a pseudo intellectual, what does that mean?
I'm saying he's over here trying to be an intellectual using big words.
Yeah, you
The
said it
point
wrong.
is how
He's
you
being a
said earlier
pseudo-intellect-
is
he's
because
being
of
a
energy. That's the
pseudo-intellectual.
point.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
His energy's all fucked up. You know what I mean?
Because they want energy.
There's the demon hunter. What I'm saying is come real, right? And then we could have a fucking discussion and actually get down to it. You know what I mean? You want real answers? Come with real questions.
Hey, so JR, somebody in chat is constantly calling you a Muslim like it's a bad thing. Like you're a
Yeah,
closet
I mean,
Muslim.
I would not identify as Muslim. I have a lot of respect for Sufi mystics. Some of the people that I've read.
I think I have a pretty good idea who that is, but
I think
He's
JR
in
is
this toilet
closer
floor.
to a Gnostic kind of occultist almost.
Okay.
I think JR likes the
you can
occult.
attach whatever labels you want to me. I just think that they're silly and dumb. And labels, whether you're calling me Muslim, whether you're calling me Gnostic, whatever, occultist, whatever, that those labels that are attached really don't actually like mean anything other than just that the person attached to them doesn't know what the hell they're talking about. So
I know that your beliefs align with some of the occult beliefs, and I know that your beliefs align with some of the Gnostic beliefs.
okay, so
Is
what's
that
wrong
crazy
with
to say?
what's the problem though? So my belief and some of your beliefs align with
I'm just
occult
fucking
beliefs
stating a
too.
fact.
By virtue of believing that there's a spiritual reality, some of your beliefs align with Gnosticism and occultism as well, because they also
Well,
believe
that's
in
a
spiritual
loose.
reality.
That's a loose connection. I'm saying very solid connections.
Okay, so what?
So it's what I'm saying. Am I
Then
lying?
maybe I mean I'm not necessarily in favor of quote unquote occultism or quote unquote Gnosticism, but you can't just dismiss
have a
something by
religion?
saying it's Gnostic or it's occult, right?
Okay,
Like you have to
do you have
give
a
me
religion?
something more solid than that.
Do you have a religion?
Do I have a specific religious commitment at the moment?
Do you have a religion that you believe in or align with closest?
I guess you could say perennialism.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah, really. What the fuck is that?
It's the notion that
Well, why don't you
there is
use a simpler
fundamental
fucking
truth
word?
in all the world religions.
Why don't you use a simpler word?
Because he's a fucking
Look
backward.
at the bottom of your thing, JR. Traditional culture preservation society. What is that? Like, Why can't
His
you be
channel
normal?
name.
Like, why are you trying to be something that you're not?
Because he's a pseudo intellect.
Like, he's trying to be a pseudo intellect.
That's what I'm
Whatever.
saying.
he's
So what-
trying-
okay,
he's
so
trying to-
what-
you-
so,
he's
hey,
trying to
have an
sound
actual
like
argument. Like
He's
if
trying
Pops
to
is trying
sound
to
like
argue
you're
against
smart.
me,
Use
rather
regular
than my
words.
points, is a sign that none of you guys know what the hell you're talking
Use
about.
regular words.
Hey, dude.
Use
Okay,
regular
so
words. No,
since
I'm not
since
your
he,
dude. So let's get that
hey,
straight.
Pops. Since he is trying to be what he calls himself, you are trying to be unfooled, right? You're unfoolable, right?
I asked him what his religion was. He said
Listen,
perennialism.
I understand
No,
the
dude.
words,
So,
but why
so
is he
since,
using them?
since he
Bro,
pretends,
perennialism. What do you
so
worship?
since-
Fucking
since-
flowers,
since you-
bro, that come up
since
once
you
a fucking year, bro? What are you talking about?
since you identify his
You a
screen name
perennial,
as a
bro?
pre-
What are you, a flower?
as a pretense, is your screen name also a pretense?
Yo,
But
what is
it doesn't matter. At
perennialism?
least you can
Please tell me.
understand my
You're
name.
not going to
What the
answer me,
hell?
right?
What-
You're not going to
no.
answer me because
I'm
you're the
gonna
father.
answer you.
Right?
I just answered you,
No,
donkey. I just
yeah,
answered
dude.
you. You're a donkey.
No,
I
you
just
didn't.
said at least you can understand my name.
What
and what
religion
it means.
is
what
perennialism?
Does traditional culture
Okay, so
preservation
you never heard of
society?
perennialism? That
No,
doesn't
tell
make it
me.
not real.
Tell me
What
what
is-
religion that is.
What is the underline of that anyway? Traditional thing, culture preservation. What is that?
It's he just explained it. It's the pattern that's recognizable in every religion.
It's the what?
The pattern.
The pattern?
The pattern.
Yeah, dude.
Mo, I'm lost here.
Okay,
The
hold
pattern.
on.
Of course
Hold
you're
on, I
lost.
just want to know, what
because
is
it takes intelligence.
perennialism?
Because it takes intelligence. That's
doesn't
actually
take
the
Motherfucker's a
definition.
perennial dog?
That's actually the definition of intelligence.
Yo, you a
recognizes
flower?
patterns when they're not obvious.
Right,
You are a
cool.
flower.
Now you're intelligent? Now you're intelligent?
It's a perennial.
What makes you intelligent?
This is, yo, they
Does she know
worship the
some fancy
perennial dog.
words? What makes you, you know what makes you intelligent?
He
Do
told
you
him.
know? What is it, fancy words
I
that make
just,
you
I
intelligent?
just told you. I just
They
told you.
sacrifice
Oh,
flowers.
so
to
you're a
flower
Webster
god.
dictionary, so that makes you intelligent.
This guy's over here with
No,
his
I don't use
thesaurus.
Webster's dictionary, dude. No.
Well, it seems like you're probably Googling when we talk.
Yeah, I mean that's. You think I Google when I
Oh,
talk?
you definitely Google. That's what your game is. You Google the word and then you come back and say you're a genius. Let's use common language. Let's use the average. Look, the average person wants simple English, just like
Dude,
the
I
Bible.
might Google a word, because it's not my first language.
Well, what is your first language?
What is this fucking stupidity, bro? What does it stand on exactly? Nothing? I don't understand. What am I looking at? Can you tell
This
me
is what I'm
about
trying to know.
Can you tell me about perennialism? It seems like a religion for fucking cucks that just want to say nonsense on panels.
No,
Is
that's
that what
you.
it is? Is it a
That's
meme?
you, that's you
religion?
and Pops. That's you and Pops.
No, it's not us. We're regular. We're regular
Of
people.
course, you will deny it straight away.
We're
Yeah.
down to earth
That's part of
people.
the
You people
symptom.
are
That's
nerds.
part of the symptom, dude.
You're the coward that
you
hides in
gotta-
the corner.
I
You
guess
know
you
what
got
it
to
is?
give yourself backwards
When
hand
the
jobs
shit hits
from a
the fan, you
zucchini.
want me in the foxhole with you, not some
You know what I mean?
perennialism.
Over here worshiping
asshole.
flowers. You know what I'm saying?
Perennialism. Give me a break.
Motherfucking eating salad flowers.
Total idiots.
Beta.
Not even real. These
That's
are
a
the
beta.
cowards that wore
That's a
masks
beta-
and got
that's a
and
beta
got the,
religion.
and got the magic
You
potion
gotta have
stuck
this
in your
fucking
arm.
street accent to be real, right?
It's a
Right?
religion of
All right,
betas.
you know what I'm saying? You gotta.
You
sound
don't like
a
my
kid on the
accent?
street to be real.
Doesn't matter to me. People
Right?
love my
No,
accent.
you gotta sound like you come from the street.
You sound
to
like
be
a
real.
knucklehead from another
I mean,
country.
you can recognize that I'm real because I
Hermeticism?
talk like
Hold
a
on,
street
hold on.
person,
It's getting
right?
thick. There we go. Hermeticism with Greek and Christian thought. Let's go into there. We're getting there. Here we go. I knew it was a cult.
The Kabbalah. See, the Kabbalah. There we
See,
go.
bro. Look, bro.
This guy's into Aristotle.
See, I
Plato
told you it was
bullshit.
all that fucking silly ass fucking nonsensical for schmabangles Kabbalah. I told you
Ivanovich,
this
what
shit
I
was coming
forgot,
out.
you don't even know. How's that sound?
Universalism. Yep. See, it's the one world fucking bullshit.
Sounds like you
whatever.
found your match, Pops.
The Theosophical Society. That's
I don't really match myself against people. I just try to be an
you
honest,
just call people
easygoing
stupid
guy.
and
But
they
when
don't
you
know
people
yo,
get
the
around your ass-
Theosophical
It sounds
Society
like
is
a
founded by a
fucking
bunch of
echo.
witches and Satanists, bro. Yeah, I mean,
Look,
of
there's
course.
your proof. There's your receipt. Of your
Schmabangles.
stupid words. that you use, and there's
Yo,
a
your
receipt up
fucking
top.
religion is nonsense, bro.
Perennialism.
What do you have to
Please.
say for yourself, J.R. Schmabangles?
Okay, how's my religion nonsense? Prove that my
Bro,
religion is nonsense.
Is over here fucking pushing universalism, which is the same bullshit pushed by the Theosophical Society.
Okay, so
made by
just making
Blavatsky,
connections.
bro.
See, that's all you could do is make connections. You could say,
Exactly,
oh, well,
we're making
this
connections.
is something that like some group I don't
Look
like.
at the
promote.
fucking antiquity, right? Gnosticism, Hermeticism, divine illumination, pantheism.
Okay,
What do
what's
we-
wrong? What is wrong with these systems? You need to first
Multiple
show me the
gods,
problem with
Bubba.
their
Fucking
system.
evil. That's what's wrong with
You're a
them.
fucking pagan. You believe in multiple gods.
Okay, so what? Like my point is,
What do you mean, so what? You don't believe in one
Well,
God.
what do you mean, so what? Yes.
So
Yes, the
what?
question.
Even first of all, I don't believe in multiple gods. I think I made it clear that I believe in
It says
one.
pantheism. If you believe all kinds of shit is God, that's pantheism.
I don't believe in multiple gods. I believe in one God. But my point is,
You believe
you're just
God
saying,
is
oh,
everything?
well, this is bad. This is bad. That's bad. Why is that bad? Why is what is the problem with my beliefs? Why are they bad in and of themselves?
'Cause it's
I'm just
wicked.
making connections to,
It's
this group I
evil.
don't like also believes this. How about you actually explain what is the problem with the belief itself?
All right, so like, start telling me the belief, and I'll tell you when it's a problem. Go ahead.
I think
Start
I
from the
told you
beginning.
the belief like an hour ago when I
You
said
just
that.
said, yeah, but what else? What else is the belief system? I mean, the whole religion is just that. That's it.
The ultimate fundamental underlying belief is that
That everything is God.
connected in oneness.
Uh-huh. And then what?
Oneness, that's evil.
But hold on.
no,
and,
how's
then,
that
and then what?
Go
Everything
read the
is one.
Satanic Bible and you'll understand.
Yeah, everything is one, and then what? Because that's
Okay, why is oneness? Why is everything being oneness evil?
because it's not.
Because it's not. It's evil because
Yeah.
it's not evil.
Yeah, because you can't make yourself equal with God. That's what oneness is. It's
How do
making
you know that
everything
you can't
equal
make
with
yourself
God.
equal with God?
Because you're saying that everything is one, everything is God. It's not. You're wrong.
Okay, no. Instead of just saying I'm wrong, explain to me how and why
It's
I'm
the
wrong.
same bullshit that all the occultists believe.
Okay,
All
again,
just
now
explained
you're-
it to you.
Oh, well,
It's not good
occultists
enough.
believe
And
this.
all right,
Why
I'll
is-
explain.
How does that make it wrong?
Because when
Tell
you
me a
believe
reason to
everything
it's
is
wrong.
God, then you believe you are God. When you believe you are God, right? You believe you can decide what's morally right and wrong. And then you could believe that since everything is God and it's all you, that anything you do is what you're doing to yourself, and so it's okay. And so then you end up with people being satanic, pedophile, fucking murdering, adrenochrome harvesting, Satanists. You know what I'm saying? This is what you get
that's
from the
that's
oneness.
slippery slope. So add
Yeah.
one more to the list of
The
logical
slippery
fallacies
slope.
we committed tonight. It's
the slippery slopes
belief
that you're on,
the
buddy,
belief that-
with your silly
belief
ass
that
religion
an fundamental ultimate oneness
that
is not-
nobody believes in
you
because
do
it's
whatever
bullshit.
you want.
You know what I
what I'm saying?
mean?
The belief that in fundamental ultimate oneness.
How many people believe in perennialism? I know one. It's you. That's it. That's how many people I know that believe in it.
Okay,
Seems
cool.
real
So
popular.
Do you understand that you still have not made any actual?
You know what? Maybe
serious
you're a
accusations
fucking
against
genius.
Anything I've said tonight.
Maybe you're a genius.
In your own mind, he gave you the answer, but you don't want to hear it.
You don't want to hear it. You can't handle
No,
the
the
truth.
only thing that you've got, the only thing you gave me is the stuff I believe is also what some Gnostic occultist believes. Therefore, it's false. Like that's not an argument.
Well, all you given me about your belief system was you believe basically everything's God, and then you said that's basically it. Well, what could I argue with? I guess we have to go to Wikipedia, which says that you're a fucking occultist fucking belief system. I mean, what
Hang on,
do you want from me?
wait. No, the problem is you haven't even.
The problem is you have told me one thing. Tell me two things.
Claim that everything's connected in one.
Okay, pussy. Tell me the second thing about your beliefs, and I'll tell you why it's a cult.
No, I'm trying to. We're still.
All right. What else do you believe besides everything is
is
God, which is heresy?
The monism,
Go ahead.
the idea that everything's one.
All right. Besides that heresy, which we've already defeated, what else?
So all you've got.
You cannot be equal with God. Therefore, all is not one. Stop.
Because you failed to answer.
I failed to answer what?
You don't want to hear.
You cannot become equal with God. You are not God. You are not going to be a tree. You're not going to be God. You're not going to go back to being one. All right. You're probably going to end up in the trash can.
You give me a reason to believe.
I'm just saying, you'll probably end up in the trash can. But If you come in honesty, maybe you won't end
nice
up in the
of
trash
you.
can. I'm just saying.
You gave him
There we
like
go.
5 answers, but he's
it's
still saying there's no answer.
You're just another religious fundamentalist saying unless you happen to follow my way, then you're damned for eternity because you didn't follow my arrogant but oh so humble opinion that I'm going to impose on the entire world. You're a retard. You're a clown. No wonder people don't
Clown,
take
you're
you
the clown. Where's the logic to your everything is one? Where's the
Hey,
logic?
JR, can you tell me one more thing about your religion that I know nothing about?
What religion is he? He don't even have a religion.
He worships flowers.
Oh, he worships flowers.
Yeah.
Come on.
It's perennialism, bro. He worships the perennial flower.
Oh my goodness.
Tell us some more
How
about
can you
your
argue
religion,
with
JR.
somebody if they really worship flowers? Can you really argue with that person? Don't
That's
even
what I'm
waste
saying.
the breath.
He's a fucking loser.
Go pray to a bunch of daisies and leave us alone.
They go pray to a daisy.
Yeah, go get a bunch of roses, pray to them. That's insanity. If that's
No, all is God,
You're
bro. He could pray to
you're actually
flowers.
saying that,
He's
hey,
one
Pops,
with the
you're actually
flowers?
saying that somebody that appreciates flowers is a fool. So you,
We're not appreciating and worshiping flowers are two different things.
Yeah, if you worship
have you
the
ever
flowers,
seen have you ever
you're
seen the
done.
reaction of your wife or your lady when you brought her some flowers?
So what's that got to do with praying to them? I
Yeah,
don't
you
give
don't
them to
pray
my
to them.
wife and she takes them in the corner and starts
I
praying. to
I
them.
never heard
Yeah, you don't pray
anybody
to them.
stating that they pray to flowers. That's
Well, he just said that's his religion. He prays to
He's a
flowers.
bro. It's perennialism.
I
Praise
don't
to the
think
flowers.
he said that.
Think about it.
Well, that's what I'm asking. But he's not.
He said
answering.
everything is God, bro. He prays to everything. Probably prays to rocks. You know what I mean?
God is
But he
separate.
doesn't pray to you.
God
He prays.
created everything.
He prays to
I mean, if
spaghetti.
you're God, if everything is God in his
It's
belief,
not our God.
he
It's
doesn't.
the
He doesn't pray to
Almighty
Pops,
God.
and he
There's
doesn't
only
pray
one.
to, and he doesn't pray
All
to
right.
Ren.
All right. How
that's
about
your
this?
actual
God.
God.
What
I
is?
think this is. I think this is what your problem is. That he doesn't admire you. That he doesn't.
But yo, if he believes
Oh,
that
this
everything
guy's
is
crazy.
God, then he has to believe that we're also God, and he better
Right.
respect
Donovan,
God.
I
then.
think you know what I
and
think
that's
you
where
are?
your
I think
problem.
you're a troll.
That is actually where your problem lies.
No, I think you're a troll.
But he's claiming everything is God. So why doesn't he respect everything then if everything is God?
Exactly. Right. You want respect.
You know what I mean?
We
Respect.
want respect. He wants respect.
I know. I see. I mean,
I'm just
guys-
saying,
you
what
guys are
else?
very-
What
you guys
else
are
does he
very
believe?
statements.
His fucking whole religion can't just be that.
A
All
violent
right.
should become a defense.
And here's the
lawyer.
reality.
Suck
Here's the
at it.
reality. He's not telling us what his real religion is because it's bullshit. And if we pull it up and we really dig deep
Hold on,
into
wait,
it,
wait, wait, wait.
it's super bullshit.
This guy with the
So-
Muslim thing is ridiculous.
He's a perennialist, bro.
A perennialist is not a Muslim.
Well, I'm interested. I don't know this Aang guy. I'd like him to hop on because right now I don't. Rant is just proving that he's a retard.
Bro,
So
you are a fucking hoe. Do you know what a hoe is?
Face.
You should change your name to hoe.
This guy Aang, what
All right.
about me is Islamic? Would you like to come on and have
There's
that?
nothing about you that's Islamic. You're a hoe. All right. If you were in Islam, you'd have to wear a fucking covering because you're a female. All right.
I think
Yeah.
Aang is not a
I
man. I
agree.
think Aang is a woman.
You couldn't be in Islam. They'd kill you for idolatry, for worshiping everything. All right.
In Muslim religion, believes only one God. God
Yeah.
is great. Allah. They don't believe in flowers.
Just one God. All right. Not
Cecil
everything.
Drake's looking like a fucking mummy by now, dude. You've been talking about this Egyptian stuff for too long. I mean, look at him.
Yo, do you believe inanimate objects are also God?
I believe that all things are a part of God. Like you seem to be acting like
Well, what else can you tell me?
God infuses things, therefore we should worship every single little thing. No, I don't think we should worship every single little thing. But I think that God's energy infuses all things.
Okay, what else can you tell me about your religion? That can't be it.
I could tell
You know
you
what I mean?
one more thing I could tell you about my religion is that is not when I'm trying to proselytize the world and arrogantly go around saying everybody else that disagrees with me is wrong. Now you do that, so that's why I was scrutinizing your religion.
But that's about what you're doing. What does that have to do with your religion? What can you tell me about it? I'm asking you about it. What about
why do you want to know about my religion?
Because it's important.
It is important?
Yeah. Because you want to know about mine. So I want to know about yours.
No, the reason I wanted to know about yours is because you were loudly and arrogantly pushing it as the only possible truth.
Right. And since you disagree, let's see what your truth is. What else do you believe?
No. I'm thinking that. So my position is that.
Your position is you're just not going to answer any questions, but disagree with everything. I got it.
No, I don't disagree with everything.
Oh.
My point is do you understand the reason why I was asking you those questions is because you're very certain that your beliefs are the only valid ones. And
I know why. You were sitting in the chat and you heard me talking, and I sounded very certain in the truth. And so you said to yourself, right? This is you speaking now. You said, there's no way I could have the truth, so this guy can't have it because I have no fucking idea. And so you decided to come on here with no fucking idea and disagree with me because you can't believe that I could have the truth. You understand?
I took how I have it.
Because if
yeah,
you
I
have
mean, what the fuck were you doing there, Mohammed?
What
the fuck were you doing there? You were towing this ship onto the shore. What the fuck were you doing there, Mohammed?
Who's Muhammad now? We got a Muhammad going on?
Yeah, man, that's the machine lies. I mean, look at him. It is him. It is him.
His eyes aren't green, though.
Nobody knows what Muhammad looks like. Or if you didn't know that.
Well, our dear friend, the machine lies, is called Muhammad, right? So at least he appreciates
Anyway, I just don't understand. What's the name of Junior's religion? That bottom line that he has there, whatever that says. What is his religion anyway? Is it his religion?
I find
truth, traditional culture.
I find that there's
society?
truths and value in all the religions, and I try to look for what is true and good and beautiful in all the.
But what is the name of your religion? That bottom
It's Universalism. It was pushed by basically all the satanic New Agers. That's basically.
No, but what's the name of his religion? What is it?
It's fucking cuckism. I'm pretty sure he sucks dick every Tuesday, Thursday, Wednesday.
Does he go to a church like?
I don't know. He probably does sex magic and all kinds of fucking silly shit. Who the fuck knows?
But
when you believe everything is God, I mean, who fuck? I mean, it's over.
Like if somebody asks you, Junior, what are you? What do you say? Like I say, I'm a Christian. What do you say?
He's a hoe. That's what he is.
What do you say? I'm a flower guy. Like what do you say?
He's a beta.
I say that I'm somebody who's open to the truth.
His
and is not going to be a fundamentalist who gets scared of questions. The way
his ass is open to the Luciferian satanic.
What is your religion? Either you have a religion or you don't.
Hey guys, I'm gonna get me some garlic, and it's not because I see so many demons, but just because I want to eat it. So I'll see you in a minute if you're still on.
You get roasted.
So Junior, what is your religion? You still didn't answer the question.
Get
like
I follow roasted garlic
philosophy.
What?
I follow the perennial philosophy.
All right, that's your religion. And is that actually a religion out there? Like there's a church and people go there? Like, is that really a religion?
I don't go to church.
But do they have a perennial church?
Dude, the whole idea of the perennialism is to get rid of idols. To get rid of.
Well, if you're praying to everything, how does that get rid of the idols?
He's not saying that. That's what you are saying.
So why won't he tell us what it's about? You know what I mean? I don't understand.
Well, because you could actually because you refer to yourself as intelligent people, you know, you should be able to grasp it.
He's not telling us anything to fucking grasp.
I'm telling you because I get it.
But we're not asking you. So why don't you sit?
I'm asking him about
it's
his
a word,
religion.
dude. It's a word. It's a word.
What's a word?
I can tell you what the word means.
Machine Lies just showed you what the word means on the screen.
Bro, go get some fucking garlic, bro. We got question to
He
ask.
ain't worshiping.
Okay, I'm gonna get
everything
myself
is
some
one.
garlic.
Go eat some garlic,
Go
bro.
eat some garlic. Get the vampires away from you.
JR, tell me something about your religion, bro.
He don't have a religion. That's what he really wants to say. He's not an
Tell me
atheist.
something about.
He believes in
I
everything.
did tell you something about it. I've told you many things about it tonight.
No, you haven't. You told me that everything is God, and you told me you don't proselytize. But tell me something that you fucking believe.
I
Everything
believe
is
that
made from God.
I believe that all paradigms need to be critically examined in order to find what are the commonalities amongst them.
All right. So in your religion, do they believe you have a soul, and when you die, you go somewhere else?
Yeah.
All
Where
right.
do you go?
Where do you go?
You pass on into another form, into another incarnation.
Oh, a
So you could come back
reincarnation.
as like a dog or anything, a cat, or
You
you
come
come back
back.
as another
I mean,
human.
basically, there's an unbroken infinitude of existence. You always were, and you always will be.
So the occult serpent eating its tail. The death and rebirth cycle in infinity loop.
Okay, you're just making.
But do you come back as another human, or you come
That's
back
the
as
Matrix.
you could come back as anything, a tree, or what do you come back?
Because
as?
that's the
You
same
could
occult
you could
matrix.
be in all sorts of different planes of existence, right? You don't even necessarily. Your next life might not even necessarily be in this universe.
So now I understand why you don't want to tell me about your beliefs, because I'll start to unpack it in its true nature and what it really is. And
Okay,
it's
no.
basically
I'll tell you what. I promise
a
you that if you
vanilla
start asking me
version
questions
of the
about it,
mystery
I will
occult
not
religion.
dodge the way that you dodge my questions. All right.
It's
so
not, you're not dodging it. You're just hiding your fucking true
ask
nature, which
me
is nonsense.
anything about my belief system. All right. Ask me anything about and why I believe.
I don't need to ask you anything else. I already know your belief system. It's
So you don't
Luciferianism.
you don't believe in prophets and things.
It's
like
very
that,
easy to
right?
fucking spot.
Like Jesus and Muhammad, they're just made up. They're not
In those
even
three
real.
questions,
I believe
have
that
identified
I
it.
believe in all the prophets.
Yeah, because you're a fucking Luciferian. You probably lied too, you fucking piece of shit.
Wait. We're getting to the nitty gritty here. So you believe in all the prophets, but you believe in reincarnation. I don't recall the prophet saying you get reincarnated.
Okay, I don't necessarily believe that everything that is attributed to these prophets is necessarily exactly what they said.
Oh, so you think maybe Jesus and Muhammad said you'll be reincarnated into another dimension?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what they actually said.
So you
He
think it's a
doesn't
lie
actually
then?
know
So you think
anything.
everything about the prophets are lies?
He doesn't know anything. He seeks to bring everything together into a new world, one world religion, which
Not
is
only
in
those
fact
two prophets,
the
every
beast
prophet on
system,
this earth
the
never
occult
talked about
mystery religion.
reincarnation.
It's all the same. It's the mystery
Another thing
occult
to keep in mind
religion.
is that many of the prophets,
It
many
lines
of-
up with the
the
Theosophical
prophets were not
Society,
necessarily omniscient themselves.
started
They
by
may have
Helene
great insights, but
Blavatsky.
they didn't necessarily see
Okay.
everything as it was.
Well, I don't recall any prophet saying we're all one.
There's many that have said that we're all one.
Who's that? Name him.
Like Blavatsky?
What prophet said that?
Gautama the Buddha.
Gautama the Buddha.
Yeah, the Buddha's
the big
Buddha
fat
believed in
guy.
The oneness,
Here we go.
The
False gods. Here we go.
Adi
think Buddha's
Shankara,
a
who
god?
created the Vedanta
False
school of
gods.
Hinduism, said that we are all one with God. That all of existence is one with God.
You can't unite evil
One
and
God.
good.
Ibn Arabi, the
One.
Sufi
It's
mystic
different things.
from the Middle Ages,
Unfortunately,
that as well.
are you going to try to universalize with Satanists too and incorporate them into your religion?
Well, Satanism is the left-hand path. The left-hand path is part of the illusion. I'm against it.
But is it part of your religion?
That's good.
No, it's not part of my religion. It's
told you
all
he's
path
against it. How
towards
can it be
enlightenment.
part
How
of
do
his
you
religion?
aim to bring together all spiritualities that
I
exist?
don't aim to. No, see now you're pushing this idea that I aim to bring together
Well, what
all
is
spirituality.
your
I aim to bring together
universalist
what is
religion
good,
aim to do?
what is good and true in spirituality. I don't aim to bring together everything because obviously there are harmful and maladaptive things in spiritual systems as well.
So you only believe in
Millennialism
the
is all
right
about trying to
hand
find
of the
the
occult?
underlying truth is, not just pushing everything together.
So you believe in the right hand of the occult magic?
What's the occult magic?
Do you do magic?
No.
Do you do rituals?
Nope.
What do you do?
What do? I read and study and ask people. I talk to, philosophers, and I try to understand via what's called jnana yoga, right? Like the idea of the path of understanding through scholarship and learning.
Sounds like you're a Buddha, like Buddhism or whatever you call that.
I wouldn't consider myself one, but I would say that a lot of my worldview is influenced
Because they
by
believe in
Islamic
everything you
religions.
kind of saying with the reincarnation, all that stuff.
Sounds like Buddhism,
That's what I said, Buddhism.
but
or
it's
Buddha,
not
whatever it is.
because it's universalism.
Well, he does
Say no
believe
to
in a lot of the
And I'm
Buddhism
I'm
stuff.
telling you, he's being really elusive. I think there's some magic involved, and there's some occultism that he's hiding. We'll unpack it in time. We'll
He's not
unpack it.
going to
in time.
tell you, even if he was doing it. So what do you?
That's the thing, bro. They can't avoid telling you unless they just don't speak, which is what he's been trying to do. But I won't let him. You know what I'm saying? You got to fucking make these.
I just
demons
think
talk.
you're a confused person, Junior, and you're looking for like crazy shit when it's much simpler than what you're thinking.
What it boils down to is if you break down the core of what he claims, he doesn't know anything. Honestly, he knows nothing. He disagrees with what I say. He knows nothing. That's what it is.
Hey, do you eat beef, Junior?
What does that have to do with the point?
Because most
I'm not a
Indian
vegan. Are you
religions
saying?
won't
Are
eat
you
a
asking me
cow.
whether I'm a vegan or not?
No, you won't eat a cow. I didn't ask if you eat pork. I didn't ask if you eat chicken. I said, do you eat beef?
Yeah, I eat beef. I'm not a Hindu.
All right. I'm trying to figure you out, man. I can't figure out what the hell you are. It don't really matter anyway. You believe in at least there's one almighty God? That's good enough. You ain't worshiping the devil? Good. You want to believe you get reincarnated? You could come back as a cockroach? That's up to you. You know?
Yo, you don't need to worry about coming back as a cockroach. He's already a cockroach.
Wow. Now, if you go to another dimension, that's a whole nother thing. That could be possible. You know, we're in like this third dimension. Maybe you go to a fourth dimension.
Since everything is God, do you pray to the cockroach?
Okay, again, I don't think that these are intellectually honest questions. You understand?
I don't think
the
you
only
have an
thing that I pray to
intellectually
is
honest
God.
religion.
I don't go around praying to.
But if everything is one,
God
then you see an
infused
insect. Do you
things.
step
I
on
don't
it?
go around saying like, "Oh wow, that door's God," because that door, like all things, is infused with divine energy. I
All
mean,
right.
Do you
Give me a
believe
better
insects-
understanding.
Do you believe insects are part of God?
Do I what now?
Insects, like they're part of God. Like if you see an ant, you won't step on it because you know it's alive or whatever you want to call it. You know.
No, I mean I understand that there's people that do that. Maybe, and it's possible that those people are a higher state of enlightenment than I am. I don't know, but I don't.
If I see a cockroach in my house, which I don't have any, thank God. But if I did, I'm killing it. That's it. If I see a rat or mouse, it's dead. I'm not having that in my house. So I ain't worried about if it got reincarnated.
I also
I
don't think that that's a
rodents and
very
I don't
good.
like insects.
I don't think that's a very good representation of what.
You're saying everything is one with God. So rats, mice, insects.
No, everything
they're all with
has
God.
God energy, right? Like everything has the divine energy, and everything that's alive has a soul. But that doesn't mean that
everything that's
therefore you
alive has a
shouldn't-
soul.
That therefore there's no circumstance under which you should kill.
So my
anything
dog
that
has a
has-
soul. My dog has a soul. All
Yeah, I would say
dogs go to
everything.
heaven?
Every living thing has a soul.
Really? Holy shit. That's even more crazy. So, like, when I kill an ant, the soul goes somewhere else.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that's wild, man. That's some deep.
I mean, you're saying it's wild and crazy, but this is really the most common belief system in human history.
Really?
The vast
'Cause I
majority of
only
humans who've
know-
ever lived have believed what
Well,
I'm saying.
There's about, I don't know how many people in the audience. I don't think anybody believes what you believe. So If it's the most common.
No, I'm saying that throughout human history, if you look at like people, I mean, even really in Western society, like you look at like peasant folklore and things like that, this is pretty standard stuff.
Wait a minute. If what you're saying is true, then people would not like kill an ant. They wouldn't.
No, not necessarily. Again, not necessarily because
it has a soul.
Because just believing that something has a soul doesn't automatically lead one to believe that, therefore, it would be horrible to kill it. I mean, maybe by killing it, you're liberating it from the body into a higher soul.
Holy shit! This is some wild thought, man. Yo. If you really believe the Almighty God made this so complicated that we got to think about, well, if that cockroach dies, he's going to a higher level. You're insane. You're not even like, this is insanity what you're speaking. How about that? Forget about devil cult. Forget about it. You're insane. It's insane. You should go like check in with a psychologist or a psychiatric ward.
Hang on, well,
check yourself in.
so I'm insane for believing what societies that are much more sane and much more adaptive than our society believe.
What society is that?
Basically, every traditional society.
Those are your words, but who is it? Name it. Like you're just saying.
Name 5 traditional societies that believe this.
Because the most traditional religions right now is Christian and Muslim. And then you got Buddhism.
The most traditional religion is animism.
Animism? Boy, what is the word animism now?
That's like tribal people worshiping nature spirits.
And that's you think that's good. Worshiping nature spirits. So they're not worshiping the Almighty God, they're worshiping nature spirits, and you think that's okay.
I would say, I don't know about quote unquote okay. I would say that typically the societies that do that are more adaptive and have fewer problems than our society does.
But that doesn't make it correct. And I don't know what society you're talking about. You're saying people worship other spirits when God himself said, worship no other God but me.
Okay, so
you got people worshiping spirits. That sounds a little evil.
This sounds a little evil
pagan to me.
I don't see. Pagan. Yeah, I don't look at these other cultures and immediately judge them by the standards of my culture.
We don't have standards. We have a God, right? The Almighty God. I don't think he wants people to worship spirits.
Well, you have your idea of who God is.
Well, who is God to you? I mean, there's one God, the Creator, the Almighty. Who is your God?
So I believe in one God as well.
And you believe he created everything?
Yeah, I believe that. Well, I believe that all things emanate from the one God.
Hello? I did a little Google search.
God would want you to worship spirits.
Yo, I did a little Google search on this silly fucking religion, all right? And basically, they believe, okay, that all world religions are founded upon common primordial and universal metaphysical truths, okay? So, you're going to have to demonstrate how every religion is based on a universal metaphysical truth, or your religion is bullshit. Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand that.
That's traditionalism.
Perennialism is the belief that there's
on the
truth
money
contained in every religion.
And you also believe in Sophia, which is Gnostic. So I was on the money with that.
I've never heard that term before, so
But obviously, I know your religion by a simple Google search better than you.
What's
Sophia Perennis? That stands for the transcendent source of all intrinsic.
Oh, you're talking about
religions of humankind.
Yeah,
that's a Gnostic fucking belief.
Okay, well, how does that make it wrong?
It goes all the way back to the mystery of cult, divine hermaphrodite.
This is what you over and over again can't seem to understand, is that just saying that something's Gnostic is not an actual argument for why
What
it's
I'm
wrong.
trying to say is this goes back to the divine fucking androgyne.
But it is
goes back to Hermeticism. It goes back to the mystery of cult religion of Lucifer.
Why does that matter?
Because this is the goal of Lucifer, and you've bought into the one world system where he's going to wrap everything into one system and eventually make one world religion of Luciferian Satanism.
Wait a minute. So hang on.
This is just another branch of it. It's another attempt. It's an old attempt that failed, and you're going backwards and following a failed satanic attempt. Like,
You've been NKO.
No, we've already been over this. We've already been over how my worldview is fundamentally different from Luciferianism. You're choosing not to believe that because it doesn't align with your
It just appears to be
retarded
this way.
fundamentalism. But
it just appears that way, but it's not. See, because it starts to bring you into these fucking Hinduism and multi-pantheisms, right? So you're saying that you don't believe in all these gods, but you believe in all this Buddhism and Hinduism, right?
Well, he just said you worship spirits.
Here's the thing. How could you believe in all these religions, right? And also believe that they're not true because they have monotheistic views? How are you going to accept that? How are you going to incorporate pagan beliefs into your fucking monotheistic religion?
because my religion or my worldview is not a dualistic either or, right? Like, you understand that part of the illusion is that there's a distinction between the parts and the whole. And so therefore, if people are quote unquote worshiping the parts, then they're still worshiping the whole fundamentally.
I can tell you what part you'll find in every religion. You know what you'll find in every religion? The mystery, occult religion of Luciferian Satanism. So if your religion aims to find that, I can point you right to it. It's Lucifer, connects it all. That's the common core. That's the common core of all the metaphysical truths. You know what metaphysical truths means? It means lies from Lucifer that seem to be true, but they're not really true. They're metaphysical. Do you understand?
No, that's so you think metaphysics means lies from Lucifer?
No, I'm telling you that the universal metaphysical truths that your religion believes connects all religions is the lies of Lucifer, the occult mystery religion that can be found throughout all religions. That's the connecting factor that your religion seeks to find and later on in life piece together.
Hang on.
So
do you
I
think
can point you to it right
mysticism
now.
Wait, so you think mysticism
Yeah.
by definition is satanic?
Yeah, what I'm saying is when you say the perennial wisdom, that stands for the transcendent source of all intrinsically orthodox religions of humankind, infinite presence, the perennial religion that lives within the heart of all intrinsically orthodox religions. When you realize that the heart of all these orthodox religions is actually Luciferianism, that's when you'll have a completed fucking religion, and your religion will shift from this to an all-inclusive Luciferian religion. Because the Jews will tell you that their God is Lucifer. You understand? The Masons will tell you that their God is Lucifer.
That's right.
Okay, so again, you're saying all these things without actually making the connection between
I'll make it
what
mad
I
connect.
believe. No, what I believe,
You're trying to disconnect.
which is right hand. So I believe in the right hand. I don't remember what the Hindu word for it is, but there is one. And then there's the left hand path, which is what you're discussing. They're fundamentally opposed, and the end goal is fundamentally the opposite. The end goal of Luciferianism is the destruction of the orderly system that God created and the enthronement of basically the individual as the arbiter of their own destiny, which is the exact opposite of my system and the perennial system. The perennial system is trying to fight against that. The perennialist idea is no, actually the individual should be subsumed into the one rather than the individual should be standing as the enemy of the one.
You know what? You guys are going to just keep going back and forth, back and forth. Why don't we get into a different subject, because this is insanity.
Well, I gotta actually shut this one down. But yeah, thank you guys for being here. I'm gonna go around the panel and let everybody get a closing thought here. And yeah, thank you guys for sparring and joining us. I know Cecil is asleep, unless he's awake right now.
Cecil's a mummy.
No, he's still asleep. So I'm just gonna throw him in the back, and then I'll move on to Void. I know Void is not gonna be saying much. You know, that's just his personal style. But yeah, Void, what you got for us?
Went to the store.
We went to get garlic to fight off the vampires.
Oh yeah. He went to go get garlic. So I'm sure he'll see this later. But yeah, Void, thank you so much for joining us again. And yeah, I enjoy all the conversations we have. Bless you, brother. It feels weird talking to you when you're not there. But yeah, hopefully you watch me say that so that we can have some peace of mind, and that so you'll join another conversation with us soon. What about, I'll go to Pops. Pops just came in. Yeah, what you got for us, Pops? I know you're a wise, old
Well,
dude. What's
I'm
going
not going
on?
to sit here and worry about what a man's religion is. These two seem to be going at it nonstop. I guess Rant is just trying to prove to him that you don't realize you're worshiping Satan. But you know what? He don't sound like he wants to worship Satan. Maybe he's fooled. But here's the deal. There are demons right now, tons of them. They came up. They're on this planet. They're here. The demons are here. So you can see it with your own eyes. You can feel it with your own gut. You see what's going on in the world. Everything's getting inverted. So you're going to have to make a choice soon. And you're either standing with the Almighty God or you're not. And if you're part of this evil system, I guess you're out. So wake up, smell the coffee, and let's get rid of the demons. And Pops out.
Thank you, Pops. Yeah, we got to be demon hunters out here. Bless you, Pops. And yeah, I'm praying for you. Let's go to Reddington. Reddington, what you got to say? You've been out here for a long time. You've been a supporter of the show from the very first episode. You've read Christ's Protagonist. You're a true homie, my brother, man. What you got to say to everybody, man?
It's just trying to convey the problem of evil, and that's why I don't subscribe to
right. It's intense.
being a Christian anymore after almost 30 years. So basically, that's it.
Yeah, I know we're gonna have some crazy back and forths in terms of philosophy and theodicy, and the problem of evil in terms of, the philosophy of religion. They call it theodicy. So we could look at different theodicies and come to a different conclusion, Spinoza and Leibniz and all those guys. But yeah, you might need some of that to get you on some type of weird thoughts with it. But yeah, bless you, brother, for being here, man. I'll talk to you very soon. We'll talk Red here in the back. Yeah, here, Red. Were you gonna say something?
Say peace.
Peace, brother. Talk to you very soon. We got Rant and Voynich. Oh no, Voynich is gone. Voynich is gone. I'm assuming. Yeah. All right. And then traditional culture preservation. Thank you so much for joining the panel. After a while, sad that we were closing out right when you joined, but I know you like to wake up early and and get moving out there. But yeah, bless you, brother, man. What you got to say for him?
Well, I'm glad to have this conversation. I'm always here, trying to just bring awareness of the ancient traditions that we've lost. Of course, I have my channel that everybody should subscribe to if they haven't already, called Traditional Culture Preservation Society, aka J.R. Busk. I just would like to continue to highlight wherever I can the adaptive nature of a lot of traditional societies, a lot of tribal societies, trying to bring this knowledge that we're in danger of losing in this Kali Yuga, this evil age that we're entering with technology and modernity. Everything seems to be falling apart. But if we just look to the past and we look to these traditions that have lasted for thousands of years, I believe that we'll be able to make it out of this current chaos.
Thank you, Traditional Culture Preservation Society. And I'm going to put your channel here so that everybody can see here in the chat. And yeah, bless you, brother. We'll obviously be connecting with Traditional Culture Preservation Society in the future because he's been here since the beginning of the show. Bless you, brother, man, for being here. And we need to try to get our way back up in the debates, but we actually don't know how because we've actually been blackballed and blacklisted from all the debates because of because of the anti-technology they don't take that seriously out here. But yeah, it is what it is, man.
All right. Well, peace out. Thank you.
Yeah, peace out, my brother. Yeah, thanks for being out here. And yeah, brother Rant, the return of Rant, obviously the legendary, you know what I mean? Apothecary, you know what I mean? What's going on, brother?
Yo, I can't stand these fucking people, bro. Everyone's got a different flavor of Luciferianism, bro. It's like Baskin Robbins out here, bro. Devil's got them all fucked up, bro. Can't talk to these motherfuckers.
Bless you. I'll be talking to you soon. I'll figure out what we're doing. And yeah, I got some things I want to talk to you about. So inshallah, I'm gonna be talking to you soon. And everybody else on the panel, I'm gonna be talking to you guys soon. Cecil.
You already know.
Yeah, Reddington, and Neurojack, if you're out there, you know what I mean, listening, you know what I mean? Yeah, we got some plans to move up and stuff. I've been feeling a lot better in terms of my mood and my disposition. So yeah, you know what I mean? You already know.
Fuck yeah, bro.
Yeah, bless you, brother. All right. Thanks for being here as always.
Hey,
wait, what'd you say? I'm sorry.
I was just saying, yo, God bless. You already know, dog.
Bless you, brother, man. Thank you, man. God bless. And yeah, thank you for joining us here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And yeah, I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies. I'm going to hit you guys with some music here, as is customary for me. And I'm going to come back on tomorrow. I might do a little reading for you guys, out of Christ's Protagonist, maybe at 7:00 at night or sometime like that. And then maybe on Monday, I'll re-premiere my Jesse from Missing Link because I want to have a recorded version of that video. And I'll also include another interview I did with Two Family Drew, Cockboy Hotline, who disowned this channel and my work after having worked with me for so long, you know what I mean? But yeah, it is what it is, We're just trying to be humble out here, We forgive all the people that don't want to work with us. We acknowledge the people that do want to work with us, but we're not really working on anything. We're not an organization of people. It's just me, Muhammad, me against the world, as they say, you know what I mean? But yeah, bless you guys. I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies. The first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes, you know what I mean? And the first step to getting out of the matrix, if you will, is to see it for what it is. So man, please, you know what I mean, humble yourself and see the truth. And join us next time on Wednesday, or tomorrow night. We'll be doing a reading. Yeah, I laid out the schedule for you guys. I don't gotta do it again. Bless you guys, man. See you guys soon. And make sure you guys pray for me and have a blessed day. And I'll be thinking about you guys, you know what I mean? For sure. You know what I mean? Think about all you guys in the chat. Too many to mention.
Educated to use our minds in a certain way, a way that ignores or screens out the fact that every one of us is an aperture through which the whole cosmos looks out. See, it's as if you had a light covered with a black ball, and in this ball were pinholes, and each pinhole is an aperture through which the light comes out. So in that way, every one of us is actually a pinhole through which the fundamental light, that is the existence itself, looks out. Only the game we're playing is not to know this. To be only that little hole, which we call me, my ego, my specific John Jones, or whatever. If, however, you see, we can maintain at the same time the sense of being this specific John Jones with his role in life, whatever. And know also underneath this that we are the whole works. You get a very marvelous and agreeable arrangement. This is the most remarkable harmoniousness. I mean, it gives one's life a great sense of joy and exuberance if you can carry on these two things at once. If you, in other words, you know that all the serious predicaments of life are a game. Now, I want to put it two ways. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing, something to be condemned, to take your own individual life seriously, in dead earnest, and to have all the problems that go with that. Do you understand that being that way, that being a real mixed up human being, is a manifestation of nature that is something just like the patterns on the waves out here, or like a seashell. You know, we pick up shells. I always keep one around, sort of an example for many things, and say, my goodness, isn't that gorgeous? There's not an aesthetic fault in it anywhere. It's absolutely perfect. Now, I wonder if these fish look at each other's shells and say, don't you think she's kind of fat? Oh my, those markings aren't really very well spaced. Because that's what we do. See, we don't realize that all of us in our various goings on and behavior and so on are just as much, and more marks. Much more complicated, much more interesting. All these gorgeous faces, as I find. You know, every one of them, some are supposedly pretty, some are supposedly not so pretty. But they're all absolutely gorgeous. And everybody's eyes is a piece of jewelry beyond compare. You. But we have specialized in a certain kind of awareness that makes us neglect. You see, we specialize in more or less briefly concentrated, pinpoint attention. We look at this and we look at that. And we select from all the things we might possibly be aware of, only certain things. And as a result of that, we leave out of our everyday consciousness, generally speaking, two dimensions of experience. One, amazing beauty of experience that we never see at all. And on the other hand, the very deep, the sense of our basic identity, unity with, oneness with the total process of being.
This is hip-hop, on some Slipknot, slit your wrist pop. Gothic vampire, mosh pit, get you wig knocked. Rebellious rap music, ransack your studio section. Throw you out the booth, nigga, and snatch the Newman. Then show these faggots how to do it. 500,000 bars just to fuck with us, then 1,000,000 more to prove it. 5,000 more just for me to listen to it. Then maybe I'll consider if you sick enough to do this. Confusing like a half Asian and Cuban, Native American, Haitian, atheist, Orthodox, Jewish, practicing Catholic monk doing Santeria with a Mormon in the Kingdom Hall in front of a Zen Buddhist, singing Amazing Grace on TVN, butt naked with a tattoo on his back of a black Judas, and baby Jesus on the 1 and 2s holding Rugers, sicker than Medusa giving head to Freddy Krueger. My lead pill, y'all niggas stand dead still, nowhere to run like Rick Ross on a treadmill. For really though, paranoid chilling, you feel me, bro? I'm dead ass like a necrophilia anal porn video. Lyrical black Israelites on the mic, y'all niggas is insecure like Mace's spiritual life. Right rhymes in the desert for 40 days and 40 nights, 40 bags of purple haze, gazing at the northern lights. Puerto Rock, David Icke, the reptilian Rican MCs is sweeter than Brian Seacrest begging for semen. Seeing more bars than Berkowitz, nasty with the ink when I release like Ursula jerking her clit. No remorse like Joe Jackson, a cold-hearted motherfucker showing up to your open mic show laughing, flashing and bragging about your platinum with 30 niggas behind you dancing. He used the word swag in his rhyme, so I clapped him. Paranoid chillin'. Illin' and killing, the skill is in the lyrics. A nigga off the street can't control his stardom. A senator can't walk like a thug from Harlem. Therein lies the problem. Nothing to do with being an artist. Even the heartless fellas from the heart biz. I'm quite cathartic, writing rhymes, smelling my armpits, drawing designs for my starship, laying in the prone, insects crawling out of my clothes, a stream of vomit pours out of my nose, body gas decompose, can't find the hole, then explode, we be picking pieces off of the road. I'm a buffalo soldier with buffalo rhymes, I make buffalo wings out of buffalo hides, bacteriophiles growing in my garage in the form of rhymes. I will warn you one time, unimaginable, tracking to your launch through the latitude, just to ask you what the fuck is the matter with you? Old school, new school, no school rules. But other than that, you a motherfucking fool. Cannabis spitting completely detached from the human condition. Cause what a rapper spits is usually different. You better sober up, your battle rap moment is up. You can't write songs, I'm telling you what's holding you up. With the knowledge landline built into Can's mind, he can control time. But not just yet, let him rhyme. Wanna battle, niggas set up a time. We gotta bring it to the spitballs, that's how we settle it right. Otherwise, you could suck my dick and eat shit from a bag. You can't take nothing from me on the mic. What you talking about, Willis? You ain't no lyricist. This is an illest. For every stroke, I be killing your spirit. As we exhibit lyrical fitness. Everybody watching and listening. I'm the only one that's not paying attention. Still spitting freestyle or ill written. There's something you missing. You never put an album out, but you quitting. How intelligent is that? You can't rap. They used to call you the best. Now you can't get it back. I don't just spit rap. I'm on some spiritual shit. Took it so far, the boot marks still where I used to sit. Undisturbed, unheard of structures under the earth. verse. I don't know what to look for first. If you want, we can search. Don't know what I'm looking for, but I know what it's worth. I know what I want to say and what I want from the verse. This is something when I was young that I learned how to spit like dirt. Catch the Holy Ghost in church. Would you care to have some hors d'oeuvres of more metaphors and words? With the way you still rhyme, I'm concerned that you paranoid chilling. Illin' and killing, the skill is in the lyrics. Sixth sense, what you feeling?
Made the fucking push every button good, that's a red one. Let's start lyrical Armageddon. Hacking the axis to nuclear silos. Knocking down the Pentagon door with super soldier rhino. Exposing reptilian albinos. Fuck you Saturnalian pagans and turn hip-hop to faggot fashion Freemasons. They praying to Satan, you know that his brain is tainted. I'm blasting you bats like behemoth and starts collapsing. Shut you kids like the ghosts of Neverland's ran, so R.I.P. Until my nigga Michael Jackson. The simple reenaction, grabbing my crotch and laughing. The artistic arsonist is deadly like arsenic. Asbestos, caught all inside of your intestines. Sick and incessant, the ICUs to abuse your critical views. Industry created a monster through Alistair Crowley. Sex tantra with no monsters. Plastic clams and lobsters. Niggas wanna get touched like hors d'oeuvres. This fucking lyrical nerd is standing on the curb and there's no survival. Y'all niggas is models, Patron bottles that's hollow to make you wobble. Sick like period juice that make you gargle. Slap you with a duffel bag of marbles. You catch her reading too many books from Marvel, but tomorrow the Superman is paralyzed from the sorrow. I spit kryptonite, mixed tech types, I wreck the mic. Drunk like blind drivers in the red lights in districts. You couldn't hit shit in 6 cents. Fucking with the top 10 alive. If not that, line them up and do a lyrical drive-by. You frontin', punch you in your eye like Joe Button. So fuck a battle, and we can go to the desert, find a poisonous snakes with rattles, and see who survives the multiple fangs stabbing after your post is lacking. Aluminum bats and open this cabbage is paranoid chillin'.
We paranoid chillin'. Illin' and killing, the skill is in the lyrics. It's Prince E, motherfucker. He can look at the world and solve any equation, but he walks in the rooms and often forgets why he came in. The autistic savant, listen and watch. I can vindicate Biggie with the spirit of pop. Subliminal shots resulting in a whole lot of body bags. Why you wanna lollygag with the polymath? You really think you can outspit him? You up Bluffs Creek with Bob Gimlin. Stop tripping. Even the top niggas can't rap with him. What you think Jay-Z know about Plank Lane and Zach Sitchin? Niggas say watch my mouth, it could be bad for me. Couldn't hear him over my stomach growling, I'm mad hungry. Yeah, I'm a tad rusty, but I gotta do it cause I'm so sick of these intellectual crash dummies. Do you know about Dirac and Tesla, Feynman and Kepler? Tell me, who have you last studied? Stupid niggas always try to act funny. Tell a joke knowing that they got all the facts money. If I ask you about the Drake equation and you tell me something about the light-skinned nigga from Cash Money, I'ma laugh like that's funny. Then I'ma grab money, cock back, wind up and smack money, stab money, attack money, cut his limbs off, and then show you niggas how to really stack money. You reptiles should change back, coming at the kid with cake packs on playback. Face facts, we getting close to the end days. The niggas testing me, just begging me to open a rib cage. You got goons? That's cool, where your men stay. I wanna introduce them to Mocha LaBimbe. I'm close to your sensei, he's one of my students, show master, but to me, clumsy and foolish. Yo, it hurts to be stuck in seclusion, but Buddha said Prince E, life is about suffering, stupid. They say Jesus never wrote anything, so I'm thinking to myself, yo, what the fuck am I doing? I got a mind like a Hubble computer, and I've been in the gym. You see my tricep muscle improvement. I'm not human, I'm a god amongst men. You couldn't quantify the energy I bring out from within. They like, which hood is he from? Goddamn, that nigga gang bandana is the Shroud of Turin. The Earth Prince does it again. This is paranoid chillin'. We killed you niggas. Bow to the pen. Ah.